Dian Dynasty. Baijin Mountain. Inside a cultivation chamber. Failed again. The handsome young man who had been meditating cross-legged opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. Li Xuanfeng could no longer remember how many times he had failed to break through to the spiritual aperture stage. It was merely a membrane of the spiritual aperture. If he could pierce through it, he would step into a brand new realm. But no matter what, he could not break through that barrier. Talent is truly a despair-inducing thing. Li Xuanfeng's face was full of melancholy. He had been transmigrated to this fantasy world for 5 years, and it was his entire body that had crossed over. On a thunderstorm night at the age of 18, he swore to achieve greatness, marry a wealthy beauty, and reach the peak of life. Then a shockingly thick bolt of lightning struck him into this world. Freshly arrived Li Xuanfeng was cautious and struggled at every step. This world resembled ancient times, but it was not any dynasty that Li Xuanfeng knew. Instead, it was a fantasy world where strength was revered and the great power of heaven and earth could be harnessed by oneself. The language people spoke was not much different from his own. Without any background, he blended in with refugees and began a wandering life, attracting no attention. Perhaps due to some luck, though, he had witnessed terrifying battles where powerful cultivators destroyed cities and split mountains, he managed to come through unscathed. 2 years after the transmigration, Li Xuanfeng was 20. It happened to be the triennial recruitment ceremony of Baijin Mountain. He followed people from all over to try his luck. As it turned out, he barely passed the entry examination and became an outer disciple of Baijin Mountain with the lowest score. However, 3 years had passed, and he was still stuck at the body tempering stage. The body tempering stage was the first major realm of cultivation, divided into 9 levels. Most disciples who entered together with Li Xuanfeng had already broken through to the spiritual aperture stage. Some had even reached the Qi vortex stage and become inner disciples. Those still in the body tempering stage were few and far between. Li Xuanfeng was one of them. 3 years have passed, and the new recruitment ceremony has begun today. If I cannot break through to the spiritual aperture stage within a month, I will be expelled from the mountain. Li Xuanfeng frowned, pondering silently. Successfully joining Baijin Mountain did not mean smooth sailing. If one could not break through to the spiritual aperture stage within 3 years, it meant his talent was too mediocre, and he would be sent down the mountain by the sect. If he wanted to stay, he could only settle for being a menial disciple. However, menial disciples were extremely low in status, with endless dirty and tiring work every day, leaving no time for cultivation. I have failed so many times to break through to the spiritual aperture stage. Even if given another month, I probably won't succeed. If I'm sent down the mountain, where can I go? Li Xuanfeng sank into deep thought. The life of a refugee was not pleasant, often going hungry and facing all kinds of dangers. Li Xuanfeng managed to survive 2 years of wandering unscathed purely by luck. Otherwise, he would have long turned into a pile of bones. Now, with his body tempering stage 9th level cultivation, it would not be hard to find a meal outside. But in the end, he was still a low-level cultivator. Without enough strength, he could not control his own fate. Perhaps someday, if his luck turned bad, he would be swept away by the aftermath of a battle between powerful cultivators. Therefore, if he left Baijin Mountain, he would fall into a terrible predicament. Being a rogue cultivator was barely feasible. Doing business was not that easy. Becoming a bandit would eventually get him killed by some genius disciple on a training mission. Joining the army would basically make him cannon fodder. Any path was worse than being an outer disciple of Baijin Mountain. At the root, it's still a lack of talent and background. Li Xuanfeng clenched his fists. As someone whose entire body had crossed into this world, background was out of the question, because he had none. As for talent, he could only say that an ordinary person after transmigration was still an ordinary person. No matter how hard he cultivated, he could not match those geniuses. An ordinary person of no achievement dreaming of soaring to the sky after transmigration was almost impossible. Unless he got a cheat after transmigration. Li Xuanfeng had fantasized countless times about so-called golden fingers. But he had waited for 5 years, and there was still no news. He had completely given up hope on that. Forget it, he'll struggle for another month. Maybe you'll get lucky and break through. Li Xuanfeng sighed deeply in his heart. Ding. System charging complete, binding in progress. A sudden voice sounded in his mind. Li Xuanfeng was stunned. System. He doubted if he was hallucinating. 5 years. He had waited for this thing for 5 whole years. System binding complete. Calm your mind and concentrate to learn the details. The mechanical and ethereal voice of the system sounded once more in his mind. Li Xuanfeng took a deep breath, rubbed his face to confirm it wasn't a hallucination, then closed his eyes, sank his mind, and began to communicate with and understand the system. After a moment, Li Xuanfeng opened his eyes. He had understood what system he was bound to. This system was called the Destiny Return System. He could use this system to view those favored by heaven. The so-called destiny persons were those who were ordained by heaven, possessed great luck, and would certainly achieve remarkable things as astonishing geniuses. They were the most brilliant group of people in a certain era. The The destined were destined for extraordinary achievements. The role of the system was to discover destiny persons and bind them. The bound persons, any improvement and harvest related to cultivation would be returned to Li Xuanfeng at a multiple ranging from 10 to 100 times, including but not limited to cultivation-based insights experience spiritual weapons pills. This system, it feels like binding the most outstanding people in the world to me and making them work for me. Li Xuanfeng mused. The most outstanding group in the world would work for him, and all their harvests related to cultivation would be returned to him at a minimum of 10 times and a maximum of 100 times. This destined that Li Xuanfeng's achievements would surpass everyone. Moreover, the more destiny persons he bound, the higher his achievements would be. But a key question remained: where to find destiny persons? If he couldn't find one in a short time, the outcome of being sent down the mountain in a month was inevitable. I can only start from the Outer Sect, Li Xuanfeng thought. The triennial recruitment ceremony of Baijin Mountain was being held today, and he decided to go to the scene. 400 Swords Mountain today was a lively day. The triennial recruitment ceremony was being held. Countless people had flocked from all directions hoping to pass the assessment and become a member of 100 Swords Mountain. Most were destined to be mere supporting roles. Of the tens of thousands who participated in the assessment, only a few hundred would ultimately pass. Staying at 100 Swords Mountain sometimes required a measure of luck. The assessment even included a section specifically testing luck. For a major sect, even if one's talent was mediocre, exceptionally good fortune could earn them acceptance as a disciple. After all, a sect was composed of many members. Having more lucky individuals could elevate the sect's overall fortune. 3 years ago, Li Xuanfeng had managed to enter the Outer Sect through sheer luck. 3 years later, Li Xuanfeng once again arrived at the assessment venue. But the assessment had already ended. The losers walked down the mountain in a dense ant-like procession, their faces etched with disappointment. Those who had passed remained in the Outer Sect square listening to an elder introduce the sect and explain relevant matters. Li Xuanfeng found a spot with a clear view of the entire scene. With the aid of the system, his eyes swept over the figures. In his vision, everyone was enveloped in a faint glow. There were gray, white, blue, and various other colors. These different colored lights were the physical manifestation of a cultivator's luck, talent, and potential, or rather the manifestation of their destiny. Ordinary eyes could not see it, only with the system could one glimpse it. Black signified the omen of death. Gray meant that everything would go wrong with misfortune upon misfortune. White represented most people, ordinary and unremarkable. Blue indicated that one was in luck 1 in 100 and would achieve modest success. Yellow meant excellent luck, most endeavors would go smoothly and the person would eventually become renowned in their region. Orange signified extraordinary fortune, destined to become a local stronghold ruler and the color of some sect leaders of major powers. As for red, it meant one was destined to rise above billions, becoming a titan, like the emperor of a top dynasty. And gold represented the mandate of heaven. They were destined to be the most outstanding and brilliant individuals of an era. With great fortune upon them, they would turn all dangers into blessings, and any external obstacle would become a stepping stone to greater heights. Until they soared straight up and reached the pinnacle. Li Xuanfeng's gaze swept over each person one by one. White, 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 gray, white, black, pale blue. Colors flashed through his eyes. Among those who had passed and remained in the square, white was most common, with occasional pale blue. Among those who had failed and were walking down the mountain, gray was predominant. A very few were surrounded by black light. These individuals would face life-threatening danger soon. Indeed, for most people, being ordinary is the norm. Li Xuanfeng couldn't help but remark inwardly. He had only discovered a few individuals with a blue glow, one of whom was even an elder. Found a yellow one. Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred. Yellow meant the person would achieve some success in the future, but still not the one Li Xuanfeng was looking for. 2 yellows now. Not a single orange, let alone a golden mandate. Li Xuanfeng was somewhat disappointed. His gaze had already swept over the vast majority. But soon his gaze suddenly stopped, joy spreading across his face. A dazzling golden light caught his eye. It was a girl dressed in black, holding a broken sword with breathtaking beauty and an aloof, cold temperament. Golden mandate. Li Xuanfeng rejoiced inwardly. The girl radiated a golden glow, dazzlingly bright compared to the white lights around her. System bind. Li Xuanfeng called out in his mind. Ding. Binding successful. The system prompt sounded in his head, and a status panel that only Li Xuanfeng could see materialized. Name: Wei Qingyan, Destiny, Sword, Tao, Supreme, Cultivation, Body, Tempering Realm, 5th Layer, Physique, Supreme, Sword, Body, Unawakened, Wei Qingyan. Li Xuanfeng looked at the aloof girl among the crowd and memorized the name. Given Wei Qingyan's destiny, she was fated to become a Sword Tao Supreme. And the Supreme Sword Body she possessed was an extremely powerful physique, enabling her to make twice the progress in sword cultivation with half the effort, far surpassing other swordsmen. I just need to wait quietly for the return now, Li Xuanfeng said to himself. After binding the target, Li Xianfeng could do nothing and simply wait for the other to diligently improve their cultivation, because all that cultivation would eventually be returned to him by a factor of 10 to 100. The same applied to gains related to cultivation. For example, if Wei Qingyan obtained a first-grade pill with tenfold return, Li Xianfeng would receive 10 such pills, or he would get a pill 10 times more precious. In other words, there were two return methods, quantity and quality. Whether it was quantity or quality was completely random with no pattern. However, the system's return multiplier did have a pattern. The specific multiplier was closely related to Li Xianfeng himself. The higher his degree of participation in Wei Qingyan's cultivation process, the higher the return multiplier. For instance, if Wei Qingyan obtained resources herself and cultivated through her own efforts, Li Xuanfeng's participation would be 0. The system's return multiplier would then be the lowest tenfold. However, if Li Xianfeng gave Wei Qingyan cultivation resources and she used them to improve her cultivation, Li Xuanfeng's participation could reach 30 or 40%. Then the system return would be 30 or 40 times. If Li Xianfeng directly imparted his energy to her to elevate her cultivation, then participation would reach 100%. Li Xianfeng would then receive a 100-fold return. This kind of thing can't be rushed, it should be done gradually. Under the current circumstances, it wasn't suitable to approach Wei Qingyan and give her resources. Besides, Li Xianfeng had no cultivation resources left, he had exhausted them all. Afterwards, Li Xianfeng continued searching for a person of destiny. Obviously, he did not find a second one. He was fortunate enough to have bound Wei Qingyan. Not long after, the new disciples were led by senior disciples to their respective quarters. 100 Swords Mountain was extremely vast. Every outer disciple had their own dwelling. Li Xianfeng secretly noted where Wei Qingyan lived, but was not far from him. Finally settled at 100 Swords Mountain, I can cultivate in peace for a while. Inside the cultivation room, Wei Qingyan, in black robes with a beautiful face and aloof temperament, held a broken sword, as if speaking to herself or to an unseen person. The prize for first place in the entrance exam is quite decent. These body-tempering spirit liquids should be enough for you to cultivate for a while. A female voice sounded in Wei Qingyan's mind. In this year's entrance exam, Wei Qingyan had achieved first place, a stark contrast to Li Xuanfeng, who had been last. I should be able to break through to the 6th layer of body tempering tonight. Wei Qingyan looked at the broken sword in her hand. That female voice belonged to the so-called sword spirit within the blade. Your meridians have fully recovered. Your cultivation speed is now incomparable to before. Although the supreme sword body has not yet awakened, absorbing this body-tempering spirit liquid should be enough for you to break through to the 7th or even 8th layer. The sword spirit's voice sounded again in her mind. Supreme sword body. Wei Qingyan took a deep breath, clenched her fist, and a glint of hatred flashed in her eyes. Let's begin cultivation. Exhaling, she cast aside distracting thoughts and began to sit in meditation. Nighttime. Li Xianfeng was about to rest when the system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding. Wei Qingyan's cultivation has improved her realm, breaking through to the 6th layer of body tempering. Tenfold return. You have successfully broken through the barrier and entered the spirit aperture realm. As the system notification faded, Li Xianfeng felt pure power descending upon him out of thin air, his strength rapidly surging. The first major realm of cultivation was the body tempering stage. Body tempering involved refining the physique using spiritual liquids extracted from heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. During this process, the flesh would be fortified. Moreover, the meridians stimulated would generate true qi. Strands of true qi would gradually converge toward the dantian. When the dantian was fully saturated with true qi, it signified reaching the 9th layer of the body tempering stage, allowing one to attempt the next realm, the spirit aperture stage. Every human possessed 9 spirit apertures. These were channels connecting to heaven and earth, 9 in total, located at the hands, feet, triple burner, crown, and perineum. Li Xianfeng had remained at the 9th layer of the body tempering stage for a long time. He had repeatedly tried to breach the membrane of the spirit apertures, but without success. Until now, the tenfold return of cultivation caused the true qi in Li Xuanfeng's dantian to reach its limit. Surging and roaring through his meridians, it charged toward the membrane of the first spirit aperture. Boom. With a single strike, the membrane was shattered. The innate true qi contained within the spirit aperture began to nourish him, elevating the quality of the true qi in his dantian to a higher level. Finally broken through. In the darkness, Li Xianfeng clenched his fist, feeling his strength multiplied several-fold. Having broken into the spirit aperture stage, he no longer worried about being sent down the mountain. Over the following days, Wei Qingyan stayed in seclusion, diligently cultivating. Li Xianfeng only saw her twice during meals. Wei Qingyan's cultivation improved, breaking through to the 7th layer of the body tempering stage. With a tenfold return, you broke through to the 2nd layer of the spirit aperture stage. Wei Qingyan's cultivation improved, breaking through to the 8th layer of the body tempering stage. With a tenfold return you broke through to the third layer of the spirit aperture stage. 10 days had passed, and Wei Qingyan had broken through 3 realms in succession. The tenfold return allowed Li Xuanfeng to also break through 3 realms in succession. Talent truly is a despair-inducing thing. Li Xuanfeng couldn't help but sigh. It had taken him 3 years to go from a mortal to the 9th layer of the body-tempering stage, a chasm compared to Wei Qingyan. And this was even before she awakened the Supreme Sword Body. If she awakened the Supreme Sword Body, her cultivation speed would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Li Xuanfeng had already bound himself to her. The faster Wei Qingyan improved, the faster Li Xuanfeng would improve at a baseline 10 times her rate. My realm has increased, but I lack attack techniques. I wonder how long she will cultivate in seclusion. I should go to the scripture pavilion first to find a powerful martial skill to practice and enhance my offensive means. With this thought, Li Xuanfeng headed toward the scripture pavilion. Meanwhile, in her cultivation chamber, Wei Qingyan, who had been meditating cross-legged, ended her session. The body-tempering spiritual liquid has been consumed, so I can't advance my realm for now. They'll have to wait until next month for the sect stipend. As the top scorer in the entrance assessment, the elders had rewarded her with a considerable amount of body-tempering spiritual liquid, but it was still insufficient for her to reach the 9th layer of the body-tempering stage, let alone the spirit aperture stage. Since you've joined 100 Swords Mountain, acquiring resources won't be difficult, the voice of the female sword spirit echoed in Wei Qingyan's mind. I've only focused on advancing my realm these past 10 days. It's time to go to the scripture pavilion and select a martial skill. Once I've improved my attack techniques, I can go to the hunting grounds to slay demon beasts. That will both increase my combat experience and allow me to exchange their carcasses for body-tempering spiritual liquid. The sword spirit's voice continued. All right. Wei Qingyan rose and walked outside. Before long, her figure appeared before the scripture pavilion. Oh, this small scripture pavilion actually has a restriction left by a powerful figure. Once I enter, I won't be able to telepathize with you anymore. Ask a senior brother or sister inside and directly choose the most difficult and most powerful martial skill. The sword spirit's voice rang out. What restriction is so formidable that even you, sister sword spirit, risk exposure by telepathizing? Wei Qingyan was somewhat astonished. At least a king realm expert left it, possibly the sect master or an elder of 100 Swords Mountain. Just do as I say. The sword spirit's voice faded into silence. Wei Qingyan nodded and stepped into the scripture pavilion. Inside the scripture pavilion, Li Xuanfeng was selecting a martial skill. Martial skills were graded mortal tier, earth tier, and heaven tier. Each tier was further divided into low, medium, high, and supreme grades. The martial skills in the Outer Sect scripture pavilion were mainly low and medium mortal tier. Li Xuanfeng had ordinary talent and had only practiced one low mortal tier skill before. Even among low mortal tier skills, it was considered inferior. Simply put, it was the most basic and common kind. Over 3 years, he had managed to polish it to a fairly proficient level. Now that he had broken through to the spirit aperture stage, he couldn't continue using such a low-grade martial skill. He planned to pick a medium mortal tier skill to practice. Of course, it would also be the most inferior among medium mortal tier skills. Skills of higher difficulty were beyond his ability to learn. Senior brother. Just as Li Xuanfeng was pondering which skill to choose, a pleasant voice sounded. Following the sound, he saw a young girl in an Outer Sect disciple's uniform, tall and with exquisite features. It was Wei Qingyan, the destined one he had bound himself to. Junior sister Wei Qingyan. May I ask your name, senior brother? Wei Qingyan clasped her fists toward Li Xuanfeng, offering a friendly smile. My name is Li Xuanfeng. Li Xuanfeng returned the smile. Greetings, senior brotherly. Wei Qingyan clasped her fists again before continuing. I'd like to ask, senior brother, do you know which martial skill in this scripture pavilion is the most powerful? Wei Qingyan had initially wanted to search on her own, but the scripture pavilion was vast, filled with rows of shelves holding countless martial skill scrolls. Browsing through each one would take considerable time, so she decided to follow the sword spirit's advice and ask a senior brother or sister. Coincidentally, Li Xuanfeng was nearby and handsome, so Wei Qingyan approached him. Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred, sensing an opportunity. Of course I know. They'll take you there directly, Li Xuanfeng said, and headed to another section. Though his talent was ordinary, preventing him from mastering many skills. He had been a disciple of 100 Swords Mountain for 3 years and had at least browsed through all the skills in the scripture pavilion. Moreover, from the disciples' conversations, he knew which skills were widely recognized as powerful. Although there are many martial skills in the Outer Sect scripture pavilion, the highest grade does not exceed medium mortal tier. 2 of them are the most formidable. One is the defensive skill 3-foot sword encirclement, and the other is the offensive skill dripping water pierces the sky sword. Li Xuanfeng led Wei Qingyan to a corner of the pavilion and took down 2 scrolls from a shelf. I've heard that both of these skills were created by the current sect master of 100 Swords Mountain. Once mastered, their power rivals that of high mortal tier skills. Li Xuanfeng explained. He had browsed through both skills himself, but he knew his talent made them too difficult to learn. Even if he managed to master them, he would likely remain at the beginner level for a long time. Wei Qingyan took the 2 scrolls from Li Xuanfeng. After a brief glance, her eyes clearly lit up. Both of these skills suit me well. I've heard that since their creation, very few disciples have mastered them, and even those who did barely progressed beyond the beginner stage. Are you sure, junior sister? Li Xuanfeng looked at Wei Qingyan. Under normal circumstances, the most suitable skills for the body tempering stage were low mortal tier ones. Forcibly learning a medium mortal tier skill was not only extremely difficult, but also highly draining. One might only be able to execute it once or twice before their internal energy was completely depleted. No matter, I know my limits. Wei Qingyan smiled confidently. Li Xuanfeng nodded and said no more. He had experienced Wei Qingyan's talent and knew that learning skills above her level wasn't too challenging for her. Thank you for your guidance, senior brotherly. I'll take my leave now. Wei Qingyan clasped her fists to Li Xuanfeng. He nodded in return. Wei Qingyan then took the 2 scrolls to register them. Given her top score in the entrance assessment, taking 2 scrolls at once was permissible. As Wei Qingyan's figure disappeared, a faint smile curled at the corner of Li Xuanfeng's mouth. No need to agonize over which skill to choose. We'll just go home and wait. Li Xuanfeng was in a good mood. This was his first real interaction with Wei Qingyan. The experience she gained from cultivating these 2 skills would all be returned to him. Shortly after returning to his dwelling, the system notification chimed as expected. Ding. Wei Qingyan studied 3-foot sword encirclement, achieving a basic understanding. With a 30-fold return, you have fully comprehended this skill. Ding. Wei Qingyan studied dripping water pierces the sky, sword, achieving a basic understanding. With a 30-fold return, you have fully comprehended this skill. As the system's voice faded, a wealth of information regarding the 3-foot sword domain and the dripping water pierces the sky sword flooded Li Xuanfeng's mind. This information encompassed the cultivation methods of both martial arts, their respective advantages and disadvantages, and the optimal techniques to maximize power while minimizing energy expenditure. It felt as though Li Xuanfeng had studied these 2 martial arts countless times, memorizing them to the point of reciting them backward, while also developing his own unique insights. This experience rebate is incredibly worthwhile. Li Xuanfeng's eyes glimmered with surprise. A 30-fold rebate indicates my participation in this matter reached 30%. Li Xuanfeng pondered inwardly. This level of participation exceeded his expectations, considering he had merely explained the techniques and handed them over to Wei Qingyan. He had incurred no cost whatsoever. It seemed the system's assessment of participation was somewhat inflated. Shortly after, the system's prompt chimed once more. Ding. Wei Qingyan practiced the 3-foot sword domain, once gaining experience and insights. With a 30-fold rebate, you have received substantial experience and insights. The 3-foot sword domain has been successfully initiated. The familiar sensation returned. Visions flashed through Li Xuanfeng's mind, as if he had personally practiced the 3-foot sword domain dozens of times. With each practice, he gained experience and insights. His proficiency with the 3-foot sword domain grew rapidly until he achieved initiation. Cultivating a martial art based on proficiency is divided into initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Higher proficiency yields greater power and more refined control over energy consumption. Not long after, the system's pleasing chime echoed again. Ding. Wei Qingyan practiced the dripping water pierces the sky sword, once gaining experience and insights. With a 30-fold rebate, you have received substantial experience and insights. The dripping water pierces the sky sword has been successfully initiated. A surge of experience and insights washed over him. Li Xuanfeng mastered the dripping water pierces the sky sword. He picked up his longsword, approached a large boulder, and gathered the power within him. The next moment, he thrust straight at the boulder. With a crisp sound, a transparent hole was bored through the nearly tumor-thick stone. Such formidable power! Li Xuanfeng exclaimed in admiration. This was merely initiation. As proficiency reached minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection, the power would increase further. Over the next 5 days, Wei Qingyan devoted herself to secluded cultivation. This time, however, she focused solely on martial arts rather than advancing her cultivation base. Li Xuanfeng in turn reaped the benefits as the proficiency of both martial arts sword. Ding. Wei Qingyan cultivated the 3-foot sword domain, gaining substantial experience and insights, reaching major accomplishment. With a 30-fold rebate, your 3-foot sword domain has attained perfection. Ding. Wei Qingyan cultivated the dripping water pierces the sky sword, gaining substantial experience and insights, reaching major accomplishment. With a 30-fold rebate, your dripping water pierces the sky sword has attained perfection. In 5 days, Li Xuanfeng had effortlessly cultivated both notoriously difficult human-grade, mid-rank martial arts to perfection. Though his cultivation base remained stagnant, his combat prowess had advanced by leaps and bounds. Having high talent is truly advantageous. Li Xianfeng sighed. Compared to him, Wei Qingjian's talent was worlds apart. Yet no matter how formidable her talent, it paled in comparison to his cheats. With both martial arts at perfection, it's time to test my true strength in the hunting grounds. Li Xianfeng picked up his longsword and headed for the hunting grounds. As one of the top sects of the Great Yin dynasty, the Outer Sect of Hundred Sword Mountain was vast. To facilitate disciples' training and hone their combat skills, the sect designated a continuous mountain range for raising demonic beasts. This area was known as the hunting grounds. Outer disciples could enter to hunt demonic beasts, sharpening their combat abilities while exchanging the carcasses for cultivation resources. The hunting grounds were roughly divided into an outer zone and an inner zone. The outer zone was home to first-rank demonic beasts equivalent to cultivators in the body-tempering realm, while the inner zone housed second-rank demonic beasts equivalent to the spirit aperture realm. Previously, Li Xianfeng only dared to hunt in the relatively safe areas of the outer zone. Today, he headed straight for the inner zone. Meanwhile, at Wei Qingjian's residence. Now that both martial arts have reached major accomplishment, I can go to the hunting grounds for real combat, then exchange resources to break through to the spirit aperture realm. When Wei Qingjian's martial arts reached major accomplishment, the ethereal voice of the sword spirit echoed in her mind. With my current strength, slaying a second-rank demonic beast across ranks shouldn't be a problem, right? Wei Qingyan spoke. Defeating a second-rank low-level demonic beast is certainly no issue, the sword spirit replied. Then he'll head straight to the inner zone. Wei Qingyan clutched the broken sword in one hand and the long sword issued by the sect in the other. The broken sword served as the sword spirit's vessel, and she would not use it in battle except in special circumstances. The long sword issued by the sect was a first-rank spiritual weapon sufficient for her current needs. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Wei Qingyan arrived at the hunting grounds. Ignoring the disciple on guard duty's repeated warnings not to rashly enter the inner zone, Wei Qingyan stepped into the dense forest. With a thunderous crash, a massive figure flew backward, snapping several large trees before collapsing to the ground, struggling briefly, and then lying still. This creature is incredibly tough. Li Xuanfeng, holding his blood-stained longsword, approached the colossal corpse. It was a large bear covered in black fur known as a black wind bear. A second-rank mid-level demonic beast equivalent to a human cultivator at the fourth layer of the spirit aperture realm. Initially, without using martial arts, Li Xianfeng struggled greatly and nearly sustained injuries. Ultimately, he employed the dripping water pierces the sky sword to pierce its chest, followed by a finishing kick, successfully slaying it. My combat experience is lacking. Against opponents of higher rank, I can only rely on the overwhelming power of the dripping water pierces the sky sword to secure victory. I still fall short when it comes to relying on rich battle experience for tactical maneuvering. Wiping the blood from his blade on the black wind bear's hide, Li Xianfeng analyzed inwardly. Relying on powerful martial arts indeed allows one to fight across ranks. However, against enemies with extensive combat experience, this approach may not yield optimal results. In battle, timing one's attacks, predicting the enemy's moves, and responding correctly to techniques are all crucial. Details and experience often determine victory or defeat. Of course, sheer overwhelming force is an exception. Ding. Wei Qingyan experienced a battle, gaining combat experience and insights. With a tenfold rebate, you have gained 10 battles worth of experience and insights. The system's prompt rang abruptly in his mind. Scenes of combat flashed before him, as if Li Xianfeng had personally experienced 10 battles. Each battle brought him experience and insights. He gained many new understandings and realizations about combat. Wei Qingyan experienced a battle. Has she also entered the hunting grounds? Li Xianfeng was slightly surprised. Ding. Wei Qingyan has engaged in a battle, gaining combat experience and insight, tenfold returned. You have acquired 10 times the battle experience and epiphanies. Ding. Wei Qingyan has engaged in a battle, gaining combat experience and insight, tenfold returned. You have acquired 10 times the battle experience and epiphanies. Soon after, system notifications resonated repeatedly within his mind. Li Xianfeng once again reaped rewards without lifting a finger. Though he himself had not entered, any new battle insights and experience from combat continued surging unbidden into his consciousness. With my current level of combat experience, I could effortlessly slay this black wind bear, even without invoking the dripping water-piercing void sword. Li Xianfeng spoke with unwavering confidence, not blind arrogance, but certainty rooted in tangible capability. Recalling the recent clash with the black wind bear, he could clearly identify the precise flaws in his own technique. Employing both the 3-foot sword encirclement and the dripping water-piercing void sword, I now possess the strength to slay even high-tier second-rank demonic beasts. Li Xianfeng mused inwardly. Whoosh, whoosh. A lithe figure darted swiftly through the forest. Wei Qingyan. Behind her, 2 equally swift forms pursued relentlessly. They were 2 gray gale wolves, each 4 meters long. I ventured too deep, unintentionally. Facing the pair's unrelenting chase, Wei Qingyin's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her bone structure was exceptional, her comprehension profound. After every battle, she swiftly analyzed gains and losses, refining her expertise, her practical prowess growing rapidly. Thus immersed in combat, she fought over a dozen battles consecutively, gradually penetrating deeper toward the core of the hunting grounds, until she encountered these two gray gale wolves. These were high-tier second-rank demonic beasts, equivalent in power to a 7th cultivation stage Lingxiao realm cultivator. Wei Qingyan was undeniably a prodigy, but her current cultivation stood only at 8th cultivation stage Qi realm. Even with both the 3-foot sword encirclement and the dripping water-piercing void sword mastered to perfection, she could not hope to contend with such formidable beasts. A Qi realm cultivator's foundation remained inherently shallower than that of the Lingxiao realm, incapable of fully unleashing the true power of either martial art nor sustaining repeated use. The moment she confronted the gray gale wolves, she nearly sustained injury, only narrowly evading by leveraging her extraordinary combat intuition to seize an opening and retreat. Yet the wolves pressed on, refusing to relent. Renowned for their speed, the gray gale wolves closed the gap swiftly, while Wei Qingyan's stamina waned. Within moments, she would be overtaken. Whoosh! A massive silhouette surged past her like wind, cutting off her path. A colossal wolf claw descended. Wei Qingyan swung her long sword, a blur of motion, enveloping the space within 3 feet of her body in shimmering sword light, the mid-tier, human martial art, 3-foot, sword encirclement. Boom! The claw struck the sword light barrier, and Wei Qingyan was hurled backward. Her face paled. Multiple battles followed by desperate flight had drained her reserves nearly dry. Though the 3-foot sword encirclement deflected the blow, another gray gale wolf loomed behind her. Ah, very well. The sword spirit's voice echoed softly within Wei Qingyan's mind. This moment demanded her intervention. Should she withhold aid, Wei Qingyan would surely suffer grave injury. In truth, the sword spirit had sensed the wolves' approach earlier, but chose silence. It was a test, for reckless immersion in battle could easily entrap one in peril. Only by learning from this misstep could Wei Qingyan truly mature. I'm sorry, Elder Sword Spirit. Shame flushed across Wei Qingyan's ashen cheeks. The sword spirit's condition remained unstable. Each intervention sapped her strength further, and Wei Qingyan as yet possessed no means to restore her. Wei Qingyan regretted her impetuous advance into the innermost core. It matters not. A fall teaches wisdom. The sword spirit transmitted calmly and prepared to act. Someone approaches. Hesitating slightly, the sword spirit withheld her intervention. Whoosh! A blade tore through the air like an arrow, striking with pinpoint precision into the skull of the gray gale wolf lunging at Wei Qingyan's back. Thud! The sword pierced the wolf's cranium, its momentum carrying it halfway into the earth. Whoosh! Even before the corpse struck the ground, a figure burst from the underbrush, racing forward at blinding speed. Give me your sword. Li Xuanfeng called out to Wei Qingyan. She reacted instantly, hurling her blade toward him with full force. Li Xuanfeng leapt midair, caught the hilt flawlessly, and spun mid-flight to unleash a cleaving arc of swordlight. The gray gale wolf rushing toward him fell severed cleanly at the neck. Thump! Thump! The wolf's corpse and Li Xuanfeng landed simultaneously. Senior brotherly. A faint smile softened Wei Qingyan's pallid features. What brings you so deep into the hunting grounds? Didn't the mountain guard disciples warn you? Li Xuanfeng approached, returning her sword, then strode aside to retrieve his own blade from the earth. I wished to hunt demonic beasts for cultivation resources, but lost myself entirely in battle. So I strayed too far in unintentionally. Wei Qingyan sighed. She saw no need to conceal the truth. It held no shame nor consequence. Thank you, senior brother, for rescuing me. I fear I'd have met a grim fate otherwise. Wei Qingyan gazed earnestly at Li Xuanfeng. Though she faced no true mortal danger, his timely arrival spared the sword spirit an exhausting intervention. In any case, his aid was a genuine debt. Think nothing of it. Just avoid such recklessness next time, Li Xuanfeng waved dismissively. Wei Qingyan was after all his inexhaustible source of battle experience. There was no scenario in which he would stand idly by. Let's go. Wiping blood from his blade upon the wolf's corpse, he sheathed it and spoke. Huh, you're leaving these corpses behind? Wei Qingyan asked, startled. They're yours. Li Xuanfeng didn't glance back. But, you slew them and you saved my life. I couldn't possibly accept them. Wei Qingyan refused outright. Then leave them here for other beasts to devour. Li Xuanfeng kept walking, his figure receding into the distance. This. Wei Qingyan stared speechless at his retreating back. Take them. Their worth exceeds the sum of every beast you've slain thus far. And you couldn't carry more than these anyway. You've already owed him a favor. What's one more? Once your supreme sword body awakens, your strength will soon eclipse his. Then you may repay him in full. The sword spirit's voice resonated in Wei Qingyan's mind. Nodding slowly, she seized one gray gale wolf's forepaw in each hand and began dragging both carcasses toward the mountain's outer slopes. Together the two wolves weighed over 1,000 jin, but Akiti realm cultivator's physique was formidable. Even with her reserves nearly spent, hauling the bodies posed no insurmountable challenge. Your senior brother is rather intriguing, isn't he? Pity his bone structure is so poor. As Wei Qingyan dragged the corpses along the path, the sword spirit murmured inwardly. Poor bone structure. Wei Qingyan repeated softly. The words stirred distant memories of being told long ago that her constitution was too weak for cultivation. Only after encountering the sword spirit within the broken sword did she understand her supreme sword body had undergone self-concealment, causing subtle malfunctions in her meridians, blocking her cultivation path. Self-concealment meant voluntary obscurity. Certain rare physiques under extraordinary circumstances could lapse into dormancy, veiling their innate traits, rendering them imperceptible to ordinary scrutiny. Without specialized methods or an exceptionally discerning eye, such concealment remained undetectable. Guided by the sword spirit, Wei Qingyan healed her latent meridian ailments and finally stepped onto the true path of cultivation. His cultivation stands only at 3rd cultivation stage Lingxiao realm, yet that throne blade just now, it was the perfected expression of the dripping water-piercing void sword. Moreover, his timing was impeccable, dispatching both wolves with minimal expenditure of energy. This speaks of profound, hard-won combat experience. The sword spirit's words drew Wei Qingyan back to the present. Indeed, he fights like one forged in countless battles. Recalling the seamless grace of his movements, she nodded in quiet affirmation. She was right. Xuanfeng was battle-hardened, yet every one of those 100 battles stemmed from her. Having fought over a dozen engagements, she had gifted him more than 100-fold in returned experience and insight. He belongs to that rare breed, poor constitution, yet extraordinary comprehension. The sword spirit continued. Such cultivators are tragically underserved by fate. When your strength ascends, should opportunity arise, you might consider guiding him forward. So-called talent actually comprises 2 parts. One is innate bone structure, and the other is comprehension. Innate bone structure refers to the strength and quality of one's physique. Cultivators with special physiques possess bone structures far surpassing ordinary individuals, making their cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. They absorb energy with remarkable efficiency. Their cultivation speed is swift with fewer bottlenecks, allowing them to leave peers far behind. Comprehension, on the other hand, refers to one's ability to grasp and understand. Those with high comprehension can master a technique after a single reading and memorize a martial skill after one practice. Many concepts that others find obscure and difficult are effortlessly unraveled in their eyes. The higher a cultivator's realm, the more they need to comprehend the heavens and earth, grasping various forces of nature. Thus, the importance of comprehension becomes increasingly evident in later stages. It can be said that comprehension determines the upper limit of a cultivator's achievements, while bone structure determines the lower limit. The 100 Swords Mountain recruits disciples once every 3 years. There shouldn't be any old disciples beyond 9 years in the Outer Sect now. If one can't break through to the Qi Vortex realm and enter the Inner Sect within 9 years, they would have been sent down the mountain long ago. This senior brotherly of yours should be a disciple from the last recruitment. 3 years, and only at the 3rd layer of the Spirit Aperture realm. I must say such bone structure is truly inferior. Yet he managed to master the dripping water pierces the sky sword to perfection and possesses extraordinary combat comprehension. If his cultivation can't advance, this comprehension will be wasted in vain. The tone of the sword spirit seemed to feel a hint of regret for Xuanfeng. Senior brother Li is a very good person. Once I grow stronger, it'll definitely help him if I get the chance. Wei Qingyan nodded. After 2 encounters, she had developed a favorable impression of Xuanfeng. Dragging 2 wind wolf carcasses down the mountain, Wei Qingyan drew many surprised glances. Many disciples assumed Wei Qingyan had slain them and came forward to congratulate her. Only after learning that a senior brother had done the deed did they breathe a sigh of relief. Killing a 2nd-tier high-grade demon beast at the body-tempering realm was too exaggerated for them. Ding! Wei Qingyan obtained 5 bottles of body-tempering spiritual liquid. 80-fold return granted. You receive 3 barrier-breaking pills. Shortly after Xuanfeng returned to his dwelling, the anticipated system notification sounded. The reason he gave the 2 wind wolves he had slain to Wei Qingyan was not out of charity or giving away spoils for no reason. Rather, giving them to Wei Qingyan maximized his gains. The system's prompt now proved his approach correct. Wei Qingyan had clearly taken the 2 carcasses to the affairs hall to exchange for cultivation resources. In the system's judgment, Li Xuanfeng's participation in this matter reached 80%, hence the 80-fold return. It seems this is a quality return. Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred as 3 pristine white pills materialized in his palm. Items returned by the system were stored in the system space retrievable at will by his thoughts. Returns were divided into quantity returns and quality returns. If it had been a quantity return, Li Xuanfeng would have received 400 bottles of body-tempering spiritual liquid. But now he received 3 barrier-breaking pills, indicating they were 80 times more precious than 5 bottles of body-tempering spiritual liquid. With the barrier-breaking pills, I can break through realms on my own. Li Xuanfeng murmured to himself. The barrier-breaking pill was a second-tier pill capable of helping cultivators below the 7th layer of the spirit aperture realm shatter the aperture barriers and directly break through a minor realm. This pill was most effective only on the first use. Subsequent uses would see rapidly diminishing effects. Let's begin. Without further ado, Li Xuanfeng swallowed a barrier-breaking pill and began meditating to cultivate, striving for a higher realm. By evening, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the seated Li Xuanfeng with closed eyes, his robes billowing without wind. I've broken through. Li Xuanfeng opened his eyes. Having consumed the power of 1 barrier-breaking pill, he successfully advanced to the 4th layer of the spirit aperture realm. On the path of cultivation, resources, methods, wealth, companions, and location are truly crucial. Li Xuanfeng mused. With sufficient resources, even someone with poor bone structure could be forged into an expert through lavish spending. Unfortunately, Li Xuanfeng had no background, and no one would waste resources on him without reason. Thus, he had long been unable to break through the spirit aperture realm's barrier. I wonder if the remaining 2 pills can help me break through another realm. Li Xuanfeng opened his palm, revealing the 2 pills. He couldn't give these 2 pills to Wei Qingyan and wait for the system's return, as items already returned could not trigger another return when gifted to a bound target, cutting off Li Xuanfeng's fantasy of infinite loops. Since that was the case, he might as well use them himself. Regardless, he'll give it a try. Li Xuanfeng promptly swallowed the 2 barrier-breaking pills. Time passed. Before long, the bright moon hung high and the night sky was silent. I failed. The effect indeed diminishes significantly. The 2 barrier-breaking pills couldn't propel Li Xuanfeng to the 5th layer of the spirit aperture realm. However, they wore down the aperture barrier considerably, bringing him not far from a successful breakthrough to the 5th layer. Ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation has improved, breaking through to the 9th layer of the body-tempering realm. 50-fold return granted. You break through to the 7th layer of the spirit aperture realm. The system notification chimed at that moment. Pure power descended from nowhere, and Li Xuanfeng's cultivation began to surge rapidly. The 5th barrier that had eluded him was effortlessly shattered. Then came the 6th, followed by the 7th. The innate true qi within the apertures nourished his body, and the quality of Li Xuanfeng's true qi leaped 3 times his strength, skyrocketing by a huge margin. So powerful. Li Xuanfeng clenched his fist, feeling the surging might. The power returned by the system was pure and utterly free of impurities, as if cultivated by himself with no discomfort whatsoever. Thus he could wield it perfectly. Indeed, high multiple returns are the way to go. In the darkness, Li Xuanfeng's eyes seemed to gleam with light. Wei Qingyan had used the wind wolves he had slain to exchange for body-tempering spiritual liquid. Then she cultivated with that liquid and broke through to the 9th layer of the body-tempering realm. The system judged his participation at 50%, granting Li Xuanfeng a 50-fold return. Once our relationship deepens, I'll find an opportunity to perform a power infusion on her, and then I'll get a 100-fold return. Li Xuanfeng mused. A power infusion would certainly involve 100% participation, earning him a 100-fold return. Such an increase would be extremely dramatic. However, power infusion was not easy. If mishandled, it could harm both parties. Moreover, their relationship hadn't reached that point yet, so this matter had to be planned gradually. As long as she uses the body-tempering spiritual liquid she exchanged today, any cultivation improvement will be returned to me at 50 times the rate. She probably hasn't used up all 5 bottles of body-tempering spiritual liquid yet. After all, the better one's bone structure, the higher the absorption rate of resources. Li Xuanfeng thought to himself. Cultivators with superior bone structures waste fewer resources. With the same cultivation resources, a genius could break through several realms, while a dullard might struggle with just one. That's because energy loss is inevitable during resource absorption. The better the bone structure, the less the loss. The worse the bone structure, the greater the loss. Li Xuanfeng himself was a prime example. Over these 3 years, he had consumed no small amount of resources, but much was wasted during absorption. Thus his progress was slow, and the gap between him and those with better bone structures widened. In the following days, Wei Qingyan went into seclusion again to cultivate. She aimed to consume all the resources she had exchanged, then make a breakthrough to the spirit aperture realm. From the 9th layer of the body-tempering realm to the spirit aperture realm, there was a major realm barrier. Even with Wei Qingyan's excellent talent, a breakthrough couldn't happen overnight, especially since her supreme sword body had yet to awaken. Before long, 7 or 8 days had passed. Late one night, ding. Wei Qingjian's cultivation has improved, breaking through to the spirit aperture realm. 50-fold return granted. You break through to the 9th layer peak of the spirit aperture realm. The long-awaited system notification sounded. Pure energy descended, helping Li Xuanfeng shatter the 8th and 9th aperture barriers in one go. The quality of his internal true qi leaped twice, becoming innate true qi with 100% purity. Moreover, its abundance reached perfection. Li Xuanfeng had reached the 9th layer peak of the spirit aperture realm. To advance further, he needed to break through to the next realm, the Qi Vortex realm. So this is the feeling of all 9 apertures fully opened. In the dead of night, Li Xuanfeng was wide awake and brimming with energy. At that moment, he felt as though he had merged with the world. With a slight perception, he could sense the spiritual energy drifting in the air. Both the body tempering and spirit aperture realms were about cultivating oneself, training the power within one's own body. When all 9 apertures opened, a cultivator could connect with heaven and earth naturally, drawing on spiritual energy to temper and refine themselves, climbing step by step toward higher peaks. With my current cultivation combat awareness plus the 3-foot sword domain and dripping water pierces the sky, sword, I must be the strongest in the Outer Sect now, right? Li Xuanfeng pondered. 24 days had passed since the disciple recruitment ceremony. Back then he was agonizing over his inability to break through to the spirit aperture realm, facing the prospect of being sent down the mountain. Yet in just 24 days, he could rightfully claim to be the #1 in the Outer Sect. The cause of this dramatic change was his awakening of the system and binding with Wei Qingyan. I must bind more chosen ones. Li Xuanfeng thought to himself. If one Wei Qingyan brought him such gains, binding another, or even more, would elevate his strength to an astonishing level. These days he had been using the system to probe various disciples. Unfortunately, the chosen were hard to find. Apart from Wei Qingyan, he had yet to encounter a second one. I hope to find chosen ones among the many inner sect disciples. Breaking through to the Qi Vortex realm would allow promotion to an inner disciple. As long as Wei Qingyan broke through once more, the system's return would enable Li Xuanfeng to reach the Qi Vortex realm. The inner sect of 100 Swords Mountain was vast, housing the vast majority of disciples accumulated over a long time. The outer sect occupied only a small portion. The difference was akin to the population of a bustling metropolis versus that of the suburbs. Inner sect disciples were gradually supplemented from the outer sect. The next day, knock knock knock. Before morning practice had even begun, a knock sounded at Li Xuanfeng's door. The one who knocked was an outer disciple of the same cohort as Li Xuanfeng. In 4 days, a cultivation assessment will be held at the True Martial Hall. Be sure to attend on time. Failure to appear will be considered a forfeit, and you will be sent down the mountain. After delivering the message, the disciple departed. Li Xuanfeng remained entirely composed, for he no longer needed to worry about such matters. He was on the verge of being promoted to an inner disciple, so naturally, he had no fear of being sent down the mountain. Wei Qingyan has just broken through a realm. For her to advance again, it will take at least a few days. Before the cultivation assessment, I likely won't be able to break through to the Qi Vortex realm. In these 2 days, I should look into some tasks. Li Xuanfeng mused. Outer disciples must complete at least one task every month. Tasks range from major to minor. Major ones included going down the mountain to gather herbs, investigating certain incidents, hunting designated demonic beasts, or even slaying bandits and outlaws. Minor tasks included guarding the mountain, escorting demonic beasts, patrolling the sect grounds, transporting supplies, and so on. In simple terms, some were dangerous while others were not. Dangerous tasks generally offered good rewards. Non-hazardous tasks provided compensation sufficient for an outer disciple to cultivate for a period. In the past, Li Xuanfeng would specifically stake out the affairs hall. He would compete with other outer disciples for low-risk tasks, first come first served. His talent was mediocre, his strength average, so he had no choice but to do so. But times had changed. He no longer needed to go to the affairs hall early to vie for tasks with fellow disciples at the body tempering stage. The affairs hall was exceedingly vast. It resembled a true imperial palace. Most outer sect affairs could be handled here. Claiming tasks was one of them. The Elder Council organized and listed the tasks one by one. The task details and rewards were clearly written. Disciples could register and claim them using their identity tokens. Due to a disciple in Zone C of the Eastern Herb Garden being away on business, a disciple is needed to help tend the garden for 3 days. Requirement: possess knowledge of herbs and relevant experience in tending gardens, no cultivation level required. Reward: half a bottle of body tempering spirit liquid. Outer disciple Wu Jiao went down the mountain on a mission and has been overdue for 7 days without return. A disciple is now needed to investigate the situation. Requirement: 2 disciples with cultivation at the Spirit Aperture Realm 3rd layer or above who have mastered a mortal grade mid-tier movement technique. Those with investigative experience are preferred. Reward: 2 aperture shaking pills. Li Xuanfeng briefly scanned a few tasks. He found the rewards rather ordinary, none containing what he desired. He was in no hurry to claim one as tasks were updated almost daily. He planned to come back and check tomorrow. Senior brotherly. Just as he turned, Li Xianfeng heard a familiar voice. Who else could it be but Wei Qingyan? You've come to claim a task too, Li Xianfeng said with a smile. Just browsing, Wei Qingyan replied. Outer disciples must complete one task per month, a rigid rule of the sect. However, she was not inclined to just pick any task to fulfill it. She had little need for body-tempering spirit liquid anymore. Instead, she required better cultivation resources. So like Li Xuanfeng, she focused on the task rewards. After a quick glance, she too decided to return tomorrow. The two walked out of the hall chatting and laughing. Isn't that Wei Qingyan who ranked first in this entrance assessment? She's truly beautiful like a fairy. Who's that talking to her? They seem quite close. Looks familiar, but I can't place him. Wei Qingyan was strikingly beautiful with a cool, aloof demeanor. Though she had only joined the sect less than a month ago, word among the disciples had already crowned her the Outer Sect's foremost beauty. Yet she rarely appeared in public and seemed distant and hard to approach. So it was astonishing to see her chatting and laughing with Li Xianfeng. I know him. His name is Li Xianfeng. He entered Hundred Swords Mountain at the same time as me. They say he hasn't broken through to the spirit aperture realm yet and will be sent down the mountain in a few days. A disciple nearby remarked casually. Few knew Li Xuanfeng as he kept a very low profile. With poor talent, weak strength, no connections, and no background, he had no choice but to stay out of sight. So he's a waste. I recall there's a unified cultivation assessment in 3 or 4 days. I wonder if he'll still be smiling then. How we can go watch the spectacle. A disciple whose cultivation ranked near the bottom of his cohort, yet walked so closely with a fairy-like figure. It was hard not to evoke envy. The two parted ways shortly after leaving the task hall. Wei Qingyan headed toward the scripture depository. Sword Spirit Sister, what happened to you earlier? After Li Xuanfeng's figure disappeared, Wei Qingyan couldn't help but ask. When she saw Li Xianfeng in the task hall, she thought she heard the Sword Spirit's startled exclamation. Then it fell silent. She had been chatting with Li Xianfeng at the time and couldn't inquire, so she only spoke now in a low voice. This senior brother of yours has been hiding his abilities. He isn't at the spirit aperture realm 3rd layer. He's at the 9th layer peak. The Sword Spirit's voice resounded in her mind. What? Wei Qingyan was somewhat startled. She couldn't see through Li Xuanfeng's cultivation level. A cultivator's realm wasn't like a game level easily discernible at a glance. There were generally several ways to determine another's cultivation. The first was if the person actively released their full aura, allowing others to gauge their realm from its intensity. The second was possessing powerful divine sense, which could be used to probe cultivation. The third was cultivating some formidable eye technique capable of piercing through illusions and revealing one's realm. Of course, one could also use special spiritual artifacts to detect another's cultivation. Just now, Li Xianfeng had concealed his aura, making it impossible for Wei Qingyan to know his realm. Only the Sword Spirit, with her unique existence and divine sense, could perceive Li Xuanfeng's cultivation. So senior brother Li's bone aptitude isn't that bad after all. After her initial surprise, Wei Qingyan felt somewhat pleased as she had a favorable impression of Li Xianfeng. It's passable. Reaching the 9th layer peak of the spirit aperture realm in 3 years. While decent, it's hardly outstanding, especially compared to you, before your physique awakened. The Sword Spirit said coolly. What puzzles me is why I didn't notice his cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the spirit aperture realm before. He must have some method to conceal his cultivation. But to have fooled me, could it be that I'm too weakened now? To the Sword Spirit, even if Li Xuanfeng's cultivation had reached the 9th layer peak of the spirit aperture realm, it was hardly worth her astonishment. She was merely curious why she hadn't detected it earlier. Hence her earlier startled reaction, followed by silence. She ultimately concluded that her current unstable state and extreme weakness had caused her to be inattentive, thus failing to notice Li Xuanfeng's true strength. His comprehension is good and his bone aptitude isn't as hopeless as it seemed. However, surpassing him is only a matter of time for you. Don't dwell on that past favor. You should know that when you become strong enough, a casual gesture of assistance to him would be a great kindness sufficient to repay that debt. So hurry up and get stronger. Today, go to the scripture depository and learn a movement technique. In the coming days, see if you can find a suitable task and hopefully news of the 9-star sword grass soon. With that grass to awaken your supreme sword physique, you'll truly leap over the dragon's gate. Though the Sword Spirit was weak, she had already charted Wei Qingyan's cultivation path. Wei Qingyan only needed to follow her guidance to grow stronger at the fastest pace. Wei Qingyan nodded and headed toward the scripture depository. An incense sticks time later. Ding. Wei Qingyan studies the wandering dragon movement technique, gaining a basic understanding. Tenfold return, you have fully comprehended this technique. Every time the system's notification sounded, it brought Li Xianfeng gains, and with them a sense of delight. Wandering dragon body art. Although Li Xianfeng had never practiced this technique, he was not ignorant of it. It was a human-grade mid-tier movement martial art, and it was among the superior ones at that. Though its difficulty and value fell short of the 3-foot sword encirclement and the dripping water-piercing void sword, it was not far behind. Cultivating movement martial arts allows a cultivator to become more agile while also enhancing their speed. Mastering a powerful movement technique enables one to engage in Hitandran tactics amidst numerous foes. It also allows one to easily evade various attacks, greatly enhancing survival capabilities. When facing an enemy with far superior strength, if one can dodge their attacks with movement techniques, one can stand undefeated. Some cultivators with exceptional movement skills, when pitted against enemies of higher cultivation realms and greater strength, but inferior agility, can still handle them with ease. They might even make a graceful escape, becoming a tale told with relish afterward. Stories of some genius escaping from a powerful expert, and so on. Thus, the importance of movement techniques in battle is self-evident. Ding. Wei Qingyan practiced the Wandering Dragon body art, once gaining some experience and insights. Tenfold return granted. You have gained substantial experience and insights. Ding. Wei Qingyan practiced the Wandering Dragon body art, once gaining some experience and insights. Tenfold return granted. You have gained substantial experience and insights. The Wandering Dragon body art has been successfully initiated. As time passed, Wei Qingyan began to diligently practice the Wandering Dragon body art. Her comprehension was high. With each practice, she gained considerable experience, identified and filled gaps, and her proficiency advanced rapidly. Li Xuanfeng reaped the benefits without effort, his proficiency always 10 times ahead of Wei Qingyan's. By the time Wei Qingyan had practiced a dozen times and expended most of her energy, Li Xuanfeng's Wandering Dragon body art was nearing the great perfection stage. The next evening, Ding. Wei Qingyan practiced the Wandering Dragon body art, once gaining some experience and insights. Tenfold return granted. You have gained substantial experience and insights. The Wandering Dragon body art has reached perfection. When Wei Qingyan, through arduous training, finally reached the minor perfection stage of the Wandering Dragon body art, Li Xuanfeng had already attained perfection. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed in a flash. Ding. Wei Qingyan practiced the 3-foot sword encirclement and reached perfection. Tenfold return granted. You have gained profound enlightenment. Your understanding of the 3-foot sword encirclement rivals that of its creator. The system notification brought a new surprise to Li Xuanfeng. To surpass perfection and stand shoulder to shoulder with the technique's creator, Li Xuanfeng felt a surge of joy. The mastery of a martial art is typically divided into initiation, minor perfection, great perfection, and perfection. Yet beyond perfection lies a higher realm, that of rivaling the creator. It is well known that a martial art only unleashes its ultimate power in the hands of its creator. The mindset and feelings during its creation are known only to the creator, who is also the most suited person in the world to wield it. No matter how later practitioners train, they operate within the framework set by the creator and cannot compare to the originator. Yet thanks to the system, Li Xuanfeng achieved this feat. In other words, for the 3-foot sword encirclement, only he and its creator could unleash its full power under the same cultivation realm and conditions. What an unexpected delight! Li Xuanfeng couldn't help but smile. If such returns came more frequently, he could even derive entirely new insights from the original techniques. Then he could modify the martial arts, transforming them into ones better suited to himself. Of course, the experience and insights required for that would be immense. Even with the system's returns, it would not be easily achievable. Ding. Wei Qingyan practiced the dripping water-piercing void sword and reached perfection. Tenfold return granted. You have gained profound enlightenment. Your understanding of the dripping water-piercing void sword rivals that of its creator. By nightfall, Li Xuanfeng's other martial art had also reached the level of rivaling its creator. How many layers of the Qi vortex realm can my current strength overcome? Li Xuanfeng clenched his fists, feeling immensely powerful. With his mastery and understanding of the dripping water-piercing void sword, its destructive force had already surpassed many human-grade high-tier martial arts. Coupled with his rich combat experience and deep pure true Qi reserves, crossing a major realm barrier to battle a Qi vortex realm cultivator was no challenge. Speaking of time, I should go to the true martial hall for my cultivation assessment tomorrow. A month had passed. Li Xuanfeng, who had once worried about being sent down the mountain, now possessed the strength to fight a Qi vortex realm cultivator. The next day, Li Xuanfeng arrived at the true martial hall on time. The true martial hall was the place where outer disciples practiced martial arts. It was also where cultivation realms were assessed. Many disciples had already gathered at the true martial hall. Many knew that the sect would specifically assess the cultivation of the previous batch of disciples today. 3 years ago, many had passed the assessment alongside Li Xuanfeng to join Hundred Swords Mountain. Some geniuses had already broken through to the Qi vortex realm and entered the Inner Sect. Most disciples, though not yet qualified for the inner sect, had broken through to the spirit aperture realm. Only a few remained stuck in the body tempering realm. Today was the day to decide the fate of these disciples. Those who failed to break through to the spirit aperture realm would be sent down the mountain. If they insisted on staying, they could only become overworked menial disciples. Entering the hall, Li Xuanfeng saw the varied expressions on the disciples' faces. Some were calm, some were dejected. Others looked on with schadenfreude, as if watching a spectacle. Alas, no matter how hard I try, I just can't break through that barrier. The gap in talent can truly make one feel despair. I don't want to go down the mountain. Even if I have to be a menial disciple, I want to stay at 100 Swords Mountain. Haha, I got lucky. I broke through the night before last. Some disciples remained silent, lost in thought. Naturally, some gathered in twos and threes, whispering among themselves. Li Xuanfeng's arrival caused no stir, as he had been too low-key and unremarkable before. Yet a few still noticed him. Li Xuanfeng is here. I wonder how a guy like him got so close to Junior Sister Wei. Maybe he's just handsome. I'm not bad either, so why hasn't Junior Sister Wei ever given me a second glance? I suggest you stop living in your own world. You can fool us senior brothers, but don't fool yourself. No matter, after today, he won't have the chance. Beauties don't favor the weak. Some whispers spread around. Li Xuanfeng, maintaining a calm expression, walked to the side and waited. Brotherly. Two figures approached and greeted Li Xuanfeng. Li Xuanfeng looked up. He knew both of them. Ding Xian and Wang Jiao. Brother Ding, brother Wang. Li Xuanfeng replied calmly with polite formality. It's been a while, brotherly. Your aura has grown more steady and restrained. You must have broken through in your cultivation. Congratulations, congratulations. Ding Xian said with a warm smile. In Li Xuanfeng's eyes, Ding Xian's smile seemed insincere, as he knew this person well enough. I was lucky indeed. I have made a breakthrough. Li Xuanfeng nodded. Ding Xian's smile froze for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, but he quickly recovered. Haha, it seems my congratulations were well placed. Ding Xian maintained a professional fake smile. That day at the affairs hall, when he saw Li Xuanfeng chatting cheerfully with Wei Qingyan, he would be lying if he said he wasn't jealous. But he couldn't understand why Li Xuanfeng, with his poor talent and weak strength, a waste who hadn't broken through to the spirit aperture realm in 3 years, could be so close to Wei Qingyan, while he at the second layer of the spirit aperture realm failed to win the bowtie's favor. Brotherly, have you really broken through? Wang Jiao, who was beside him, was very surprised upon hearing this. Along with surprise came more doubt. He knew Li Xuanfeng's talent even worse than his own. How could he have broken through? Wang Jiao did not hear Li Xuanfeng's answer because the elder had arrived. Silence. The Outer Sect elder announced, striding in with a roster in hand, his resonant voice echoing through the hall. Instantly, everyone fell quiet. Today I am tasked with assessing your cultivation levels. Those who have reached the spirit aperture realm may remain in 100 Sword Mountain. Those who have not returned to your quarters, pack your belongings, and disciples will escort you down the mountain. On the path of cultivation, there are 4 essentials: law, wealth, partner, and land. A Dao partner is indeed important, but the prerequisite is comparable talent. 2 people with too vast a disparity in talent are not suited to be Dao partners. Before him stood a pitch-black stone tablet, as tall as a man. This was a spiritual artifact used solely for assessing cultivation levels. A handprint was etched into its surface. One had only to press a palm against the print and channel the power from their dantian into the stone. The tablet would precisely display their cultivation level. Lin Wei. The elder called out the first name. Lin Wei, his face pale and brow furrowed with worry, stepped forward and pressed his hand against the print. The next moment, several large characters emerged on the stone tablet. Body tempering realm 9th layer. Unqualified, the elder declared mercilessly. Lin Wei's face grew even paler and his expression became dazed. He recalled how spirited he had been when he first joined the 100 Sword Mountain Outer Sect, believing he had embarked on a grand path of cultivation. But the disparity in talent had left him in despair time and again. He watched as fellow disciples around him advanced in cultivation, breaking into the spirit aperture realm, surging into the chi vortex realm, and entering the inner sect. Yet he remained stagnant in the body tempering realm, forever unable to breach that barrier. The once spirited youth grew increasingly silent. Until today, the elder's words felt like a death sentence. He did not know where to go from here. With the strength of the body tempering realm's 9th layer, what could he even do down the mountain? Perhaps he would meet an untimely end. Perhaps he would eke out a life without ever breaking through. Or perhaps he would stumble upon a fateful opportunity and barely step into the spirit aperture realm. No matter what the future held, no one would care about such a disciple. The elder continued calling out the next name. Watching Lin Wei's forlorn figure, Li Xuanfeng remained silent. If he hadn't been bound to the system, he might have looked the same. Lin Wei might still have a home to return to, but in this world, Li Xuanfeng had no home at all. No matter which world it is, it's all so realistic. Li Xuanfeng sighed inwardly. One by one, the disciples stepped up for assessment. After more than 10 had gone, one finally broke through to the spirit aperture realm and was allowed to remain in 100 Sword Mountain. Some unqualified disciples pleaded to stay as servant disciples. With the elder's permission, they returned to the crowd to wait. My turn should be coming soon. Wang Jiu, watching yet another unqualified disciple depart in dejection, was tense with anxiety. He knew his own cultivation level well, body tempering realm 9th layer peak. It was but a step away from the spirit aperture realm. Yet the body tempering realm was still the body tempering realm. No matter how close, it could not be treated as the spirit aperture realm. Failure was a foregone conclusion. Coming here for assessment was merely to hear the elder pronounce his fate. He did not want to be sent down the mountain. But he was just an ordinary disciple. The elder would not make an exception for him. Why are you so nervous? The outcome is already set. Ding Xian glanced at him from the side. He was at the spirit aperture realm 2nd layer and had already registered half a year ago, so he didn't need to be tested. He was only here today to watch the spectacle. That's true, but it's hard to control the nerves. Wang Jiu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. It's fine. Didn't you already decide to stay on as a servant disciple? Maybe one day a chance will come and you'll break through to the spirit aperture realm and have the opportunity to reapply as an Outer Sect disciple, Ding Xian consoled. Though his words were meant to comfort, a hint of schadenfreude lurked in his heart. Watching others fail brought him a perverse sense of satisfaction. And besides, you'll have company in your misfortune. Ding Xian nudged Wang Jiu, gesturing toward Li Xuanfeng. Didn't he say head made a breakthrough, eh? Wang Jiu remarked. How, we've been fellow disciples for 3 years. Don't we know his talent? He's just fooling himself. Ding Xian sneered under his breath. True. Wang Jiu's brow finally relaxed. It was painful to suffer alone, but if an acquaintance shared the same fate, it became much more bearable. My talent is a bit better than Li Xuanfeng's. Even if I become a servant disciple, my chances of breaking through later are greater than his. Wang Jiu mused, his nervousness fading significantly, and his mood lightened. Wang Jiu. Soon the elder's voice rang out. Wang Jiu took a deep breath and walked to the stone tablet. The result was clear: body tempering realm 9th layer peak. Unqualified, the elder pronounced without emotion. Elder, I wish to stay on as a servant disciple of 100 Sword Mountain. Wang Jiu said. Then go and wait over there. The elder nodded and marked his name. Wang Jiu returned to the crowd. Then over a dozen more disciples went up. Li Xuanfeng. Finally the elder called out the name Ding Xian, and Wang Jiu had been waiting for. Here it comes. Both of them perked up. I wonder if he'll choose to stay as a servant disciple. Wang Jiu thought, watching Li Xuanfeng's back as he approached the stone tablet. What a pity junior sister Wei didn't seem to come. If she could see Li Xuanfeng's pathetic cultivation level, it would certainly be amusing. Ding Xian mused. Li Xuanfeng pressed his palm against the handprint on the stone tablet, channeling the power from his dantian. The next moment, under the gaze of countless eyes, several large characters emerged on the tablet. Spirit aperture realm 9th layer peak. An eerie silence fell over the entire hall. Even the elder stood frozen. What a spirit aperture realm 9th layer peak. Exclamations shattered the quiet. Staring at the characters on the tablet, the crowd could hardly believe it. Spirit aperture realm 9th layer peak. This cultivation level was the ceiling of the Outer Sect. One more step, and he would enter the Inner Sect. With such strength, why was he here for assessment? For days ago, the elder had summoned only those disciples recorded as having not reached the spirit aperture realm. Most disciples, upon breaking through, would voluntarily register sooner or later. In previous assessments, there had been those at the spirit aperture realm's 3rd or 4th layer. But reaching the 9th layer peak was unprecedented. The elder cast a profound glance at Li Xuanfeng, suspecting he had been hiding his true strength all along. Qualified, the elder declared in a booming voice, recording Li Xuanfeng's cultivation level in the roster. Spirit aperture realm 9th layer peak. How is that possible? How could this be? How did his cultivation reach such a height? Ding Xian and Wang Jiu were dumbfounded, their minds reeling. Just moments ago they had thought they'd have company in misfortune, but now their companion had transformed into the Outer Sect's pinnacle. I never imagined he was hiding his true strength all along. Ding Xian shrank back. Recalling his past behavior, he could only thank his stars he hadn't openly offended Li Xuanfeng. Otherwise, he'd be beaten like a child. Some disciples who had hoped to see Li Xuanfeng humiliated fell silent, daring not to speak. Li Xuanfeng walked away with a calm expression. Hiding his true strength. He had never pretended. A month ago, he had truly been a waste. As he stepped out of the true martial hall, a familiar, graceful figure hurried toward him from not far away, looking somewhat anxious. It was Wei Qingyan. Phew. I finally found you, senior brotherly. So you were here. Seeing Li Xuanfeng, Wei Qingyan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. What's wrong with you rushing about like this? Li Xuanfeng looked at Wei Qingyan with curiosity. I have a matter I'd like to ask for your help, senior brother. Wei Qingyan gazed at Li Xuanfeng. Tell me about it. Though Wei Qingyan was stunningly beautiful with flawless features, and she was also Li Xuanfeng's source of experience points. He wouldn't agree rashly before knowing what the favor entailed. The Affairs Hall updated a mission today, which is quite important to me. The mission requires 3 disciples at the 5th layer of the spiritual aperture realm, or 1 at the 9th layer plus any other spiritual aperture disciple. I recently broke through to the spiritual aperture realm by luck. For 3 people the requirement is the 5th layer, which I don't meet. But for 2 people, if Senior Brother Li can help, we can take this mission. Wei Qingyan finished quickly. How can you be sure my cultivation can help you? Li Xuanfeng looked at her with a faint knowing smile. Through the system binding with Wei Qingyan, her realm couldn't be hidden from him. However, since reaching the 9th layer of the spiritual aperture realm, he had never told her or released his aura in her presence. Logically, Wei Qingyan shouldn't know his realm. Yet she spoke with certainty, claiming that with his help they could take the mission. This meant she was sure he had reached the 9th layer of the spiritual aperture realm. How had she found out? I have some fortune that allows me to sense other cultivators' realms. Wei Qingyan was clearly startled, then stammered. It requires 3 at the 5th layer, or 1 at the 9th layer plus any spiritual aperture disciple. A mission of this difficulty is quite rare. What exactly is it? Li Xuanfeng didn't press further on the matter and asked after a moment's thought. A month ago, an outer disciple went down the mountain for a mission but didn't return days past the deadline. The Affairs Hall issued a mission to investigate his whereabouts. Someone took that mission to investigate, and after exceeding the deadline by several days, they also didn't return. That means they went missing too, hence today's mission. Wei Qingyan explained. Don't you think this mission is very dangerous? Li Xuanfeng stared into her eyes. The disciple who took the mission had vanished. The disciple sent to investigate his whereabouts had also vanished. This mission was clearly far from simple. The reward for this mission is 1 obstruction-breaking pill and a 2nd-grade flying sword. But to be honest, Senior Brother, my goal isn't the mission reward. I want to investigate the first missing person. Because the mission he undertook involves something I desperately need, the 9-star sword grass. If we complete this mission, all rewards will go to you, Senior Brother. To show my sincerity, I'll gift you a high-grade human-level martial skill not found in 100 Swords Mountain. I only ask that if we find traces of the 9-star sword grass during the investigation, you yield it to me. Wei Qingyan met Li Xuanfeng's gaze without flinching, her expression earnest. She wasn't lying. Revealing her true intent was the only way to show sincerity. The 9-star sword grass was the key to awakening her supreme sword physique. With the sword spirit's help, she was confident she could complete the mission alone. But the elder at the Affairs Hall would never let a 1st-layer spiritual aperture disciple take it. She was a loner, keeping to herself and focusing on cultivation with no friends at 100 Swords Mountain. Only Li Xuanfeng was familiar to her. That was why she sought him out. 9-star sword grass. Li Xuanfeng felt a stir, sensing the term was familiar. He recalled seeing it in some ancient text in the scripture depository. Wei Qingyan took a deep breath, then looked at Li Xuanfeng with utmost seriousness. Wait, you can't tell him this secret. The sword spirit seemed to guess what Wei Qingyan was about to say, its urgent voice echoing in her mind. But Wei Qingyan acted as if she hadn't heard her, resolve firm. The 9-star sword grass has an extremely special use, as a catalyst to awaken certain unique physiques. I happen to possess a physique that can be awakened by it, so it's vital to me. If we take this mission to find the missing disciple, I'll have a chance to obtain the 9-star sword grass. That's why I'm so eager to take this mission. Wei Qingyan finally spilled the secret in one breath. The only thing she withheld was the name of her unique physique. Her heart was filled with trepidation. Telling someone she had a hidden physique that could be awakened by a rare treasure was an act fraught with immense risk. She had laid it all out for 2 reasons. First, urgency. She feared the mission might be taken by others. Second, she had an instinctive feeling that Li Xuanfeng was trustworthy. All right, they'll help you this time. Li Xuanfeng agreed. Wei Qingyan let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior Brother. Let's hurry to the Affairs Hall. Wei Qingyan turned and strode briskly toward the Affairs Hall. Li Xuanfeng nodded and followed. When Wei Qingyan revealed everything, he had decided to help her. Because helping her was helping himself. Wei Qingyan's supreme sword physique lay dormant and concealed. Since he had bound her, if her physique awakened, Li Xuanfeng felt he would likely receive a reward in return. The greater his involvement, the higher the multiplier of the reward. This was the supreme sword physique. He couldn't ignore it. So he decided to help her. The mission might be dangerous. But Wei Qingyan was a chosen one by fate. The chosen are blessed with great fortune, turning danger into safety. And Li Xuanfeng, as the one bound to a chosen one with a cheat, was likely blessed with no small luck. So while the mission might hold peril, the risk should be limited. Wei Qingyan's confession of her secret was also a sign of trust in him. All these factors made Li Xuanfeng instinctively feel that this help would yield tremendous benefits. The two arrived at the Affairs Hall. Several disciples were discussing whether to take a mission. Elder, well, take this mission. Wei Qingyan, swift and decisive, used her wandering dragon movement to dash to the counter, presenting her identity token and pointing at a specific mission. Her movements were fluid and natural, flowing in one smooth motion. Combined with her tall figure and breathtaking beauty, she drew everyone's gaze. Have you read the mission requirements? The elder indicated that her cultivation was insufficient. Li Xuanfeng stepped forward at that moment, standing beside Wei Qingyan. Without a word, he released his full power, his robes billowing without wind. Peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual aperture realm. Then you may take it. Give me your tokens for registration. The elder looked at Li Xuanfeng in surprise, then extended his hand. Li Xuanfeng handed over his identity token. Peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual aperture realm. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. Must be a hidden expert keeping a low profile. Tisk, who knew there was such a master among the outer disciples. Feeling Li Xuanfeng's powerful aura, the surrounding disciples were all astonished. Here are the mission details. The elder handed them a beast-hide scroll. The mission period is 7 days. If you cannot find results within that time, return to the sect immediately to report and do not linger outside. The elder cautioned. Understood. Wei Qingyan took the scroll, excitedly nodding. Though this investigation might not lead to the 9-star sword grass, it at least offered some hope. The sooner she could awaken the supreme sword physique, the sooner she would benefit. Wei Qingyan walked side by side with Li Xuanfeng, exiting the hall under the envious, jealous, curious, and astonished gazes of the disciples. Senior brother, let's go to my residence and analyze the mission details. Wei Qingyan said. Only after accepting the mission would the elder provide the most detailed intelligence. All right. Li Xuanfeng nodded. After spending some time in Wei Qingyan's fragrantly scented private quarters, he returned to his own dwelling. The mission description was simple: find 2 missing disciples. A month ago, Outer Sect elder Fan Jie had commissioned a mission from the affairs hall. Rumors of 9-star sword grass had emerged in Xuanfeng City. He needed the herb for alchemy, but was too busy to go himself, so he issued a mission for a spiritual aperture disciple to investigate the truth of the rumor in Xuanfeng City. A spiritual aperture disciple took the mission but never returned. Days past the deadline, there was still no word. Elder Fan Jie then added a mission requiring at least a 3rd-layer spiritual aperture disciple to investigate the first disciple's whereabouts. But that disciple also vanished without a trace. Days past the deadline, no news. Elder Fan Jie issued another mission requiring at least 3 5th-layer spiritual aperture disciples, or 1 9th layer, with any other spiritual aperture disciple, to investigate in Xuanfeng City. Ultimately, Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan took the mission. After analyzing it, they decided to set out at dawn the next day. Why did you tell him the secret of your special physique? This is far too reckless. After Li Xuanfeng left, the sword spirit's voice echoed in Wei Qingyan's mind. If you want someone's help, you must show enough sincerity. If I hide too much, how can he trust me or help me? Wei Qingyan said. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. The more secrets you expose, the more dangerous it is. Aren't you afraid that after obtaining the 9-star sword grass, he'll change his mind, demand more, or make other requests? The sword spirit felt Wei Qingyan's earlier actions were far too rash. I trust him. Wei Qingyan smiled. Li Xuanfeng had always given her a good feeling. Moreover, she owed him a favor, and her intuition told her he wouldn't harm her. She believed in her instincts. Seeing Wei Qingyan like this, the sword spirit was momentarily speechless. Qingyan. After a while, the sword spirit suddenly sent a message. What is it, sword spirit sister? Wei Qingyan asked in confusion. The sword spirit didn't answer immediately, but paused before saying, whatever you do, don't accidentally fall for him. What are you saying, sister sword spirit? Wei Qingyan's expression turned somewhat unnatural. After several encounters, she admitted that she felt quite favorably toward Li Xuanfeng. However, whether this had reached the level of romantic affection between a man and a woman, Wei Qingyan was uncertain. She did not know if this fondness was love. This senior brother of yours may be decent, but his overall talent is ultimately lacking. He cannot even compare to you now. Once you awaken the supreme sword body, the gap will only widen. On the path of cultivation, there are 4 essentials: law, wealth, partner, and land. A Dao partner is indeed important, but the prerequisite is comparable talent. 2 people with too vast a disparity in talent are not suited to be Dao partners. Perhaps after long years, you, with your profound cultivation, will retain eternal youth, while the other half withers into old age, or even turns into a handful of dust. Therefore, when choosing a Dao partner, never let the talent gap be too great. Otherwise, in the years to come, only one will be left to grieve alone. The sword spirit said. She knew that when a handsome man and a beautiful woman embarked on a mission together down the mountain, it could rapidly draw their relationship closer. If coupled with favorable circumstances, it was not impossible for Wei Qingyan to fall for Li Xuanfeng or for Li Xuanfeng to fall for Wei Qingyan. Of course, I will not interfere with your choices, nor can I sway your inner thoughts. I am merely giving you a reminder. After speaking, the sword spirit fell silent. She had already spoken plainly. The disparity in their talents was too great, and it was best to nip any inappropriate thoughts in the bud. Wei Qingyan did not reply. Only she knew what was in her heart. The next day, Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan met and set off down the mountain together. The great Yin dynasty's territory was vast. The realm was divided into 36 prefectures. Each prefecture was further divided into multiple commanderies. Hundred Sword Mountain was located in Tian'an Commandery under Qingzhou. The destination for their mission was Xuanfeng City at the northernmost edge of Tian'an Commandery, over 400 li from Hundred Sword Mountain. The journey would pass through areas where bandits roamed. The two moved swiftly, sprinting all the way, occasionally using the wandering dragon movement technique to hasten their pace. I didn't expect Senior Brother's wandering dragon movement technique to be so formidable. If he weren't accommodating my speed, I fear I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his back. Wei Qingyan's wandering dragon movement technique was between minor and major mastery. With her keen perception, she could naturally discern that Li Xuanfeng's wandering dragon movement technique had reached an extremely advanced level. It feels like every martial technique I know Senior Brother also knows. I wonder how many formidable skills he's still hiding. Wei Qingyan marveled inwardly. Among the many movement techniques in Hundred Sword Mountain's Sutra Pavilion, the wandering dragon movement technique was the most powerful and the most difficult to master. Relying on her high comprehension, Wei Qingyan refused to practice ordinary techniques. They would only waste her time and offer little boost to her strength. She chose only the hardest and most powerful techniques. Most disciples would never follow her approach. Of course, some had tried only to waste time without ever making progress. She had thought herself unique. But Wei Qingyan discovered that Li Xuanfeng seemed to tread the same path. He exclusively cultivated techniques that were both difficult and powerful. Both the drip-piercing void sword and the wandering dragon movement technique were such examples. Senior Brother, do you know the 3-foot sword domain? Wei Qingyan suddenly asked. Yes. Li Xuanfeng nodded subconsciously. It seems Senior Brother and I share quite a connection. The thought crossed Wei Qingyan's mind. The more the sword's spirit hinted that she should not develop romantic feelings for Li Xuanfeng, the more such thoughts subconsciously arose in her mind. Along the way, Wei Qingyan occasionally stole glances at Li Xuanfeng's profile. Thinking that he had mastered all the high-difficulty techniques she practiced and had even reached higher levels, she felt an even stronger affinity with Li Xuanfeng. Li Xuanfeng, however, did not pay particular attention to Wei Qingyan. His mind was occupied by a single thought. He needed to find an opportunity to acquire a mount. Traveling on foot consumed a considerable amount of true qi. The wandering dragon movement technique could not be sustained indefinitely. If he had a mount to ride, things would be much better. Unfortunately, mounts were not something one could simply have on demand. Either one subdued a demon beast through sheer strength, or one spent a large sum to purchase one. Ahead lies the Black Cliff mountain range. Rumors say many bandits like to hide here. We need to be as cautious as possible. Li Xuanfeng gazed at the distant rolling mountains and said to Wei Qingyan. Although he had never been there, the name Black Cliff Mountain was not unfamiliar to him. The Outer Sect Affairs Hall frequently issued bandit suppression missions, often set in this very area. Many Spirit Aperture Realm disciples confident in their strength vied for such tasks. Suppressing bandits not only earned mission rewards, but also allowed them to plunder the bandits' belongings, a truly lucrative task. Bandits and outlaws ran rampant like weeds. Fire could not burn them all, and the wind would make them spring up again. Eventually, they were either wiped out by government troops or served as whetstones for sect disciples. Wei Qingyan nodded. She was not particularly concerned about the bandits. Those who became bandits were usually minor cultivators of mediocre talent and cultivation, unable to make a living anywhere else. They could only wander, hide in the mountains, and occasionally emerge to rob ordinary people or weaker cultivators. If one had enough strength and a decent life, no one would choose to become a bandit. Half an instant stick later, the two entered the tall, forested Black Cliff Mountain. Roadblock. Halt. True to Li Xuanfeng's expectations, over 20 figures burst from the bushes on both sides of the path. They formed a pincer formation, blocking Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan's way. Brandishing an assortment of weapons, blades, spears, clubs, and staves, they eyed the pair unabashedly. Who are you people? Where have you come from, and where are you headed? A gruff voice rang out. Following the sound, they saw a tall, middle-aged man draped in a large cloak, riding a magnificent black horse, gazing at Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. This man was clearly the leader of the bandits, dressed impressively. Noticing the unusual bearing of Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan, he surmised they were no ordinary folk. Thus, he did not immediately order a kill and robbery. If their answers were unsatisfactory and their origins ordinary, he would simply have them killed and their belongings taken. A demon beast mount. Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up, ignoring the middle-aged man's question entirely. The magnificent black horse the man rode was a common demon beast that could be tamed for travel. Boss, why bother with them? Kill the man. The woman is a heavenly beauty, the fairest I've ever seen. Let's capture her and have some fun. A man with a grim scar across his forehead licked his lips, gripping a broad blade. The other's eyes also burned with lust. This rabble had never seen a woman as beautiful as Wei Qingyan. Consumed by wicked thoughts, they didn't care to consider the pair's origins. To them, the two seemed to have no background. If they had connections, would they be traveling through such desolate wilderness? And without even a mount. Even their boss had won. Clearly they were nobodies. If Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan had ridden ostentatiously, the bandits would never have dared to show themselves. Kill the man, capture the woman. The middle-aged man nodded. Unless physically impaired, who wouldn't love a beautiful woman? Especially one as ethereal as a celestial maiden. The two said nothing, apparently frozen in fear. Kill the man, capture the woman. A swarm of bandits charged forward excitedly. Wei Qingyan's face darkened as she drew her sword and met them heat. Being appraised so brazenly displeased her greatly, especially in front of senior brotherly. Swish! Yet someone moved faster than her. Li Xuanfeng stepped forward, his body like a wandering dragon. Swish! Swish! 2 flashes of sword light. 3 heads fell to the ground. Danger! The middle-aged man astride a divine black steed instantly paled, his expression shifting as Li Xuanfeng unleashed his aura. That aura far surpassed his own. He was merely at the 5th rank of the spirit cavity realm, and he acted without hesitation. Realizing he had recklessly provoked 2 formidable opponents, he wheeled his mount and fled. His mount was a level 2 minor demon beast, the Black-Wind Horse, unremarkable in combat yet unmatched in swiftness. Even cultivators at the 9th rank of the spirit cavity realm might fail to overtake it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wei Qingyan cleaved down 2 bandits with twin sword strokes. Of the 24 bandits, most were at the body tempering realm. Only 3 had reached the spirit cavity realm. The man at the 5th rank of the spirit cavity realm had already bolted, leaving behind 2 others, both at the 2nd rank. Against ordinary spirit cavity cultivators, they could swarm and hack their foe to pieces. Alas, they faced Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. Li Xuanfeng's overwhelming cultivation level aside, Wei Qingyan was a peerless prodigy, transcending realms in battle as effortlessly as breathing. Flee now. In the blink of an eye, both struck with lethal precision. The bandits instantly grasped they had stumbled upon true masters and scattered in blind panic. They're yours to handle. Li Xuanfeng tossed the words over his shoulder before vanishing in the dragon-weaving body technique, chasing the bandit chief. Within seconds, he closed the distance on the fleeing middle-aged man, already nearly lost to sight. The Black-Wind Horse truly possessed blinding speed. Li Xuanfeng found pursuit no easy feat. FWSH. His long sword shot forth like an arrow, piercing the void. The peerless, dripping water through stone sword art rivaling even its legendary creator. Thud! The blade pierced the bandit chief's skull. Not even a cry escaped his lips before he collapsed lifeless. His corpse tumbled from the saddle as the Black-Wind Horse reared in terror and bolted. Li Xuanfeng surged his power to its apex, unleashing the dragon-weaving body technique at full force. 3 breaths later, he finally overtook the Black-Wind Horse. Halt! He seized the reins, his wrist strength terrifyingly immense, forcing the beast to skid to a stop. Yet it thrashed wildly, straining to break free. But the reins were specially forged. No mere Tinthasanjan force could snap them. Coupled with Li Xuanfeng's overwhelming might, the horse's struggles proved utterly futile. Submit, or perish, Li Xuanfeng commanded. Only then did the Black-Wind Horse fall still. A mere level 2 minor demon beast famed for speed alone, it stood no chance against this master. Submission is submission, so long as I live. After brief reflection, Li Xuanfeng led the Black-Wind Horse back toward the battlefield. Immortal maiden, spare my life. Ah! A final scream pierced the air as Wei Qingyan decapitated the last bandit without mercy. Senior brother. At the sight of Li Xuanfeng approaching with the Black-Wind Horse, Wei Qingyan's stormy countenance softened into a radiant smile, and she hurried forward. A system chime resonated. Wei Qingyan has gained combat experience and insight from this mass battle, multiplied tenfold. You have acquired abundant combat experience and profound insight. As the notification chimed, Li Xuanfeng swiftly absorbed the insights, deepening his mastery of battle itself. Do you know the blood sigil contract? He asked. I do. Wei Qingyan replied, glancing at the Black-Wind Horse before nodding. The blood sigil contract involved drawing a blood sigil upon a demon beast's forehead, using one's fingertip blood, then sealing it with a secret art to establish control. Li Xuanfeng knew the technique, but could not perform it. Wei Qingyan had not known it either, until her sword spirit imparted the knowledge. Then this Black-Wind Horse is yours. He handed her the reins. There are 3 ways to tame a demon beast as a mount. The first mirrors how commoners break wild horses. The second employs the secret art of the blood sigil contract, a method widely practiced among cultivators to subdue and command demon beasts absolutely. The third is also a secret contract, but one that binds souls. Few possess such knowledge. Since Wei Qingyan mastered the blood sigil contract, taming this black wind horse would be effortless. Off. Wei Qingyan blinked startled. No, I cannot accept. This is your spoil's senior brother. She shook her head firmly. Enough talk. Li Xuanfeng seized her smooth, delicate hand and placed the reins into her palm. Then what about you, senior brother? Wei Qingyan remained dazed. Was he truly giving away his newly won mount, while keeping none for himself? Me, I'll simply seize another one. Just now I spotted a suitable demon beast nearby, perfect for taming as a mount. Li Xuanfeng said casually. Stay right here. Don't move lest you get lost. Hurry and complete the contract. I'll return shortly. Without waiting for her reply, he vanished in a blur of the dragon-weaving body technique. In an instant, he melted into the forest, gone without trace. Off. Wei Qingyan stared blankly at the spot where he'd disappeared. Don't stand there stunned. Complete the contract now. It'll make our journey smoother. The sword spirit's voice rang out. But senior brother went. Contract first, then go aid him. Li Xuanfeng shrieked through the undergrowth, swiftly vanishing beyond Wei Qingyan's sight. His claim of spotting a tamed mount was nothing but pretext. He knew gifting Wei Qingyan a mount would trigger a return reward, and he certainly intended to use it. But retrieving a mount directly from his system space in front of her would raise difficult questions. So he distanced himself, making explanation infinitely easier. Ding! Wei Qingyan has acquired the level 2 minor demon beast Blackwind Horse, multiplied 100-fold. You have received the level 3 minor demon beast Divine Stride Black Steed. True to form, the system chime sounded. Instantly, Li Xuanfeng sensed the sudden manifestation of a magnificent black steed within his system space, glossy as polished obsidian, towering and majestic, radiating awe-inspiring presence. A level 3 demon beast, the Divine Stride Black Steed. Its cultivation matched that of a Chi Vortex Realm cultivator, meaning by realm alone it surpassed Li Xuanfeng himself. Because Li Xuanfeng had gifted the Blackwind Horse directly to Wei Qingyan, his participation was deemed absolute, thus triggering the 100-fold return. In rarity, the Divine Stride Black Steed eclipsed the Blackwind Horse 100-fold. Ding! Wei Qingyan has mastered the blood sigil contract, multiplied 10-fold. You have now mastered and can wield it flawlessly. Another chime resounded. With a thought, Li Xuanfeng summoned the Divine Stride Black Steed from his system space. The beast stood 3 to 4 meters long, mane flowing like wind-tossed silk, posture regal and commanding. Massive and frame muscles coiled like ancient roots, exuding raw explosive power. It stood motionless beside Li Xuanfeng, neither attacking nor fleeing. Born of the system's return, it required no taming, no contract. It instinctively recognized Li Xuanfeng as its sovereign. Yet to test the blood sigil contract, Li Xuanfeng pricked his fingertip, drew a single drop of blood, and inscribed a unique sigil upon the Divine Stride Black Steed's brow. Upon completing the ritual, he felt their bond deepen, intimate, unbreakable. A subtle resonance stirred between them, almost telepathic. Within a certain range, he could sense its location even if separated. Patting its iron-hard musculature, he bade it wait patiently where it stood. Li Xuanfeng returned to the bandit chief's corpse, retrieved his longsword, then gathered the spoils. Little on the corpse held value. Most failed to catch his eye. Yet 2 items proved noteworthy: a jade-green longsword, a level 2 spirit artifact far more precious than his own level 1 spirit artifact blade. The second treasure was a pill, one he recognized instantly, a barrier-shattering pill. Modest gains at best. He mused. But if I gift it to Wei Qingyan for the return reward, the profit will be extraordinary. He recalled possessing spare barrier-shattering pills earlier, but all had been consumed. For the system forbids regifting returned items to the bound target for further returns. This pill, however, was not system-bestowed, making it perfectly eligible for gifting to Wei Qingyan. Come. Having secured his spoils, Li Xuanfeng called to his mount. It obediently trotted to his side. Finally, no more walking on foot. Li Xuanfeng smiled, then leapt lightly onto the broad, sturdy back. Let's go. He gave the steed's flank a gentle tap. The Divine Stride Black Steed surged forward, its massive, powerful frame moving with wind-like grace, effortlessly exceeding Li Xuanfeng's own peak speed. Having completed the blood sigil contract, Wei Qingyan hesitated. Should she obey Li Xuanfeng and wait, or rush to assist him? Then abruptly she sensed movement ahead. A towering, magnificently sleek black steed entered her vision, hundreds of meters away one moment, before her eyes the next. Wei Qingyan's lips parted in silent awe as she gazed upon the Divine Stride Black Steed, and upon Li Xuanfeng seated atop it. Even the sword spirit dwelling within her broken blade froze, momentarily stunned. This is what you meant by "I'll just grab one." Is this a third-rank initial stage Swift Shadow Black Steed? How is that possible? The sword spirit's astonished voice echoed in Wei Qingyan's mind. What? Third-rank initial stage? How did senior brother manage to capture it? Is he concealing his true strength? Wei Qingjian's heart trembled. The swift shadow black steed was unrivaled in speed among demonic beasts of the same rank. Though it was only at the third-rank initial stage, its velocity could surpass the vast majority of third-rank advanced beasts. The swift shadow black steed was exceptionally precious and exceedingly rare. Tall, majestic, and imposing, it was deeply favored by nobles and high officials. Only major clans and powerful factions had the means to capture one and reward their outstanding juniors. Riding a swift shadow black steed was a symbol of status and prestige. How on earth did he catch it? The sword spirit was utterly perplexed. Even if Li Xianfeng were at the 9th level of the spirit aperture realm and had mastered the wandering dragon movement technique to its peak, there was absolutely no way he could have caught up to such a demonic beast. He had only been gone for a brief moment, yet he returned riding a third-rank steed. It felt as if he had simply picked up a mount over there. Could it be that he truly is hiding his strength? But why can't I see through him? Is it because I'm too weak right now, eh? Or is his method of concealment too advanced? The sword spirit was bewildered after the initial shock. It seemed the only plausible explanation was that Li Xianfeng had hidden his true power. If that were the case, she might need to re-evaluate Li Xuanfeng's talent. Stop daydreaming. Have you finished sorting the spoils? Li Xianfeng looked at Wei Qingyan, whose rosy lips were slightly parted in astonishment. Not yet. Wei Qingyan snapped back to reality. Li Xianfeng dismounted, and together with her briefly sorted through the spoils. "'Tis how pitifully poor." Li Xianfeng let out a sigh. These bandits were merely at the body tempering and spirit aperture realms, and it seemed they had never plundered anything of real value. Even if they had, they either offered it to their leader or consumed it themselves as quickly as possible. The items they scavenged were beneath Li Xuanfeng's notice. Aside from some gold, silver, and fine goods meant for commoners along with scattered body-tempering spiritual liquids, there was nothing else. As for the pile of rusty broken weapons, Li Xianfeng scorned them even more. Most were the lowest-grade, first-rank, inferior spiritual artifacts. They held some value but not much, and they were a messy assortment. "All of this is yours," Li Xianfeng said casually. "No, I don't deserve to claim these spoils alone." Wei Qingyan shook her head firmly. The bandits weren't slain by her alone. Li Xianfeng should rightfully take a share. Even if Li Xianfeng hadn't lifted a finger, Wei Qingyan wouldn't have taken everything for herself. "I don't want them. If you refuse, just leave them here," Li Xianfeng said indifferently. Wei Qingyan fell silent for a moment. Though these spoils weren't particularly valuable, if bundled together and brought to a treasure pavilion in Xuanfeng City, they could be traded for some decent cultivation resources. Leaving them here would be a waste and a pity. "All right, once we reach Xuanfeng City, I'll exchange these for cultivation resources and share them with you, senior brother." Wei Qingyan didn't refuse further and packed the scattered spoils. Ding! Wei Qingyan has acquired a large amount of scattered spoils. 100-fold return triggered. You have received a spirit gathering pill. A quality return. Excellent, excellent. Li Xianfeng felt a surge of delight as the system notification sounded. The system's return came in two forms: quantity return and quality return. A quantity return would multiply the spoils Wei Qingyan obtained by 100 and give them to Li Xianfeng. That would mean he received more rusty scrap, which was essentially meaningless. But a quality return was highly profitable. The system aggregated all of Wei Qingyan's spoils, calculated their total value, and returned an item 100 times more precious: the Spirit Gathering Pill. The Spirit Gathering Pill was a second-rank supreme-grade elixir. It could allow a cultivator at the 9th level of the Spirit Aperture realm to break through directly to the Qi Vortex realm. With its extremely high success rate, almost no side effects, and extreme difficulty and refinement, it was exceptionally precious and unavailable on the open market. The acquisition of the Spirit Gathering Pill lifted Li Xuanfeng's spirits immensely. Now he needed to continue giving things to Wei Qingyan to trigger more returns. The bandit leader also had some decent items. "Take these too." Li Xianfeng handed the second-rank longsword to Wei Qingyan and pulled out a barrier-breaking pill from his robe. Off. Wei Qingyan, who had just finished packing the spoils, was taken aback. No, I absolutely cannot accept this. You killed him, so all the spoils should be yours." Wei Qingyan quickly shook her head and waved her hands, firmly refusing. She had already received so much from Li Xianfeng, whether it was the demonic beast carcasses in the hunting grounds or his promise to help her with tasks, or even the Black Wind steed and the spoils he had just given her. All of it was etched into Wei Qingyan's memory. She vowed to find a way to repay him, but she never expected Li Xianfeng to offer her something else. How could she still accept it without shame? "I have better ones. These are useless to me," Li Xianfeng said. "I can't take them." Wei Qingyan shook her head resolutely. "Don't worry, I'm keeping the good stuff for myself." Li Xianfeng looked at Wei Qingyan. She still shook her head. "Stop arguing. When I give you something, just take it. I don't expect anything in return." Li Xianfeng deliberately put on a stern face, grabbed Wei Qingyan's delicate hand, and pressed the longsword and barrier-breaking pill into her palm. He truly didn't need anything in return from Wei Qingyan because the system would repay him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so generous. Wei Qingyan stared blankly at the sword and pill in her hand, then at Li Xuanfeng's deliberately stern expression. Suddenly, her nose tingled and a mist of tears veiled her eyes. She was indeed desperately short of cultivation resources. Though she had the sword spirit by her side, it was merely a remnant soul, extremely weak. The sword spirit was knowledgeable and could guide Wei Qingyan in cultivation and point her in the right direction, but it couldn't provide her with cultivation resources. Wei Qingyan's family had suffered a catastrophic downfall. She had no one else in the world to rely on, and her own strength was meager. If she became a rogue cultivator, she would face countless dangers and struggle to compete for resources. So the sword spirit advised her to join Hundred Swords Mountain. Entering a cultivation sect would make it much easier to acquire resources once she displayed her talent. But she had been at the mountain for only a short time and had yet to distinguish herself or be taken as a disciple by any elder. Every resource had to be earned through her own hard efforts. Yet fortune smiled upon her when she met Li Xuanfeng, who had looked after and helped her all along. Her current cultivation at the Spirit Aperture realm was also largely due to Li Xuanfeng. A powerful surge of emotion churned in the depths of Wei Qingyan's heart, and too much bitterness welled up at the tip of her nose. "Senior brother, why are you so good to me?" The mist in her eyes turned to tears that streamed down her face, lending her exquisite features of fragile beauty, truly a sight to stir pity. Li Xuanfeng was taken aback. He hadn't expected this gesture to move Wei Qingyan to such a flood of emotion. "Senior brother just finds you kindred, so he's lending you a hand. Use them without worry. After all, these things are of little use to me." Li Xuanfeng reached out gently and ruffled Wei Qingyan's hair. Wei Qingyan wiped the tears from her face. "Let's go." Li Xuanfeng mounted his horse without lingering. "All right." Wei Qingyan nodded, dried her tears, stowed her belongings, and mounted her horse to follow behind. "Qingyan." The sword spirit's voice suddenly echoed in Wei Qingyan's mind. "My." Wei Qingyan wondered what it wanted to say now. "Your senior brother is a good man. You may never meet another like him in this lifetime. So, if you truly feel something, remember to cherish him." Had the voice not sounded directly in her mind, Wei Qingyan would have thought she misheard. The sword spirit had always been unimpressed by Li Xuanfeng's talent. From its usual remarks, it was easy to tell it thought Li Xuanfeng wasn't good enough for Wei Qingyan. Before they descended the mountain, it had even hinted that she shouldn't develop feelings for him. But now it had abruptly changed its tune, telling her to treasure him. Wei Qingyan nodded silently. How could she not treasure a senior brother like this? She had just wanted to throw herself into his arms and weep. Ding. Wei Qingyan obtained a barrier-breaking pill. Returned 100-fold. You received a bottle of essence refining syrup. Ding. Wei Qingyan obtained a second-grade mid-tier spirit, sword, the Roaring Wind sword. Returned 100-fold. You received a third-grade mid-tier spirit, sword, the Azure Edge sword. As the chime faded, 2 items materialized within Li Xuanfeng's system space. He did not hasten to retrieve them. The Azure Edge sword, needless to say, was a third-grade mid-tier spirit artifact, more than sufficient for a cultivator at the Qi World realm. It was several grades superior to Li Xuanfeng's own blade. As for the essence refining syrup, it was an exceedingly rare celestial treasure. If pills were concocted by alchemists, then the essence refining syrup was refined by the primordial forces of heaven and earth. Born deep within the earth, it was an ambrosial nectar created from the prolonged refinement of spirit stones by terrestrial marrow. It could be directly absorbed by cultivators to enhance their power. Such a treasure was pure, utterly devoid of impurities, and gentle to the human body. Simply by absorbing it, one could steadily elevate their cultivation base, a rare and coveted find. Although the 100-fold return yielded only a small bottle, Li Xuanfeng was still pleasantly surprised. With the spirit convergence pill and the essence refining syrup, even without Wei Qingyan's returns, he could easily break through to the Qi World realm. It might even be possible to directly ascend to the second level of the Qi World realm. Once we reach Xuanfeng City, I can attempt the breakthrough tonight. Li Xuanfeng mused inwardly. Each riding their mount, the two swiftly traversed the mountains. Both the Dark Wind Horse and the Divine Shadow Black Steed were incredibly fast, yet their gaits were so smooth that the riders felt not the slightest jolt. It was as steady as riding a high-speed train from Li Xuanfeng's previous life. To accommodate the Dark Wind Horse's pace, Li Xuanfeng did not let the Divine Shadow Black Steed run at full speed. Nevertheless, the Divine Shadow Black Steed maintained its pride, always staying half a length or a full body ahead of the Dark Wind Horse. Wei Qingyan looked at her own mount, then at Li Xuanfeng's. She concluded that her horse was not as handsome as Li Xuanfeng's. The Dark Wind Horse was indeed a rare steed, but compared to the Divine Shadow Black Steed, it was far inferior. No wonder senior brother gave it to me so casually. Wei Qingyan thought to herself. I already owe him so much, though I don't know how I can ever repay him. If I were to pledge myself to him, With the mount doing the traveling, Wei Qingyan found herself idle, her gaze fixed on Li Xuanfeng's figure, her mind wandering into fanciful thoughts. Freed from the need to travel on foot, the two meditated and regulated their breathing on the broad backs of their steeds, keeping their strength at its peak. Along the way, even when passing through areas infested with bandits, the outlaws, upon spotting the divine shadow black steed, wisely gave them a wide berth, fearing that Li Xuanfeng might cause them trouble instead. Thus the two arrived smoothly at Xuanfeng City just before dusk. Li Xuanfeng used the system's power to examine every person he saw. Regrettably, he had yet to discover a second person of destiny. Not a single golden destiny, and even those shrouded in blue or yellow light were rare. What stylish mounts! That's a dark wind horse famed for its speed. That's a divine shadow black steed. So magnificent, the mount of my dreams. I've heard a divine shadow black steed at full gallop is like a black bolt of lightning covering 10,000 miles in a day. What background do these two have? Probably the young miss and master of some clan, or perhaps disciples of a great figure. Be careful, don't provoke them. The two imposing and handsome steeds entering the city naturally drew countless gazes. Senior brother, where to next? Ignoring the murmurs, Wei Qingyan looked at Li Xuanfeng and asked, first find a treasure pavilion to exchange our goods, then book 2 rooms at an inn, and finally visit the House of All Affairs for information. Li Xuanfeng replied while using the system to examine the fates of others. As far as the eye could see, there was a uniform expanse of white and gray light. Some individuals even emanated the black light of impending doom. Occasionally, a few emitted a faint blue light. Though somewhat disappointed, Li Xuanfeng accepted it. Before long, they found a treasure pavilion dealing in the exchange and sale of various cultivation items. Wei Qingyan sold her spoils of war in a bundle, and at Li Xuanfeng's urging exchanged them all for True Essence Liquid. True Essence Liquid was a superior cultivation resource compared to body-tempering Spirit Liquid. It was also the most suitable resource for cultivators at the Spirit Aperture realm. Since True Essence Liquid was of little use to Li Xuanfeng, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Aperture realm, it was essentially all exchanged for Wei Qingyan. The junior sister could not refuse him, leaving her deeply moved once more, and her senior brother's figure grew ever more towering in her heart. Ding! Wei Qingyan obtained 2 bottles of True Essence Liquid. Returned 80-fold, you received a bottle of Essence Refining Syrup. The system prompt sounded as expected. 2 bottles of Essence Refining Syrup now. Li Xuanfeng rejoiced inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged. Subsequently, the two exchanged their long swords for some spirit stones. Since Wei Qingyan now had the 2nd-grade spirit sword Roaring Wind sword, her original longsword was useless. The system had returned a 3rd-grade spirit sword, the Azure Edge sword, to Li Xuanfeng, rendering his original longsword equally useless. So they directly exchanged them for spirit stones. Although cultivators in the body tempering and spirit aperture realms occasionally used gold, silver, or other valuables for transactions, spirit stones were the hard currency among cultivators. Spirit stones born from heaven and earth could be used by cultivators above the spirit aperture realm for cultivation, setting up formations, replenishing energy, and more. In short, they had numerous uses. Shopkeeper, I'd like to ask you something. Taking advantage of the mutual satisfaction after the transaction, Li Xuanfeng prepared to probe the shop owner for information. Please go ahead. The shopkeeper wore a professional smile. There are rumors that the 9-star sword grass has appeared in Xuanfeng City. Is that true? Li Xuanfeng asked. The disappearance of 2 consecutive 100-sword mountain disciples was all due to their search for the 9-star sword grass. If he could follow this clue, he should be able to uncover the truth. 9-star sword grass. The shopkeeper frowned, pondered seriously for a moment, then shook his head. Never heard of it. Oh. Li Xuanfeng's expression flickered. The owner of a treasure pavilion, who dealt with cultivators daily, should have relatively well-informed news. Why would he say he hadn't heard of it? If you want information, you can go to the House of All Affairs on Donglin Street, the shopkeeper said. Li Xuanfeng nodded and left with Wei Qingyan. He had intended to go to the House of All Affairs anyway. The House of All Affairs was a well-known intelligence trading post for cultivators in Xuanfeng City. It primarily profited by selling information based on knowledge disparities. This mission had actually mentioned the House of All Affairs. The mission details explicitly stated that upon arriving in Xuanfeng City, one only needed to go to the House of All Affairs to inquire. If even the House of All Affairs didn't know, then probably few in Xuanfeng City would. Li Xuanfeng's earlier query to the treasure pavilion owner was just a pure feminine impulse. He hadn't expected the pavilion owner to be unaware. This suggested that the news about the 9-star sword grass had either not spread or was false. Of course, it was also possible that the treasure pavilion owner deliberately claimed ignorance. But Li Xuanfeng had only asked if the rumor of the 9-star sword grass appearance was true, not where it appeared or who had obtained it. The treasure pavilion owner had no reason to hide it. I felt something was off about this mission from the start, and that feeling is growing stronger. Li Xuanfeng mused silently. According to the mission briefing, the news of the 9-star sword grass originated from Xuanfeng City. Fan Jie, an Outer Sect elder of Hundred Sword Mountain hundreds of miles away, had learned of it, and thus posted this mission at the affairs hall. Why was the treasure pavilion owner who frequently interacted with cultivators in Xuanfeng City unaware? In any case, I must be cautious, Li Xianfeng said to himself. Though he knew Wei Qingyan was blessed with great fortune, and his own luck after transmigration was decent, caution was never a bad thing. The largest tavern in Xuanfeng City and the House of All Affairs were at opposite ends of the same street. They first booked 2 rooms at the tavern before heading to the House of All Affairs. Along the way, Li Xianfeng questioned 2 random cultivator passers-by. The cultivators looked puzzled, claiming they had never heard of any 9-star swordgrass. This further confirmed Li Xuanfeng's suspicion this mission was problematic. The House of All Affairs was at the end of Donglin Street, a quiet area with few passers-by. I'm sorry, but we're about to close for the day. Come back tomorrow if you need to purchase information. Before Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan could even step inside, the steward's voice rang out from within. May I ask if you have any information regarding the 9-star swordgrass? Li Xianfeng stated directly. About to close. They weren't closed yet. Buying a piece of information wouldn't take much time. Are you disciples of Hundred Sword Mountain? The steward's voice sounded, its pitch rising slightly as if in surprise. Hearing this, a glint flickered in Li Xuanfeng's eyes. The steward's words planted a seed of doubt in Li Xianfeng. He had merely inquired about any news of the 9-star swordgrass. How then did the man already know he was a disciple of Baijin Mountain? Please, the 2 guests may enter, the steward called. Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan exchanged a glance, left their mounts waiting at the door, and then stepped inside. Dusk was settling. The room was lit by peculiar glowing crystals that chased the darkness away. This Baishuwu is protected by an array. Your cultivation would have been detected the instant you entered. A sword spirit's voice suddenly echoed in Wei Qingyan's mind. She barely knitted her brows. The Baishuwu had been surreptitiously probing guests' cultivation levels. Within the past month, 2 disciples from Baijin Mountain came here asking about the 9-star swordgrass, he said. That is why I instinctively thought you were from Baijin Mountain. The steward was a round-faced, middle-aged man who approached them with a genial smile. Li Xianfeng nodded imperceptibly, keeping his composure. He did not press the man to explain how he had known they were Baijin disciples. The steward continued of his own accord. Does the shop know their names? Wei Qingyan asked. The 2 disciples the steward mentioned were likely the ones who had vanished during the mission. I do not know, the steward replied, shaking his head. He added, I only happened to speak with them a little and learned they were from Baijin Mountain. Wei Qingyan pressed further. Do you know where they went? The steward replied pleasantly. That information costs a fragment spirit stone. Li Xianfeng stifled a sigh, then produced a fingertip-sized crystal. Ordinary spirit stones were half a palm across. Fragment spirit stones came in varying sizes, like broken silver used in pieces. The steward pocketed the fragment and said they both went to the Xia mountain range. Li Xianfeng stared. 1 fragment bought so small a scrap of information. That's all I know, the steward said. I only know they headed to Xia mountain range. Beyond that I cannot say. Li Xianfeng then asked, how much for information about the 9-star swordgrass? 2 low-grade spirit stones, the steward said, holding up 2 fingers. Li Xianfeng did not hesitate and handed over 2 spirit stones. Only after stowing the stones did the steward continue. A month ago, someone discovered an array within the Xia mountain range. The array had fallen into disrepair. Some of the array foundations were broken. Through those weakened spots, one could glimpse portions of the array's interior. There the 9-star swordgrass had been seen. Of course, other rare materials were observed as well. However, though parts of the array are damaged, the cultivator who laid it possessed profound mastery. It cannot be brute-forced open. Only by waiting for a suitable moment, when the array's weak point reveals itself, can one slip inside. That auspicious moment is crucial. If you add 5 low-grade spirit stones, I will personally take you there when it appears. The steward finished in one breath. Li Xianfeng finally understood why the 2 Baijin Mountain disciples had gone to the Xia range. They were likely trying to verify the tale of the 9-star swordgrass. They had gone and never returned. Their fate was unknown. Li Xianfeng did not immediately hand over the additional stones and asked, did you guide those 2 Baijin disciples to Xia yourself? Of course not, the steward answered. They learned of the 9-star swordgrass from me and went on their own. The Xia range is infested with ferocious beasts. Without someone familiar to guide you, it is extremely dangerous, the steward warned. Think about it. 5 low-grade spirit stones, and when the time comes you will have me a local who knows the way to lead you. It's a fair bargain, he said, watching Li Xianfeng closely. Li Xianfeng hesitated a moment, then nodded. Wei Qingyan handed over 5 low-grade spirit stones without a second thought. Their supplies were meager, and she would not let Li Xianfeng pay alone. The steward pocketed the stones and asked, do you 2 currently reside within Xuanfeng City? At the Xuanfeng Inn, Li Xianfeng replied with a nod. Very well. The opportunity should present itself within 2 or 3 days. When it does, I will come personally to fetch you, the steward said with a smile. Li Xianfeng nodded and led Wei Qingyan back toward the door. They had taken only a few steps outside when a figure approached, a woman whose beauty made the eye brighten at once. She wore white robes with a touch of ink at the collar, a red brocade sash was tied at her waist, her sleeves bound with a faint golden crane embroidery. A silver filigree hairpiece bound her long black hair into a high ponytail, revealing a swan-like neck. Her features were elegant, and her gaze calm, yet resolute, exuding heroic bearing. Li Xuanfeng's first impression was of a rakish heroine, someone who strode the Jianghu with valor. Habitually, he summoned the system to scan her fate. The results startled him. She emanated a golden aura. A golden Tianming. Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. At once he spoke into his mind, system bind her. There was no hesitation in his voice. Ding, binding successful. Only he could see the attributes panel that materialized before his eyes. Name Su Miaozhen. Tianming Qiangdao Kueisho Qiangdao Vanguard. Cultivation Linghai Realm 9th level peak. Constitution Dahuang Battle Body. Finally, he had bound his second Tianming. Qiangdao Kueisho. Did that destiny mark her to become the spear path's foremost? Linghai Realm at the 9th peak was a pleasant surprise. Even the most modest tenfold returns from such a being would enrich him greatly. He reflected on the ranks of cultivation. Tempering body spirit aperture, chi vortex Linghai pill condensing. Su Miaozhen's Linghai 9th peak put her 2 whole tiers above him. They brushed past one another. Su Miaozhen only spared Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan a casual glance before withdrawing her gaze and stepping into Baishuwu. This establishment is closed, the steward called from behind. Bring your master out to speak. Su Miaozhen paid the steward no mind, her eyes fixed on the wooden stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Footsteps climbed the stair, and a man's voice unfamiliar to Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan spoke from within. Then all sound fell abruptly silent, apparently muffled by some sort of suppression. The two did not linger. They mounted and rode back toward the inn. Senior brother, Wei Qingyan murmured as they put distance between themselves and Baishuwu. She restrained her mount from drawing too near and spoke quietly to Li Xuanfeng. I feel there is something wrong with that place. What seems wrong? Li Xianfeng asked with a smile. I don't trust what that man said, Wei Qingyan replied. Li Xianfeng nodded slightly. He had never placed much trust in the steward's words. A grand formation has been discovered in the mountain range, and within it there might be celestial treasures like the 9-star sword grass. Once such news spreads, it will inevitably cause a stir and attract countless cultivators. Moreover, at least a month has passed. Even if the 100 Affairs House wanted to suppress it, they couldn't keep it hidden. Yet the shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion in Xuanfeng City was completely unaware. What do cultivators need most? Resources. Whether it's cultivation techniques, martial skills, spirit artifacts, or various celestial treasures, all are forms of resources. If such an event truly occurred in the Serpent Fang Mountains, the 100 Affairs House would lack the power to conceal it. Perhaps they could profit initially through information asymmetry, but not for long. The 100 Affairs House is no major sect or powerful faction. It's merely an intelligence trading organization in Xuanfeng City. Senior brother, do you mean he fabricated all of this? Wei Qingyan frowned slightly. Perhaps part is true and part false. Li Xianfeng nodded. When I mentioned the 9-star sword grass outside the door earlier, he immediately guessed we were disciples of 100 Sword Mountain. If someone truly spread news of the 9-star sword grass, would only 100 Sword Mountain disciples come to inquire, while other cultivators showed no interest? Clearly the news about the 9-star sword grass is known only to 100 Sword Mountain disciples, not to other cultivators. Or more precisely, only to those who accepted this mission. The 4 words 9-star sword grass are linked to 100 Sword Mountain disciples like a code. Whoever mentions it proves their origin from 100 Sword Mountain. Only this explains the steward's instinctive reaction earlier. But don't forget the mission regarding the 9-star sword grass was issued by Elder Fan Jia. In the night the two mounts drew close, and Li Xianfeng lowered his voice to Wei Qingyan. Senior brother, do you mean? Wei Qingyan's pupils contracted slightly. Li Xianfeng glanced at her, then leaned over his mouth near her ear, speaking in a whisper. Elder Fan Jia, who issued this mission, might also be problematic. He likely has some connection with this 100 Affairs House. Of course, this is just my speculation without evidence, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious. Feeling the warmth of Li Xuanfeng's breath, Wei Qingyan's ears grew hot. In the darkness, her translucent ears flushed crimson, the blush swiftly spreading to her cheeks. Fortunately, Li Xianfeng straightened up after speaking, allowing Wei Qingyan to breathe a sigh of relief. Now shock dominated her thoughts. Upon reflection, Elder Fan Jia's actions indeed seemed suspicious. According to the initial mission details, Elder Fan Jia claimed to be busy with his own affairs, so he issued a task for disciples to investigate the truth of the 9-star sword grass rumor. But when disciples began to disappear consecutively, did he not realize something was wrong? The successive disappearances of disciples on the mission indicated unknown risks. As the elder who issued the mission, could he be unaware? Moreover, he only added new tasks days after the disciples went missing. Thus, Elder Fan Jie either disregarded the disciples' lives or was connected to the Hundred Affairs house. If it were the latter, what motive would drive him to conspire with outsiders to harm Hundred Sword Mountain disciples? Wei Qingyan couldn't find an answer. Since you suspect a problem, senior brother, why did you agree to let him lead us to the Serpent Fang Mountains? Wei Qingyan asked. Because the 9-star sword grass might truly exist. Li Xuanfeng smiled. Wei Qingyan was momentarily stunned. Was her senior brother doing this for her? Because she needed the 9-star sword grass, was he willing to take risks even when the news was likely false? Senior brother. For a moment, the emotional junior sister's eyes welled up with tears. Gazing at her senior brother's silhouette in the night, Wei Qingyan vowed to repay Li Xuanfeng in the future. If possible, she would not hesitate to offer herself to him. At that moment, Li Xuanfeng was unaware of Wei Qingyan's thoughts. His agreement to let the steward lead them to the Serpent Fang Mountains was partly for the 9-star sword grass. Once obtained, Wei Qingyan's supreme sword physique would awaken. Li Xuanfeng would then receive his reward. But more importantly, he knew this journey posed no mortal danger. Wei Qingyan was blessed with great fortune, turning danger into safety, and he himself possessed some luck. Of course, the main reason was that Li Xuanfeng could use the system to view destinies. He could examine others' destinies and naturally his own. Viewing his own was simple. He just used the system's power to look at his hands and feet and see the radiance they emitted. The light around Li Xuanfeng was unlike any other. It wasn't white, blue, yellow, orange, or even gold. It was a chaotic hue. This was a special destiny capable of many changes. If misfortune loomed, the color would turn gray. If mortal danger approached, it would become dark gray. If a fatal crisis was imminent, it would turn black. This was a function Li Xuanfeng had known since binding the system and understanding its capabilities. In other words, by observing the light on his body, he could gauge whether his upcoming actions would be life-threatening. The color of his light hadn't changed, indicating no danger in the near future. Letting him guide us to the Serpent Fang Mountains is fine. There's no life-threatening risk. If he harbors ill intentions, I can reclaim the spirit stones with interest. Li Xuanfeng thought to himself. The steward of the Hundred Affairs house had charged him several large spirit stones for 2 simple questions, which irked him. Given the chance, he would certainly demand repayment with interest. As they conversed, before they knew it, the two had returned to the tavern. On the path of cultivation, strength is paramount. With more power, you gain more ability to protect yourself. You have the barrier-breaking pill and the true essence liquid. You can attempt a breakthrough tonight. This tavern's guest rooms have formations that block sound and aura, perfect for quiet cultivation. I plan to attempt a breakthrough tonight. Don't slack off either. Li Xuanfeng ruffled Wei Qingyan's hair before returning to his room and closing the door. Is senior brother about to break through? It seems his bone structure isn't as poor as Sword Spirit Sister claimed. No, I must cultivate diligently too and not fall too far behind. Once the supreme sword physique awakens, my bone structure and aptitude will surge quickly, closing the gap with senior brother. Wei Qingyan thought to herself. Then she returned to her own room and began to cultivate. Li Xuanfeng sat cross-legged, took a spirit convergence pill from his system space, and swallowed it. This pill, a top-grade second-tier elixir, could allow a cultivator at the 9th level of the spirit aperture realm to break through directly to the chi vortex realm. Whether in the body-tempering realm or the spirit aperture realm, one cultivated the self using true chi as their power. The difference was merely that the true chi in the spirit aperture realm was purer and more abundant than in the body-tempering realm. Only by opening all 9 apertures connecting the body to heaven and earth could one seize celestial spiritual energy to strengthen oneself. During this process, true chi is replaced by spiritual energy. As spiritual energy gathers and compresses, it forms a high-density vortex in the Dantian akin to a storm cloud. Thus it is called the chi vortex realm. Up to 9 vortices can form. Hence the chi vortex realm has 9 levels. Li Xuanfeng refined the power of the spirit convergence pill, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth. The true chi within his body began to transform rapidly. His flesh was continuously scoured and strengthened by the spiritual energy. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, a vortex formed in Li Xuanfeng's dantian. The first level of the chi vortex realm. Huff! Li Xuanfeng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid chi. Clenching his fist, he felt an overall elevation. The effect of the spirit convergence pill exceeded his expectations. Now I can fly on a sword. With a thought, Li Xuanfeng summoned the azure edge sword from his system space. Forming a sword gesture with 2 fingers, he infused spiritual energy into the azure edge sword, and the long blade floated in the air. Li Xuanfeng stood up, gently stepped, and steadily mounted the sword. Go! With a mental command, the Azure Edge sword carried Li Xuanfeng on several laps around the room. The transition from true qi to spiritual energy was a qualitative change. It provided cultivators with prolonged endurance and greater explosive power. Attaching spiritual energy to a weapon to carry a person in flight was a hallmark of this realm. Another feature of the Qi Vortex realm was the birth of Divine Sense. Divine Sense is a power of the soul. It is formless, colorless, and bodiless, an invisible, intangible, yet real force. Li Xuanfeng sat cross-legged again and closed his eyes. Divine Sense spread from his mind. Every detail of the room was revealed. It could even penetrate chairs and tables to observe their interiors. The Divine Sense continued to diffuse, soon passing through the wall into Wei Qingjian's adjacent room. Every guest room in the inn was equipped with a simple formation that could block sound and aura, but it could not block Divine Sense. Li Xuanfeng's Divine Sense pierced through the wall and entered Wei Qingjian's room. At that moment, Wei Qingyan was meditating and cultivating. My! The sword spirit within the broken sword beside her was suddenly startled. Just as it was about to see who was so audacious, it held back upon realizing that the Divine Sense came from Li Xuanfeng's room. Li Xuanfeng's Divine Sense lingered only for a moment before retracting. Has he just broken through to the Vortex realm? No, he must have revealed another part of his hidden power. The sword spirit fell into contemplation. It did not believe Li Xuanfeng had just broken through. After all, for Li Xuanfeng to capture and tame the swift shadow black steed before was utterly impossible with the power of the spirit aperture realm. Thus, the sword spirit concluded that Li Xuanfeng was concealing his true strength. Yet his behavior is exactly like someone who has just awakened Divine Sense, curious about it and eager to test it out. The sword spirit frowned. It seems he's playing the role to perfection. One could say he acts quite well. Its brow relaxed, and it let out a soft chuckle. It felt it had seen through the truth. On the other side, next door, was that an illusion? Li Xuanfeng murmured. When he had just entered Wei Qingjian's room, he seemed to sense an extremely faint ripple of soul power. Though it was very weak and brief, he still vaguely perceived it. Could it be that Wei Qingyan carries some kind of spiritual entity? Li Xuanfeng pondered silently. Could it be an old man in a ring? Recalling the broken sword, she always held he thought it quite likely. As a transmigrator, none of this was unfamiliar to him, and he easily accepted it. It seems I must be more cautious around Wei Qingyan in the future. Li Xuanfeng thought. Ding. Wei Qingjian's cultivation has increased, breaking through to the spirit aperture realm 2nd layer. 50-fold return, you break through to the vortex realm 3rd layer. The system notification chimed at that moment. Wei Qingyan had broken through using a barrier-breaking pill. The system determined Li Xuanfeng's participation at 50%, granting a 50-fold return. Li Xuanfeng's aura began to surge. Within his dantian, countless strands of pure spiritual energy converged with a roar. The 2nd vortex was successfully formed. Then came the 3rd, yet it was not over. Still, wisps of pure spiritual energy drifted in, hinting at the formation of a 4th vortex. But ultimately the momentum waned, and it could not take shape. I still have the spirit purifying elixir. Tonight, I might have a chance to break through to the 4th layer of the vortex realm. Li Xuanfeng's current realm was the 3rd layer of the vortex realm. But to be precise, it was the mid or late stage of the 3rd layer. He was not far from the 4th layer. With the spirit purifying elixir, a rare, celestial treasure, his body could absorb it freely. Even with poor talent and low absorption rate, 2 bottles of the elixir would be enough for him to break through. Continue. Li Xuanfeng sat cross-legged and cultivated again. The birth of Divine Sense also meant his soul had grown stronger, allowing him to stay fully alert even after days without sleep. Next door, after her breakthrough, Wei Qingyan did not stop, but took out true essence liquid to continue cultivating. Meanwhile, at the House of All Affairs, in the secret chamber, in the end, a troublesome person has been drawn here. A middle-aged man in dark robes with a thick black beard sat on a chair, his index finger lightly tapping the armrest. Master, should we postpone or advance the time to deal with those two? The steward of the House of All Affairs stood to the side, half-bowed, and asked respectfully. His master was the owner of the House of All Affairs, named Xuanfeng. Xuanfeng was a master at the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. The one who made him feel troubled was naturally the spirited woman who had entered last. As for the two the steward mentioned, they were Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. Counting the time, Big Brother should have almost finished absorbing the last batch of blood sacrifices. Let's set the time for the day after tomorrow. Xuanfeng fell silent for a moment before speaking. One of those two is at the 1st layer of the spirit aperture realm, the other at the peak of the 9th layer. Dealing with them will be no challenge for you, but pay attention to their mounts. The Black Wind Horse can be ignored, but the swift Shadow Black Steed cannot be overlooked. Its combat power is low among beasts of the same rank, but its speed is top-notch. You couldn't catch it even if you gave it your all. Xuanfeng said, Master, I have experience in this. I will make them lower their guard, then ambush and take out the swift Shadow Black Steed first. The rest will be easy. The steward smiled. He knew Xuanfeng was reminding him not to let anyone escape due to carelessness. With the swift shadow black steed's speed, even carrying 2 or 3 people, the steward could not catch up. If someone escaped, it would lead to a series of severe consequences. So the steward understood the stakes. Be careful not to strike too hard. If you damage their origin, the quality of the blood sacrifices will drop, affecting Big Brother's breakthrough. Xuanfeng said. He emphasized this every time. Rest assured, master. I am quite experienced in such matters. The steward bowed even lower. With his cultivation at the 4th layer of the vortex realm, dealing with 2 spirit aperture realm cultivators was a trivial task. Injuring them without harming their foundation, sealing their meridians, and rendering them powerless. He had done this so often that it had become second nature. Good. Carry it out well. Once Big Brother breaks through, you will surely be rewarded. Xuanfeng stood up smiling and patted the steward on the shoulder. He was quite at ease with the steward handling such schemes. The reminders had simply become a habit. The false information won't fool that person for long. She will return soon, but by then Big Brother should have already broken through, and she will no longer be a threat. Xuanfeng thought of the spirited woman again. Her cultivation was on par with his, but she gave him a faint sense of danger. Her strength was likely not low, perhaps even greater than his. The woman had come to the House of All Affairs to purchase information. The information involved Xuanfeng's elder brother, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, so he had no choice but to mislead her with false intel. But it would be seen through eventually. However, as long as his elder brother broke through to the core condensation realm, everything would be fine. Finally, I can get a good mount. Giving the swift shadow black steed to a disciple of the spirit aperture realm is a sheer waste of a treasure. While Xuanfeng was thinking about his elder brother's breakthrough, the steward was eyeing Xuanfeng's swift shadow black steed. In his view, the swift shadow black steed was already as good as is, just waiting to be taken the day after tomorrow. The next day, at dawn, spiritual energy rapidly converged and compressed in Xuanfeng's dantian. The 4th vortex was successfully formed. Xuanfeng broke through to the 4th layer of the vortex realm. Ding! Wei Qingjian's cultivation has increased, breaking through to the spirit aperture realm 3rd layer. 50-fold return, you break through to the vortex realm 6th layer. The system notification chimed. Xuanfeng, who had just broken through, experienced another surge in cultivation. The 5th and 6th cyclones swiftly coalesced. Xuanfeng's cultivation directly soared to the 6th level of the cyclone realm. In just a single night, he had ascended from the peak of the 9th level of the spirit aperture realm to the 6th level of the cyclone realm. A leap across 6 realms. Among them was a major realm barrier. The stronger the power, the greater the sense of security. It's a pity my talent is limited and my absorption rate of the spirit refining liquid is low, otherwise I could have elevated another realm. Clenching his fist, feeling this formidable power, Xuanfeng sighed with emotion. The better a cultivator's talent, the higher their absorption rate of resources, and the less was wasted. Xuanfeng had ordinary talent. Most of the 2 bottles of spirit refining liquid had been squandered. I wonder if I can truly obtain the 9-star sword grass. Xuanfeng muttered inwardly. If he could obtain the 9-star sword grass to awaken Wei Qingjian's supreme sword physique, and he received the reward, his talent would undoubtedly undergo earth-shattering changes. Then he would no longer have to worry about the low absorption rate. Xuanfeng had already determined that this mission had issues. Most of what the 100 Affairs Hall steward said could not be trusted. But whether the news of the 9-star sword grass was entirely fabricated or actually existed, Xuanfeng could not be certain. Of course, he still held a sliver of hope in his heart. That was why he agreed to let the 100 Affairs Hall steward lead him to the Serpent Fang Mountains for a look. He then used the system to check the light around him. It was still chaotic in color. No recent bad luck, nor any life-threatening danger. At the hour of Chun, senior brother, a knock sounded at Xuanfeng's door. Opening the door, the little junior sister's exquisitely beautiful and delicate face came into view. How is it? Did you break through? Xuanfeng looked at Wei Qingyan with a smile. Thanks to the barrier-breaking pill you gave me, senior brother, and the true essence liquid you helped me exchange for, I broke through 2 realms last night. Now I'm already at the 3rd level of the spirit aperture realm. Wei Qingyan said cheerfully. She was delighted to have narrowed the gap in cultivation between herself and Xuanfeng. The stronger she became, the more she could help Xuanfeng in the future, and the better she could repay him. Not bad. Xuanfeng patted her head. He had to admit the little junior sister's head felt great to ruffle. Senior brother, you must have broken through to the cyclone realm, right? Wei Qingyan had grown accustomed to Xuanfeng patting her head. Xuanfeng had said last night that he would break through. In Wei Qingjian's view, he would only say that if he was certain. Xuanfeng nodded with a smile. Come on, let's go taste the delicacies of Xuanshan City. Xuanfeng said, walking ahead. Your senior brother is already at the 6th level of the cyclone realm. The sword spirit's helpless voice echoed in Wei Qingjian's mind. What? Shocked Wei Qingyan couldn't help but exclaim aloud. What's wrong? Li Xuanfeng turned back in confusion. Was Wei Qingyan talking to herself, chatting with an old man in a ring? And nothing. Wei Qingyan stammered. Then she stared intently at Li Xuanfeng and asked, Senior brother, you didn't just break through to the first level of the Cyclone Realm, did you? Li Xuanfeng nodded. Then what level of the Cyclone Realm are you at now? The 6th. Wei Qingyan stood frozen on the spot. Really, the 6th? 6 minor realms in one night. How is that possible? And this is what the Sword Spirit sister called ordinary talent. Psych, didn't I tell you? He's been hiding his strength. He's just voluntarily revealing a part of it now. The Sword Spirit's voice rang in her mind. Wei Qingyan finally came to her senses. Breaking through 6 realms in one night. Unless it's the awakening of some powerful physique, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. Once your supreme sword physique awakens, you might also break through several realms. The Sword Spirit continued. But this is likely his full strength. I misjudged earlier, his talent is actually quite good, no worse than yours now. To surpass him, you must awaken the supreme sword physique as soon as possible. The Sword Spirit said. Wei Qingyan nodded silently and followed Li Xuanfeng downstairs. The two wandered around the vicinity and enjoyed some delicacies. Senior brother, didn't I promise to give you a human-grade superior martial technique as compensation? Now that you've broken through to the 6th level of the Cyclone Realm, you can fully unleash its power, so I'll give it to you now. Wei Qingyan called out to Li Xuanfeng. The mission isn't over yet. Aren't you afraid we won't find the 9-star sword grass? Li Xuanfeng looked at her. Wei Qingyan shook her head and looked at Li Xuanfeng seriously. Senior brother, you've helped me so much. No matter what, I should have repaid you long ago. So I hope senior brother won't refuse. Li Xuanfeng nodded. The two then rode their mounts out of the city and found a remote, uninhabited spot. We'll do it here. They stopped. Wei Qingyan's martial technique had no scroll, as the Sword Spirit had directly imparted it to her. Thus, to teach Li Xuanfeng this technique, she had to demonstrate it herself and recite the incantation. This technique is called the 9 Swords of Gung Metal. The complete version is divided into 2 volumes. The first volume contains 6 swords whose power is top tier among human-grade superior techniques. The second volume contains 3 swords equivalent to a human-grade ultimate technique. Now I'll pass the complete version to you, senior brother. Wei Qingyan said. This technique was taught by the Sword Spirit, so Wei Qingyan had obtained its consent before passing it on. Over the past month, she had gained many benefits from Li Xuanfeng. Now repaying him with a human-grade ultimate martial technique met no objection from the Sword Spirit. Wei Qingyan first explained the cultivation essentials of the 9 Swords of Gung Metal and the circulation of power through the meridians. Ding. As Wei Qingyan recalled and recited the 9 Swords of Gung Metal, deepening her memory and impression of the technique, a 25-fold return granted you complete mastery of the 9 Swords of Gung Metal. Wei Qingyan's recollection and recitation of the 9 Swords of Gung Metal were primarily aimed at teaching Li Xuanfeng, and she had a significant connection to him. Moreover, he was indeed listening and learning attentively. The system determined his participation rate at 25%, thus granting a 25-fold return. Li Xuanfeng successfully committed the technique to memory. Now I'll demonstrate it once for you, senior brother. With that, Wei Qingyan drew the Roaring Wind Sword and began to practice the 9 Swords of Gung Metal. From her slightly flushed face, it was clear that practicing this technique was quite strenuous. The higher the grade of the martial technique, the greater its power, and likewise the greater the consumption of energy. Wei Qingyan was only at the 3rd level of the Spirit Aperture Realm. The most suitable technique for her to cultivate would be a human-grade medium 1. Forcing herself to execute a human-grade ultimate technique was no easy feat. Swish, swish, swish. 9 sword beams howled out in succession, carving 9 trenches over 2 meters deep and more than 10 meters long into the ground. Huff huff, Wei Qingyan's rather ample chest heaved. A single execution had nearly drained all her power. Moreover, the power unleashed was a far cry from the true might of the 9 Swords of Gung Metal. Ding! Wei Qingyan executed the 9 Swords of Gung Metal once, gaining partial experience and new insights. With a 25-fold return, you received a vast amount of experience and insights, and the 9 Swords of Gung Metal has been successfully initiated and is approaching minor mastery. The system notification sounded. Immediately, a flood of experience and insights poured into Li Xuanfeng's mind. He not only learned the 9 Swords of Gung Metal instantly, but also reached the threshold of minor mastery. Wei Qingyan was a genius with exceptional comprehension. What took ordinary people 10 or dozens of tries to learn a martial technique, she could master in one attempt. Thus, the insight she gained from a single execution was equivalent to what an ordinary person would gain from 10 dozens or even hundreds of attempts. With the system multiplying that by 25 times, the experience and insight were naturally immense. That was how Li Xuanfeng was able to approach minor mastery. Senior brother, you should have learned this technique right. Wei Qingyan sheathed her longsword and turned to look at Li Xuanfeng. Li Xuanfeng nodded. Not only had he learned it, but he had also nearly reached the minor mastery realm. That's good. Wei Qingjian's face pale from the depletion of her power while executing the 9 swords of gung metal broke into a smile. Don't push yourself when using such martial techniques in the future. Li Xuanfeng walked over and gently patted Wei Qingjian's head. It was still too demanding for someone at the spiritual aperture realm to unleash a peak-grade, human-level martial technique. This technique couldn't even serve as a trump card. Without sufficient power to sustain it, its true might could not be unleashed. If Wei Qingyan had already expended over half her strength in battle before executing the 9 swords of gung metal, the power within her wouldn't be enough to unleash all 9 swords. When her strength ran dry, she would be at the mercy of her enemies. Senior brother, could you demonstrate it? Wei Qingyan asked. Though the sword spirit had praised Li Xuanfeng's comprehension, she needed to see it with her own eyes to be at ease. Li Xuanfeng nodded. His gaze swept the surroundings and finally settled on a massive boulder about 40 or 50 meters away. He took 2 steps forward. Swish! The azure-edged sword was drawn from its sheath. The chi vortex in his dantian vibrated, and vast spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a roaring tempest. Swish! 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 In the next instant, 9 visible substantial sword chi tore through the air. That boulder, estimated to be 3 meters high and over 10 meters long, was sliced into rubble by the 9 sword chi as if it were tofu. Crash! The boulder, weighing at least 30 tons, collapsed into a heap of fragments. Your senior brother's comprehension is truly remarkable. After watching your demonstration just once, his first attempt has already crossed the threshold and approached minor mastery. The sword spirit's astonished voice echoed in Wei Qingjian's mind. Her initial assessment of Li Xuanfeng's talent had been favorable. Now it seemed she might have underestimated him. Wei Qingjian's eyes, however, lit up. From Li Xuanfeng's execution of the technique, she with her keen insight drew inspiration and felt a sudden realization. Ding! Wei Qingyan observed your execution of the 9 swords of gung metal and gained new insights, achieving a profound new understanding of this technique. 50-fold return granted. You have received a wealth of enlightenment. 9 swords of gung metal has reached grand mastery. As the system notification chimed, a flood of insights surged into his mind. In a trance, Li Xuanfeng felt as if he had tirelessly cultivated the 9 swords of gung metal countless times. Each time, he gained something new, a fresh realization. Senior brother is truly formidable. Wei Qingyan praised sincerely. She knew that Li Xuanfeng's mastery of the 9 swords of gung metal now surpassed her own. The 9 swords of gung metal, worthy of a peak-grade, human-level technique, has 2 methods of execution. Li Xuanfeng decided to strike while the iron was hot and began to impart his insights to Wei Qingyan. Swish! The azure-edged sword was drawn once more. As your realm breaks through, you will eventually continue to learn this technique. Allow me to demonstrate it twice for you now. The first method is the 9 swords as independent strikes. Each sword, when unleashed alone, inflicts a different type of lethality. For instance, this sword excels in cutting, who it can sever anything. As he spoke, Li Xuanfeng slashed a sword towards the ground. Swish! The visible sword chi tore through the earth, a fissure spreading over 100 meters away. The sheer destructive power was far greater than what Wei Qingyan had displayed earlier. This sword excels in penetration. Swish! The sword chi condensed into the shape of a long sword, piercing straight out, boring a deep dark hole of unknown depth into the ground. This sword can shatter the enemy. Swish! The sword chi roared, carrying immense force as it flew out, blasting a large rock into dust. Swish! 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 6 more astonishing sword chi were unleashed in succession. With each slash, Li Xuanfeng provided an explanation. In mere moments, the surroundings were devastated as if carpet-bombed by explosives. The second method is the stacking of 9 swords. Each sword is stronger than the last. After 9 consecutive charges, the ultimate strike is delivered. Surging spiritual energy converged upon the azure-edged sword. With each charge, the sword let out a crisp hum. Once, twice, thrice, 8 times, 9 times. After 9 successive accumulations of spiritual energy, the azure-edged sword trembled violently, as if on the verge of breaking. Swish! In the next moment, the sword bearing its maximum load was slashed forward. The sword chi tore through the earth. 300 meters away, a hill was cleaved in 2 by this terrifying sword chi. How is this possible? Within the broken sword, the sword spirit, silently observing, was shaken to her core. This was the first time she had been so astounded since knowing Li Xuanfeng. With her vast experience, she could naturally discern that Li Xuanfeng's 9 swords of gung metal had reached grand mastery. How long had it been? A single viewing brought him near minor mastery. After 2 consecutive demonstrations, he had directly entered grand mastery. What kind of comprehension was this? The sword spirit realized she had still underestimated Li Xuanfeng's talent. Li Xuanfeng's comprehension was beyond imagination, far surpassing Wei Qingjian's. At this moment, she could no longer remain composed. Her weakened remnant soul fluctuated violently, unable to calm for a long time. This fluctuation was detected by Li Xuanfeng. However, he was not surprised. He had already suspected that Wei Qingjian's broken sword might house an entity akin to an old man in a ring. The two demonstrations had also depleted Li Xuanfeng's spiritual energy, leaving him feeling weak. He turned his gaze back to Wei Qingyan. He saw her staring blankly at the terrifying sword marks he had carved. Her rosy full lips were slightly parted, her clear pure eyes wide open. A picture of dumbstruck awe? Ding. Wei Qingyan observed your demonstration and listened to your explanation. A torrent of insights into the 9 swords of gung metal surged in her heart, allowing her to successfully enter minor mastery. 50-fold return granted. Your 9 swords of gung metal has reached perfection. Insights erupted within his heart. Li Xuanfeng's understanding of the 9 swords of gung metal advanced by leaps and bounds, once more reaching perfection. Li Xuanfeng finally exhaled a turbid breath, his face brimming with a smile. A perfected peak-grade human-level martial technique combined with his cultivation at the 6th layer of the Qi Vortex realm. Such strength meant he was virtually unmatched among those at the Qi Vortex realm. Even if he encountered a Spirit Sea realm expert, he could contend. This time both of them had benefited greatly. With her exceptional comprehension, Wei Qingyan had brought the 9 swords of gung metal to minor mastery. If she were to execute it now, she could control her power while unleashing it twice consecutively, while conserving some stamina. This technique could now serve as her trump card. Of course, in terms of sheer power unleashed, she was still far from matching Li Xuanfeng. Let's go. After a brief meditation to recover some strength, the two mounted their steeds and headed back to the city. In the afternoon, they sampled some local delicacies. As night fell, Wei Qingyan did not attempt a breakthrough. Li Xuanfeng also prepared to rest, but the system notification suddenly chimed. Ding. Su Miaojin continuously executed myriad paths, maze gaining considerable experience and new insights. 10-fold return granted. You have learned myriad paths maze and reached the initiation stage. Instantly scenes flashed through Li Xuanfeng's mind. In a daze, he saw himself moving like an afterimage, a single step covering 10 or 20 zhang. With a few strides, he had crossed mountains and valleys, fading into the distance. This is a Earth-grade lower-tier movement technique. Li Xuanfeng could hardly conceal his joy. The second chosen maiden he had bound yesterday was finally beginning to give back. Before this, he had never heard of myriad paths maze. But his bound target Su Miaojin had already mastered it. After continuous use, she had gained new insights into the technique. These insights, amplified 10-fold, were returned to Li Xuanfeng. This allowed him to directly train this movement technique to the initiation stage. Using myriad paths maze will consume a great deal of my power, just like Wei Qingyan with the 9 swords of gung metal. But regardless, myriad paths maze can drastically increase my speed. Even at initiation, it's likely already faster than my divine speed black steed. The only drawback is that my current power can't sustain its prolonged use. Still, it counts as a life-saving trump card. Li Xuanfeng was in high spirits. The benefits of binding multiple chosen ones were beginning to manifest. He had learned an Earth-grade lower-tier movement technique without lifting a finger. If this continued, the more chosen ones he bound, the more rapidly he would advance. For others, cultivation slows down as they progress. For him, it might accelerate. After calming his mind, Li Xuanfeng finally rested. The next day, Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan had just eaten when the steward of the Myriad Affairs Hall came to find them. The opportune moment has arrived. He'll take you two to the Snake Fang Mountains. The steward said with a genial smile. His round face seemed harmless. Yet deep within his eyes there seemed to lurk an eagerness that could barely be contained. Then I shall trouble you. Li Xuanfeng exchanged an imperceptible glance with Wei Qingyan before addressing the steward of the 100 Affairs Pavilion with a smile. Payment for services rendered, it is only right. The steward chuckled. The three of them stepped outside. Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan mounted their steeds. As for the steward, he had to rely on his own 2 legs. Neither Wei Qingyan nor Li Xuanfeng offered him a seat. A cultivator with robust strength and a sturdy physique could easily traverse hundreds of li in a single day. Though the steward's expression remained calm, resentment brewed within him. Damn it, just endure you for a little longer. Soon this divine steed will be mine. What a pity about this delicate beauty, though. Too lovely to touch, she must be kept as a blood sacrifice for my master's elder brother. The steward strode ahead, maintaining a step's lead over Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. His previously genial demeanor had vanished, replaced by a gaze as cold and venomous as a serpent's. But with his back to them, neither Li Xuanfeng nor Wei Qingyan could see it. Throughout the journey, few words were exchanged. The steward only spoke when pointing out a change in direction. Li Xuanfeng used the system to examine the fate colors of the three. His own remained chaotic. No misfortune, no danger. He then turned to Wei Qingyan, who was shrouded in a golden radiance, still the chosen one. Finally, he looked at the steward ahead. An intense black light enveloped him, an omen of impending death. Li Xianfeng recalled that when he first entered the Hundred Affairs Pavilion, the steward had been surrounded by a faint blue hue. Now his fate had drastically shifted. This man was not far from death. Half an hour later, they had traveled dozens of li. This was the outer perimeter of the Serpent Fang mountain range. Endless peaks stretched out, ancient trees stood tall, shadows lay thick, vines coiled, and moss covered the ground. It resembled a pristine primeval forest. As they traversed the deep mountains, their pace slowed. Another half hour brought them to the heart of the Serpent Fang mountain range. Within the Serpent Fang mountains, miasmas thrive and demon beasts roam everywhere. Even cultivators at the body tempering or spirit aperture realms could lose their way. If luck turns sour and you encounter a second or third tier demon beast or a massive horde of them, the danger would be far greater. Arriving at a relatively wide valley, the steward resumed his genial demeanor. His pace subtly slowed, imperceptibly shortening the distance to the divine steed. Meanwhile, he kept talking, attempting to divert their attention and lower their guard. As I said earlier, it's best to have a guide here. If not for me, you two might have already stumbled into a demon beast's territory. Those 5 low-grade spirit stones were well spent, weren't they? The grand formation is about 4 or 5 li ahead, so. As he spoke, the steward's eyes suddenly turned ferocious. A surging mass of spiritual energy coalesced around his fist, which he drove toward the divine steed's neck. A thunderous roar erupted. The ground was blasted into a massive crater by the sheer force. The steward lay in the pit, spitting blood, his chest crushed beneath Li Xuanfeng's foot. So what? So you chose this as your burial ground? Li Xianfeng gazed down at him impassively. You. The steward, his mouth full of blood and eyes wide with disbelief, stared at Li Xianfeng. The instant the steward threw his punch, Li Xianfeng had leaped from the divine steed's back, landed on him, and stomped him into the ground. The raging spiritual energy blasted a massive crater into the earth. In that moment, the steward perceived Li Xuanfeng's cultivation level. The 6th layer of the Qi vortex realm. 2 layers higher than his own. Wasn't he at the 9th layer of the spirit aperture realm? Could the array that had been reliably used for years in the Hundred Affairs Pavilion have made an error in detecting his realm? And how had he reacted so swiftly? Had he been on guard all along? How could this be? Surrounded by mountains and blessed with scenic beauty, you've chosen a fine spot. Spiritual energy gathered beneath Li Xuanfeng's foot. With a mere stomp, the steward would meet his end. It was fortunate that cultivators at the Qi vortex realm possessed formidable physiques. An ordinary man would have perished long ago. No, he would have been crushed into a mist of blood by that stomp, leaving no trace. Wait. Ignoring the blood gushing from his mouth, the steward shouted, his eyes wide with terror. Yet the spiritual energy gathering on Li Xuanfeng's foot did not dissipate. I know many secrets. I can tell you anything. I can tell you everything. The steward could not face the fear of death. The stomp had grievously wounded him, nearly sending him into the throes of death, robbing him of the will to resist. Speak. Li Xuanfeng's expression was cold. This was precisely the moment he had been waiting for. Promise you won't kill me first. The steward pleaded, his face contorted with fear. You are in no position to bargain. Li Xianfeng stated flatly. If death is certain, why should I say more? The steward gritted his teeth. Very well. Li Xianfeng finally nodded. She must not kill me either. The steward said, turning to Wei Qingyan. Agreed. Li Xianfeng answered on her behalf. I will ask and you will answer. If I suspect even a hint of a lie, our agreement is void. If your answers satisfy me, she and I will both guarantee your life. Li Xianfeng looked down at the bloodied steward, who nodded frantically. Is the news about the 9-star sword grass true? This was Li Xuanfeng's primary concern. It is true. The 9-star sword grass is indeed within the grand formation. The steward dared not lie. Li Xianfeng stared into his eyes, scrutinizing his expression. The steward did not dare to deceive him. The answer pleased Li Xuanfeng, and even Wei Qingyan, standing not far away, could not suppress her excitement. Does the grand formation truly exist? Li Xianfeng pressed on. It exists. It is about 4 or 5 li west of here. However, it was not discovered a month ago, but 3 years ago. The formation has been occupied by my master's elder brother. Master. The owner of the Hundred Affairs Pavilion and my master. What is your master's cultivation level? Who is his elder brother? What is his cultivation? Why are they occupying the formation? My master is Yuan Ting at the 9th layer of the Spirit Ocean realm. His elder brother is Yuan Shao at the peak of the 9th layer of the Spirit Ocean realm. He has been in seclusion within the formation, attempting to break through to the condensation core realm. The steward spoke in one breath. Why did you immediately know we were disciples of the 100 Swords Sect the moment I mentioned the 9-star sword grass? Li Xianfeng fixed his gaze on the steward's eyes. As he spoke, he gradually increased the pressure from his foot. The steward was terrified out of his wits and hastily blurted out. Because we have arrangements with some sect elders to supply us with young cultivators through various means. Fan Jia of the 100 Sword Sect is one of our collaborators. He was promised that if he delivered 30 Spirit Aperture Realm disciples within 3 years, my master would help him break through his cultivation bottleneck. We agreed on multiple code words, and 9-star swordgrass is the recent one. The steward's confession confirmed Li Xuanfeng's suspicions. It seemed Fan Jie was using various missions to lead the 100 Swords Sect disciples to their deaths. The so-called code word was hidden within the mission descriptions. In any sect, it was normal for disciples to die or go missing while carrying out missions. If Fan Jie operated at intervals, it would hardly draw much attention. Is your demand for so many Spirit Aperture Realm disciples related to Yuan Shao's breakthrough? Li Xuanfeng's indifferent gaze bored down on the steward. Yes. He cultivates a sinister technique that forcibly extracts and refines others' blood essence to enhance his own power. Perhaps due to a flaw in the technique, he can only absorb the blood essence of Spirit Aperture Realm cultivators. The cultivators he uses for blood essence cultivation are called blood sacrifices, the steward replied. You've done quite well keeping this under wraps. Li Xuanfeng sneered. The formation can mask all auras, and few cultivators venture into the Serpent Fang Mountains. Even if someone stumbles upon the formation, they are either killed or captured to prevent leaks. Yuan Shao cannot absorb too many blood sacrifices at once. If news of the formation spread, it would attract a swarm of cultivators, which would be detrimental to him. He chose to collaborate with certain sect elders to deliver Spirit Aperture Realm cultivators regularly. Since their interests are aligned, they help cover it up, so it has remained hidden for 3 years. The steward, thinking he had already revealed so much, decided to spill everything he knew. Moreover, Li Xuanfeng constantly watched his expressions. Whenever he sensed a hint of deceit, he increased the pressure from his foot. Driven by pain and the threat of death, the steward could no longer hold back. How many guards are at the formation? What is their strength? What is Yuan Shao's current state? Li Xuanfeng continued. There are 3 guards, all at the first layer of the Spirit Ocean realm. Yuan Shao may break through soon. When I deliver blood sacrifices, the guards help bring them into the formation. He should not be able to act easily before his breakthrough. The steward said, Can you enter the formation? I am not permitted to enter. The steward shook his head. What about your master? Why did he send you instead of coming himself? Li Xuanfeng asked his final question. I have always handled such matters, and it has never gone wrong, until I met you. My master has been wary of one person, the woman who entered the pavilion the day before yesterday, after you left the Myriad Affairs Pavilion. She had a younger cousin who went missing and came to the 100 Affairs Pavilion hoping to buy some leads. But based on her description, her cousin has most likely been absorbed and refined by Yuan Shao as a blood sacrifice. My master could only mislead her with some ambiguous information, but she will eventually discover the truth and return to settle the score. After hearing the steward's words, Li Xuanfeng nodded. He knew that woman was the second destined maiden bound to him, Su Miaozhen. Lifting his foot from the steward's crushed chest, Li Xuanfeng kept his word and did not kill him. The steward breathed a huge sigh of relief. The suffocating terror of death's shadow was too unbearable. He never wanted to experience it again. Fearing that Li Xuanfeng might change his mind, the steward forced his grievously wounded body to rise, clutching his chest as he backed away. Finish him. Li Xuanfeng walked to the divine steed and gave it a gentle pat. The divine steed understood instantly. Its forehooves pounded the ground as it shot forward. You break your word. The steward roared in fury and turned to flee. At the same time, a long sword flew from his hand, aimed directly at Li Xuanfeng. Li Xuanfeng had been prepared, knowing the steward possessed a storage ring. Now the steward could no longer resist and drew the sword from the ring, attacking Li Xuanfeng. I did promise not to kill you, but my steed made no such promise. Li Xuanfeng watched the steward's fleeing figure with an indifferent expression, knocking the sword aside and pinning it under his foot. In his severely wounded state, the steward's attack posed no threat whatsoever. The steward spat a mouthful of blood in sheer rage. How could his broken body outrun the divine steed? The steed's front hooves came down like hammers, crushing the steward to death. After trampling the steward to death, the divine black steed raised its head and snorted 2 streams of hot air from its nostrils. Just moments ago, the steward had attempted to ambush it, but thankfully, its master reacted swiftly, stomping him into the ground. Now that it had personally ended the steward, it felt a surge of satisfaction in its heart. Senior brother is what he said, trustworthy. Wei Qingyan approached. It should not be false, but we cannot take it entirely at face value. Caution is always wise. Li Xuanfeng mused, his eyes fixed on the steward's expression. Although Li Xuanfeng had never studied the psychology of micro-expressions, he sensed the steward was unlikely to be lying. After all, the steward dared not gamble, fearing Li Xuanfeng might kick him to death if he thought he was being deceived. Let's set that aside for now. That fellow took so many spirit stones from me the day before yesterday. Now I can finally reclaim them with interest. Li Xuanfeng picked up his longsword and strode toward the steward's corpse. Wei Qingyan was momentarily speechless. A man so generous in other aspects, yet he was fixated on those few low-grade spirit stones. Was senior brother only generous with me? Watching Li Xuanfeng's figure, Wei Qingyan suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken. Looting spoils was something Li Xuanfeng rather enjoyed. After all, even if the spoils were beneath his notice, giving them to Wei Qingyan and triggering a return would certainly be worthwhile. First, this storage ring is quite good. Li Xuanfeng removed a silver ring from the steward's body. A storage ring was a tool with an independent space for storing items. Such tools were usually crafted into accessories like rings, belts, or bracelets. One could inspect the internal space of the storage ring with a mere thought. But if the ring bore the spiritual imprint of its original owner, it could not be examined. Now that the steward was dead, his imprint had naturally dissipated, so Li Xuanfeng could easily inspect the internal space. The ring's space was modest, roughly 2 or 3 cubic meters. Inside, items were neatly arranged: a pile of spirit stones, a jade bottle, a scroll, and a formation plate. These were all of the steward's belongings. Cultivators consumed resources in vast quantities, and they usually left behind little. However, the total value of the steward's legacy was considerable, far exceeding the wealth of most Qi Vortex realm cultivators. Everything is here. Now let's divide the spoils. Li Xuanfeng took them out one by one and laid them alongside the steward's longsword. Senior brother, no need to divide them. These spoils are all yours. Wei Qingyan quickly interjected. Did she lack resources? Yes. Did she want resources? Certainly. Yet a barrier lingered in her heart. She had received too many benefits from Li Xuanfeng. Without him, her cultivation would surely not have reached the third layer of the spirit aperture realm. Even without her supreme sword physique, awakening Wei Qingyan's talent could still surpass most disciples of 100 Sword Mountain. But if she had relied solely on herself and her sword spirit sister, who could not provide tangible resources, she would certainly still be at the body tempering realm. Perhaps she would still be pondering how to break through the barrier of the spirit aperture realm. She could never have possessed her current strength. Li Xuanfeng had given her so much, yet never asked for anything in return. Wei Qingyan felt she did not deserve it. She felt she owed Li Xuanfeng too much. Thus, even though she needed resources and wanted them, she was too embarrassed to accept any more. Looking at Wei Qingyan's earnest expression, Li Xuanfeng could roughly guess her thoughts. But if she refused, how could he obtain better resources? Li Xuanfeng decided to coax her a bit, so she would have a reason to accept his gifts in the future. Do you know, junior sister, what I excel at most? Li Xuanfeng gazed seriously at Wei Qingyan. What? What aspect? Wei Qingyan was momentarily stunned by this sudden question. My judgment of people and intuition, Li Xuanfeng declared. Oh, Wei Qingyan nodded, half understanding. Especially in recognizing geniuses. Seeing Wei Qingyan's bewildered look, Li Xuanfeng continued. The first time I saw you, I knew you were no ordinary person destined for extraordinary achievements. In fact, I had an intuition then that what you've shown is far from your full talent. You have immense potential, and once the time comes, your talents will fully blossom, and you will soar to great heights. Later, when you mentioned your hidden constitution could be awakened by the 9-star sword grass, it proved the accuracy of my intuition. Li Xuanfeng's words left Wei Qingyan dazed. So the resources I gave you were actually an investment in a future superpower house. Moreover, the resources I gave you are ones I cannot use. Rather than discard them or trade for trivial things, it's better to give them to you who needs them. As Li Xuanfeng spoke, he noticed the expression on Wei Qingyan's face gradually shifting, from confusion to bewilderment, and then from bewilderment to sudden realization. So senior brother was investing in me. Wei Qingyan felt a pang of disappointment, even as she understood. So when I give you resources, just accept them without refusal. Adequate resources will support your rapid growth. Once you become a true powerhouse, you can help me in many ways. Li Xuanfeng continued. I understand, senior brother. Wei Qingyan nodded. The invisible barrier in her heart had completely vanished. Becoming stronger quickly was her primary concern. Once she became a true powerhouse, there would be many ways to repay her senior brother. After I grow strong and avenge myself, if I owe senior brother too much, I will serve him for the rest of my life. Wei Qingyan thought silently. Seeing that Wei Qingyan had come around, Li Xuanfeng nodded with satisfaction. I have a spatial storage device, so this storage ring is useless to me. Take it. Li Xuanfeng handed the storage ring to Wei Qingyan, who reached out to accept it. Ding. Wei Qingyan has received a 3 cubic meter storage ring. 100-fold return triggered. You have received a 300 cubic meter storage ring. As the system notification faded, a brand new ring appeared in the system space. Although Li Xuanfeng had the system space, it was reserved for items returned by the system. It was better to have a separate storage tool for other items. A 300 cubic meter storage ring was more than sufficient for his needs. I don't lack spiritual weapons. Your Whistling Wind Sword is only a mid-grade second-order spiritual weapon, while this longsword is a mid-grade third-order. You should upgrade. Li Xuanfeng handed the sword to Wei Qingyan. Ding. Wei Qingyan has received the mid-grade, third-order spiritual weapon Red Radiance Sword. 100-fold return triggered. You have received 100 mid-grade, third-order longswords. This time it's a quantity return. Li Xianfeng was somewhat speechless. A quality return would have likely yielded a fourth-order spiritual weapon. But now with 100 third-order weapons, he didn't know what to say. This scroll records a human-grade, upper-level martial technique. I've looked it over, and it's quite decent. Li Xianfeng pressed the scroll into Wei Qingyan's hand. Ding. Wei Qingyan has received the human-grade, upper-level martial technique 9 kill sword art. 100-fold return triggered. You have received the earth-grade, lower-level martial technique 9 return to 1 sword. As the system notification sounded, a brand-new earth-grade martial technique appeared in the system space. Li Xianfeng swept his divine sense over it and roughly understood its usage. 9 return to 1 sword was an extremely special martial technique. Among techniques of the same grade, its lethality ranked second, and no other technique dared claim first. However, this technique had a drawback. It required many longswords of the same grade to execute. If mastered, it needed simultaneous control of 99 longswords. And just now the system had returned 100 third-order longswords to Li Xianfeng. Excellent. Li Xianfeng rejoiced inwardly. These two returns complemented each other perfectly. He now had sufficient conditions to cultivate this technique, renowned as the most lethal among its peers. Keep these spirit stones too. Li Xianfeng tossed the pile to Wei Qingyan. Ding. Wei Qingyan has received 10 mid-grade spirit stones, 300 low-grade spirit stones, and 400 spirit fragments. 100-fold return triggered. You have received 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 40,000 spirit fragments. The 100-fold return instantly made Li Xianfeng wealthy. In the system's space, the spirit stones had piled up into a small mountain. Farewell to a life of poverty. Li Xianfeng rejoiced secretly. Spirit stones had myriad uses. He could buy resources, use them for cultivation, or provide energy for formations. In short, they were extremely versatile. 2 items remain. Li Xianfeng looked at the jade bottle and formation plate. This jade bottle contains about 1/4 flower jade, the most suitable resource for you to absorb. It's all yours. And this formation plate, named the maze formation plate, can directly set up a third-order maze formation. I'm giving it to you as well. As Li Xianfeng handed over the jade bottle and formation plate, Wei Qingyan's expression turned somewhat strange. What was promised about the distribution of the spoils? Is this a distribution? This is entirely for her to enjoy alone. Although after Li Xuanfeng's explanation, Wei Qingyan had enough reasons to accept his gift at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant. Senior brother, are you really not keeping any for yourself? Wei Qingyan couldn't help but ask. This time spoils were a great harvest for her. Even if Li Xianfeng wanted to invest in her, he should at least keep a symbolic amount for himself, right? No need. Li Xianfeng casually waved his hand. The resources returned by the system had already made him quite wealthy, so why would he need those few things? Ding. Wei Qingyan received a 1/4 bottle of Baihua Qionglu with a 100-fold return. You received 25 bottles of Baihua Qionglu. Wei Qingyan obtained a level 3 junior mist array disc with a 100-fold return. You received a level 4 junior Xianyin array disc. One returned in quantity, the other in quality. Both made Li Xianfeng reap a great reward. It's better to give directly, that way I can get the highest 100-fold return. Li Xianfeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Giving resources to Wei Qingyan might seem profitable for her, but he would never lose out. This Baihua Qionglu is the top resource suitable for practitioners of the Lingxiao realm, but it's not very useful for me anymore. Just give it all to her, let her use it to elevate her realm. Anyway, I should eventually get it back at a 50-fold return. Li Xianfeng pondered silently. Baihua Qionglu is a pure spirit liquid gathered from 100 types of spiritual flowers. It is much more precious than Jinyuan liquid. It can not only be used by practitioners in the body refinement realm, but also allows those in the Lingxiao realm to quickly enhance their cultivation. It can be said that Baihua Qionglu is the top resource most suitable for practitioners in the body refinement and Lingxiao realms. However, for practitioners in the Qixuan realm who have all 9 apertures open and connect with the heavens, this resource holds little value. Thus, Li Xianfeng decided to give all the Baihua Qionglu to Wei Qingyan. After all, once she uses it to improve her cultivation, he would also get the returns. Your Baihua Qionglu is too little. Oh, I still have plenty in my collection, so I'll give it all to you. Li Xianfeng said as he took out all the Baihua Qionglu from the system space. 25 jade bottles floated quietly before him and then drifted towards Wei Qingyan. The recently rewarded Wei Qingyan was left in shock. You? What exactly is your background, senior brother? Before Wei Qingyan could speak, the shocked voice of the sword spirit could no longer be controlled and resonated in her mind. Although Baihua Qionglu holds little value for practitioners in the Qixuan realm, it does not diminish its preciousness. Once used, practitioners need not worry about any side effects, nor will it affect their foundation. It can be absorbed directly to elevate one's realm. The steward of the Baishur house was able to obtain a quarter bottle, and the sword spirit couldn't comprehend what kind of miraculous luck he had. For those top-tier forces, being able to produce 2 or 3 bottles is already considered extravagant, let alone suddenly taking out 25 bottles. Moreover, the sword spirit could sense no source from which Li Xuanfeng obtained them. It felt as if Li Xuanfeng possessed a type of special storage tool she had never seen before. If the sword spirit had previously liked to critique Li Xuanfeng, now she didn't dare to speak lightly. Because after a series of events, she realized she had always underestimated Li Xuanfeng. Whether it was his comprehension bone structure or Li Xuanfeng's mysterious methods, she could not understand, nor could she fully grasp them. Li Xuanfeng was now enveloped in a layer of mist that she could not see through. The act of taking out 25 bottles of Baiwa, Xionglu left her utterly astonished, her emotions unsettled. Senior brother, this. Wei Qingyan was also stunned. These Baiwa Xionglu were completely enough for her to cultivate smoothly to the peak of the 9th level of the Lingxiao realm. And still at the fastest speed. She had heard her sister, the sword spirit, talk about such things before, and many practitioners would cross their bottom line for this top-tier resource. They would abandon their dignity and even risk their lives to compete for it. Now Li Xuanfeng just gave it to her. Do I need to repeat what I said earlier? Li Xuanfeng said indifferently. Wei Qingyan waved her hand using her true qi to lift the 25 bottles of Baiwa, Xionglu, into her storage ring. Since items returned by the system cannot be given back to the bound target to receive returns, the system notification did not sound. Seeing Wei Qingyan accept the Baiwa, Xionglu, Li Xuanfeng finally smiled with satisfaction. However, in the next moment, Wei Qingyan suddenly lunged towards him, crashing into his embrace. The soft fragrance enveloped him, a faint scent lingering at his nose. Wei Qingyan actually threw herself into his arms, tightly hugging him. This scene was completely beyond Li Xuanfeng's expectations. He had been focused on his own gains, enjoying the joy of harvest, and hadn't noticed the changes in Wei Qingyan's heart. Thus, he was completely unprepared for her sudden action. What's wrong? Li Xuanfeng habitually patted her head. Senior brother is too good to me, I. Wei Qingyan buried her head in Li Xuanfeng's chest, her voice choked with emotion. As a child, due to the supreme sword body being hidden, her meridians were damaged, and Wei Qingyan could not cultivate. She had suffered many disdainful looks within her family, but her parents treated her well, allowing her to feel warmth. However, with the destruction of her family, those good times were forever lost to her. Fortunately, with the help of a broken sword, she faced numerous dangers and successfully embarked on the path of cultivation with the sword spirit's assistance. Later, she overcame various hardships and traveled to Baijin Mountain. Only she knew how much suffering she endured and how many close calls she experienced. She once thought she would never meet anyone who would treat her as well as her parents did. Unexpectedly, she met Li Xuanfeng. Li Xuanfeng selflessly gifted her resources, igniting ripples in her heart time and again. Although Li Xuanfeng claimed it was merely an investment in her, Wei Qingyan still felt the warmth she hadn't experienced in a long time. In her view, there was no such thing as mere investment. True investment is to gain greater returns with smaller sacrifices, to sow the seeds of hope and reap the harvest. Someone as generous as Li Xuanfeng Wei Qingyan had never even heard of, so how could she not be moved? No matter how strong a woman is, there is a tender side that desires attention and care. Thank you, senior brother. Holding on to Li Xuanfeng tightly, Wei Qingyan's emotions slowly calmed down. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek, then quickly retreated to a distance. Her exquisitely beautiful face was now flushed with crimson. For someone like Wei Qingyan, who had never had any romantic experiences, to act in such a way took immense courage. It's over. The sword spirit, witnessing all this within the broken sword, helplessly covered her forehead. She knew that Li Xuanfeng had already occupied an important position in Wei Qingyan's heart. It was just a matter of when it would be completely filled. Now her reminders would be of no use. Moreover, after these events, she could no longer remind or interfere. She had seen fathers and sons turn against each other for resources and brothers become enemies over them. There was no one else in this world who could treat Wei Qingyan as well as Li Xuanfeng did, let alone Wei Qingyan. Even if it were the sword spirit facing such a deluge of resources, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. Li Xuanfeng touched his cheek, the sensation lingering. Looking at Wei Qingyan, who had retreated to a distance, her face blushing fiercely. A woman's blush surpasses lengthy dialogues. Perhaps this is what it feels like. Li Xuanfeng thought. Senior brother. Seeing Li Xuanfeng glance over, Wei Qingyan felt her ears heat up, her jade hands entwined, her gaze flitting too shy to meet his eyes. Senior brother. Shall we continue searching for the 9-star sword grass? After a moment, Wei Qingyan finally regained some composure, the blush on her face receding slightly. Yet recalling the bold courage she had mustered moments ago, she still felt a tinge of shyness. Previously under the threat of death and Li Xuanfeng's constant scrutiny of his expressions, the steward's words had been nearly devoid of falsehood. This meant the grand formation did exist, as did Yuan Shao, who was in the midst of breaking through. He was a powerhouse on the verge of reaching the condensing core realm. Neither Wei Qingyan nor Li Xuanfeng could possibly contend with him. Continuing the search for the 9-star sword grass would be exceedingly perilous, hence her question. The 9-star sword grass was vital to her, but risking her life for it was utterly not worth it. Of course we'll find the 9-star sword grass, but there's no rush. Let's first move closer to the formation's location, then conceal ourselves and wait for an opportunity, while also enhancing our strength. Li Xuanfeng snapped back to reality from that kiss, speaking with a smile. All right. Wei Qingyan nodded, following Li Xuanfeng's arrangements. The two mounted their steeds and journeyed westward. After traveling about 2 li, they halted in a mountain hollow. Li Xuanfeng instructed Wei Qingyan to bring out the maze array disc, while he retrieved the concealment array disc. An array disc was a condensed version of a formation activated by investing sufficient spirit stones. Fortunately, Li Xuanfeng had an abundance of spirit stones. The maze array disc was activated, an invisible energy shield shrouding the area, concealing Li Xuanfeng, Wei Qingyan, and their 2 mounts. Yet the surrounding environment remained unchanged. The maze array blended seamlessly into the landscape, like an illusion. Subsequently, the concealment array disc flew out, enveloping the maze array. Neither formation focused on offense, but rather on confusion and defense. With the dual array reinforcement, only a master of profound array expertise could detect the slightest anomaly. Even if Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan created chaos within the arrays, the outside world would perceive nothing amiss. Of course, as the array controllers, they could observe external changes from within. Now let's focus on rapidly enhancing our strength. An opportunity might emerge within a few days. Li Xuanfeng said. The opportunity he referred to was tied to Su Miaojin, the second destined maiden bound to him. With the great wilderness battle body, his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, the suspicion that his clan sister had been absorbed as blood essence by Yuan Shao and Yuan Ting's deceptive messages to lure her away. All these factors combined made it highly likely that Su Miaojin would return in fury, and she possessed the strength to do so. Though Li Xuanfeng's strength was growing rapidly, he was far from contending with cultivators at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Thus he needed Su Miaojin's power. If she did not return, he would devise another plan. Habitually checking his fate light, still a chaotic hue, Li Xuanfeng felt reassured. You cultivate within the maze array, he'll stay at the boundary between the maze array and the concealment array. Li Xuanfeng arranged. Wei Qingyan complied obediently. By the way, I have a special martial technique here. During your cultivation, you can peruse it when free. If conditions are met, you may practice it later. Li Xuanfeng produced the 9 returns to 1 sword and casually pressed it into Wei Qingyan's hands. Practicing it himself would take ages to even begin. It was better to give it to Wei Qingyan, whose comprehension in cultivation was high. Once she studied this technique, the system would return it to Li Xuanfeng, allowing him to master it instantly. This is a Earth-grade low-rank technique. Wei Qingyan was stunned. Even knowing how to cultivate such a high-grade technique, she was utterly incapable of executing it. Her current realm was too low. After quickly reading through the technique, Wei Qingyan realized she indeed could not practice it, because this technique required a sufficient number of long swords. Ding. Wei Qingyan has thoroughly read the 9 returns to 1 sword and understands its basic cultivation method. 50-fold return. You have memorized this technique flawlessly. With a few practices, you will directly enter the threshold. The system notification sounded. The 9 returns to 1 sword was a returned item from the system, so giving it to Wei Qingyan would not trigger a return for Li Xuanfeng. However, any experience or insights Wei Qingyan gained from this technique would still be returned to Li Xuanfeng. Don't worry about the long swords, we'll find a way for you later. While cultivating other techniques, if you have spare time, it won't hurt to study this one in advance. Li Xuanfeng looked at Wei Qingyan with an expression of rest assured. He'll handle the swords. Wei Qingyan fixed her gaze on him for a moment, then nodded and entered the maze array. This 9 returns to 1 sword claims to be unrivaled among its peers for good reason, but the cultivation threshold is too high. As she entered the maze array, the sword spirit's voice echoed in Wei Qingyan's mind. The well-traveled sword spirit held this technique in high regard. Even at the entry level, one needs to skillfully control 9 long swords simultaneously. At perfection, it requires controlling 99 long swords. If perfected, its power can even surpass some Earth-grade mid-rank techniques. The sword spirit sighed. Wei Qingyan's current realm was insufficient, and she only had 2 swords, making it impossible to practice this technique. Your next task is still to focus on absorbing the 100 flower due to elevate your realm. In between, allocate some time to practice the dripping water pierces sky, sword, gung metal 9 swords, and 9 kill sword art. As for this 9 returns to 1 sword, follow your senior brother's advice and study it diligently when you have time. Once the conditions for practicing it are met, you might directly enter the threshold and reach minor mastery. Your senior brother has promised to find a way for the swords, so cultivate in peace. The sword spirit said. At this point, she even felt a hint of envy for Wei Qingyan having such an excellent senior brother. Sigh. Senior brother is too good to me, I'll never be able to repay him in a lifetime. Wei Qingyan looked at the scroll in her hands and sighed. If you can't repay him, offer yourself to him. The sword spirit's voice carried a teasing tone. Actually, that's what I'm thinking. Wei Qingyan nodded, her face slightly flushed. This reaction caught the sword spirit off guard. After I personally avenge my parents, I'll spend the rest of my life by senior brother's side, serving him. Wei Qingyan put away the scroll and spoke softly. Inside the broken sword, the sword spirit opened her mouth, but said nothing more. After spending time together, she too felt that such a good senior brother shouldn't be missed. If she were in Wei Qingyan's place, she would likely think the same. Set aside distractions and begin cultivation. Wei Qingyan took out the 100-flower dew and formally immersed herself in training. Though the sword spirit couldn't provide cultivation resources, her theoretical guidance was flawless. Elsewhere, 9 long swords hovered silently beside Li Xuanfeng. Infuse the long swords with spiritual energy and attach divine sense to precisely control their direction. When one can skillfully control 9 long swords simultaneously and form a sword array, that is the entry to 9 returns to 1 sword. Li Xuanfeng murmured to himself. He had memorized this technique thoroughly to enter the threshold, he merely needed to practice a few times. The 9 returns to 1 sword possessed formidable power. Entry required controlling 9 long swords simultaneously, minor mastery 36, major mastery 81, and perfection 99. Let's begin. Under Li Xuanfeng's control, the 9 long swords danced along unique trajectories. As time passed, night soon fell. The 9 long swords orbited Li Xuanfeng, flying in unpredictable paths, subtly forming a sword array. A vast spiritual energy rippled, faintly poised to strike, as if with a single thought. From Li Xuanfeng, the 9 swords could roar forth, toppling cities and splitting mountains. It's done. A smile spread across Li Xuanfeng's face. After some practice, his 9 returns to 1 sword had successfully entered the threshold. Ding. Wei Qingyan's cultivation has advanced, breaking through to the 4th level of the spirit aperture realm. 50-fold return, you have broken through to the 8th level of the Qi vortex realm. The system notification sounded as 2 consecutive Qi vortexes condensed in his dantian, propelling him 2 realms forward. Li Xuanfeng had perfected multiple techniques, some even rivaling their creators, and had just achieved entry into the 9 returns to 1 sword. His movement technique included the 10,000 paths lost returned by Su Miaojin. Now his realm had broken through to the 8th level of the Qi vortex realm. His combat experience was also formidable. Li Xuanfeng's overall strength could be called unrivaled in the Qi vortex realm without exaggeration. Even an ordinary spirit sea realm cultivator facing his 9 returns to 1 sword would be instantly slain. Cheating is truly wonderful. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him, Li Xuanfeng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He knew this was only the beginning. He had given Wei Qingyan 25 bottles of 100-flower dew, and her cultivation would continue to surge. With the system's return, Li Xuanfeng believed he would break through to the spirit sea realm within 2 or 3 days. Meanwhile, at the 100 Affairs House in Xuanfeng City, the unexpected has indeed occurred. Xuanting sat on a chair, tapping the armrest with his index finger. He had waited a day without the steward's return, deceiving spirit aperture realm cultivators into the mountains, injuring them, sealing their meridians, and delivering them to the grand formation as blood essence for Yuan Shao. Such tasks the steward had performed many times. Never had an accident occurred, but this time it finally did. All problems must stem from that divine speed black steed. Big Brother's breakthrough to the condensing core realm is imminent within 2 or 3 days. We can't let those 2 escape. Xuanting pondered silently. Blood 8, blood 9. Xuanting's voice, infused with spiritual energy, rippled through the entire 100 Affairs House like visible waves. Here, 2 figures ghost-like emerged from nowhere and appeared before Xuanting. Go to the Snake Tooth Mountains and find those 200 Sword Sect disciples. This time don't let them escape. Xuanting's eyes were deep and dark. Given the steward's prolonged absence, it was almost certain something had gone wrong. Whether he could still find Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan was uncertain. But not sending anyone to check left him uneasy. Understood. Blood 8 and Blood 9 bowed respectfully, then vanished like phantoms. Blood 8 and Blood 9 are both at the 1st level of the Spirit Sea realm. Even if that divine speed black steed is fast, it can't outpace a Spirit Sea realm cultivator. This time there should be no more accidents, right? Xuanting stared at the spot where the 2 had disappeared, his eyes glimmering darkly. Whoosh, whoosh. Under the night sky, 2 figures flew through the air, heading toward the distant mountain range. Cultivators at the Chi Vortex realm could fly using artifacts while soaring through the void without external aid was the hallmark of the spiritual sea realm. The two figures were none other than Shui Ba and Shui Jiu dispatched by Xuanfeng. The steward usually handles matters reliably. Oh, I never expected an accident this time. This is actually quite simple to understand. That fellow probably set his sights on the swift Shadow Black Steed and held back during the attack leading to the mishap. The swift Shadow Black Steed's offensive ability is mediocre, but its speed is extraordinary. Who knows where it has fled? It won't be easy for us to find it. The steward let them escape and didn't dare return to report. Perhaps he's still chasing the swift Shadow Black Steed. Forget it, speculating so much is useless. We'll see the clues once we reach the Serpent Fang Mountains. Shui Ba and Shui Jiu communicated through sound transmission as they flew. Both were loyal subordinates of Xuanfeng. Their talents were mediocre, and they had once despaired of ever reaching the spiritual sea realm. But Xuanfeng had bestowed upon them special elixirs, forcibly elevating their cultivation to the first level of the spiritual sea realm. Thus they carried out their duties with utmost diligence and were utterly devoted to Xuanfeng. Much of the intelligence gathered by the Hundred Affairs House came from their efforts. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the two figures descended flying into the mountain range. They slowed their pace and surveyed their surroundings. As spiritual sea realm cultivators, the night did not hinder their vision, especially with their divine sense. Tall trees stood tall, and the sounds of beasts and insects filled the air. After a thorough observation, they found nothing out of the ordinary, until Shui Ba noticed a wide clearing ahead where a patch of forest had been destroyed. In the center of the clearing lay a sunken pit, as if blasted open by a powerful force. A battle took place here. The surrounding area hasn't suffered much damage. It must have been a one-sided massacre. Shui Ba and Shui Jiu landed and made a brief analysis. If the opponents were evenly matched, the battle would cause the most devastating destruction, as both sides would fight with all their might, unleashing the greatest residual energy. Only in a one-sided, overwhelming battle would the destruction be minimal, because the weaker side would have little chance to retaliate before being instantly killed by the stronger one. Sometimes if the gap was too vast, the victor could eliminate the loser without causing any damage to the surroundings. There seems to be a corpse over there. With Shui Ba's soft exclamation, the two quickly flashed to the corpse. The body was in a gruesome state. Its chest was caved in, and the entire form was mangled as if trampled by some beast's hooves. It's the steward. How did he die, And in such a miserable way. The two furrowed their brows. The blow to the center of his chest was fatal, but it seems he ultimately died from being trampled by some beast's hooves. Shui Ba analyzed. It's the swift Shadow Black Steed. Shui Jiu recognized the wounds. What's going on? Considering the swift Shadow Black Steed's strength, I wouldn't doubt it could escape from the steward, but saying it killed him. That's impossible. The key is the kick to his chest. That kick severely wounded him, and the swift Shadow Black Steed merely delivered the finishing blow. Those 200 Sword Mountain disciples, one at the first level of the Spirit Aperture realm, the other at the 9th, don't possess such power. We can rule them out. Another cultivator must have gotten involved. Judging by the wounds, the attacker is probably only at the 6th or 7th level of the Chi Vortex realm, nothing to fear. Our priority is to find those 200 Sword Mountain disciples. The two analyzed swiftly. They reached a rough conclusion. Another cultivator had intervened in this matter, severely wounding the steward with a single blow and rescuing Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. Then the swift Shadow Black Steed had kicked the grievously injured steward to death. That unknown cultivator was likely at the 6th or 7th level of the Chi Vortex realm. It's your turn now. Shui Jiu looked at Shui Ba. Shui Ba had some expertise in tracking and might be able to trace the swift Shadow Black Steed's whereabouts. If a powerful cultivator capable of soaring through the sky had killed the steward and flown away, Shui Ba might not be able to track them. But as long as they traveled on the ground, they would inevitably leave traces. Follow me. Shui Ba nodded, carefully examining the surrounding marks, and headed westward, tracking along the path Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan had taken. Before long, the two followed the traces to the place where Li Xuanfeng had set up his formation. The traces vanish here. What's going on? Shui Ba frowned. It's a formation. They're hiding in this spot. Shui Jiu released his divine sense, sensing something amiss about the scenery ahead. His spiritual sense seemed to hit an invisible barrier it couldn't penetrate. He was familiar with this sensation. It was the power of a formation. Indeed, it's a formation. This formation is probably only of the 3rd rank. Shui Ba also smiled. They were not array masters and had little understanding of formations. If they could detect it, it couldn't be of a high rank. Excellent, truly bold. I thought they had fled far away, yet they dared to set up a formation and linger here. This makes it easy. Wound and seal the 2 Spirit Aperture realm disciples and kill the rest on the spot. Shui Jiu laughed. They had assumed Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan had escaped far on the swift Shadow Black Steed, making pursuit time-consuming. But now they had stumbled upon their hiding place without effort, so close by. One must admit they had audacity. After all, both Xue Ba and Xue Jiu knew this place was not far from the Great Formation where Yuan Shao was in seclusion. Let's go break the formation. Each produced a long sword, and the aura of the first level of the spiritual sea realm surged forth. A third-rank formation was nothing. With their spiritual sea realm strength, they could break it by force. The question was how many strikes the formation could withstand. But at that moment the surrounding spiritual energy trembled slightly. An invisible energy shield descended like an inverted bowl enveloping Xue Ba and Xue Jiu. What formation are you trying to break? A voice rang out from the darkness to the left, and Li Xianfeng leisurely stepped forward. As the master of the concealed shadow formation, he could observe a certain range outside the formation. Before Xue Ba and Xue Jiu discovered him, he had already spotted them. So he retracted the concealed shadow formation, revealing the third-rank maze formation, deliberately letting them find it. Once they entered the formation's range, he activated the concealed shadow formation again. His goal was simple: first gauge their cultivation levels. If he could defeat them, he would fight. If not, he would trap them with the formation and escape with Wei Qingyan. When the two unleashed their spiritual sea realm first-level auras, Li Xianfeng found them unimpressive. Their auras were unstable, likely forced up by external means at the cost of their potential. He had also checked his own fate color earlier. It remained chaotic. This meant they posed no threat to him whatsoever. They couldn't even injure him. It's you. Xue Ba and Xue Jiu stared at Li Xianfeng. Of course they recognized him. When the two entered the 100 Affairs house, they had lurked in the shadows within the building. A mere 9th-level peak spirit aperture realm disciple of 100 Sword Mountain. They could crush him with a finger. The one who severely wounded the steward. Tell him to come out and accept his death. Xue Ba said coldly. Why don't you two come up and accept death instead? Li Xianfeng gripped the azure edge sword, his spiritual energy surging. If you weren't meant to be blood sustenance, I'd have cut you down with one strike. Xue Jiu sneered. But since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll just sever one of your legs first. Xue Jiu casually swung his sword at Li Xuanfeng, sending a streak of spiritual energy flying. Severing a leg wouldn't harm the essence of the blood sustenance. Whoosh. But in the next instant, an astonishing sword aura roared out from the azure edge sword, tearing through the earth. It shattered Xue Jiu's incoming spiritual streak and continued unabated, slashing straight at Xue Jiu. The perfected human-grade supreme martial art 9 swords of gung metal with 9-fold accumulated power boasted unmatched might. Watch out. Xue Ba's expression shifted in alarm. But the sword aura was too fast. Without exceptional movement techniques, dodging was impossible. The moment Li Xianfeng struck, the vibration of his aura revealed his cultivation level, 8th level of the Qi Vortex realm. Spiritual Sea Realm cultivators could overwhelm Qi Vortex Realm once, but only under normal circumstances. Li Xianfeng was clearly abnormal. The terrifying sword aura was no less potent than their own full-force strikes. Xue Jiu's face twisted in horror. Sword shield. In desperation, he channeled his spiritual energy, furiously swinging his sword to create a shield of countless miniature swords formed from spiritual energy. Swish. Yet Li Xuanfeng's sword aura seemed to possess the power to cleave all things, carrying an irresistible force that directly shattered the sword shield and then split Xue Jiu's entire body in two. How? In his final moments, Xue Jiu couldn't even finish a sentence. His sword shield was a human-grade supreme martial art which he had nearly perfected, yet it couldn't withstand Li Xuanfeng's attack at all. What kind of martial art was this? Xue Jiu was destined never to know the answer. His corpse crashed to the ground with a thud. Spiritual Sea Realm. Is that all? Li Xianfeng glanced at Xue Jiu's corpse, then turned his gaze to the horrified Xue Ba. Xue Ba's expression was one of sheer terror. At this moment, he finally understood that the one who had gravely wounded the steward was none other than Li Xianfeng before him. Yet when the Hall of Myriad Affairs had probed him through their formation not long ago, was he not merely at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Aperture Realm? How had he suddenly ascended to the 8th level of the Qi Vortex Realm? This was a gap of 8 entire realms. Moreover, one of those was a major realm barrier. Xue Ba absolutely refused to believe that Li Xianfeng had broken through. For only 2 days had passed. He himself had taken over 20 years, nearly 30, to break through from the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Aperture Realm to the 8th level of the Qi Vortex Realm. Although the main reason was his poor talent, even for one gifted could progress truly be this swift. 2 days rivaling his 2 or 3 decades. What a joke. At least within Xue Ba's knowledge there was no such terrifying genius. Or rather, he had never witnessed such a prodigy. He believed that Li Xianfeng must possess some secret art to conceal his true cultivation level in art that had fooled the detection formation within the Hall of Myriad Affairs. I had thought that a cultivator at the Spirit Sea Realm might at least exchange a few moves with me, but I never expected them to be so pathetically weak. Li Xianfeng approached Xue Ba holding his azure-edged sword. Who exactly are you? Xueba, grasping his longsword, stepped backward. From that single move of Li Xuanfeng's, he knew he was no match for him. In this world, there existed geniuses capable of fighting across realms, and clearly Li Xuanfeng was one of them. He and Xuejiu had only been forcibly elevated to the Spirit Sea realm by overdrawing their potential with special pills. Their strength was the very lowest within that realm. They could easily bully and crush ordinary Qi Vortex realm cultivators. But when it came to oppressing true prodigies of the Qi Vortex realm, they lacked the ability. To put it bluntly, cultivators like them were nothing more than stepping stones for the truly gifted. I am exactly the blood meal you spoke of. Li Xuanfeng drew closer step by step. Upon realizing that Xueba had completely lost his will to fight, he also lost interest. Die. He executed the earth-grade martial art traces of a myriad paths, and his figure vanished from the spot. Before Xueba could even understand what had happened, he saw his own headless corpse. Then his consciousness rapidly dissipated and faded, and everything fell into silence. This time, the Hall of Myriad Affairs might have provoked someone it shouldn't have. Those were Xueba's final thoughts before his consciousness vanished. Time for the loot-gathering phase. Li Xuanfeng sheathed his longsword. Gathering spoils of war was something he quite enjoyed. Even if he was unsatisfied, he could always use Wei Qingyan to trigger a refresh. How can a Spirit Sea realm cultivator be this poor? After a thorough search, Li Xuanfeng was somewhat astonished. On Xueba and Xuejiu, he had only found 3 items: a storage ring, spirit stones, and a longsword. Of course, there were other things like clothes, but Li Xuanfeng had no interest in them. The two of them combined aren't even as wealthy as the steward. Li Xuanfeng was resigned. Still, there were some spirit stones, and both longswords were top-grade, third-rank spirit artifacts which held some value when converted. In truth, it wasn't that Xueba and Xuejiu were poorer than the steward, rather they consumed any resources they obtained immediately. Forcibly elevated to the Spirit Sea realm, their potential was exhausted, yet deep down, they harbored a sense of unwillingness. Even if the hope of improvement was slim, they would try using everything on themselves. Consequently, they used up resources as soon as they got them, leaving nothing behind. Enough time to trigger the system. Li Xuanfeng walked into the maze-trapping formation with his spoils. When Xueba and Xuejiu were ensnared by the formation, Wei Qingyan had paused her cultivation. She was already aware of Li Xuanfeng's instant kill of the 2 Spirit Sea realm cultivators. That astonishing strength plunged Wei Qingyan into confusion. What was going on with her senior brother? Every time she broke through, feeling she had finally closed the gap a little, she found the distance between them had only grown wider. Now he could even instantly kill a cultivator at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. Even the sword spirit fell silent. Just yesterday morning, she had told Wei Qingyan that the 6th level of the Qi Vortex realm should be Li Xuanfeng's full strength. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had become an 8th level Qi Vortex realm cultivator. How much power was he hiding? And what was the point of concealing so much strength? Moreover, he generously gave all the spoils to Wei Qingyan every time. Did he truly possess an inexhaustible supply of resources, holding such gains in utter contempt? Look, here he comes with the loot again. The sword spirit knew without a doubt that Li Xuanfeng was about to give it all to Wei Qingyan. What kind of divine being is this? The sword spirit could not comprehend it. Here, Li Xuanfeng, not bothering with many words, handed all the resources directly to Wei Qingyan. Senior brother, can you slow down a little? Wei Qingyan felt a sense of unreality. The speed of her own strength improvement could not keep pace with the rate at which Li Xuanfeng provided her with resources. Nevertheless, she accepted the items. She knew that if she refused, her senior brother would surely be displeased. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained 2 10 cubic meter storage rings. 100-fold return triggered. You have received 200 10 cubic meter storage rings. Gazing at the 200 storage rings floating silently in his system space, Li Xuanfeng nearly thought he had become a storage ring wholesaler. He did not lack storage rings, but keeping them was fine. They took up little space. In the future, he might find a place to trade the surplus resources returned by the system. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained 30 mid-grade spirit stones and 430 low-grade spirit stones. 100-fold return triggered. You have received 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 43,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the system notification sounded, Li Xuanfeng's mountain of spirit stones grew even higher. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained the top-grade, third-rank spirit artifact Black Blood Sword. 100-fold return triggered. You have received the top-grade 4th-rank spirit artifact Jade Water Sword. A 4th-rank spirit artifact was suitable for any cultivator at the Qi Sea realm, and even some at the Condensing Core realm used no more than a top-grade 4th-rank spirit artifact. This is the most powerful spirit artifact I currently possess. Li Xuanfeng thought to himself. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained a top-grade, 3rd-rank longsword. 100-fold return triggered. You have received 100 top-grade, 3rd-rank longswords. This time it's a quantity return. Perfect. I can give the previous 100 mid-grade, third-rank longswords to Wei Qingyan for practicing the 9 returns to one sword art. Li Xianfeng mused. Although the spoils this time were quite ordinary with the system's 100-fold return, he still came out far ahead. He never lost. I see your cultivation has also broken through. It might not be long before you can attempt to cultivate the 9 returns to one sword art. I said I would find a way to get you the longswords. Actually, I've had them all along. I might as well give them to you now. As he spoke, Li Xianfeng retrieved the 100 mid-grade, third-rank longswords the system had previously returned. Seeing the dense array of floating longswords before her, Wei Qingyan was completely dumbfounded. She felt her senior brother was not human. He was a cultivation resource manufacturing machine. If she relied on herself, obtaining even a single mid-grade, third-rank spirit artifact would cost a great deal and not come easily. And Li Xianfeng casually pulled out 100 of them. Such a display left Wei Qingyan in shock for an entire year. The sword spirit within the broken sword also appeared dazed. Was Li Xianfeng a spirit artifact wholesaler? Where did he get so many mid-grade, third-rank longswords? The total wealth of many spirit aperture realm cultivators might be worth only one mid-grade, third-rank longsword. Even for Chi Vortex realm cultivators, it was a considerable asset. Yet he produced 100 at once. The sword spirit was somewhat incoherent. Li Xuanfeng's repeated actions had completely shattered her understanding. Could this guy be the young master of some superpower who had looted his own clan's treasury, hidden his identity, and run off specifically to squander wealth? The sword spirit simply could not fathom Li Xuanfeng's origins and could only resort to wild speculation. All right, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Li Xianfeng waved his hand and walked out of the maze-trapping formation. Wei Qingyan stood there in silence for a long time. Sword spirit sister, continue to help me cultivate. I cannot slack off for a single moment. I must strive again to close the gap with my senior brother as much as possible. Even if it's just a little. Putting away the 100 third-grade mid-rank longswords gifted by Li Xuanfeng, Wei Qingyan immersed herself in cultivation once more. The sword spirit possessed its own theory capable of enhancing Wei Qingyan's absorption rate of the 100 Blossoms Jade Dew. The method was to first absorb and refine the 100 Blossoms Jade Dew, stopping upon reaching a certain critical threshold, then commence practicing various martial techniques to exhaust the Bodhi's inner strength. When the power was thoroughly drained, the Bodhi's craving for the 100 Blossoms Jade Dew would intensify, dramatically boosting the absorption efficiency. Although Wei Qingyan's supreme sword physique had yet to awaken, she still possessed the inherent foundation, allowing her to employ this method without leaving any hidden repercussions. The sword spirit's cultivation method proved remarkably effective. Coupled with Wei Qingyan's determination to refine herself relentlessly, she transformed into a merciless cultivation machine. Her strength advanced with every passing moment. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the Wandering Dragon Body technique, 10 times gaining new experiences and insights. Tenfold return, you receive a wealth of experiences and insights. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the Dripping Water Piercing the Void sword, 10 times gaining new experiences and insights. Tenfold return, you receive a wealth of experiences and insights. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the Gung Metal 9 swords, 10 times gaining new experiences and insights. Tenfold return, you receive a wealth of experiences and insights. At regular intervals, the system's notification echoed within Li Xuanfeng's mind. Even though his martial techniques like the Wandering Dragon Body technique and Dripping Water Piercing the Void sword had long reached perfection, rivaling even their creators, he still garnered a vast amount of experience. At this rate, I feel I could refine these techniques. Li Xianfeng mused. It was a matter of innovating upon the old and drawing inferences. When Li Xuanfeng's experience and insight into a martial technique continuously ascended, reaching perfection, matching the creator, and even surpassing them, it signified that he had developed a novel understanding distinct from the creators, enabling him to identify flaws and refine the technique. Creating an entirely new martial technique was not beyond the realm of possibility. Ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation base has increased, breaking through to the 5th level of the Spirit Aperture realm. 50-fold return, you have broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Chi Vortex realm. Deep in the night, Wei Qingyan, who had been cultivating diligently, broke through another realm with the aid of the top-tier resource 100 Blossoms Jade Dew. Li Xianfeng received the return, and his cultivation base surged as well. Vast and vigorous spiritual energy coursed through his meridians. 9 high-density Chi vortices filled his dantian. Li Xianfeng was merely a step away from the Spirit Sea realm. If not for the barrier of a major realm, I might have already broken through. For a cultivator in the Chi Vortex realm, the dantian housed high-density Chi vortices. To break through to the Spirit Sea realm, one must forcibly compress the 9 Chi vortices. When compressed to the extreme, the spiritual energy would undergo a qualitative transformation, turning into spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid would gather in the Dantian, resembling a vast ocean. Hence it was called the Spirit Sea realm. Breaking through to this realm signified a qualitative change in spiritual energy, and the vast spiritual liquid in the Dantian was enough to support a cultivator's flight. Compressing the chi vortices to transform them into spiritual liquid is an arduous task. I've heard countless cultivators are completely halted by this barrier, never making another inch of progress. However, as long as Wei Qingyan breaks through again and triggers another 50-fold return, formally breaking into the Spirit Sea realm won't be a problem. Li Xuanfeng thought to himself. Given Wei Qingyan's relentless pace of cultivation, breaking through another realm before dawn was not impossible. After all, the 100 Blossoms Jade Dew was a top-tier resource suitable for cultivation in the Spirit Aperture realm. Even a cultivator with poor talent could quickly break through realms by absorbing it, let alone Wei Qingyan. Another accident. Inside the 100 Affairs house, Xuanfeng's face was gloomy. It was nearly the hour of the Mao and dawn was approaching. Even if the swift shadow black steed was fast, it could never outpace a cultivator in the Spirit Sea realm. Blood 8 and Blood 9 had some skill in tracking, which was why Xuanfeng had dispatched them. Yet now there was no news from them at all. It was possible they had failed to track the swift shadow black steed, but Xuanfeng felt that an accident was more likely. What exactly is the deal with those 200 Sword Mountain disciples? Could they be from some prominent family with a guardian behind them? How could Fan Jie have recruited such disciples? Xuanfeng's expression shifted between uncertainty and anger. Enough, according to the agreement, Wu Mu should be arriving soon, and I can leave this place. Xuanfeng had remained at the 100 Affairs house for only one purpose. He was waiting for a person as agreed. This person, named Wu Mu, was like Fan Jie, the Outer Sect elder of 100 Sword Mountain, a collaborator of his. Wu Mu specialized in capturing young Spirit Aperture realm cultivators and delivering them. Once Wu Mu arrived, it would mean the final batch of blood sacrifices had come. He would personally escort this last batch of blood sacrifices to the Grand Formation in the Serpent Fang Mountains for his elder brother Yuan Shao to break through. Xuanfeng had always been wary of that spirited woman from the other day, feeling she might return at any moment. The woman appeared very young, possessing a cultivation base at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, posing a threat to Xuanfeng. There was no doubt she was a prodigy. Based on her description, when she entered the 100 Affairs house to purchase information that day, Xuanfeng knew that her younger cousin must have been used as a blood sacrifice and refined by his elder brother. So he had given her half-truthful information, deceiving Su Miaojin into going elsewhere. When he had first embarked on this path, Xuanfeng knew it would inevitably offend many people. Thus he acted in secrecy, never daring to be ostentatious, seeking blood sacrifices either from rogue cultivators without backgrounds or ordinary disciples without connections within their sects. Even if they disappeared, no one cared. Yet one cannot always walk by the river without getting wet, and this time 2 unexpected problems had arisen. The first was those 200 Sword Mountain disciples. He had collaborated with Fan Jie for a considerable time. In the past, the 100 Sword Mountain disciples tricked by Fan Jie using missions had no background. Their disappearances and deaths went unnoticed. Even if the sect sent someone to investigate, Fan Jie would volunteer to conduct the inquiry himself. In the end, he would fabricate some excuse claiming the disciple had died at the jaws of a demonic beast or at the hands of a demonic cultivator, and that he had already avenged them. With that, the matter would be settled, and no one paid it any mind. But this time, the 100 Sword Mountain disciples lured by Fan Jie seemed unusual. The steward tasked with dealing with them had met with an accident. Blood 8 and Blood 9, whom he had sent, had likely also met with an accident. Connecting this with Li Xuanfeng's swift shadow black steed, Xuanfeng deduced that the two must have some background and were not ordinary disciples. The second unexpected problem was that spirited woman at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. For a woman so young to possess such a cultivation base, her talent needed no elaboration and her potential was undoubtedly great. To have provoked someone like this simply because one of the refined blood sacrifices was her younger cousin was simply bad luck. This woman might very well become a major enemy to the two brothers. The best course of action was to wait for Yuan Shao to break through to the condensed core realm, then join forces to kill her, destroy the body, and flee far away to eliminate the future threat. Strength is everything. Once elder brother breaks through, both these problems can be solved. Xuanfeng clenched his fist. According to their plan, once his elder brother broke through, they would travel far, change their identities, and repeat the process, allowing Xuanfeng to absorb blood sacrifices and break through to the condensed core realm. The mere thought of the day he would break through filled Xuanfeng with excitement. Thump, 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 thump. A rhythmic knock on the door interrupted Xuanfeng's reverie. Enter. Xuanfeng narrowed his eyes. Coming to see him late at night, and with the agreed-upon special knocking pattern. It could only be one of his collaborators. Creak. The wooden door swung open on its own, and an old man in a loose robe with a patch of snow-white beard entered. Fanjia. Yuan Ting was somewhat surprised. He had thought it was Wu Mu delivering the final batch of blood sacrifices, but instead it was Fan Jie, the Outer Sect elder of Hundred Sword Mountain. Fan Jie stepped into the house of 100 Affairs, and the door closed behind him. Why are you here at this hour? Yuan Ting gazed at him. Something's gone wrong. Fan Jie's expression was grim. Is it because the two disciples lured by your task have backgrounds you dare not provoke? Yuan Ting snorted coldly. Fan Jie's failure this time irritated him. What do you mean? Fan Jie was taken aback. Yuan Ting frowned. Was the trouble Fan Jie spoke of not this matter? He briefly recounted the incident involving Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. After finishing, he noticed Fan Jie's face shifting through a series of expressions. Impossible. Outer disciples of Hundred Swords Mountain have little background. Those with connections go straight to the Inner Sect. Cultivators with decent backgrounds surely possessed ample cultivation resources. Before joining Hundred Swords Mountain, they would have already reached a certain level of cultivation. Those families would let their outstanding juniors break through to the Chi Vortex realm and then directly enter the Inner Sect. Rarely would they let disciples join the Outer Sect and start from the bottom. Even if such a practice occurred, they wouldn't linger in the Outer Sect for long. They would usually break through to the next realm within a year or two and be promoted to the Inner Sect. Fan Jie also feared provoking the wrong disciple. Thus, he paid close attention to the basic information of Hundred Swords Mountain's disciples. Among the previous batch of Hundred Swords Mountain disciples, those with influential backgrounds had already been promoted to the Inner Sect. Those remaining were ordinary disciples of humble origins. Among the new batch of Outer Sect disciples who had just joined Hundred Swords Mountain, there were indeed 4 or 5 with backgrounds that Fan Jie dared not provoke. But all these 4 or 5 were still at the body tempering realm. According to his task's requirements, body tempering cultivators could not accept this mission. Thus, those who took it should all be veteran disciples at the Spirit Aperture realm. Among the veteran disciples, none had a background that made Fan Jie wary. Yet why would an ordinary disciple be worthy of riding a divine speed black steed? There must be some misunderstanding. Fan Jie said. Regardless, the accident is a fact. And what trouble do you speak of? Yuan Ting asked in a deep voice. I think I've been targeted by a steward. Fan Jie's face was full of worry. A Hundred Swords Mountain steward. Yuan Ting's expression changed. This was a very bad sign. He might not fear an ordinary Hundred Swords Mountain steward, but once a steward got involved in this matter, the truth would eventually come to light. He dared to risk cooperating with Fan Jie to harm ordinary disciples without background, but that didn't mean he truly dared to oppose Hundred Swords Mountain. Hundred Swords Mountain was one of the top sects within the Great Yin dynasty, a behemoth he could not afford to provoke. Any Inner Sect elder could reduce him to ashes. Damn it. Cooperating with you was a mistake. Yuan Ting's expression darkened. His decision to work with Fan Jie was merely by chance. The other had sworn he would handle things well and not be discovered. The disappearance of 30 ordinary outer disciples over 3 years, roughly 10 a year, wouldn't draw much attention. After all, the world of cultivators was fraught with danger, and dying on missions was a common occurrence. At the time, Yuan Ting indeed needed sufficient blood sacrifices, so he agreed to Fan Jie. Now it seemed that agreeing to the collaboration had been a mistake. But words were useless now. The priority was to solve the immediate crisis. So you came to me hoping I'd help you eliminate the steward. Yuan Ting guessed Fan Jie's intention. Fan Jie nodded. With a steward involved, this matter can hardly be concealed. I can't return to Hundred Swords Mountain. If the steward reports to Hundred Swords Mountain, both of us will die. Only by killing him can we buy some time. Fan Jie's plan was to kill the steward outright, and then flee the Great Yin dynasty. Now killing the steward is indeed the only path left. Yuan Ting nodded. He and his elder brother had been drifting from place to place, capturing cultivators here for blood sacrifices to strengthen themselves, then swiftly moving on to continue elsewhere. Thus, though various ominous events had come one after another in recent days, he was vexed but not panicked. The accident with those 200 Swords Mountain disciples was your doing. It's irksome to let the prey slip away. You'd better handle it personally. Yuan Ting shot a deep glance at Fan Jie. All right. Fan Jie paused before nodding. Yuan Ting kept a crystal in a hidden corner of the house of 100 Affairs. The crystal could record brief images. So though Fan Jie had never met Li Xuanfeng or Wei Qingyan, viewing the crystal would let him know what they looked like. Fan Jie was at the 6th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. After hearing Yuan Ting's description, he believed that with his own strength, dealing with Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan would pose no issue. Nevertheless, he remained cautious and wouldn't act recklessly. It was best to eliminate the steward first, then attend to Li Xuanfeng's matter. Ding. Wei Qingyan practices the 9 swords of gung metal, gaining some experience and insight. Tenfold return, you gain substantial experience and insight. Ding. Wei Qingyan practices the ninefold killing sword art, gaining some experience and insight. 50-fold return, you gain immense experience and insight. This martial skill has reached the grand completion realm. Ding. Wei Qingyan studies the return to one sword, gaining profound understanding. 50-fold return, you gain vast insights, elevating your comprehension of this martial skill to a higher level. Wei Qingyan became a relentless cultivation machine. Aside from absorbing and refining the 100-flower jade, she practiced various martial skills, granting herself no rest. Fortunately, cultivators possessed abundant vitality. Consecutive days of exertion would not harm their bodies. Had a mortal pushed themselves as she did, they would surely succumb to exhaustion. A bit more practice with the return to one sword, and it'll reach the minor accomplishment realm. Li Xuanfeng thought to himself, as time flowed on. At daybreak, Wei Qingyan successfully broke through to the next realm. Ding. Wei Qingyan's cultivation advances, breaking through to the 6th layer of spirit aperture. 50-fold return, you break through to the spirit sea realm. The moment the system chime sounded, pure and boundless power descended out of thin air. He calmed his mind and gazed inward at his dantian. There he saw high-density spiritual energy vortexes being compressed by a terrifying formless force. The vortexes churned like awe-inspiring thundercloud storms in the heavens. The density of the vortexes grew ever higher. Drops of spiritual liquid like rain fell from the vortexes and pooled at the bottom of the dantian. The formless force continued to compress, while the pure power returned by the system constantly replenished the void. In no time, a downpour began within Li Xuanfeng's dantian. The downpour consisted of pure spiritual energy liquid. In just a few breaths, the dantian accumulated a surging tide of spiritual power, vast as ocean waves. The vortexes vanished entirely. During this process, his physical body was washed and tempered, his strength greatly enhanced. Thus, Li Xuanfeng successfully entered the spirit sea realm. This is the true spirit sea realm. Feeling the vast and pure power within, Li Xuanfeng was filled with awe. His aura was incomparably robust, nothing like the superficial auras of Blood 8 and Blood 9. With a thought, his immense spiritual power lifted Li Xuanfeng's body, suspending him silently in the air. Whoosh! Li Xuanfeng flew several circles within the grand formation. Before leaving 100 Swords Mountain, he was merely at the peak of the 9th layer of spirit aperture. 3 days after departing, he was already a spirit sea realm cultivator. Without the system, given his talent, achieving such a realm might have been a lifelong dream beyond reach. Of course, as his experience farm, Wei Qingyan had also played a significant role. After savoring the joy of a sudden surge in power, Li Xuanfeng began practicing the return to one sword. Wei Qingyan's study of this martial skill had provided him with much insight. Now only a few rounds of practice were needed to reach the minor accomplishment realm. At daybreak, Li Xuanfeng succeeded in simultaneously controlling 36 long swords, and the return to one sword reached the minor accomplishment realm. Time flowed mercilessly onward. Wei Qingyan remained immersed in cultivation. Yet despite her high talent and the 100-flower jade, she could not achieve another breakthrough. After all, time was too short. The further the realm, the more energy required for a breakthrough. Thus, cultivators advanced ever more slowly. By noon, the system chime rang out, but this time it came not from Wei Qingyan, but from Su Miaozhen. A chime echoed. Su Miaozhen continuously executed the 10,000 Paths Mirage, reaping abundant experience and newfound insights. With a tenfold return, you received a wealth of experience and enlightenment, bringing this martial skill close to minor mastery. In a trance, images of diligent body training practices flashed by. Li Xuanfeng's mind was suddenly imbued with numerous insights. Previously, executing the ninefold Genjin sword was a strain for me. After 2 or 3 uses, it would drain my strength completely. Let alone the 99 return to one sword or the 10,000 Paths Mirage. Even a single use was overwhelming. Now that I've broken through to the spirit sea realm, my power is robust. I can execute them consecutively and unleash their true might. Li Xuanfeng pondered silently. The 99 return to one sword and the 10,000 Paths Mirage were both Earth-grade low-rank martial skills. Most cultivators in the spirit sea realm only practiced human-grade top-rank techniques. Li Xuanfeng's overall strength was far from weak among his peers. Against foes like Xue Ba and Xue Jiu, he could take on 10 at once. Even an ordinary spirit sea realm 3rd layer cultivator would pose little challenge to him. It's time to see what's really going on with that so-called Great Formation, Li Xuanfeng thought to himself. Simultaneously, he manipulated the formation plate, opening a corner of the hidden mystery formation. But suddenly a premonition struck him. He instinctively glanced at his fate's hue and found that the original chaotic color was shifting toward gray. This was an omen of misfortune. What's happening? Li Xuanfeng sensed danger and resealed the hidden mystery formation. The fate light, which had been turning gray, reverted to its original chaotic color. I can't leave the formation. Li Xuanfeng understood the issue. If he stepped out this time, misfortune would befall him. Closing the formation and staying inside posed no problem. I must stay vigilant at all times. Li Xianfeng frowned slightly. Constantly monitoring the changes in his fate's color would allow him to seek advantages and avoid harm. Soon the system notification chimed again. Ding. Su Miaojin used the secret technique Aura Concealment Art, gaining slight experience. With a tenfold return, you received substantial experience and learned the Aura Concealment Art. A brand new secret technique flooded Li Xuanfeng's mind, allowing him to master it instantly. The Aura Concealment Art, as its name implied, was a method to conceal one's aura. This technique allowed free control over one's aura, masking the true cultivation level. For Li Xuanfeng, it was somewhat unnecessary. He saw no need to be overly low-key, given his rapid strength growth. Even if enemies knew he was at the Spirit Sea realm today, he might reach the Condensation Core realm in a couple of days. Thus, this technique was dispensable. However, it had one advantage: with mastery, one could even disguise oneself as an ordinary mortal. Perfect for assassins. Is she tailing someone or investigating something in disguise? Li Xianfeng fell into thought. Through the system's return, he could deduce the current state of his bound target. For instance, Su Miaojin was clearly using the Aura Concealment Art to mask her cultivation. What exactly she was doing, Li Xianfeng had no way of knowing. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, 3 figures flew low through the air, passing over the hidden mystery formation. One of them looked familiar to Li Xianfeng. He had seen him at 100 Swords Mountain, an Outer Sect elder. Who is he? Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred. With the formation as cover, the other party didn't spot him, but he clearly saw the faces of all 3. The Outer Sect elders of 100 Swords Mountain were like schoolteachers in Li Xuanfeng's past life. Numerous. He might recognize most faces, but he couldn't name every teacher. This elder was exactly like that. Li Xianfeng had seen him, but couldn't recall his name. Could it be Fanjia? Li Xianfeng speculated. He thought it highly likely given his cooperation with the 100 Affairs House. Yuan Ting's elder brother was in seclusion, breaking through within the Great Formation in Snakefang Mountains. Fanjia's presence here would make sense. Of the 3, the other 2 were strangers to Li Xianfeng. One of them had bound 5 people with a special rope. The 5 were unconscious, dragged through the air by the rope. Could that be Yuan Ting, the owner of the 100 Affairs House? Are those people blood sacrifices? Li Xianfeng speculated silently. He finally understood why opening the formation earlier had turned his fate's color gray. If he had left the formation, he would likely have encountered these people. With his current strength, the outcome would have been dire. The 3 figures sped through the sky and soon vanished into the distant forest. Just as Li Xianfeng was about to check his fate's color again to decide whether to follow, he noticed a furtive figure approaching from not far away. It was a gaunt, middle-aged man. He moved silently, each step covering 20 or 30 meters. He passed tens of meters from the hidden mystery formation without noticing anything amiss, heading in the direction the 3 had flown. Who is this? Li Xianfeng was still puzzled when another figure emerged from the shadow of a large tree in the distance. This one he recognized instantly. The newcomer was a woman clad in white garments with a red sash at her waist. Her brows were like paintings and her eyes sparkled with valor. It was the second destined maiden he had bound, Su Miaojin. So that's it. Li Xianfeng suddenly understood. He finally knew why Su Miaojin had used the Aura Concealment Art. She was clearly tailing those people. Su Miaojin stepped lightly, releasing no aura fluctuations, yet her figure vanished like a specter. When she reappeared, she was over 100 meters away. Ding. Su Miaojin executed the 10,000 Paths Mirage, gaining slight experience. With a tenfold return, you received partial experience. Even without the system notification, Li Xianfeng could tell she was using the 10,000 Paths Mirage. Su Miaojin suddenly halted, turning to look in Li Xuanfeng's direction. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, as if she had sensed something. Such keen perception. Li Xianfeng knew Su Miaojin had detected the hidden mystery formation. Either her divine sense was powerful, or she was skilled in formations. Su Miaojin cast a deep glance toward Li Xuanfeng's location, but didn't linger. She stepped forward again and silently disappeared into the distance. It seems the opportunity I've been waiting for has arrived. Li Xianfeng smiled. Boom. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a thunderous roar erupted 2 kilometers to the west. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions followed in succession, spiritual energy raging. Clearly a fierce battle was underway, and both sides possessed formidable strength. So that must be the location of the Great Formation, but it's a bit farther than the steward mentioned. Li Xianfeng gazed into the distance. Should I open the formation and take a look? The thought crossed Li Xuanfeng's mind. He opened the hidden mystery formation and observed the change in his fate's light. This time it remained a chaotic color, not shifting to gray. Excellent. Li Xianfeng smiled. Checking the fate's color when making a decision was optimal, allowing Li Xianfeng to choose wisely and avoid danger. He was now a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. But against a Spirit Sea Realm 9th layer, he dared not claim victory. Still, since his fate's color hadn't changed, it meant this journey held no peril. What happened, senior brother? The tremendous commotion also startled Wei Qingyan, who was cultivating. She emerged from the maze formation. The opportunity we've been waiting for is here. Li Xuanfeng looked at Wei Qingyan. Through the system's power, he could see a golden aura still enveloping her. Moreover, this gold seemed slightly richer than before. Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred. Did this mean Wei Qingyan was about to encounter great fortune? What could be considered great fortune? Most likely the awakening of the supreme sword physique. Let's go see if there really is a 9-star sword grass. Li Xuanfeng packed away the formation plate. Let's go. This chance can't be missed. Whether it's there or not, we must check it out. If danger truly arises, I can save you once. The sword spirit's voice echoed in Wei Qingyan's mind. Since accepting the mission, their purpose here was the 9-star sword grass. Even if the commotion ahead was immense and the danger high, they wouldn't falter or retreat. Risk and opportunity often go hand in hand. Moreover, with the sword spirit, Wei Qingyan had her greatest assurance. Senior brother, if I'm in danger, don't worry about me. Actually, I have some trump cards of my own. Wei Qingyan said. Li Xuanfeng nodded. The trump card she mentioned was probably something like an old man in a ring. The two headed toward the direction of the tremendous commotion. A system notification chimed as Su Miaojin executed the martial technique Gunpowder Blaze, earning a sliver of experience. With a tenfold return, you have learned the martial technique Gunpowder Blaze. En route, the system's chime echoed in Li Xuanfeng's mind, granting him mastery of yet another new martial technique. Clearly, Su Miaojin had just been using this very technique in her attack. Boom. Another thunderous roar erupted as a fearsome force swept in all directions. It was like a violent gale passing through, stirring up sand and stones, bending countless trees. The two crested a hilltop and finally glimpsed the scene ahead. Nestled among the encircling mountains lay a basin. A colossal, translucent barrier of array energy shrouded the entire basin. Madeire's stunning figure stood poised, levitating with grace. Clad in white robes with a red silk sash at her waist, a silver-long spear angled toward the ground, her high ponytail swaying in the breeze. It was Su Miaojin. It's her. So gallant. Wei Qingyan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Su Miaojin. She recognized this woman as the one who had entered the 100 Affairs Hall last. On the other side of the grand array, another figure hovered in midair. It was the gaunt, middle-aged man Li Xuanfeng had seen earlier. The man, clad in black robes, gripped a long sword. Save your strength. You can't break this array. Inside the barrier, Xuanfeng shouted up at Su Miaojin, who hovered high above. An hour earlier, Wu Mu had arrived at the 100 Affairs Hall with 5 Spirit Aperture Realm cultivators. Xuanfeng intended to personally escort this final batch of crucial blood sacrifices. He then led Wu Mu, Fan Jie, and those 5 Spirit Aperture cultivators toward the Serpent Fang Mountains. If these 5 were absorbed and refined by Yuan Shao, he could break through to the core condensation realm. Then the perils at hand would cease to be threats. Yet Xuanfeng never imagined that 2 people were secretly tailing him. One was Su Miaojin, whom he had been wary of. The other was that gaunt, black-robed, middle-aged man. A stranger to Xuanfeng, but not to Fan Jie. This man was a steward of the 100 Swords Mountain. Xuanfeng paid little heed to the steward's strength, but Su Miaojin's power sent chills down his spine. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would surely have been wounded by her strike. But Wu Mu, who had been with him, was not so fortunate. He was instantly slain by Su Miaojin's spear. Inside the array, Fan Jie shuddered at the memory of Su Miaojin. He had been slightly quicker than Wu Mu, managing to slip through the array's tiny gap just as it opened. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Wu Mu, dying on the spot. Terrifying energy gathered on the silver-long spear. Su Miaojin made no reply to Xuanfeng's words. Her eyes were filled with nothing but icy, killing intent. She saw within the grand array countless desiccated corpses and bleached bones. A rough count revealed over 1,000 bodies. The cause of all this was the figure at the very center, shrouded in blood energy. At the heart of the grand array, a smaller formation was set up. Much like Li Xuanfeng's hidden maze array, cloaked by the mystic concealment array, blood energy spread like a spider's web, extending outward. The blood energy's tendrils connected to one spirit aperture cultivator after another. The 5 newly arrived cultivators were among them, unconscious and unable to wake, yet their faces twisted in extreme agony. Their life force and vital essence were being forcibly drained, transformed into nourishment for another's power. Demonic heretics, you all deserve death. Su Miaojin shouted coldly as the fearsome energy on her silver spear finally coalesced. Her strike can break the outer array. Get inside now. From within the smaller array, a hoarse, chilling voice rang out as a tiny gap opened in the formation. Xuanfeng and Fan Jie hurriedly slipped inside. Su Miaojin hurled her spear toward the array. The spear streaked through the air like a shooting star or a meteor, plummeting, crashing down with the force to devastate the earth. Boom. The spear struck the translucent energy barrier, unleashing a cataclysmic wave from the point of impact. Visible, tangible ripples surged outward in all directions. Boulders tumbled from the peaks, and countless trees snapped in two. Li Xianfeng casually cast the mystic concealment array, enveloping himself, Wei Qingyan, and their two mounts. Crack! The spear and the array locked in a stalemate. But the array did not hold for long, with a crack fissure spread across it. The next moment it shattered into countless fragments. The grand array was forcibly broken by Su Miaozhen's sheer power. A system notification chimed. Su Miaozhen has executed Starburst Meteor Spear, gaining some experience and insight. With a tenfold return, you have learned this martial technique. The system's chime came at just the right moment, allowing Li Xianfeng to acquire another martial technique for free. So this technique is called Starburst Meteor Spear, he mused. Li Xianfeng silently acknowledged it. He had witnessed firsthand the might of this technique. If it were to strike a mountain peak, it could effortlessly level an entire mountain. That's 9-star sword grass. As the grand array crumbled, Wei Qingyan's gasp escaped uncontrollably. Hearing her suddenly rapid breathing, Li Xianfeng knew her heart must be pounding with excitement. Following her gaze, he spotted a peculiar crystalline green plant not far from the smaller array. The plant stood half a foot tall, its 9 leaves shaped like swords glowing with a soft green light and emitting faint sword energy. Unmistakably 9-star sword grass. Excellent. Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. The 9-star sword grass was not enclosed by the smaller array, which made things easier. Stay here and don't move. They'll go fetch it, Li Xianfeng declared. As he made this decision, he checked the color of his fate. It remained a chaotic hue, meaning that retrieving the 9-star sword grass posed no mortal danger, not even a hint of bad luck. No. Wei Qingyan grabbed Li Xuanfeng's arm. Senior brother, you've already done too much for me. This is too risky. Let me go myself. I have my own trump cards. Be good, listen to me. Li Xianfeng patted her head, then gently pried her hand away, and without another word soared into the air, flying straight toward the 9-star sword grass. Every action he took was driven by one principle: involvement. The higher the involvement, the greater the multiplier on the return. This was tied to his constitution, and since there was no danger, he naturally had to go himself. Senior brother. Watching Li Xuanfeng's figure exit the array, Wei Qingyan's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. Sword spirit sister, I would rather give up the 9-star sword grass and never awaken the supreme sword physique than let any harm come to senior brother. Wei Qingyan lowered her gaze, 2 teardrops falling. Her voice was soft, but carried immense resolve. Don't worry, your senior brother must be confident to act this way. Even if something unexpected happens, he'll step in, even if it means sleeping for another few decades. The sword spirit comforted her. Who wouldn't love a senior brother like this? Even if Wei Qingyan hadn't spoken, the sword spirit would have acted on her own if Li Xianfeng truly faced danger. She admitted that she had initially underestimated Li Xuanfeng, but after a series of events, the sword spirit's attitude had long since changed. Whoosh! Li Xuanfeng's figure streaked across the sky, speeding directly toward the 9-star sword grass. Su Miaozhen's gaze sharpened. She had noticed Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan when they reached the hilltop, but hadn't paid them much attention. Now with Li Xianfeng suddenly darting out, she was startled. How could this man be so bold? And such an impulsive move? Was he too impatient? Wasn't he afraid that Yuan Ting and the others might emerge from the smaller array? Su Miaozhen could sense that the smaller array was far more formidable than the grand one. Moreover, this man was actually at the Spirit Sea realm. Back at the 100 Affairs Hall, Su Miaozhen had sensed an array inside and swept it with her divine sense. She had then seen that Li Xianfeng was merely at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Aperture realm. How had he become a Spirit Sea realm cultivator in just 2 or 3 days? Was he hiding his true strength with some method? This place is dangerous. Don't come closer, Su Miaozhen warned. Yet Li Xianfeng remained unmoved. Frowning, Su Miaozhen took a step through the air, also moving toward the smaller array. This man is truly audacious. The black-robed steward in the distance was also taken aback. From Li Xuanfeng's aura fluctuations, he was merely at the 1st level of the Spirit Sea realm. It's you. Inside the array, Yuan Ting and Fan Jia were both stunned, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. I see. You actually evaded the formation's detection, not at the Spirit Aperture realm 9th level, but the Spirit Sea realm. Yuan Ting's eyes blazed with murderous intent. You're not a 100-sword mountain disciple. Who are you? Fan Jia's gaze also turned perilous as he stared at Li Xianfeng. Since when did 100-sword mountain have an outer disciple of the Qi Sea realm? A 100-sword mountain disciple. The black-robed steward was taken aback upon hearing this. Swish! Yet Li Xianfeng paid no heed to anyone, flying straight toward the 9-star sword grass. Yuan Ting yearned to charge out of the formation and slay Li Xianfeng. After all, this man had cost him 3 subordinates in succession. But when he saw Su Miaozhen stepping through the air toward them, he restrained his impulse. A long sword appeared in his hand. Li Xianfeng sliced at the ground, uprooting the 9-star sword grass, no taking the whole clump of earth with it. So it was for the 9-star sword grass. Yuan Ting's face darkened. The 9-star sword grass was a precious celestial treasure. Though not indispensable to him in his eyes, everything within the great formation belonged to him and his brother. Li Xianfeng was robbing him. No matter. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Soon all these people will die. The figure enveloped in thick blood aura emitted a hoarse, icy voice. This man was none other than Yuan Ting's elder brother Yuan Shao. You guard the formation for me first. Don't let that woman interfere with me. Yuan Shao commanded. Understood, big brother. Yuan Shao nodded. Then he summoned Fan Jie and the 3 guards already within the formation to jointly maintain it. Su Miaojin glanced at Li Xianfeng but did not demand he leave the 9-star sword grass behind. The 9-star sword grass was indeed rare and hard to find but of little use to her. Moreover, her primary goal was to break the formation and slay those within to avenge her clan sister. Among the numerous dried corpses, Su Miaojin swept her divine sense and, relying on some ornaments, recognized her clan sister's identity. This caused her inner fury to surge to the extreme, leaving no mind for celestial treasures. Boom. Spear in hand, she struck directly at the formation. Energy rampaged wildly, but the formation stood unmoved like a mountain. I'll assist you. The black-robed steward flew over with his sword, unleashing a stunning sword aura. Yet the blood-veiled formation only trembled slightly, showing no signs of damage. His cultivation level was inferior to Su Miaojin's. If she couldn't shake the formation, how could he? The two attacked repeatedly, but the formation remained unyielding. Stop wasting your strength. This time you truly cannot break the formation. Yuan Ting sneered. Seeing the formation as immovable as a mountain, his heart was at ease. Yuan Shao was about to break through. Once he formed his core, all these people would die. What did 100-sword mountain matter? What did a genius at the peak of the Spirit Sea Realm 9th level matter? He would kill them all, and then flee far away. He would replicate this elsewhere, and then he, Yuan Ting, would be the one breaking through to the core formation realm. Has Steward's son, just give up. This formation cannot be broken by a mere Spirit Sea Realm 7th level cultivator like you. Fan Jie chuckled as he channeled power into the formation. Fan Jie, you have betrayed your position as a 100-sword mountain elder, daring to collude with heretical cultivators to harm disciples. Steward's son roared in anger. So what? 100-sword mountain deemed my potential exhausted and refused me resources for breakthroughs. I had no choice but to seek cooperation elsewhere. Fan Jie sneered. Your potential is indeed exhausted. Giving you more resources would be a waste. Steward's son bellowed. Who says one with exhausted potential cannot break through? With enough blood essence and refined blood pills, one can still forcibly advance. Fan Jie's face was full of cold mockery. Is that your excuse for harming disciples? Then you truly deserve to die. Steward's son's expression darkened. The so-called blood essence and blood pills were nothing but forcibly plundering the vital energy of other cultivators. Just like the dried corpses and white bones scattered everywhere. Steward's son, this time it won't be me who dies, but you. Fan Jie's face was filled with scorn. If they couldn't even break the formation once Yuan Shao broke through, who present could stand against him? Steward's son frowned deeply. Failing to break the formation was indeed a grave problem. If Yuan Shao advanced to the core formation realm, he would have no means of resistance. He was merely at the Qi Sea Realm 7th level, no match even for Yuan Ting at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, let alone the core formation realm. The reason he dared to stay was because he had witnessed Su Miaojin's strength. So what if we can't break the formation? So what if he breaks through to the core formation realm? He'll stay right here and fight when you break through. Su Miaojin pointed her spear, her aura surging wildly, killing intent blazing in her eyes. She showed no fear of Yuan Shao, who was striving for the core formation realm. Arrogant woman. Yuan Ting sneered. He admitted Su Miaojin was powerful. At the same cultivation level, he was no match for her. This woman was a true prodigy. She might even have the strength to fight across realms. But so what? His elder brother had lurked here for 3 years, ceaselessly absorbing and refining blood essence, frantically accumulating power. His goal was not merely to break through to the first level of the core formation realm. 3 full years of accumulation would allow him to advance continuously. When that time came, even a prodigy would be unable to withstand him. Clang. The silver spear struck the ground. Su Miaojin stood her ground, waiting for Yuan Shao's breakthrough. She truly could not break this small formation. Its defensive power was formidable, not arranged by Yuan Shao, but by a master formation artist. Yuan Shao merely occupied it by chance. As long as he left the formation, even if he broke through to the core formation realm, Su Miaojin was confident she could slay him with her spear. Steward's son remained still. He had just witnessed Su Miaojin's attack and knew her strength. A steward of 100-sword mountain, he had seen and interacted with many core formation realm experts, and also encountered super prodigies capable of fighting across realms. After comparison, he knew Su Miaojin had the power to contend with the core formation realm. Thus, he was in no hurry to leave. As long as Yuan Shao dared to exit after his breakthrough, Su Miaojin could at least hold him off. And his only task was to capture Fan Jie. This man had harmed 100 Sword Mountain disciples and should be brought back for judgment. If he resisted, Steward Sun had the authority to execute him on the spot. Meanwhile, Li Xianfeng returned to the hilltop with the 9-star sword grass. Smooth sailing. Li Xianfeng showed his harvest to Wei Qingyan. Acting according to his fate's color, observation indeed made things convenient. He had plucked the 9-star sword grass without any hindrance. The process was so smooth, it was unbelievable. This result also astonished Wei Qingyan and the sword spirit. They had expected at least some resistance, perhaps even mortal danger, but it turned out to be as dreamlike as this. A fragrance wafted. Wei Qingyan once again actively threw herself into Li Xuanfeng's arms, holding him tightly. "Thank you, senior brother." Wei Qingyan stood on tiptoe and kissed Li Xianfeng on the cheek. "How do we awaken your physique?" Li Xianfeng ruffled her hair and asked. "The 9-star sword grass is just a catalyst. Once its pure essence is extracted and swallowed, then refined into my limbs and bones, the dormant physique will awaken." Wei Qingyan explained. Her supreme sword physique had always existed, but it had concealed itself and fallen into slumber. It only needed a suitable catalyst to awaken. Then Wei Qingyan would undergo a transformative change, and her strength would experience a remarkable surge. "All right, I'll help you refine it," Li Xianfeng said. Wei Qingyan nodded without refusal. Li Xianfeng was stronger than her. His speed in extracting the essence would certainly be faster. While the two were refining the 9-star sword grass essence, drastic changes were occurring at the formation site. Thick blood aura completely shrouded the entire formation. In the heavens and earth, spiritual energy surged violently, rushing toward Yuan Shao. "He's beginning his breakthrough." Steward Sun's expression turned grave. An immense aura was rapidly ascending. Between heaven and earth, spiritual energy surged wildly. Any cultivator with even a modicum of cultivation could sense the spiritual energy howling like a tempest. The howling spiritual energy formed a vortex at the heart of which lay the small formation. After 3 years of dormancy, tirelessly refining blood essence and absorbing the life force and vital origin of over 1,000 cultivators, Yuan Shao had finally accumulated enough power to stride toward the condensing core realm. Such terrifying power. Why is his condensing core breakthrough so astonishing? Could it be that he is not merely breaking through to the first level of the condensing core realm? Feeling the spiritual energy storming through the heavens and earth, Steward Sun's expression shifted. In the path of cultivation, under normal circumstances, cultivators break through one level at a time. Yet there are exceptions to every rule. Some cultivators blessed with extraordinary talent and a solid foundation can break through multiple levels consecutively if they have sufficient resources. Other cultivators spend long periods continuously accumulating power. When the accumulation reaches a critical point where no further progress is possible, they release it all at once to assault the barriers of a major realm, thus breaking through 2 or 3 levels in succession. Yuan Shao's breakthrough now gave Steward Sun a sense of unease. Su Miaojin watched the scene silently, her jade hand gripping her spear, tightening slightly. She possessed the desolate war physique, an undisputed prodigy. Cross-dire battles were commonplace for her. An ordinary 9th-level Spirit Sea Realm cultivator facing a condensing core realm cultivator would be utterly crushed without any chance to fight back. But Su Miaojin was no ordinary 9th-level Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. With the desolate war physique empowering her, she could not only fight back, but also seize the upper hand. Previously, she had clashed with a 1st-level condensing core realm expert, and relying on her formidable talent and foundation, successfully slain him. She had crossed the chasm of a major realm to achieve a counterkill. Yet now, witnessing this surging and tumultuous spiritual energy, it seemed Yuan Shao was not merely breaking through to the 1st level of the condensing core realm. Moreover, the formation was incredibly formidable, impossible to breach with brute force. Either retreat now or wait for Yuan Shao to complete his breakthrough and come out to fight. In her search for her younger clan sister's whereabouts, Su Miaojin had traveled far and wide, finally finding her mummified corpse here. To have Su Miaojin retreat without avenging this grievance would leave her heart unsettled. Furthermore, if she retreated now, Yuan Shao and his cohorts would surely not remain foolishly in this place. The world was vast. Oh, where would she find these enemies again? What of the 2nd level of the condensing core realm? What of the 3rd? I am not without the power to fight. Su Miaojin tightened her grip on her spear, her expression resolute. Within the mystic concealment array on the mountaintop, with Li Xuanfeng's assistance, the essence of the 9-star sword grass was finally extracted. It was a mass of emerald liquid with strange energy flowing slowly, and a faint ethereal sword intent emanating from it. "Senior brother, let us leave this place first." Wei Qingyan sensed the surging spiritual energy between heaven and earth. She knew that the person within the formation was undergoing a breakthrough. Once he reached the condensing core realm, everyone would face immense danger. No need. Quickly absorb and refine it. I will protect you. Li Xuanfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly gazing at the basin, where blood energy billowed and spiritual energy surged. The color of one's fate was his guide for action. Neither he nor Wei Qingyan would be in danger. Su Miaozhen would also be safe. As for Steward's son, his fate color, originally blue, tinged with yellow, was now gradually turning gray. This indicated that this man would encounter misfortune, yet he still faced no mortal danger. All right. Wei Qingyan trusted Li Xuanfeng completely. Since he had made his decision, Wei Qingyan would not argue, but would simply follow his instructions. The essence of the nine-star sword grass was merely a catalyst. It would not take long to awaken the dormant supreme sword physique. Once her strength skyrocketed, aided by the sword spirit, even if she could not defeat a condensing core realm expert, she would have no trouble escaping with her senior brother. Thereupon she ceased to pay attention to the external changes, sat cross-legged on the spot, inhaled the essence in one breath, and began to refine it. The surging spiritual energy grew ever more immense, and the aura within the formation became increasingly terrifying. Oh no, is he about to break through directly to the second or third level of the condensing core realm? Steward's son's expression shifted repeatedly. This dreadful aura filled him with a suffocating sense of powerlessness. He felt like an ant gazing up at a giant, keenly aware of his own insignificance. Realizing it now, Yuan Ting's lips curled into a sneer of mockery. The fear flickering in Steward's son's eyes brought him a sense of satisfaction. Let's go. We cannot linger here any longer. It will be too late once he breaks through. Steward's son's expression was extremely grave. He turned his head to glance at Su Miaozhen. If Yuan Shao had only reached the first level of the condensing core realm, he believed Su Miaozhen could handle it. But the second or third level changed everything entirely. In the condensing core realm, the gap in strength between each level was immense. You should leave first. It is indeed too dangerous for you. Su Miaozhen did not look at Steward's son. Her expression remained unchanged, her gaze steadfast, fixed on the surging blood energy within the formation. Your strength is formidable, but facing a second or third level condensing core cultivator, I fear you may also. Steward's son and Su Miaozhen were strangers, but they shared a common enemy, so they had temporarily formed an alliance. My mind is made up. Say no more. Su Miaozhen cut Steward's son off. Sigh. Steward's son let out a sigh. His goal was very clear. Fan Jia. In an unknown fight, Fan Jia was no match for him. Initially, he had high hopes for Su Miaozhen's strength, believing that even if Yuan Shao broke through, she could hold him off. He had planned to seize the opportunity to capture Fan Jia before Yuan Ting could intervene. But now it seemed there was no chance. Although capturing Fan Jia was his duty, he had no need to throw his life away here. Take care of yourself. Steward's son clasped his fists towards Su Miaozhen. He admired this woman's courage. Steward's son, are you already so frightened that you're running away? Fan Jia's sarcastic voice came from within the formation. Fan Jia, don't get cocky. Once I return to 100 Sword Mountain, I will request a gold token steward to take action. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you cannot escape the pursuit of 100 Sword Mountain. Steward's son snorted coldly. Then with a whoosh he shot into the air. Who allowed you to leave? Just as Steward's son ascended into the sky, a cold, hoarse voice came from behind him. Accompanying the voice was an immensely vast aura. What a... Steward's son was greatly alarmed. The overwhelming pressure of the condensing core realm descended, causing the surrounding air to become extremely viscous, drastically slowing Steward's son's flight speed. The formation opened, and a figure stepped out unhurriedly. The man was robust like an iron tower, with a black beard hanging down to his chest and long disheveled hair. A visible blood-colored aura emanated from his entire body. The terrifying pressure of the condensing core realm pervaded the sky. This man was Yuan Shao. He had completed his breakthrough, reaching the third level of the condensing core realm. Steward's son's face was ashen. As a steward of 100 Sword Mountain, he had seen too many experts. But precisely because of that, he knew what the third level of the condensing core realm signified. This was a power he could not contend with, nor was it a power Su Miaozhen could withstand. Why rush to leave now, when you didn't leave from the start? Stay. Yuan Shao reached out a hand towards Steward's son, who was suspended midair, unable to move, as if trapped in quicksand. Boom. Steward's son suddenly felt as if a mountain had been placed upon him. His body plummeted heavily to the ground, smashing a deep crater. As for the steward of 100 Sword Mountain, Fan Jia, you will deal with him yourself. Yuan Shao glanced indifferently at Fan Jia. Fan Jia hesitated, knowing he was no match for Steward's son. You three help him. Yuan Shao then looked at the three guards. These three guards had been maintaining the formation for him for 3 years, and were not weak. They were all at the third or fourth level of the Spirit Sea realm, not the first level as the 100 Affairs Hall steward had claimed. With the three of them joining forces against Steward's son along with Fan Jie, they would certainly gain the upper hand and could slay him without issue. Brother, don't let that brat who stole the 9-star sword grass get away. Yuan Ting interjected. Yuan Ting still harbored a grudge over the deaths of his 3 loyal subordinates at Li Xuanfeng's hands, and he had snatched the 9-star sword grass right under his nose. He would not let Li Xuanfeng go. Rest assured none of them will escape. Yuan Shao's tone was calm, dismissing Li Xuanfeng entirely. Only Su Miaojin, a peak 9th-level Spirit Sea Realm cultivator standing before him, could pique his interest. Please, brother, break that formation, Yuan Ting exclaimed with delight. Yuan Shao nodded, took a single step, and appeared above the mystic concealment array. He reached out and made a virtual patting motion towards the mountaintop. A giant hand formed from spiritual energy materialized in the air and descended upon the mystic concealment array. Whoosh! But at that moment a spear shadow wreathed in blazing flames shot forth, shattering the giant spiritual energy hand. It was Su Miaojin who had struck. If you have taken what you came for, you should leave this place quickly. Why linger? Su Miaojin's voice rang out from within the mystic concealment array. If you don't leave now, I won't have the extra energy to save you. Su Miaojin glanced at the mystic concealment array as if she could see Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan inside. Li Xuanfeng looked up at the scene but did not reply. He had not expected Su Miaojin to help him. It makes sense. If she weren't going to help, my fate color would have turned gray earlier. Li Xuanfeng mused. Ding. Su Miaojin has executed the martial skill Spear Blaze Wildfire. Gain minor experience. 10-fold return. You have gained partial experience. The system notification sounded. Since you have the leisure to save others, I will deal with you first. Yuan Shao said indifferently, looking at Su Miaojin, a blood-colored long sword appearing in his hand. The next moment, both figures vanished simultaneously. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed from the sky. The terrifying impact created a vacuum in the area. Su Miaojin and Yuan Shao had begun their clash. Boom, boom, boom. With each exchange, vast amounts of spiritual energy swept in all directions. Interesting. For a peak 9th-level Spirit Sea Realm cultivator to be this powerful, I certainly cannot let you live. Yuan Shao's voice rang out from the sky. He had never imagined that this young woman could truly contend with him directly. But that was all. He held the absolute upper hand. Moreover, he was still familiarizing himself with this newfound power. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for Su Miaojin. Killing her was only a matter of time. Steward's son, weren't you trying to capture me? Come on. On the other side, Fan Jie, along with the 3 guards, engaged the injured Steward's son. Steward's son was being pushed back step by step under the assault of the 4 caught in a perilous situation. It seems I will have to intervene personally. Yuan Ting surveyed the 2 battlefields, then looked at the mystic concealment array on the mountaintop. Whoosh! His figure streaked across the sky and landed before the formation. Damn brat, do you think hiding in the formation will save you? Yuan Ting held a broadsword, glaring coldly at the mystic concealment array. Boom! The broadsword, gathering immense power, struck down fiercely upon the mystic concealment formation. The grand array trembled, yet showed no signs of damage. Li Xuanfeng gazed at this scene with an indifferent expression. The hues of fate foretold fortune or calamity. As long as the chaotic colors remained unchanged, he was in no danger. Yuan Ting's current strength did indeed surpass his own, but that did not mean he could kill him, nor did it mean he could harm him. Let's see how long this formation of yours can hold out. The broadsword, wielding formidable power, struck down blow after blow. The surrounding trees were uprooted by the overflowing shockwaves and ground to dust. The entire mountaintop was laid bare under Yuan Ting's relentless slashes. Yet the mystic concealment formation remained steadfast. Yuan Ting persevered tirelessly, continuing his assault on the array. After dozens of consecutive strikes, a crack finally appeared in the transparent energy barrier. Ha, excellent. Your formation can barely hold on any longer. Yuan Ting burst into wild laughter. Boom, boom. Reverberating roars echoed from the heavens. Su Miaojin and Yuan Shao clashed fiercely. The overflowing shockwaves alone were enough to reduce any Cyclone Realm cultivator to a mist of blood. An ordinary Spirit Sea Realm cultivator dared not approach their battlefield. If the fight shifted from the sky to the ground, countless mountain peaks would be leveled to the ground. Judging by the battle situation, Su Miaojin was at a disadvantage. And as Yuan Shao grew increasingly adept at controlling his own power, Su Miaojin's disadvantage became ever more pronounced. The gap between the core condensation realm and the Qi realm was inherently immense. Su Miaojin's ability to fight above her level relied mainly on her desolate battle physique. The fact that she had not been killed by Yuan Shao, who was at the 3rd level of the core condensation realm, would shake the world if it were known. I never thought I'd encounter a peerless prodigy like you in my lifetime. If you don't fall young, I might not be able to fathom your future achievements. But since you are an enemy, you must die. The more monstrous you are, the more deserving of death you become. Yuan Shao's voice echoed through the high skies. Su Maya's strength did not make him wary, what filled him with dread and terror. If she could fight him to this standstill now, would he be effortlessly slaughtered if she broke through to the core condensation realm? The mere thought of that scene intensified his desire to kill Su Miaojin. Bang, bang, bang. The long sword clashed against the spear, unleashing surging energy. Su Miaojin began to retreat step by step. If this continued, she might truly be injured. Am I still not strong enough? Su Miaojin felt a sense of unwillingness. Since she began her cultivation with her exceptional talent, she had never known defeat. Many enemies 1, 2, or even 3 realms higher than her had fallen to her spear. Those others, called geniuses, when at her same level, could only be instantly killed. She was well aware of her own talent and her own formidable strength. She also firmly believed that she would soar straight up, shooting to the heavens, becoming a truly supreme powerhouse in the world. But now she was about to face her first defeat. Even though this enemy was an entire major realm and 2 minor realms above her, it would shock the world if it were known. Yet she was unsatisfied. What she wanted was to slay Yuan Shao with her spear and avenge her fallen clan sister. However, she had to face reality. Before breaking through to the core condensation realm, she did not possess the power to kill a cultivator at the 3rd level of that realm. Can I only flee? Blocking a streak of sword chi from Yuan Shao, Su Maya's figure flew backward into the distance. Her gaze swept over, and she saw Steward's son drenched in blood and on the verge of death. She also saw the formation cracked by Yuan Ting's strikes. Su Miaojin felt unwilling yet powerless. She could not defeat Yuan Shao, nor could she save the others. In the end, it's my own lack of strength. Su Miaojin clenched her teeth and gripped her spear tightly, filled with self-reproach for being unable to avenge her clan sister. But at that moment, a vast aura surged into the sky, as if something long slumbering was slowly awakening. Everyone was drawn by this sudden commotion. They looked towards the mountaintop, where the mystic concealment formation stood. That is. Yuan Shao's pupils contracted. A terrifying sword intent erupted from the mountaintop, shooting straight into the clouds. It was as if a supreme sword master who had slept here for years had awakened. This sword intent was harmless, yet its vastness and sharpness inspired awe. Is this a physique awakening? Su Miaojin recalled certain legends. Inside the mystic concealment formation, Wei Qingyan successfully refined the essence of the 9-star sword grass, awakening her slumbering supreme sword physique. At the moment of awakening, her body underwent earth-shattering changes. The latent power surged forth, rapidly strengthening and baptizing her physical form. At the same time, her cultivation level began to rise steadily. 7th level of the Spirit Aperture Realm. 8th level of the Spirit Aperture Realm. 9th level of the Spirit Aperture Realm. And then, 1st level of the Cyclone Realm. 2nd level of the Cyclone Realm. 3rd level of the Cyclone Realm. 8th level of the Cyclone Realm. Her cultivation soared all the way to the 8th level of the Cyclone Realm before stopping. A single awakening had completely transformed her. As a chosen one, the terrifying power of a formidable physique was finally revealed at this moment. It worked. Feeling the immense changes brought by her rebirth, Wei Qingyan could hardly contain her excitement. Finally, I can narrow the gap between my senior brother and me. Wei Qingyan's pretty face flushed. Excellent. With your current physique, you can withstand more of my power. Taking you and your senior brother away from here is completely feasible. The sword spirit's voice echoed in Wei Qingyan's mind. She too felt delighted for Wei Qingyan. Your senior brother has a mysterious origin. With the supreme sword physique, you can now strive to keep pace with him. The sword spirit said with gratification. But just as her words faded, an even more vast and boundless aura erupted into the sky. It pierced straight through the firmament, tearing the clouds apart. It was an indescribable, terrifying aura, as if from primordial chaos from the infinite depths of ancient times. In a trance, it seemed a primordial ancient sword was releasing boundless sword intent from the endless chaos before the world's creation. Everyone, including Su Miaojin and Wei Qingyan, felt an impulse to kneel and prostrate in worship. What is happening? What in the world is going on? Wei Qingyan and the sword spirit were both stunned, because the source of this terrifying aura was none other than Li Xuanfeng. At this moment, Li Xuanfeng's eyes were tightly shut, undergoing a supreme baptism. Ding! Wei Qingyan awakens the supreme sword physique, 100-fold return granted. You have obtained and awakened the chaos sword physique. This was the lingering echo still resonating in Li Xuanfeng's mind. The system judged his participation in the event of Wei Qingyan's supreme sword physique awakening to be 100%. In Li Xuanfeng's view, the system's evaluation of his participation was somewhat inflated. But this suited him perfectly. If he could get a 100-fold return, he certainly wouldn't want 99 times. The chaos sword physique seemed to contain some primordial power rapidly sublimating and baptizing Li Xuanfeng's body. Li Xianfeng could clearly perceive the process of swift transformation and sublimation. Like Wei Qingyan, his cultivation level also began to rise. Second level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Third level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Fourth level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Eighth level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Ninth level of the Spirit Sea Realm. His cultivation climbed all the way to the peak of the ninth level of the Spirit Sea Realm before Li Xuanfeng's advancement halted. The ninth level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Impossible. How is this possible? Whether it was Fan Jie Yuan Ting Yuan Shao, Su Miaojin Wei Qingyan, or the Sword Spirit. Everyone stared at Li Xianfeng in disbelief, sensing the genuine vast aura of the ninth level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Fake. Don't try to fool me. Do you think he'll be afraid and let you escape just because you put on this act of playing tricks, eh? Yuan Ting, having nearly prostrated under the terrifying aura at close range, forcibly straightened his back. He raised his broadsword to strike. However, Li Xuanfeng's aura began to change once more. Ding. Wei Qingyan's cultivation has greatly increased, breaking through to the 8th level of the Cyclone Realm. 100-fold return granted. You have broken through to the 3rd level of the Core Condensation Realm. The system notification sounded once again. Pure and vast energy descended from the void once more. Li Xuanfeng's realm began to climb again. Within Li Xuanfeng's dantian, there was already a vast ocean of spiritual energy. To break through to the condensing pill realm, he needed to compress this boundless sea of spiritual energy again and again until it finally solidified into a single pill of spiritual energy. Only then would he have truly entered the condensing pill realm. This spiritual energy pill was known as an inner pill. As his cultivation advanced, the inner pill would develop pill patterns. There could be up to 9 pill patterns. Thus, the condensing pill realm had 9 minor stages. Each breakthrough would add 1 more pill pattern. An invisible mighty force compressed the spiritual sea within Li Xuanfeng's dantian. In just a moment, a smooth, round inner pill took shape. Immediately afterward, pure power continued to converge into the inner pill. The inner pill expanded in size by 1 circumference, and a pill pattern appeared. It expanded again, and another pill pattern emerged. There were 3 pill patterns in total. The 3rd level of the condensing pill realm. Ultimately, because the gap between Wei Qingyan's and Li Xuanfeng's cultivation was too vast, even her advancement multiplied 100-fold could not propel him through too many realms. Yet this was more than enough. This was the 3rd level of the condensing pill realm for the chaotic sword body. No one present could compare. Even Su Miaozhen's great desolate battle body and Wei Qingyan's supreme sword body were far inferior to Li Xianfeng at the same realm, let alone Yuan Ting and Yuan Shao, who possessed only mortal bodies. Swish. Li Xianfeng opened his eyes and found the world had fallen into utter silence. The fierce battle from before had already ceased. Everyone stared at him with expressions of disbelief, incredulity, and profound shock. You? Impossible, you couldn't possibly have reached such a realm. You must have used some trick I don't know about, putting on a false show here. Yuan Ting forcibly suppressed the terror within him and raised his broadsword toward Li Xianfeng. He had no choice. Before that terrifying aura, he had nearly fallen to his knees. Now he could only refuse to believe it, forcibly bolstering his own courage. He can't be at the condensing pill realm. If he truly were, why would he have pretended for so long? If he truly were at the condensing pill realm, we would have been dead long ago. Right now, he's just using some deceptive technique to create a false aura, hoping to scare us into fleeing so they can save their own skins. Yuan Ting tried desperately to convince himself. Surging energy gathered on his broadsword. This was his most powerful strike. He was confident he could now shatter the formation and slay Li Xianfeng in the process. Whoosh! The broadsword slashed down fiercely. Yet Li Xianfeng merely lifted his foot, casually appearing before Yuan Ting as if by teleportation. Now only the transparent energy barrier of the mystic concealment array separated them. Yuan Ting's massive blade had already descended, but in Li Xuanfeng's eyes everything moved in slow motion. He reached out gently. Crack! The mystic concealment array shattered like glass. Li Xianfeng hadn't even used spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength. Yuan Ting's pupils contracted, but his attack was already beyond recall. Haven't you slashed enough? Li Xianfeng grasped the blade firmly with a light clench of his hand, and Yuan Ting could no longer advance a single inch. The might of his charged strike dissipated instantly. His 5 fingers tightened. Crack! The broadsword was crushed into pieces. How is this possible? Could it be real? Yuan Ting was terrified beyond measure. Watching his own spirit weapon being shattered with bare hands, he finally understood. Li Xuanfeng's cultivation realm was genuine. Moreover, his actual strength far exceeded what his realm suggested by countless times. Crushing a 4th-grade spirit weapon with bare hands. Even his elder brother Yuan Shao couldn't do that. Sorry, I'm done pretending. He'll come clean. I've actually been hiding a tiny bit of my cultivation. Li Xuanfeng's calm voice rang out, and then he slapped Yuan Ting into a mist of blood. Flee. This was the instinctive thought that arose in Yuan Shao's mind, who had witnessed everything from the distant sky. But Li Xuanfeng's speed was unimaginable. He stepped into the void and blocked Yuan Shao's path in an instant. Spare my life. Though Yuan Shao cried out for mercy, the blood-colored longsword in his hand thrust straight at Li Xuanfeng. Bang! Li Xuanfeng sidestepped the sword with ease, then lashed out with a whip kick that struck Yuan Shao fiercely. The latter shot off like a cannonball, crashing down and smashing an entire mountain. Uffed. Yuan Shao, buried in a pit of rubble, spat out a mouthful of blood, all his bones shattered. You? Blood blurred his vision as he looked up at Li Xuanfeng standing in the air, an endless wave of sorrow surging from the depths of his heart. Today was supposed to be his day of breakthrough, a joyous occasion, yet it had become his death day. Li Xuanfeng's strength far exceeded Yuan Shao's comprehension. Though they were at the same realm, the difference in power felt more absurd than a major realm gap. In his entire life, he had only heard of peerless prodigies, but had never seen one with his own eyes. But today he not only saw one, he saw two at once. And not only that, they were both enemies. Moreover, he was well aware that Li Xuanfeng was even more monstrous than Su Miaojin. But it was too late for words. His consciousness faded swiftly, then sank into silence. Li Xuanfeng stood in the void, reaching out a hand toward the three guards who had been petrified with fear. Bang! 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 The three were obliterated without a trace. Then, with a casual gesture toward Fan Jie, vast spiritual energy coalesced into a giant hand that seized him and brought him flying toward Li Xuanfeng. Elder Fan Jie, I have completed the task you assigned. So, where is the reward for the task? Li Xuanfeng said with a faint smile as he looked at Fan Jie. Fan Jie was dazed, utterly stupefied by the sudden turn of events, his mind a complete blank. Clearly the situation had been favorable, with the advantage on their side. Su Miaojin was no match for Yuan Shao. Steward's son was unable to overcome the combined assault of him and the three guards. Yuan Ting was also about to break through the formation. How did it suddenly happen that two auras shot straight into the heavens, and then Li Xuanfeng transformed into a third-level condensing pill realm cultivator? Yuan Shao, also at the third level of condensing pill, was instantly killed by him. Li Xuanfeng hadn't even used a weapon or spiritual energy. With just a whip kick from his physical body, he had kicked Yuan Shao to death. What a terrifying feat this was. Fan Jie couldn't comprehend it. The situation had exceeded his understanding. Was this an outer disciple of 100 Swords Mountain? Even inner disciples weren't this monstrous. With his strength, he could probably slaughter the entire Outer Sect without any pressure. It seems I'll have to collect the task, reward myself. Seeing Fan Jie was already scared, senseless, Li Xuanfeng lost interest. Wait. Fan Jie snapped back to reality, trying to beg for mercy. But in the next moment, he burst into a red firework with a bang. Thus the enemies were completely eliminated. The world fell silent once more. Blood-soaked steward's son was so shocked he forgot his pain. Oh, like Fan Jie, his mind was in a fog. Was this really a disciple of 100 Swords Mountain? How come I didn't know there was such a formidable disciple? Did the elders know? Did the sect master know? Thought after thought surged through steward's son's mind, unable to settle for a long time. Wei Qingyan and Su Miaojin were not much better. The shock on the two women's faces had yet to fade. Wei Qingyan's rosy lips parted slightly, a trace of astonishment lingering on her face. She stared blankly at Li Xuanfeng, who had effortlessly annihilated all enemies in the midst of conversation, descending like a celestial deity. Sister Sword Spirit, didn't you just say that after awakening the Supreme Sword Physique, I could catch up to Senior Brother's footsteps? The Sword Spirit replied. Didn't you also say that the gap between you and Senior Brother had finally narrowed? The Sword Spirit countered. Wei Qingyan said. The girl and the Sword Spirit fell into silence. After a long while, both sighed simultaneously. They had completely lost their understanding of Li Xuanfeng. Every time they thought the power he displayed was his full strength, he would soon deliver a surprise. After repeated occurrences, they had grown somewhat numb. No matter how hard I try, I can't seem to catch up to Senior Brother's pace. Instead, the gap keeps widening. Wei Qingyan sighed. It's normal for this world to harbor some incomprehensible, monstrous geniuses. From now on, there's no need to compare yourself to your Senior Brother. With your awakened Supreme Sword Physique, your future achievements will be no less remarkable. The Sword Spirit consoled. Judging from the aura Li Xuanfeng had just emitted, he must possess an extremely terrifying physique. Its formidable nature far surpassed the Supreme Sword Physique. As for what physique it was exactly, the Sword Spirit could not yet discern. However, she was certain that Wei Qingyan truly had no chance of matching her Senior Brother. In the sky, Li Xuanfeng began his favorite part, counting the spoils. Those he had slain were all spiritual sea realm cultivators, each bearing storage rings. Given Li Xuanfeng's current level of power, there was no need to search one by one. With a sweep of his divine sense and a flick of his finger, storage rings flew toward him. As expected, there's not much left. Li Xuanfeng was somewhat resigned. Yuan Shao had been in seclusion for 3 years to break through, and during that time, aside from absorbing and refining blood essence, his other expenditures must have been substantial. Most of the resources earned by the 100 Affairs Hall had been spent on him. As for Fan Jie, his potential was exhausted. To seek a breakthrough, he had already colluded with the 100 Affairs Hall to harm disciples. How much good could he have left? Thus, Li Xianfeng had anticipated little gain. Or rather, given his current strength, he had already outgrown such resources. Yet for other spiritual sea or Qi swirl realm cultivators, it would still be a vast fortune. However, Li Xuanfeng's true harvest never came from looting enemies, but from a single interaction with Wei Qingyan. Li Xianfeng glanced at Su Miaojin. Without a proper reason to give her spoils, he decided to give everything to Wei Qingyan first. Gathering all the loot, he flicked his finger, sending several storage rings flying toward Wei Qingyan. Wei Qingyan reached out to catch them naturally. She knew that every time he annihilated enemies, her senior brother relished the process of scavenging spoils. Yet he was never interested in the actual resources obtained. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. 100-fold return activated. You have received 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and a 5th-grade top-tier spirit artifact, the Crimson Dawn Sword. The system calculated the value of those resources and returned them to Li Xianfeng 100-fold in the form of spirit stones and a spiritual artifact. Not bad, Li Xianfeng thought. He was now a condensed core realm cultivator. His previous longsword could no longer withstand his power. He could even shatter it with his bare hands. Only a 5th-grade spiritual artifact could bear his current strength. This single 5th-grade top-tier Crimson Dawn Sword was worth more than the entire wealth of some condensed core cultivators. Su Miaojin looked from Li Xianfeng to Wei Qingyan. To casually give away so many resources without keeping any for himself, it seemed their relationship was special. I am Su Miaojin. Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. After Li Xianfeng finished collecting the spoils, Su Miaojin approached him and cupped her fists. Don't mention it. Li Xianfeng waved his hand. May I ask your name, fellow Taoist? Li Xianfeng. Thanks to your intervention, Brother Li, this villain has been brought to justice, avenging my cousin. I owe you a favor. Su Miaojin cupped her fists in gratitude. Didn't you just protect the formation? Consider us even. Li Xianfeng hadn't expected Su Miaojin to be so courteous. When Yuan Shao attacked the mystic sealing array, if Su Miaojin hadn't intercepted the strike, both Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan would have been in danger. Given your strength, Brother Li, my help was unnecessary. My earlier action was redundant. Su Miaojin smiled. Dressed in white with features as delicate as a painting and bright eyes and white teeth, her sudden radiant smile even managed to astonish Li Xianfeng. As a token of thanks, I have some intelligence to offer, Su Miaojin said. Oh, Li Xuanfeng's expression shifted. This place is not suitable for a long stay. Let's find a more appropriate spot to talk. Su Miaojin looked at Li Xianfeng. He nodded, understanding her meaning. The earlier commotion here had been too great, especially when Wei Qingyan awakened the Supreme Sword Physique and he obtained the Chaos Sword Physique. The astonishing aura that shot into the sky had likely attracted the attention of some powerful figures. So indeed, they couldn't linger here. Li Xianfeng stepped through the air, flickering several times before landing on the mountaintop beside Wei Qingyan. Su Miaojin followed closely. Whoosh! Steward's son, drenched in blood with several ghastly wounds, flew over. After taking some pills, his injuries eased and his life was no longer in danger. Are you two truly disciples of 100 Sword Mountain? Upon landing, Steward's son's gaze darted between Wei Qingyan and Li Xianfeng several times. Facing two juniors, his demeanor was somewhat hesitant. It was mainly due to the overwhelming pressure Li Xuanfeng's terrifying aura had exerted on him earlier. Even against Yuan Shao, he felt like an ant gazing at a giant, let alone Li Xianfeng. My junior sister and I are both outer disciples of 100 Sword Mountain. Li Xianfeng nodded with a smile. Steward's son's mouth twitched. Even Su Miaojin beside him found it momentarily amusing. Outer disciples? Which sect had such powerful, exaggerated outer disciples? May I ask your names? Steward's son adjusted his mindset and inquired. Li Xianfeng, Wei Qingyan. Neither of them concealed this. I see that you still have important matters to discuss. They'll take my leave first and report Elder Fan Jie's matter truthfully, if you two wish not to be exposed. Before Steward's son could finish, Li Xianfeng interrupted. Report everything that happened here truthfully. There's no need to conceal it. In Li Xuanfeng's view, there was indeed no need for secrecy. Every sect favored geniuses, a one that couldn't develop in the long run. Thus, appearing more prodigious often brought greater benefits. Whether resources or olive branches from various factions, they would be proactively extended to geniuses. Some sects even assigned secret protectors to ensure the safety of their talented disciples. So for Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan, showcasing their extraordinary talent was not a bad thing. Very well, I'll take my leave then. Steward's son nodded and soared into the sky. Li Xianfeng glanced at the light of his fate. The previous gray had vanished, now normal, indicating no danger ahead. Steward's son was perceptive. Having heard Su Miaojin offer intelligence to Li Xuanfeng, he chose not to linger. Let's go too. Li Xianfeng waved his hand, and his vast spiritual energy lifted Wei Qingyan and their two mounts, whisking them away with a whoosh. Su Miaojin also broke through the air, flying alongside them. About the time it takes an incense stick to burn after they left, several figures shot through the sky from afar. The earlier aura must have originated from here. There must have been a battle at the condensation pill stage here. The previous aura was indeed astonishing. I wonder if it was due to a treasure emerging or some other reason. Unfortunately, we arrived too late. After a thorough search, the figures only discovered Yuan Shao's corpse and ultimately left empty-handed. However, Li Xianfeng did not return to Xuanshan City. Instead, he flew dozens of miles in another direction, arriving at a city named Haishi City to take a rest. The three entered a private room in a tavern, and Su Miaojin casually set up a small formation to prevent others from spying. Su Miaojin set up a blocking formation and gained a bit of experience. A tenfold return. You have obtained some experience, and barely grasped the method of arranging the blocking formation. The system prompt sounded at the right moment. The blocking formation is the most basic type of formation capable of isolating sound and visual probing, and its difficulty is not high. However, Li Xianfeng had never been in contact with formations before and was completely ignorant of them. Previously, he relied entirely on the formation plate to set up the misty formation and the profound hidden formation. Now, with the system's return, he was officially coming into contact with this path. Brotherly, the intelligence I mentioned earlier is related to a secret realm that is about to open. This secret realm is called the Purple Moon Secret Realm. Its origins unknown, and it is rumored to have opened once several decades ago. After arranging the formations, Su Miaojin did not keep them in suspense and spoke directly. The Purple Moon Secret Realm is an independent space isolated from the world, filled with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Among them, the most precious are certain rare items that can enhance comprehension. After Su Miaojin finished speaking, she looked at Li Xianfeng. Sure enough, she saw a look of interest on his face. On the path of cultivation, talent is extremely important, and talent is divided into root, bone, and comprehension. These two aspects are innate and difficult to change through acquired means. However, difficult does not mean impossible. In this vast world, there are always various extraordinary items. There are indeed treasures that can enhance root, bone, and comprehension. It's just that they are too rare and hard to find. Moreover, once they come to the world, they will inevitably cause a bloody competition. Li Xuanfeng's root, bone, and comprehension were quite ordinary, otherwise he wouldn't still be at the 9th level of the body refinement stage after 3 years. However, just recently his root bone underwent a tremendous change due to the chaotic sword body returned by the system. Whether it was Wei Qingyan's supreme sword body or Su Miaojin's great desolation battle body, they were far inferior to him. Even without the return of the two, Li Xianfeng could still make rapid progress in his cultivation. However, while a physique could bring about a tremendous change in the root bone, it could not significantly enhance comprehension. If he could truly cause his comprehension to undergo a tremendous change like his root bone, Li Xianfeng would naturally seek it as well. Thus, when Su Miaojin mentioned that there were items in the Purple Moon Secret Realm that could enhance comprehension, Li Xianfeng had already been somewhat moved. The Purple Moon Secret Realm is located in Yunzhou, Shanchuan County, and is expected to open in about half a month. To enter it, one must hold a special jade slip as a token, and I happen to have one here. A single jade slip token can bring 2 people in. Therefore, to express my gratitude, I am willing to take Brotherly along. I wonder how Brotherly feels about that. After Su Miaojin finished speaking, she quietly looked at Li Xuanfeng, waiting for his reply. Secret realms often signify opportunities. In this world, many cultivators have entered secret realms to obtain treasures and thus change their fate. However, opportunities are often accompanied by dangers. Su Miaojin wasn't very confident about whether Li Xianfeng would agree. In her opinion, a prodigy like Li Xianfeng surely had no doubts about his comprehension. Merely some items that could enhance comprehension might pique his interest, but whether or not they could attract him was still uncertain. In that case, let's set a specific time and place to meet. Li Xianfeng pondered for a moment before looking at Su Miaojin and speaking. Su Miaojin's eyes instantly flashed with a hint of joy. Telling Li Xianfeng about the Purple Moon Secret Realm and agreeing to take him, there was not only to express gratitude, but also to enlist a helper. Su Miaojin had seen Li Xuanfeng's strength. If they entered the secret realm together and worked together, they would definitely be able to gain more benefits. Good. Su Miaojin happily agreed. After some discussions, they set a time and place to meet. For the next few moments, none of the three hurried to leave or focused on cultivation. Instead, they strolled around Haishi City together, experiencing the local life and enjoying the local cuisine. As a result, the relationship among the three became much closer. Until early the next morning, the three reluctantly parted ways. Su Miaojin returned to Yunzhou, while Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan returned to Baijian Mountain. The two rode on the black wind horse and the divine speed black steed moving swiftly through the wind. Haishi City was not far from Baijin Mountain, and with Li Xuanfeng's current strength, he could return to Baijin Mountain quickly, but he was in no hurry at all. When descending the mountain, Li Xuanfeng was merely at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit aperture stage. Upon his return, however, he was already at the 3rd level of the condensation pill stage and possessed the chaotic sword body. It had been only 5 days. The difference was as vast as clouds and mud. While the two were hurrying back to Baijin Mountain, things were a bit lively in the Outer Sect. In the past 2 days, both the Outer and Inner Sects had experienced some events. Yesterday, someone saw a blood-soaked elder returning. Soon after, an Inner Sect elder was enraged and issued orders to take away several Outer Sect elders. There were rumors that it was due to negligence in supervision harming disciples, and so on. What exactly happened, most disciples were unaware. By this morning, there was an event that made all Outer Sect disciples incredibly excited, because all the peak masters of Baijin Mountain had descended upon the Outer Sect. In Baijin Mountain, the lowest status undoubtedly belonged to the servant disciples. Next are the Outer Sect disciples, ordinary Inner Sect disciples, Outer Sect elders, elite disciples, core disciples, deacons, true disciples, Inner Sect elders, and so on. At the highest status with the greatest power is undoubtedly the Sect Master. Beneath the Sect Master, above the Inner Sect elders, are the various Peak Masters. The Peak Masters are powerful and equally influential, able to impact the Sect Master's decisions on many major matters. They are the kind of significant figures who are rarely seen. Many disciples might not even see a Peak Master from the moment they joined until they descended the mountain. Today, however, these Peak Masters all appeared in the Outer Sect. Although they all concealed their auras, the invisible pressure still made it hard to breathe, as if this space and time were about to freeze. The Outer Sect disciples merely gazed from a distance and felt somewhat breathless. What on earth happened? Why did the Peak Masters suddenly come to the Outer Sect? The mountain they reside on is where some Outer Sect disciples live, right? Could it be that some Outer Sect disciple alarmed them? Which disciple could possibly alarm the Peak Masters? The Outer Sect disciples did not dare approach and only stood at a distance to watch. The servant disciple Wang Jio walked down the mountain path. He had just been in the herb garden manually turning the soil and removing pests, bending down and feeling more tired than from cultivation. With his 9th level of the body refinement stage cultivation, doing this little work actually didn't make his body feel tired, it was mainly mentally exhausting. Since 6 days ago, when he was tested and found to be below the spirit aperture stage and was about to be sent down the mountain, he voluntarily stayed at Baijin Mountain to become a servant disciple. Now that he thought about it, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Not only did he lose cultivation resources, but his cultivation time was also greatly squeezed, and he had no idea when he would break through to the spirit aperture stage. If only I could suddenly catch the eye of a Peak Master and be accepted as a disciple. A Peak Master would be great. Even an Inner Sect elder would be good. If not, being valued by an Outer Sect elder would also make me very happy. Looking at those few towering figures in the distance, Wang Jio couldn't help but fall into fantasy. Being valued by a big shot, accepted as a disciple, or adopted as a son, granted various cultivation resources, and thus stepping onto the broad path of cultivation. This is the fantasy of many low-level cultivators. Brother Wang Jio. A familiar voice broke Wang Jio's moment of fantasy. Wang Jio focused his eyes, and it was indeed Ding Xian. Brother Ding Xian. Wang Jio hurriedly walked forward. A few days ago, they were both Outer Sect disciples, but in just a few days their identities had changed. It's been several days since I last saw you. I didn't expect to run into Brother Wang Jio here. Ding Xian displayed his signature very enthusiastic, but very fake smile. Yes, quite a coincidence. Brother Ding, do you know why the Peak Masters suddenly descended to the Outer Sect? Wang Jio inquired. I don't know. With my status, I completely cannot catch any wind of it. Ding Xian shook his head. But I remember that Li Xuanfeng and Wei Shimi live on that mountain, right? Yesterday an elder had an incident, and it seems Li Xuanfeng and Wei Shimi went down the mountain to complete a task. I wonder if it has anything to do with this. An elder had an incident. Wang Jio looked puzzled. After becoming a servant disciple, his circle had changed, and his information was certainly not as well informed as Ding Xian's. However, he did know about Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan going down the mountain to complete a task. After all, Wei Qingyan was too beautiful, and many people paid attention to her. The fact that she went down the mountain with Li Xuanfeng couldn't possibly be hidden from those who were observant. I heard that it was a problem with the task issued by Elder Fan Jie, and Elder Fan Jie himself is also in big trouble. Coincidentally, someone saw Li Xuanfeng and Wei Shimi taking on the task issued by Elder Fan Jie when they were at the affairs hall. How could it be that the arrival of the Peak Masters here is really related to them? They won't get into trouble, will they? To alarm all the Peak Masters, it must be a significant matter. Wang Jio's heart suddenly tightened, and he couldn't help but feel the flames of gossip rising within him. It's not a big deal if Li Xianfeng gets into trouble, but if Wei Shimi also gets into trouble, that would be a huge loss. Ding Xian shook his head and sighed. Indeed, junior sister Wei is so beautiful, she must not come to harm. Wang Zhu nodded in strong agreement. Many disciples were intensely envious of Li Xuanfeng's close proximity to Wei Qingyan. However, after Li Xianfeng was assessed at the true martial hall to have the peak of the 9th level of the spirit aperture realm, even those who were jealous dared not speak openly against him. Come to think of it, I believe the Peak Lord's descent is mostly related to junior sister Wei and certainly has nothing to do with Li Xianfeng. Ding Xian remarked. Although Li Xuanfeng's display of peak 9th level spirit aperture realm cultivation 6 days ago had shocked him greatly, such talent was not considered top tier. Those with truly exceptional talent had already broken through to the Qi Vortex realm and been promoted to inner disciples. Wei Qingyan, however, was different. She was the top scorer in this year's new disciple assessments. Every year's top scorer continued to shine as a prodigy even after entering the Inner Sect. Wei Qingyan's talent was undoubtedly above Li Xuanfeng's, belonging to the most exceptional echelon. Thus Ding Xian believed that even if the Peak Lords had come for someone, it could never be Li Xianfeng. It was most likely Wei Qingyan. Junior sister Wei's talent is immense, and she may have some astonishing background, which is why the Peak Lords were stirred. Wang Zhu mused after a moment's thought. Unaware of the truth, they could only speculate based on fleeting rumors and fragments of information. Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan's residences were not far apart, merely separated by a single mountain peak. Including the sect leader, the 100-Sword Mountain had a total of 7 Peak Lords. Now, aside from the sect leader, the other 6 Peak Lords had all descended upon this place. Hovering in midair, a casual sweep of their divine sense told them that neither Li Xianfeng nor Wei Qingyan had returned. It seems we have arrived too early, remarked a tall, burly man with a stubbly beard exuding an explosive sense of power. This man was the Peak Lord of the Sword Forging Peak, one of the 7 peaks. If you think it's too early, you can go back. That would mean one less competitor for us, said another man who constantly toyed with a long sword. This man was the Peak Lord of the Sword Severing Peak. Sigh, if not for the sect leader's decree, why would we be waiting here? We would have already intercepted them on the road. The Peak Lord of the Sword Cleansing Peak was a woman who couldn't help but sigh as she mentioned this. Yesterday, after Steward's son returned to the sect, he immediately reported the matter of Fangia. Ordinarily, such an affair wouldn't warrant the attention of the Peak Lords. The law enforcement elder could handle it. However, Steward's son had specifically emphasized the matters concerning Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan. Realizing the two might be extraordinary prodigies, the law enforcement elder reported the matter to the various Peak Lords and the sect leader. As the true pinnacle figures of the 100-Sword Mountain, the Peak Lords immediately deduced that the pair possessed some powerful physique. The sudden awakening of a previously hidden physique leading to a meteoric rise in cultivation was a phenomenon well within the knowledge of the Peak Lords. After a series of meetings, discussions, and analysis combined with the basic information about Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan's entry into the 100-Sword Mountain, they ultimately concluded that neither Li Xianfeng nor Wei Qingyan were ordinary prodigies. They were monstrous geniuses capable of influencing the very rise and fall of the sect. Thus excitement filled them all, and each harbored the desire to take them as disciples. The weak seek to become disciples of the strong, and the strong naturally wish to recruit geniuses as their own. Although Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan had not yet returned, the Peak Lords were united in their plan to intercept them on the road and propose the master-disciple bond. First come first served, the swift hand gets the prize, the slow one misses out. As Peak Lords, whoever found them first and proposed the apprenticeship would likely be difficult for Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan to refuse. They could easily acquire 2 peerless geniuses as disciples. What a tremendous boon! Unfortunately, the sect leader saw through their intentions and forbade such actions. The sect leader declared that they must compete fairly. While they wished to take Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan as disciples, the two might not choose them as masters. The matter of apprenticeship would be discussed after Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan returned. Thus the Peak Lords descended upon the Outer Sect. They were here solely to await the return of Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan. Fair competition, my eye. I think the sect leader just wants to take them as her own disciples. The Peak Lord of the Elegant Sword Peak sneered coldly. And need it even be said, the sect leader is in a long seclusion and cannot easily leave. She used an incarnation for our council meeting. If she were to go outside the 100-Sword Mountain to compete with us for disciples, her incarnation would likely be at a disadvantage. That's why she so elegantly proposed we wait for their return and then compete fairly. The Peak Lord of the Sword Cleansing Peak also sneered. Alas, what can we do? Do you wish to make an enemy of the sect leader? The burly, powerful-looking Peak Lord of the Sword Forging Peak let out a melancholy sigh. His words caused all the Peak Lords to pause. Anyone who dared to intercept the two on the road and forcibly take them as disciples would be making an enemy of her. These were the sect leader's own words. The peak lords, well aware of her fearsome nature, did not take it as a jest. If they truly did so, they would likely suffer a few sword strikes when she emerged from seclusion. Perhaps many disciples were unaware of their sect leader's true terror, but the peak lords knew it all too well. The sect leader's strength was unfathomable. She might be the most powerful person in the history of the 100-Sword Mountain. If she were to truly fight, the combined might of the other 6 peak lords would likely be insufficient to defeat her. The peak lords fell silent, dropping the matter. Whoosh! A streak of light suddenly flew in from the distance. The newcomer was clad in black with a graceful figure and lustrous silver hair that danced lightly in the wind. With a delicate nose, rosy lips, willow leaf brows, and clear bright eyes that shimmered like black gems. Her presence seemed to brighten the very light of the world around her. Wow! It's the fairy Luo. It's Senior Luo. Is that Senior Luo? She's so beautiful. I never thought I'd have the chance to behold Senior Luo's immortal visage. Worth it, it's all worth it. Even if I'm sent down the mountain later, seeing the fairy Luo makes it all worthwhile. Not me. After seeing Senior Luo, I want to stay at 100-Sword Mountain even more. First the various peak lords, and now Senior Luo. What on earth is happening in our outer sect? Who cares? A celestial maiden has descended. Oh, we'd better take a good look while we can. We might never get another chance. She's truly beautiful. Among us in the outer sect, only Wei Qingyan can rival her in appearance, right? Both Senior Luo and Junior Sister Wei are exceptionally beautiful, each with their own unique style. In the crowd, Wang Jiao and Ding Xian's eyes gleamed with admiration. The moment this woman appeared, she drew exclamations from countless outer disciples. Luo Li pays respects to the various peak lords. Under the fervent and adoring gazes of countless outer disciples, the silver-haired black-clad maiden flew to the location of the peak lords and offered a simple salute. You are too courteous, Senior Luo. The peak lords responded with smiles. This silver-haired beauty before them was the sect leader's sole personal disciple, the second greatest prodigy and second most beautiful woman of the 100-Sword Mountain, Luo Li. Many disciples of the 100-Sword Mountain might not have seen her, but they had certainly heard of her. Countless male disciples, upon first laying eyes on Luo Li, were captivated for life, marveling that such a stunning woman could exist in the world. Thus Luo Li earned the nickname Fairy Luo. With her monstrous talent, noble status, and impeccable beauty, it was only natural that her appearance would stir excitement and fervor among the outer disciples. Even when she appeared publicly in the inner sect, she often drew a crowd of passionate admirers. What brings Senior Luo here? The peak lord of the sword cleansing peak asked, turning to Luo Li, with the other peak lords also turning their gazes. I am here to accept disciples on behalf of my master, Luo Li said with a faint smile. Oh! The peak lords breathed a collective sigh of relief, smiles spreading across their faces. The sect leader, unable to leave herself, had sent her disciple to act on her behalf, which inherently placed her at a disadvantage compared to the peak lords. As long as the sect leader did not personally compete, their hopes were greatly increased. Moments later, another commotion arose among the crowd of outer disciples. Even from a distance, Luo Li and the peak lords, with their formidable abilities, immediately sensed the disturbance and turned their gazes towards it. They saw a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman riding 2 mounts. The mounts seemed to tread on the wind, carrying them swiftly forward until they soon reached the area where many outer disciples had gathered. So lively here, Li Xuanfeng remarked in surprise, observing the clusters of outer disciples gathered on one hilltop after another. They even have mounts. That's a dark wind horse, and the other one, a divine swift black steed. These mounts are quite impressive. As soon as the 2 tall and majestic mounts came into view, they sparked lively discussions among the disciples. Given the strength and status of outer disciples, it was nearly impossible for them to own a mount. Even if they managed to acquire one, it would likely be no better than an ordinary horse from the mortal world. They were unqualified to possess a mount like the dark wind horse, let alone the divine swift black steed. It's Junior Sister Wei and Li Xuanfeng. They're both fine. How did they suddenly get mounts? Among the crowd, Wang Jiao and Ding Xian were stunned. The divine swift black steed was a 3rd-tier beast equivalent to a Chi Vortex Realm cultivator. Even though it wasn't adept at attacking, it was still a 3rd-tier beast. A single kick from its hoof would be enough to kill them if they were lucky to survive. Yet this beast was willingly serving as Li Xuanfeng's mount. What kind of identity and status did he have? The two were deeply shocked. However, even greater shocks awaited them. Luo Li and several peak masters appeared as if teleported. One moment, they were on a distant peak, the next, they had descended upon this spot. Li Xuanfeng, Wei Qingyan, we have been waiting for you, the sword-washing peak master said with a smile. I am the sword-casting peak master. I am the sword show peak master. I am. Several peak masters introduced themselves simultaneously. This scene left all the outer disciples utterly bewildered. Were the lofty peak masters always this approachable? Why did this not match their impression of such exalted figures? Junior brother and sister are truly exceptional talents with extraordinary presence. For our first meeting, I am Luo Li, the direct disciple of the sect leader. Luo Li's face bore a faint smile, causing countless disciples' hearts to race and feel as if they had fallen in love. Greetings to all peak masters, greetings to senior direct disciple Luo. Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan clasped their fists. Greetings to all peak masters, greetings to senior direct disciple Luo. The other outer disciples quickly followed suit in offering their respects. Ahem, we won't beat around the bush. We've heard about your affairs, and we've been waiting here to take you both as our disciples. The tall and robust sword-casting peak master stated bluntly. What a... Taking disciples. The peak masters came to the Outer Sect just to take Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan as disciples. How is this possible? All the disciples were astounded, their minds reeling. What status did the 100-sword mountain peak masters hold? On ordinary days, even prominent families or imperial relatives had no opportunity to have their descendants become nominal disciples under a peak master, let alone the fact that the peak masters had taken the initiative to appear and request to take disciples. Moreover, even before the two had returned to the sect, 6 peak masters had already arrived here in advance. The impact of this scene on the disciples was immense. Wang Jiao and Ding Xian were especially dazed. Who was Li Xuanfeng? A fellow disciple who had joined 100-sword mountain with them 3 years ago. He had even placed last in the entrance examination. Although his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit aperture realm during the recent test, that still didn't warrant the peak masters personally coming to take him as a disciple did it. With such talent, he would soon fade into obscurity upon entering the inner sect. Why would the peak masters take an interest in him? Could it be that he had concealed even greater strength? At the thought, both of them were startled. Taking disciples? Li Xuanfeng pondered for a moment. In truth, he had anticipated this scene. In any world, having a powerful background was a good thing. It made things convenient, allowed one to avoid detours, and made acquiring resources easier. Becoming a disciple of a peak master meant gaining a powerful background. Before awakening the system, Li Xuanfeng would have been overjoyed. With the system, whether or not he took a master made little difference to him. Even if he were to take one, it would have to be a cultivator of immense strength, talent, and fortune. The 100-sword mountain peak masters were undoubtedly top-tier cultivators within the Great Yin dynasty. But in Li Xuanfeng's view, they fell slightly short of being his master. With that thought, he habitually used the system's power to examine the fate colors of those present. A single glance revealed that the peak masters were surrounded by extremely dense yellow light. A few among them had a hint of orange within their dense yellow radiance. As his gaze shifted, a dazzling golden light caught his eye. Golden fate. Li Xuanfeng's gaze paused. The one radiating golden light was none other than Luo Li. System, bind her immediately. Li Xuanfeng called out to the system in his mind. The matter of taking a master could be set aside for now, but binding the fateful maiden must not be delayed. Ding. Binding successful. The system notification sounded. Luo Li's attribute panel then appeared before him. Name: Luo Li. Fate: Alchemy Prodigy. Cultivation: Spirit Transformation Realm, First Layer. Physique: Divine Alchemy Body. An Alchemy Prodigy. It seems she has unparalleled talent in the Tao of Alchemy and is destined to reach the pinnacle of alchemy. Li Xuanfeng thought to himself. After Wei Qingyan and Su Miaojin, Luo Li was the third fateful maiden he had bound, and she was a powerhouse at the Spirit Transformation Realm. After the Core Condensation Realm came the Core Shattering Realm, and only after that was the Spirit Transformation Realm. In other words, Luo Li was 2 major realms above Li Xuanfeng. At such a level, any breakthrough on her part would grant Li Xuanfeng immense benefits through the tenfold return. So how about joining my sword-casting peak? We may not have much, but we have plenty of swords. If you come to my sword-casting peak, you can pick and choose any spiritual weapon you desire. Seeing that Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan had not replied, the sword-casting peak master assumed they were undecided on whom to take as master. The sword-casting peak is full of rough blacksmiths who forge mediocre swords. My sword burial peak has already buried thousands of their blades. Need I say more about who is superior? The sword burial peak master gazed intently at Li Xuanfeng. Neither sword casting nor sword burial are worthy. Come to my sword intercept peak, and I will tailor the most suitable martial techniques for you. The sword intercept peak master toyed with his long sword as he spoke. The path of cultivation emphasizes methods, wealth, companions, and location. My sword hidden peak may lack in some areas, but we are never short of cultivation resources. If you two join my sect, resources will be unlimited. The sword hidden peak master declared magnanimously. My sword washing peak also has no shortage of resources, and I possess a special secret art for enhancing spiritual artifacts. Join my sect, and this art will be passed on to you immediately. The sword-washing peak master also spoke up. My sword show peak has the highest number of female disciples among the 7 peaks. Our techniques and martial arts are especially suited for female cultivators. Wei Qingyan, are you interested? The sword show peak master was not greedy. While other peak masters aimed to take both disciples, she set her sights solely on Wei Qingyan. She considered herself shrewd. Trying to take both might result in getting neither. Thus it was better to fix a target from the start. Having Wei Qingyan alone would be sufficient. I will follow senior brother's decision. I will choose whichever senior brother chooses. Wei Qingyan's answer surprised everyone. What kind of spell had Li Xuanfeng cast on her? She even deferred to him on the matter of choosing a master. All the peak masters looked astonished. The sword show peak master's expression froze. She had thought focusing on one choice was clever, but this girl insisted on picking the same master as Li Xuanfeng. A miscalculation. Choosing a master is no trivial matter. You should select the one most suitable for yourself. The sword show peak master said. Yet Wei Qingyan stubbornly shook her head. Choosing a master was not particularly important to her. She had the sword spirit for theoretical guidance. As for resources, even if there were differences among the peak masters, they were likely minimal. The most crucial point was that Wei Qingyan wanted to be with Li Xuanfeng, and having the same master would allow her to see senior brother often. Seeing Wei Qingyan's resolute expression, everyone turned their gaze to Li Xuanfeng. He would decide the fate of both of them. Pick me, pick me. The several peak masters silently watched Li Xuanfeng, their eyes and hearts urging him incessantly. Li Xuanfeng fell into contemplation. Other cultivators begged to become disciples of the strong. Yet here he was with a line of powerhouses waiting for him to choose. A treatment that was truly extraordinary. But to be honest, Li Xuanfeng was not particularly inclined to choose any of them. Seeing his pensive expression, all the outer disciples felt anxious on his behalf, wishing they could take his place. They couldn't even get an Outer Sect elder to take them as disciples, yet here were peak masters lining up for Li Xuanfeng to choose from, and he was still hesitating. Truly, comparisons are odious. Fellow peak masters, I think there's no need for further contention. Just as Li Xuanfeng had yet to make a choice, Luo Li's voice rang out. Junior brother and sister are prodigies of such caliber that only under our master's guidance can they truly shine. Therefore, let us yield the opportunity to our master. A jade slip appeared in Luo Li's hand, and with a faint smile she crushed it. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly surged. An indescribable pressure filled the world, as if an overwhelming force was rapidly converging upon this place. The silhouette of a stunningly beautiful woman, one that could dim the heavens and earth, slowly took form. When Li Xuanfeng saw that lofty, dignified, inviolable figure, like an empress, his eyes suddenly lit up. The woman was peerlessly beautiful. She wore a luxurious purple court dress, a delicate and exquisite phoenix-adorned crown upon her head, and the jade pendants of her golden steps swayed gently. Graceful, noble, dignified, unapproachable. These were the first impressions that surged into Li Xuanfeng's mind upon seeing her. Her long tenure in a position of power endowed her with an aura of authority, her entire being brimming with majesty. Especially those indifferent phoenix eyes which looked down upon the crowd from above, paired with her unparalleled beauty. It stirred within men a fierce impulse to conquer her. Yet few dared to entertain such thoughts, for she was the current sect master of 100 Swords Mountain and the most formidable in its history. What appeared here was merely an incarnation of hers. Even so, its terrifying pressure forced all the outer disciples to bow their heads, not daring to look directly at her. If Luo Li was the second greatest prodigy and second most beautiful woman of 100 Swords Mountain, then the sect master was the foremost prodigy and foremost beauty. Greetings, master. Luo Li performed a simple disciple's salute, a smile playing on her lips. Greetings, sect master. The several peak masters exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with helplessness. So much for Luo Li accepting disciples on her master's behalf. In the end, she had to step in personally. Though it was merely an incarnation descending, they knew they could not contend with the sect master. Greetings, sect master. On the ground, the outer disciples, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, all lowered their heads. No need for formalities. The sect master's indifferent voice rang out. These words caused Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan, who had just raised their hands in salute, to freeze mid-gesture. Neither Wei Qingyan nor Li Xuanfeng had ever seen the sect master of 100 Swords Mountain before. Both had heard that the 3-foot sword encirclement and dripping water pierces the sky sword techniques they had learned were created by the current sect master. Li Xuanfeng, Wei Qingyan, this seat has heard of your affairs. The sect master's indifferent phoenix eyes swept over them. As she looked at him, Li Xuanfeng also gazed back at her. At that moment, a certain shock stirred within Li Xuanfeng's heart. For with the power of the system, he saw that the sect master was enveloped in a golden radiance. She was a person of destiny, and this was merely one of her incarnations. System, bind the sect master quickly. Li Xuanfeng called out to the system in his mind. Ding. Although an incarnation can be bound, the binding becomes void once the incarnation dissipates. Proceed with binding. The system's prompt sounded. Of course, bind. Li Xianfeng did not hesitate. Even if it was just an incarnation after binding, he would surely be able to see some of the sect master's basic attributes right. Ding. Binding successful temporary. After the system's prompt, Li Xianfeng saw the basic template of the sect master's incarnation. Name Lian Yuezhao, Destiny Master of Destiny Realm Divine, Shedding Realm 9th Layer Incarnation, Physique, 9 Heavens Mystic Physique, Fake Incarnation. Just an incarnation possesses the cultivation of the divine, shedding realm 9th layer. I wonder how much of her power she used to condense this incarnation. But her destiny is rather peculiar. Li Xianfeng mused inwardly. Upon communicating with the system, Li Xianfeng easily understood that the so-called Master of Destiny meant one who was the teacher of a person of destiny. Simply put, such individuals themselves possessed great fortune and lacked neither talent nor potential. At the same time, the disciples she took in were almost always those blessed by destiny. So if she continues to take disciples, most of them will likely be children of destiny. Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred. If that were the case, by getting close to her might he have the chance to bind more people of destiny in the future. You two possess extraordinary talent and top-tier physiques. This is a sign of 100 Swords Mountain's great flourishing and also its fortune. This seat wishes to take you both as disciples and teach you personally. Are you willing? The sect master stood lofty and noble. Her phoenix eyes, though breathtakingly beautiful, were calm and indifferent. Her voice, like a celestial decree, spread in all directions. Everyone awaited Li Xuanfeng's answer. Wei Qingyan also looked at him, determined to follow whatever decision her senior brother made. As for the sword spirit, it had long fallen silent, likely fearing discovery. The bowed disciples were frantic with envy and jealousy, wishing they could take Li Xuanfeng's place and agree immediately. They would gladly serve the sect master in any capacity, even fetching tea or drawing her bath. Even as mere mortals, if they could but draw closer to such a lofty, peerless beauty as the sect master, they would consider it worth 20 years of their lives. Li Xianfeng thought that becoming the sect master's disciple was not a bad idea. As a master of destiny, her future achievements were beyond imagination. Taking such a supremely powerful and stunningly beautiful woman as his master with immense potential was akin to having the entire 100 Swords Mountain as his backing. He could likely act with impunity throughout the entire great Yin dynasty. Moreover, Li Xianfeng would lose nothing. There might even be a chance to share a kiss with his exquisite master, on no to discuss the Tao together. The key point was that it was rare to see the sect master's true form in ordinary times. If he became her disciple, the opportunities to see her in person would greatly increase. Then it would be easier for Li Xianfeng to bind her. Given the sect master's strength, even the lowest tenfold return would be astonishing, far more worthwhile than Luo Li. Just as Li Xuanfeng, after some deliberation, was about to speak, the sect master's voice suddenly rang out in his and Wei Qingyan's minds. You two little ones, hurry up and agree, won't you? Give me some face. Rest assured, following this seat's lead-in. Cultivation, I won't treat you poorly. With me backing you, even if you stir up a colossal mess in the great Yin dynasty, I can still clean it up for you. The sect master's sudden telepathic message left Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan stunned, feeling an abrupt shift in tone. Yet when they looked closely, the sect master still wore that noble, dignified, and aloof expression, gazing down upon the world. If Li Xianfeng were not already a cultivator at the core condensation realm, he would have thought the sect master's telepathic message was an illusion. Could it be that the sect master's dignified and lofty demeanor is all an act? Such a contrast. Li Xianfeng was greatly shaken. Based on that telepathic message, the real sect master was by no means as dignified, noble, majestic, and indifferent as she appeared on the surface. It seemed the sect master merely put on a dignified front in public, deliberately feigning this appearance to maintain the authoritative image of a sect master. Li Xianfeng concluded inwardly. This seat dislikes cumbersome formalities. If you two are willing, a simple disciple's salute and calling me master will suffice. The sect master's grand, majestic, and indifferent voice rang out once more. Li Xianfeng looked up and seemed to catch a hint of plaintiveness in those indifferent phoenix eyes. Just as he thought, Li Xianfeng turned to glance at Wei Qingyan and gave a slight nod. Then in unison they raised their hands in salute, bowing to the sect master with a simple disciple's gesture. Disciple Li Xianfeng, Wei Qingyan greets master. Their voices echoed through the heavens and earth, formally acknowledging the sect master Lian Yuezhao as their teacher. Lian Yuezhao nodded slightly, her noble, dignified, and indifferent expression unwavering. Only Li Xuanfeng, who was secretly observing her, noticed the fleeting upward twitch of her lips. The next moment, Lian Yuezhao, clad in her magnificent purple court dress, lifted her foot, slightly revealing an ankle as clear as jade. Her fair foot stepped down as if traversing space itself, and she appeared directly before Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan. As the sect leader's terrifying pressure approached, all the outer disciples lowered their heads even further. Many yearned for a closer look at the stunning sect leader, yet none dared to raise their gaze, only sneaking furtive glances when opportunity allowed. Li Xuanfeng, however, experienced his master's beauty up close. It was a flawless visage as if sculpted by the very Tao itself, a perfect face beyond reproach. Coupled with her aloof expression and the commanding aura of a superior, this unique temperament was breathtakingly beautiful to the point of suffocation. Her phoenix eyes and crimson lips were mere inches away. Lien Yuezhou extended her jade-like hand, placing one palm on Wei Qingjian's shoulder and the other on Li Xuanfeng's. Indeed, you possess top-tier constitutions. Lien Yuezhou's voice betrayed no emotion, yet deep within her phoenix eyes, as she gazed at Li Xuanfeng, astonishment was evident. Though both were top-tier, Li Xuanfeng's constitution was many times more formidable than Wei Qingjian's. It was so powerful that even she found it somewhat unfathomable. In her perception, if Wei Qingyan was like a bright full moon, then Li Xuanfeng was a blazing, scorching sun. One at the 8th level of the Qi Vortex realm, the other at the 3rd level of the Condensed Core realm. Better than I anticipated. Lien Yuezhou's voice continued. 8th level of the Qi Vortex realm. 3rd level of the Condensed Core realms. The outer disciples, still with heads bowed, were dumbfounded. Wang Jiao and Ding Xian, who had stolen a glance at the sect leader, felt their scalps tingle and throats tighten. 3rd level of the Condensed Core realm. How the hell was this an outer disciple? Had Li Xuanfeng been hiding this all along? Had a true master been right beside them all this time? And they had naively believed Li Xuanfeng was the most talentless outer disciple. Both men broke out in a cold sweat, grateful they had never sought trouble with Li Xuanfeng. Even if their friendliness had been feigned, at least they had never openly offended him. From that moment on, they completely extinguished any thoughts of jealousy toward Li Xuanfeng. Lien Yuezhou extended her jade-like fingers and touched them to Wei Qingjian's and Li Xuanfeng's foreheads. Her voice echoed simultaneously in their minds. This is the cultivation art I practice, named the Sacred Sword Art. I now pass it directly to you. The Sacred Sword Art was the most powerful cultivation method of 100 Swords Mountain, with an extremely high threshold. It demanded not only exceptional talent, but also extraordinary comprehension. Currently, only Lien Yuezhou and Luo Li had mastered it. The art Li Xuanfeng had cultivated before was the standard one issued to all outer disciples. It should have been impossible for him to reach the Condensed Core realm. But his cultivation was not achieved through his own effort. It came from the automatic growth granted by awakening the Chaos Sword body and the returns from Wei Qingyan. Thus, if he wished to continue cultivating, he indeed needed a powerful art. The Sacred Sword Art could reach the Saint realm, making it more than sufficient for Li Xuanfeng. Lien Yuezhou, using her divine sense, transmitted the entirety of the art's cultivation content directly into their minds, bypassing the learning process. Ding. Wei Qingyan has learned the Sacred Sword Art. Tenfold return granted. You have mastered this art. The system notification chimed at the opportune moment. Ding. Wei Qingyan has obtained the Sacred Sword Art. Tenfold return granted. You have obtained the Grand Sacred Sword Art. The system voice sounded again. Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred. After digesting the information on the Grand Sacred Sword Art, he discovered it was an upgraded version of the Sacred Sword Art capable of reaching even higher realms. This gain was still quite good for him. I have prepared welcome gifts for you. Luo Li will give them to you later. Lien Yuezhou's voice continued in Li Xuanfeng's and Wei Qingjian's minds, while outwardly she maintained her noble and authoritative image as the sect leader. Master, can we not see your true form? Li Xuanfeng sensed that Lien Yuezhou might be about to disperse this incarnation, so he couldn't help but transmit his voice to her. Oh, my good disciple, so eager already after just becoming my pupil. Lien Yuezhou's expression remained unchanged, preserving her sect leader's dignity, yet her voice, filled with surprise and teasing, echoed in Li Xuanfeng's mind. Li Xuanfeng's expression froze. He had guessed Lien Yuezhou wasn't as serious as she seemed, which was why he dared to transmit his voice directly. But he hadn't expected such an unorthodox reply. Still, he had to admit he was indeed eager to bind Lien Yuezhou. If he could, he would bind his master right this instant. Though he didn't know Lien Yuezhou's true realm, it was undoubtedly high, far above Luo Li's. Even a minimal tenfold return would bring him immense benefits. I am entering a long seclusion and cannot emerge unless absolutely necessary. If you encounter danger, Luo Li can handle most situations. If not, there are the several peak masters. Though their strength is mediocre, they are still somewhat useful. Should you face a problem even they cannot solve, I will surely emerge from seclusion. After all, I cannot bear to see my good disciple get hurt. At the end of the transmission, Li Xuanfeng even heard Lien Yuezhou's faint mischievous laugh. Looking at the dignified, imposing, and stunning beauty before him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His master was truly full of contradictions. This matter is concluded. You may all disperse. Lien Yuezhou, lofty and aloof, casually swept her gaze over the prostrating outer disciples before her figure shattered into countless specks of light and vanished. The oppressive pressure that had filled the heavens and earth dissipated with her. We respectfully see the sect leader off, the outer disciples intoned in unison. Ding. Binding target Lien Yuezhou incarnation has dissipated. Binding invalid. The system's voice also rang in Li Xuanfeng's mind. Let us go as well. The several peak masters rose into the air and vanished in an instant. Junior brother, junior sister, follow me. I will take you to your new residence. Luo Li smiled at Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan before soaring into the sky toward the Inner Sect. Li Xuanfeng waved his hand, and a surge of vast spiritual energy swept Wei Qingyan and their two mounts into the air following Luo Li. Phew, I never thought I'd see so many great figures today. Indeed, not only the peak masters and fairy Luo Li came, but even the sect leader appeared in person. That wasn't her true body, it was an incarnation. Huh, an incarnation can be this real. If the incarnation is this beautiful, the true body must be even more so. The rumors were true. When I first saw fairy Luo Li, someone called her the second beauty of Hundred Swords Mountain. I didn't believe it then, but now I am completely convinced. Actually, both fairy Luo and the sect leader possess peerless divine beauty. It's just that the sect leader has an incomparable aura of a superior. Yes, so noble and dignified with both temperament and beauty. I dare say the entire great Yin dynasty has no one but the sect leader. You have no idea, the way she looked down on us with that indifferent gaze was just too impactful. Yes, I wish the sect leader would step on me. I'd give up 10 years of my life just to have her look at me like I'm trash. Once Li Xuanfeng and the others had left and completely disappeared from sight, the outer disciples finally dared to straighten their backs. Only after confirming there was no trace of the sect leader or the others did they dare to whisper among themselves. But when one disciple accidentally voiced his strange desires, the surrounding disciples stared at him with bizarre expressions. It was clear that both male and female disciples were captivated by the sect leader's unmatched majestic bearing. Brother Wang Jiao. While secretly eavesdropping on the other disciples' chatter, Wang Jiao suddenly heard Ding Xian calling him. Turning to look, he saw Ding Xian's expression alternating between hesitation and seriousness. Finally, unable to contain himself, Ding Xian looked at Wang Jiao and asked earnestly, Brother Wang Jiao, tell me the truth, did you deliberately keep a low profile and become a menial disciple on purpose? Did you also hide a tiny bit of your cultivation? Wang Jiao was utterly baffled by the question. Then his face darkened. Did Ding Xian have a screw loose? Who would hide their cultivation just to be a menial disciple? Unlike Li Xuanfeng, he genuinely couldn't break through to the spirit aperture realm. Whoosh! Luo Li flew through the air at a steady pace. Her beautiful silver hair danced lightly in the wind like undulating silver waves beneath the moonlight. The rushing wind pressed against her, causing her black attire to cling to her delicate figure, outlining an elegant silhouette. Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan flew alongside her, their mounts trailing behind. Turning his head slightly, Li Xuanfeng could see Luo Li's flawless profile. Known as the Luo Immortal at Hundred Swords Mountain, her beauty and aura were undoubtedly top tier among female cultivators. Since transmigrating to this world, the most beautiful women Li Xuanfeng had encountered were undoubtedly the three destined maidens bound to him and the sect master of Hundred Swords Mountain. Each of the four women possessed unparalleled beauty, though their temperaments differed. If Wei Qingyan was a cool beauty who occasionally exuded the vitality of a young girl, then Luo Li was transcendent and ethereal, like a bright moon hanging in the night sky. Beautiful, yet carrying a faint aloofness that made others keep their distance. Su Miaozhen, encountered in Xuanfeng City, was a rare, heroic-spirited woman. If she were to disguise herself as a man, she would surely be a graceful young master captivating countless maidens. As for the newly acknowledged master Lien Yuezhou, Li Xuanfeng's impression was the most profound. At first glance, she seemed like an empress, high above, noble and dignified with an unassailable authority. But after a few voice transmissions, Li Xuanfeng realized his master was not as serious as she appeared. Perhaps to outsiders, she was untouchable and sacred, but in private, she might be a different person entirely. Do you think master is very strict? Amid the howling wind, Luo Li suddenly turned her head and glanced at Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. Strict. Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan exchanged a glance, momentarily speechless. On the surface, their master was indeed imposing and outsiders might see her as a stern teacher, but from previous transmissions that might not be the case. Actually, master is very easygoing and approachable in private. Without waiting for their reply, Luo Li turned her head back, gazing at the towering peak ahead with a faint smile. Master doesn't demand her disciples to achieve specific goals or break through to certain realms by a set time. She mostly leaves disciples to their own cultivation, only offering personal guidance when the mood strikes. If you need resources for cultivation, just ask her directly. Also, master is very protective of her own. As she spoke, they flew over numerous mountain ranges and entered the Inner Sect. The Outer Sect occupied only a small portion of Hundred Swords Mountain, The Inner Sect was its foundation and the vastest area. Peaks rose in clusters, clouds steamed, and mist swirled, white cranes spread their wings, auspicious beasts called out, and there were flowing springs, cascading waterfalls, and the melodious toll of bells. Towering peaks pierced the clouds, and massive arrays gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, showcasing the grandeur of a major sect. The Inner Sect has 7 major peaks. The tallest is the main peak, where Master resides. The other 6 are Sword Forging Peak, Sword Treasury Peak, Sword Burial Peak, Sword Severing Peak, Sword Washing Peak, and Sword Elegance Peak. Beyond the major peaks, there are hundreds of medium and small peaks, as well as thousands of ordinary hills. Every inner elder and true disciple can claim a peak for themselves. Master has already arranged your peaks. He'll take you there now. As she flew, Luo Li explained the Inner Sect matters to Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. Before long, Luo Li led them to 2 adjacent towering peaks. This peak is called Little Xian Peak, and it belongs to junior brother. This peak is called Little Qiong Peak, and it belongs to junior sister. Both peaks are attached to the main peak, meaning we are not far from Master. The peak ahead is Spirit Medicine Peak, where I reside. Listening to Luo Li's introduction, Li Xuanfeng looked toward the distant towering peak that pierced the clouds, its summit invisible. It was a 10th Sanshang peak, taller than any mountain Li Xuanfeng had known before his transmigration. This peak was the main peak of 100 Swords Mountain, where the sect master resided. Before these colossal peaks, the human body was like an ant gazing up at a giant tree. Do you both have storage rings? Luo Li looked at Wei Qingyan. They both nodded. Wei Qingyan's storage rings were gifts from Li Xuanfeng. Having received 100-fold returns, Li Xuanfeng could now be called a storage ring wholesaler. Good. This is the welcome gift Master prepared for you. Luo Li extended her jade-like fingers, and beams of light flew from her storage ring. They were piles of spirit stones. From the fluctuations emitted, the lowest grade was at least mid-grade. Spirit stones are essential for cultivation. Master has divided these for you. As she spoke, Luo Li split the spirit stones into 2 portions. Given the vast difference in Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan's cultivation levels and their varying needs for spirit stones, Li Xuanfeng received more, while Wei Qingyan received less. With a sweep of his divine sense, Li Xuanfeng discerned the exact amount: 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Even for him, this was an immensely substantial fortune. Having a generous master is truly wonderful. Li Xuanfeng inwardly marveled. These spirit stones far exceeded his entire previous wealth, and this was only what Lien Yuezhua provided based on his current cultivation. As his strength grew, she would surely give him more. Ding! Wei Qingyan has received 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. 100-fold return activated. You have received 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The system notification chimed. Li Xuanfeng's wealth surged once more. I don't actually lack spirit stones. I might as well give all these to junior sister Wei. With a grand gesture, Li Xuanfeng sent the spirit stones from Lien Yuezhua, floating toward Wei Qingyan. Brother, please don't. Wei Qingyan was startled and quickly stepped back. Why is he always like this? Giving everything away. Where does he get so many resources? The spirit stones Master gave him were a colossal fortune. Without resources, how could he cultivate? Junior brother, these are Master's orders. You don't need to give them to junior sister. Luo Li was also taken aback by Li Xuanfeng's actions. Though for her current status and cultivation level, these spirit stones weren't much. She knew Li Xuanfeng was still at the condensation core stage. He would need spirit stones for daily cultivation or travels. Many cultivators at the shattered core stage couldn't produce such a sum on the spot, yet he casually gave it to his junior sister. Was he truly that wealthy? Then I'll give them to you. Li Xuanfeng waved his hand, and the spirit stones drifted toward Luo Li. Luo Li paused, and then her exquisite face bloomed with a breathtaking smile that could overshadow the moon and flowers. She seemed to become the brightest radiance in this world, the very air around her turning joyful. Her sparkling eyes as she looked at Li Xuanfeng held far less distance than before. A smile that could topple a city, was it not this? Li Xuanfeng sighed inwardly. Appreciating beauty brought joy to the heart and soul. Even if Luo Li didn't accept the gesture alone, winning a smile from this beauty was well worth it. Thank you for your kindness, junior brother, but I don't lack spirit stones. You should keep them for yourself. This is still a considerable sum. Luo Li said with a smile. Junior brother, you must remember, even with Master's support, cultivation resources are not infinite. Your rapid progress before might have been due to awakening your physiques, but such opportunities come only once. Your cultivation will not be so swift from now on. With these spirit stones, you can maintain a faster pace. Giving them away only harms yourself to benefit others. Luo Li spoke seriously. She was pleased that Li Xuanfeng was willing to offer her spirit stones. But she had to remind this junior brother that on the path of cultivation, methods, wealth, companions, and location, every resource was hard-earned and not to be given away lightly. Even a peerless genius would not advance quickly without resources. Ding. Su Miaojin has broken through to the condensation core stage. 100-fold return activated. You have broken through to the 4th level of condensation core. The system notification sounded in Li Xuanfeng's mind without warning. The next moment his inner core in the Dantian expanded by a circle, gaining another pattern, and his aura surged violently, sweeping outward. Luo Li, who had just finished speaking, was stunned. A large question mark appeared above Wei Qingjian's head. Even Li Xuanfeng himself stiffened. Thus the atmosphere among the three fell into an eerie silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. Luo Li had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. Nor had Wei Qingyan. Even Li Xuanfeng himself was caught off guard. Who would have thought that Su Miaojin would break through to the condensation core stage at this critical moment, triggering a 10-fold return for him? It felt as if Li Xuanfeng had deliberately struck Luo Li in the face. Junior brother, how did you manage that? Yet Luo Li, unconcerned with such trivialities, gazed at Li Xuanfeng with curiosity shining in her beautiful eyes, sizing him up. She even felt the urge to reach out and examine Li Xuanfeng's bone structure to investigate this peculiar phenomenon, but ultimately restrained herself. Luo Li's cultivation far surpassed Li Xuanfeng's. Her divine sense was formidable, and Li Xuanfeng's realm could not escape her perception. She was absolutely certain that moments ago Li Xuanfeng was only at the 3rd layer of the condensation core stage. It was only after she finished speaking that he broke through to the 4th layer. But how had Li Xuanfeng achieved this? Typically, when a condensation core cultivator breaks through, they absorb a vast amount of surrounding spiritual energy or drain the spiritual energy from a heap of spirit stones completely. Li Xuanfeng, however, was different. It seemed as if some hidden power within him was suddenly drawn forth, allowing him to break through. This phenomenon resembled a physique awakening. But his physique had already been awakened. Thus Luo Li was intensely curious about how he had managed to break through. I don't know, maybe it's because my physique wasn't fully awakened before. Li Xuanfeng put on an air of bewilderment, as if he too was clueless. Su Miaojin's sudden breakthrough caught him completely off guard without any mental preparation. However, considering that Su Miaojin possessed the wilderness war physique and was herself at the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea stage, it was not surprising that she could break through to the condensation core stage at any moment. A physique not fully awakened. Luo Li fell into contemplation. Was such a thing possible? Though she was erudite and well-read, having encountered many things, even if not witnessed firsthand, she had perused ancient texts. The phenomenon of a physique concealing itself and then reawakening was not a great secret. But an incomplete awakening followed by a second awakening. This was truly a first for her. The world is vast, and there is much I do not know. It wouldn't be strange for such a thing to exist. Luo Li mused inwardly, quickly accepting the matter. Junior brother, you should put these spirit stones away. Luo Li turned her gaze back to Li Xuanfeng. Regardless, these were their master's greeting gifts to the disciples, and Luo Li firmly refused to accept them. Li Xuanfeng glanced at Wei Qingyan again. Wei Qingyan quickly shook her head like a rattledrum. Even though Li Xuanfeng had mentioned wanting to invest in her, the resources he had given were far too generous. The resources she already possessed were sufficient for her cultivation for a considerable period. Li Xuanfeng could only put the spirit stones away. He could only sigh that his senior sister and junior sister were truly good girls. If he had encountered gold diggers, Li Xuanfeng wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. He could have just showered them with gifts and reaped a bounty of resources in return. Besides the spirit stones, our master has prepared other things for you. Luo Li opened her jade-like hand, and 2 jade slips appeared in her palm. Li Xuanfeng found these items quite familiar. It was by crushing such a jade slip that Luo Li had summoned the incarnation of Lian Yuezhou. These jade slips contain a wisp of our master's divine sense imprint. Crush it, and you can summon our master's incarnation. These jade slips are extremely difficult to refine and are limited in number, so do not use them lightly unless absolutely necessary. The 2 jade slips flew into the hands of Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan respectively. Junior brother, don't even think about giving these away to others. They are life-saving trump cards. Luo Li couldn't help but remind him. She feared Li Xuanfeng would turn around and give the jade slip to someone else. Do you really think I'm some kind of charity dispenser? Giving gifts depends on the person. Even if I were to give something good, it would definitely be to you all. Li Xuanfeng calmly put the jade slip away. Seeing how casually he spoke, yet not seeming to lie, a faint smile curled at the corner of Luo Li's lips. Her radiant eyes lingered on this junior brother, her thoughts a mystery. Li Xuanfeng was not a philanthropist. Giving away resources was naturally for the sake of receiving returns. And if he were to give, it would only be to his bound targets. This jade slip was personally refined by Lian Yuezhou. Both Luo Li and Wei Qingyan were entitled to one, but giving it to them would surely be refused. Giving it to Su Miaojin would also be declined. After all, crushing this jade slip summoned the incarnation of Lian Yuezhou. If the incarnation discovered that the summoner was not a disciple, it would most likely refuse to act. Our master has also left 2 special items for you. 2 orbs of light flew out from Luo Li's storage ring. One emitted a faint golden radiance, the other a faint black light. Both appeared incorporeal, seeming to be pure sources of light, with various runes subtly flowing within. These are the essences of 2 secret arts created by our master by fusing special energies with secret art runes. Simply put, they allow you to directly master a secret art. This golden one is called the Blazing Sun Golden Bone Essence. The black one is called the Profound Dark Pupil Essence. As Luo Li explained, the golden essence flew before Li Xuanfeng, and the black essence flew before Wei Qingyan. These 2 secret art essences have extremely high requirements for physique. Our master never found suitable candidates before, but now it seems you 2 are perfect. Next, I will teach you the incantations. Cultivate here, and I will protect you, Luo Li said. She then transmitted the incantation to Wei Qingyan. Ding! Wei Qingyan has learned the incantation for refining the Profound Dark Pupil Essence. Tenfold return triggered. You have learned the incantation and achieved full mastery. Although the system notification sounded, Li Xuanfeng deemed it useless. According to the incantation, this secret art was only suitable for female cultivators. The Profound Dark Pupil can see through illusions and also perceive an enemy's weaknesses. In short, it brings you many benefits. Moreover, as your cultivation realm advances, the Profound Dark Pupil will also grow stronger. Luo Li explained to Wei Qingyan. The latter nodded, sat down cross-legged on the spot, and the black orb of light directly merged into her brow. This Blazing Sun Golden Bone can strengthen bone density. Junior brother, since you already possess a top-tier physique, with this secret art your physical body will become even more formidable. Among cultivators of the same realm, none can match your physical body. Luo Li approached Li Xuanfeng and taught him the incantation. The Blazing Sun Golden Bone Essence merged into Li Xuanfeng's brow and began to permeate and spread through the bones of his entire body. Li Xuanfeng quickly recited the incantation to absorb and refine it. We have the Blazing Sun Golden Bone Essence, but unfortunately we lack the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil Essence. Otherwise it would be perfect to pair them for junior brother. The Profound Dark Pupil possesses all the functions of the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil, and it is said to also have a clairvoyant ability, allowing one to see the distribution of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, which is very helpful for finding heavenly treasures. Watching Li Xuanfeng enter a cultivation state, Luo Li mused silently. The Blazing Sun Golden Pupil was a formidable ocular technique, even stronger than the Profound Dark Pupil. It could not only see through illusions, but also clearly perceive the distribution of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, greatly aiding in the search for heavenly treasures. Luo Li stood guard for the 2. The time it took to burn an incense stick passed quickly. Wei Qingyan finally fully absorbed the essence and successfully cultivated the Profound Dark Pupil. As she opened her eyes, black runes swirled within her pupils. A dazzling golden light suddenly flared up. Li Xuanfeng's entire body radiated brilliance like a golden Buddha, emitting a resplendent glow. Soon the golden light retracted, and Li Xuanfeng returned to normal. He had successfully refined the Blazing Sun Golden Bone. At the same time, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Wei Qingyan has cultivated the Profound Dark Pupil. Tenfold return triggered. You have cultivated the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil. It's done. Luo Li, who had been guarding them, broke into a smile. However, in the next moment her eyes widened in astonishment as Li Xuanfeng's eyes blazed with light. By blazed with light, it was meant literally. Li Xuanfeng's eyes released 2 dazzling golden beams, which happened to strike Luo Li standing in front of him. At this moment, Li Xuanfeng resembled the great sage equal to heaven who had mastered the fiery golden eyes. 2 dazzling beams of golden light shot forth from his eyes, landing upon Luo Li. She was clad in black attire, the fabric's texture vividly discernible, as if the next moment his gaze would pierce through the clothing to behold the peerless celestial maiden's form. Yet the clairvoyance failed, blocked by some mysterious forbidden force. Junior brother, is it pleasing to the eye? Luo Li's ethereal voice echoed. Off. Li Xuanfeng was startled. The golden radiance in his eyes swiftly receded, leaving only a pair of golden pupils. I saw nothing. Meeting Luo Li's pensive gaze, Li Xuanfeng hastily declared, his golden pupils rapidly returning to normal. Luo Li rolled her eyes at him. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed somewhat regretful. Had it not been for the anti-spying treasure on her person, Li Xuanfeng would have indeed seen everything just now. Junior brother, you truly arouse my curiosity. Luo Li gazed at him intently. She knew that the golden light from his eyes falling upon her moments ago was unintentional, so she would not dwell on the matter. But she could not fathom why Li Xuanfeng had suddenly mastered the Blazing Sun Golden Pupils. This should not be. She had given him the essence of the Blazing Sun Golden Bone art. How could he also know the Blazing Sun Golden Pupils? Could it be that he possessed terrifyingly high comprehension? Luo Li pondered this. The Blazing Sun Golden Bone art and the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil art shared many similarities. It was not impossible for a genius with extraordinary insight to grasp it by chance. Yet such a probability was pitifully small. But only this seemed to offer a reasonable explanation for the phenomenon. Junior brother, can you tell senior sister how you managed it? Luo Li blinked her beautiful eyes. First, inexplicably breaking through a realm, and now inexplicably mastering the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil art. Luo Li had developed a profound interest in Li Xuanfeng. While refining the essence, I suddenly had an epiphany, a flash of insight in my mind, a stroke of inspiration, and I inexplicably mastered it. Li Xuanfeng fabricated a lie with ease. A flash of insight. So it was an enlightenment. Luo Li realized. If it was enlightenment, then it was easily explained. Though she did not fully trust Li Xuanfeng's words, the explanation of enlightenment was quite reasonable. She felt that this junior brother harbored secrets. Yet everyone had secrets. Luo Li would not press the matter, but her curiosity toward Li Xuanfeng remained undiminished. After all, he was her own junior brother. There would be ample time for interaction in the future. Gradually uncovering his secrets might even prove an amusing pastime. The master's greeting gifts are done. As your senior sister, I have also prepared gifts for you. A vast stream of crystalline liquid flew forth from her storage ring, suspending before Wei Qingyan, its waves gently rippling with spiritual vitality. This is Jade Spirit Spring, which I have refined and purified to its optimal state. It can assist you, junior sister, in condensing your chi vortex and gathering your spiritual sea. Immerse your body in it during cultivation and absorb it actively. Luo Li explained. Thank you, senior sister. Wei Qingyan accepted the Jade Spirit Spring with gratitude. Ding. Wei Qingyan has received 10 cubic meters of Jade Spirit Spring. Tenfold return triggered. You have received 10 cubic meters of Purifying Spring. The system notification chimed. Purifying Spring, akin to Jade Spirit Spring, aids cultivators in their practice. However, its primary function is to refine the inner core, offering considerable assistance to those in the core condensation stage seeking breakthroughs. For Li Xuanfeng, it was also a cultivation resource well suited to his current realm. Junior brother, this is for you. Luo Li waved her delicate hand, and another vast torrent of liquid emerged, floating before Li Xuanfeng. Li Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow, for this liquid was precisely Purifying Spring. This substance is called Purifying Spring. It can help you refine your inner core, solidify your foundation, while accelerating breakthroughs. Use it the same way as Jade Spirit Spring. All 20 cubic meters I have left are here, take them well. Luo Li said. Thank you, senior sister. Li Xuanfeng gestured with his hand, guiding the Purifying Spring into his storage ring. Also wear these 2 jade tokens. Luo Li sent 2 jade tokens flying from her hand, hovering before Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. These can block others' spiritual sense perception and pupil art spying. Luo Li said this with a faint knowing smile as she glanced at Li Xuanfeng. Ahem. Li Xuanfeng coughed dryly to mask his embarrassment before accepting the jade token and hanging it at his waist. All right, congratulations on your induction, junior brother and junior sister. Tomorrow I will announce to the entire sect in the master's name that 100 Sword Mountain has gained 2 more true disciples. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With these words, Luo Li departed, riding the wind. Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan also returned to their own peaks. Ascending to the summit, they beheld a palace. This was Li Xuanfeng's cultivation palace, regularly maintained by dedicated servant disciples. He had now ascended to the upper echelons of 100 Sword Mountain, his status having undergone a dramatic leap. Having a powerful master is indeed a good thing, Li Xuanfeng mused. Whether it was the spirit stones, the summoning jade slip, or the Blazing Sun Golden Bone art, all were exceedingly precious. As a rogue cultivator, he would have been largely denied such treasures. Even if he could obtain them, it would most likely require risking his life and paying a tremendous price. And this was merely the greeting gift Lian Yuezhu had given Li Xuanfeng. Crucially, he had given nothing in return. Even the apprenticeship ceremony was astonishingly simple. The only regret is not having seen the master's true form. Li Xuanfeng felt a twinge of disappointment. He did not know how powerful Lian Yuezhu's true body was, but as the sect leader of 100 Sword Mountain, he dared to proclaim, no matter how great a calamity you stir up in the great Yin dynasty, your master can settle it for you. Lian Yuezhu's strength could not possibly be low. If he could bind with him sooner, Li Xuanfeng would benefit earlier. But it's fine who I've bound with a divine transformation realm, senior sister. After core condensation came core shattering, and after core shattering came divine transformation. Luo Li was 2 major realms above him. As long as she broke through, the minimum tenfold return would be highly profitable for Li Xuanfeng. The Purple Moon secret realm opens in half a month. Su Miaozhen said there are treasures within that can enhance comprehension. And today I coincidentally acquired the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil art, which allows me to clearly see the distribution of heaven and earth spiritual energy. very helpful for finding heavenly treasures. How wonderful. Entering the cultivation palace, Li Xuanfeng reclined comfortably on the bed. After acquiring the chaotic sword body, his bone structure was no longer a weakness, but had become his strength. Neither Wei Qingyan nor Luo Li could match him. However, comprehension remained Li Xuanfeng's shortcoming. Compared to enhancing bone structure, improving comprehension was far more difficult. But Li Xuanfeng had the system. If he could find a way to farm Su Miaojin, it might not be impossible for his comprehension to undergo a transformation. I must remedy this weakness within half a month. Li Xuanfeng resolved firmly. The next day, Luo Li on behalf of the master announced to the entire sect that the sect leader had accepted 2 new personal disciples. One named Li Xuanfeng and one named Wei Qingyan. At Luo Li's request, the 2 also showed their faces in the Inner Sect square, and many disciples successfully remembered their appearances. Li Xuanfeng also took the opportunity to use the system to check everyone's fate colors, but found no new children of destiny. In the following days, Li Xuanfeng's life temporarily returned to tranquility. Wei Qingyan continued to cultivate diligently, and Li Xuanfeng received returns from her every day. The 9-fold killing sword art and the Gungjin 9 swords had long been perfected under Wei Qingyan's returns. Even the return to 1 sword had successfully reached perfection. Su Miaojin and Luo Li were not idle either. Both women cultivated on their own, contributing to Li Xuanfeng's strength. Ding! Su Miaojin executed the 10,000 paths maze at high intensity. At a certain moment, she had a sudden insight, gaining a wealth of experience and comprehension. 10-fold return triggered. Your 10,000 paths maze has reached perfection. Ding! Su Miaojin underwent 10 simulated combat sessions, gaining 10 sessions of combat experience. 10-fold return triggered. You have gained 100 sessions of combat experience. Perhaps in preparation for entering the Purple Moon secret realm, Su Miaojin had been cultivating with extraordinary diligence during this period. Li Xuanfeng benefited accordingly, his strength surging steadily. Though he was a sword cultivator under Su Miaojin's returns, Li Xuanfeng, who had never touched a spear, had become a master of the spear Dao. Ding! Luo Li studied the Alchemy Master's Manual, gaining new insights. 10-fold return triggered. You have gained a wealth of alchemy insights. This was not the first time Li Xuanfeng had received returns related to alchemy knowledge in recent days. Thanks to senior sister Luo Li's diligent research, Li Xuanfeng had effortlessly become a bona fide alchemist. Even without touching a furnace or refining herbs, as long as he was willing, he could successfully concoct pills. In the blink of an eye, several more days passed. Tomorrow was the appointed meeting time between Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaojin. It's about time to set out. Li Xuanfeng rose from the bath barrel. These days he too had been cultivating, albeit while soaking in a bath. The bathwater was purifying spring, and with Wei Qingyan also breaking through, Li Xuanfeng had reached the 5th level of core condensation. Over this half-month I have achieved tremendous improvements in every aspect. Whether it's cultivation realm combat experience, movement techniques, sword art, spear arts, or alchemy skills, all have ascended to new heights. But my sole regret is that after numerous attempts I still cannot comprehend the legendary sword intent. Ultimately, my comprehension is insufficient. Enhancing comprehension is an urgent priority. Li Xuanfeng dressed and walked toward the palace gates. Just then the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Luo Li spent 12 hours successfully refining 3 sword intent pills. 10-fold return triggered. You have received 30 sword intent pills. Ding! Luo Li gained considerable experience and insights from refining sword intent pills. 10-fold return triggered. You have gained a wealth of experience and insights, and now know the method for refining sword intent pills. Ding! During the process of refining sword intent pills, Luo Li developed a new understanding of sword intent. 10-fold return triggered. You have comprehended part of sword intent and successfully grasped the rudiments of sword intent. Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. Truly a pillow arrived just when he felt drowsy. What an excellent senior sister I have. Li Xuanfeng was overjoyed. Over the past half-month, thanks to the efforts of the 3 daughters of destiny, he had improved in every aspect. After growing stronger, even while lying down, he found himself with ample leisure time and began attempting to comprehend the legendary sword intent. Unfortunately, his comprehension was too poor. After half a month, he had not grasped even a shred of sword intent. Sword intent refers to the realm of the sword's essence. It is a mysterious power that can only be sensed, not verbally expressed. Countless sword cultivators dream of comprehending sword intent, yet most fail to achieve it from their first step to their last breath. Once sword intent is grasped, a sword cultivator's strength skyrockets. Only by comprehending sword intent can one hope to touch the true great way of the sword in the future. A sword cultivator begins by practicing basic sword techniques. These techniques include moves such as thrusting, flicking, pressing, parrying, intercepting, and drawing. Through various combinations and layers, these moves give rise to an infinite array of sword styles. Even an ordinary mortal without cultivation after practicing swordplay continuously for 10 or even decades could become a master of the blade. Yet that remains merely at the level of ordinary skill. When facing a true cultivator, they would be crushed by absolute power. Once a sword master gains cultivation, they can channel power into their blade and, combined with martial techniques, unleash sword chi that inflicts tangible damage. The stronger the cultivator's own power, the greater the might of the sword chi they release. For instance, with a casual swing, Xuanfeng's vast sword chi could easily cleave mountains and sever rivers. To unleash even greater power aside from breaking through realms, the best method is to comprehend sword intent. Above sword techniques, sword styles, and sword chi lies sword intent. The strength of a sword cultivator who has comprehended sword intent and one who has not is as different as heaven and earth. This time, thanks to Luo Li's feedback, Li Xianfeng successfully grasped the embryonic form of sword intent, officially touching upon it. The embryonic form of sword intent possesses part of the essence and power of sword intent, but falls short of true sword intent. Swish! The Qishao sword was drawn from its sheath. Li Xianfeng reached out and grasped it. A mysterious power rippled on the blade, invisible and intangible, barely detectable only by divine sense. Without applying any spiritual energy, he gently sliced through the air. The sword left a mark as it passed through the void. Even Li Xuanfeng's chaotic sword body felt a faint sting when close to it. Sword intent is indeed formidable. Li Xianfeng sheathed his long sword with satisfaction. The system also returned 30 sword intent pills to him. These pills were extremely unique, requiring an alchemist to infuse part of their comprehended sword intent into them during the refining process, stripped of its lethality. After a cultivator consumed them, they would have the chance to grasp the sword intent within. The higher the comprehension, the more they could learn. Sword intent pills were a highly difficult auxiliary pill to refine, and only a prodigy like Luo Li with her divine pill body could achieve a higher success rate. Whoosh! Li Xianfeng stepped through the air, flying out of the 100 Swords Mountain. He had no intention of taking anyone else on this trip to the Purple Moon Secret Realm. Luo Li and Wei Qingyan each had their own cultivation paths. As for his mount, the swift black steed could no longer keep pace with his current cultivation. With a single step from Li Xuanfeng, the steed would need to chase for ages. He could only leave it to roam freely on the little profound peak, planning to find a more powerful mount later. The meeting place Li Xianfeng had arranged with Su Miaojin was in Shangchuan Prefecture, Yinzhou. It was over 1,000 kilometers from the 100 Swords Mountain. Shortly after Li Xianfeng left the 100 Swords Mountain, Luo Li appeared on the little profound peak. "Where has my junior brother gone?" After searching for a long time without finding Li Xuanfeng, she finally contacted him through a communication stone and learned he had already descended the mountain. This batch of sword intent pills was specifically refined by Luo Li for Li Xianfeng. She was very curious about her junior brother's comprehension ability, so she had an idea to test his comprehension using these pills. They'll give them to him when he returns. Luo Li put the matter aside for now. "It's been a long time since I broke through to the divine cocoon realm, and I feel another breakthrough is imminent. Refining the sword intent pills also gave me insights. It seems I should go into seclusion for a few days. I hope to achieve a dual breakthrough in both realm and sword intent." With these thoughts in mind, Luo Li flew back to her spiritual medicine peak. The Great Yin dynasty comprised 36 prefectures. Each prefecture governed dozens of commanderies, and each commandery contained dozens or even hundreds of cities. Among them, Wuhan City was a major city in Shangchuan Prefecture under Yinzhou. It lay to the north of the Purple Moon mountain range. Though not the prefectural seat, its population numbered in the millions. In recent days, Wuhan City had been livelier than usual. With the Purple Moon Secret Realm about to open, many cultivators had caught wind of it. Numerous outsiders had been arriving over the past few days, or even 10 days. The sudden influx of outsiders inevitably led to chaos. Several private fights had already broken out. However, with the city guard maintaining order, the city lord's presence, and the deterrence of the Great Yin dynasty's laws, no major conflicts had erupted. Wuhan Tavern, the largest tavern in the city. Su Miaojin, dressed in white robes with a high ponytail and an air of valor, stood on the top floor, gazing into the distance. Half a month ago, she had offered Li Xianfeng the information about the impending opening of the Purple Moon Secret Realm as a reward and invited him to come. Now, with the influx of cultivators into Wuhan City, this information seemed less valuable. Yet the crucial point was not the information, but the entry tokens. To enter the Purple Moon Secret Realm, one needed a special token. Su Miaojin had obtained such a token by chance and could bring Li Xianfeng along. "He's here." After gazing for an unknown time, she finally spotted Li Xianfeng. She gracefully leaped down, landing lightly on the street, and eagerly approached him. "Brother Li, I've been waiting for you." Su Miaojin smiled and cupped her hands in greeting. "Sister Miaojin." Li Xianfeng returned the smile. Since she called herself his younger sister, he could naturally address her as such. "I've already booked a room. Let's go upstairs, order some fine wine, and talk in detail." Su Miaojin gestured invitingly with a smile. All right, lead the way. Li Xianfeng chuckled and followed her into the tavern. Soon the table was laden with fine dishes and wine. Su Miaojin casually set up a soundproof barrier, and they sat facing each other. Ding. Su Miaojin set up a soundproof barrier. You gain 1 experience point. Tenfold return, you gain partial experience and fully master the method to set up the soundproof barrier. The system notification chimed. Su Miaojin had set up a soundproof barrier before, and Li Xianfeng had gained a return barely mastering it. This time with another return, he had fully mastered it. Though a simple formation, the soundproof barrier was highly practical, blocking not only sound, but also divine sense. It was an essential formation for gossiping behind others' backs or plotting grand schemes. Brotherly, you should know that news of an impending secret realm opening can never be kept quiet, especially for one that has opened before. Take the formation at Xuanfeng Mountain, for instance. The 100 Affairs Pavilion did a decent job with confidentiality, and those who knew were refined into blood sacrifices. Take the formation at Xuanfeng Mountain, for instance. The 100 Affairs Pavilion did a decent job with confidentiality, and those who knew were refined into blood sacrifices. The Purple Moon Secret Realm was originally an ordinary one, but decades ago someone discovered a rare item within that could enhance comprehension. This item is called the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring, said to be the best nourishment for watering the Bodhi tree. However, it is sealed by the core formation of the Purple Moon Secret Realm, which cannot be forcibly breached. Guided by the grand formation, it flows to various parts of the realm, nourishing spiritual plants. The Bodhi Enlightenment Spring contains a strange power that can cause certain spiritual plants to mutate, giving rise to heavenly treasures that enhance comprehension. Su Miaojin toasted Li Xianfeng and began explaining the Purple Moon Secret Realm. He listened silently. Whether heavenly treasures that enhance bone structure or comprehension, they were exceptionally precious, driving many cultivators to risk death for them. Especially those with limited bone structure, poor comprehension, or exhausted potential who could no longer break through. To improve, they would fearlessly and even act recklessly. Thus, even without tokens, many desperate individuals had been drawn here, lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. This trip to the secret realm will inevitably be chaotic and highly dangerous. Brotherly, if you're unwilling to take the risk, it's not too late to back out now. Su Miaojin looked at him. Since I've come, why would I retreat? Besides, I'm quite interested in those treasures that enhance comprehension. Li Xianfeng said with a faint smile. With his system, he could observe the color of destinies to avoid danger. This trip held no peril for him, danger would only befall others. Even if he encountered a powerhouse he couldn't defeat, he still had a jade slip to summon his peerless master. Moreover, Li Xianfeng genuinely wished to improve his comprehension. His blazing sun golden eyes could help him locate heavenly treasures that enhance comprehension. His current concern was how to farm comprehension from Su Miaojin. From Su Miaojin's expression, Li Xianfeng could see she was confident about this trip, suggesting she had her own means of finding treasures. I must snatch the treasures before she does. Once I have all the comprehension-enhancing treasures, I'll find an excuse to give them to her. Could she possibly refuse? Li Xianfeng mused silently. Su Miaojin was unaware of Li Xuanfeng's thoughts. However, his decision not to retreat before the battle was a boon to her, as they could look out for each other once inside the secret realm. She only wished to obtain a treasure that could enhance her enlightenment as swiftly as possible. As the child of destiny, Su Miaojin possessed the desolate battle physique, and her innate talent needed no elaboration. As for enlightenment, Su Miaojin had been exceptionally gifted. However, her soul had once suffered trauma, impairing her comprehension. Only by finding a miraculous item that could elevate her enlightenment might she mend the injury and restore her perceptive abilities. If fortune favored her, her enlightenment might even reach new heights. With her growing strength, Su Miaojin increasingly recognized the importance of comprehension. Brotherly, I possess an auxiliary tool for seeking celestial treasures. Entering the secret realm, I will have an advantage over other cultivators. Once I find what I need, I can lend it to you as well. Su Miaojin gazed at Li Xianfeng as she spoke. In the art of seeking celestial treasures, I too have some insights, perhaps not inferior to your tool. Li Xianfeng smiled. Oh. Su Miaojin raised a delicate eyebrow. Then why not compete, each relying on our own skills to see who finds more treasures? Seeing Li Xuanfeng's confident smile, Su Miaojin suddenly felt a desire for a contest. Agreed. Li Xianfeng nodded with a faint smile. You want to compete, do you? Perfect. I can use this pretext to seize all the enlightenment-enhancing treasures for myself. Then I'll see if you covet them or not. Su Miaojin dragging him into the secret realm meant she must have a need for such treasures. As long as there was a need, it would be easy. Li Xianfeng was not worried about failing to deliver the treasures into her hands. Tools were, after all, external objects far inferior to his blazing sun golden eyes. Moreover, his strength far surpassed Su Miaojin's, giving him an overwhelming advantage overall. Wuan City now appears calm, but when the secret realm opens, chaos will inevitably erupt. After chatting for a while longer, Su Miaojin gazed at the bustling street below and spoke. Li Xuanfeng nodded in agreement. The number of tokens was limited, but there were many cultivators eager to enter the Violet Moon's secret realm, so distribution would inevitably fall short. Many cultivators were now watching and waiting in secret, hoping to seize tokens. When the entrance opened, they would strike. Fortunately, the secret realm also restricts cultivators' cultivation levels, allowing only those below the divine molting stage to enter. Otherwise, attracting too many powerful experts would leave us with little opportunity. Su Miaojin withdrew her gaze. Some days ago, I managed to break through to the first layer of the condensing core stage. Ordinary cultivators at the third layer of condensing core are no match for me. If I were to face Yuan Shao again, I am confident I could slay him with a single spear thrust. However, if I encounter a cultivator at the fifth layer of condensing core, my chances of victory are slim. Above the fifth layer, I can only avoid their edge. Su Miaojin looked at Li Xuanfeng. Yet Li Xuanfeng remained calm, seemingly unsurprised by her breakthrough, and offering no rebuttal to her self-assessment of combat prowess. With Brother Li's talent, you must have improved significantly over this half-month, right? Su Miaojin couldn't help but ask. She had said so much precisely to gauge Li Xuanfeng's approximate strength. Only by knowing Li Xuanfeng's approximate strength could she feel secure. Only then would she know which enemies to fight and which to avoid. The secret realm restricted cultivators at the divine molting stage and above from entering, but it did not restrict those at the core shattering stage. Facing cultivators above the fifth layer of condensing core, Su Miaojin had no confidence and could only evade. If she encountered a core shattering cultivator, she could basically only flee for her life. She had witnessed Li Xuanfeng's power in the Serpent Fang Mountains. At that time, Li Xuanfeng was at the third layer of condensing core and had killed Yuan Shao with a single kick using only his physical strength. If he exerted his full strength, even cultivators at the sixth or seventh layer of condensing core might not be his match. Even cultivators at the eighth layer of condensing core might not necessarily defeat Li Xuanfeng. Su Miaojin believed that Li Xuanfeng's talent surpassed hers. However, only half a month had passed, and as one's cultivation level increased, breakthroughs became more difficult and time-consuming. Even prodigies could not avoid this. Su Miaojin had lingered at the ninth layer of the spiritual sea stage for a considerable time, accumulating enough before successfully breaking through to the first layer of condensing core a few days ago. Although Li Xuanfeng's talent was greater than hers, the probability of him breaking through to the fourth layer of condensing core in such a short time seemed slim. I have indeed made some progress. I am now at the fifth layer of condensing core. Li Xuanfeng smiled and said calmly, "The fifth layer of condensing core." Su Miaojin was visibly startled. If Li Xuanfeng had broken through to the fourth layer, she would have accepted it easily given his high talent. But breaking through to the fifth layer was somewhat unexpected. After her surprise, she felt a bit speechless. Could this be called some progress? Brother Li is truly a monstrous talent. Su Miaojin exclaimed with emotion. She had a clear understanding of her own talent. Since beginning her cultivation, she had rarely encountered an opponent more gifted than herself. If her enlightenment were fully restored, her overall talent would improve significantly. Would that narrow the gap between her and Li Xuanfeng a little? Su Miaojin thought to herself. In the time that followed, Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaojin raised their cups and drank together, continuing their conversation about the secret realm and cultivation. Beneath the calm surface of Wuhan City, undercurrents surged. The next day, cultivators continued to arrive in the city. After the previous day's chat, Li Xuanfeng learned that the Violet Moon secret realm had a total of 8 entrances. The Violet Moon mountain range covered a vast area, and these 8 entrances were distributed across various directions within the range. One of the entrances happened to be relatively close to Wuhan City, which was why so many cultivators had gathered here. It was likely that the other 7 entrances also attracted numerous cultivators. At noon, a peculiar spatial fluctuation suddenly emanated from the mountain range over 30 li away. The secret realm entrance is about to open. Everyone recognized the signal of the spatial fluctuation. Instantly, countless cultivators soared into the air from Wuhan City. Some flew on artifacts, others strode through the void dense as locusts heading toward the Violet Moon mountain range. The lowest cultivation level among them was the Qi Vortex stage. Of course, there were also some minor cultivators at the Spirit Aperture stage who came to join the excitement. Those who harbored wishful thinking were never in short supply, believing themselves to be the lucky ones. Many had once considered themselves the protagonists of this world, only to be defeated by reality. Let's go too. Li Xuanfeng looked at Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin nodded. The two then shot into the sky, transforming into 2 beams of light that tore through the air, quickly surpassing many other cultivators. The mountains rose and fell, stretching endlessly like giant beasts lying prostrate, draped in green with no end in sight. At the summit of a great mountain, the space rippled slightly like a calm lake disturbed by a thrown pebble, sending out concentric rings. Within the mountain, many cultivators had already arrived and were waiting. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Figures streaked through the sky, landing on the mountaintop. Some stood on treetops, others on large rocks, and still others by the cliffside, silently awaiting the opening of the secret realm gate. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two beams of light arrived swiftly and landed in the mountain. Their astonishing speed drew glances from many cultivators. When they saw the heroic woman in white with a high ponytail, many eyes lit up. Such a beautiful woman was a rare sight. The entrance is about to take shape. Ignoring the gazes sweeping over them, Su Miaojin looked ahead at the space rippling like water. When the space ceased to ripple, a stable portal would form, allowing cultivators holding tokens to enter. Cultivators continued to arrive. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, most of those who were supposed to come had arrived. Li Xuanfeng made a rough count and estimated that there were no fewer than 10,000 people, and this was just one entrance. He wondered how many there were across all 8 entrances combined. It seemed that the miraculous items capable of enhancing enlightenment were indeed alluring. Of course, the vast majority of cultivators were merely running alongside. Tokens were limited, and they had no chance to enter the secret realm. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes. The cultivation levels of the cultivators were laid bare before Li Xuanfeng's blazing sun golden eyes. The vast majority were at the spiritual sea stage. There were also quite a few cultivators at the chi vortex stage, while the fewest were at the true aperture and condensing core stages. As for the core shattering stage, Li Xuanfeng had not yet discovered any. Either there were no core shattering cultivators at this entrance, or their concealment methods were extremely advanced. Li Xuanfeng was currently using his pupil technique only superficially to gauge cultivation levels, not at full power. At full power, 2 beams of golden light would shoot from his eyes, and even if someone had superb concealment methods, they would likely be exposed. However, that would be too conspicuous, and Li Xuanfeng would not do so unless necessary. At the mountaintop, the mirror-like spatial portal gradually stabilized. Gentlemen, this old man has long yearned for the Violet Moon secret realm, but unfortunately, I have never been able to find a token. Is there any fellow Taoist willing to take this old man along? An aged voice carried by spiritual energy echoed through the sky. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw an old man with graying hair, a weathered face, and a slightly hunched back, standing atop a large tree. His eyes swept around, a cordial smile on his face. The voice belonged to this man. However, no one responded to him. This old man is willing to offer a 4th-grade superior spiritual artifact as compensation, and I will also assist the fellow Taoist 3 times in seizing treasures within the secret realm. Seeing no response, the old man was not flustered and continued to speak with a smile. Yet still no one answered. Some cultivators looked at the old man with deep wariness, even fear. Clearly, some cultivators knew the old man's identity and understood that he was not as benevolent as he appeared. Cooperating with him without equal strength was like courting a tiger for its pelt. But no one spoke up to warn others, as doing so might incur the old man's hostility. "Senior, are your words true?" The old man had not expected anyone to respond, but to his surprise, someone actually answered. This old man always keeps his word. I swear by my character and Tao heart that there is not a shred of falsehood in my words. The old man cast a kind glance at a young man a few dozen meters away and said with a smile, At that moment, a cultivator suddenly sprang up beside the young man, raising a long blade brimming with spiritual energy to strike him down. The attacker was a cultivator at the 9th layer of the spiritual sea stage. The young man's face changed drastically. At the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea stage, he would surely die from this sudden ambush. You seek death. The old man on the treetops' eyes turned cold. How dare someone try to snatch his prize? He struck a palm strike through the air at the attacker at the 9th layer of the spiritual sea stage. A palm of spiritual energy condensed above the cultivator's head and descended with a roar. He tried to flee, but his spiritual energy was frozen, as if trapped in a quagmire. His speed reduced to less than 30% of normal. Bang! The massive palm fell, leaving a huge handprint on the ground. Within the print, the cultivator at the 9th layer of the spiritual sea stage had been reduced to a pulp of flesh. Thank you, senior. I am willing to take you into the secret realm, the young man said gratefully. Good. The old man beamed with joy, and with a wave of his hand, the young man floated over to his side. Clearly, the young man's earlier words had directly revealed that he possessed a token. Hence, the cultivator at the 9th layer of the spiritual sea stage had struck decisively, intending to kill him and seize the token. However, he was evidently unaware of the old man's identity and strength, and was killed instantly from a distance. After witnessing the old man's earlier attack, even if some cultivators were tempted, they ultimately held back. This man is at the peak of the 9th layer of condensing core, only 1 step away from the core shattering stage. The faint golden light faded from Li Xuanfeng's pupils. The old man's cultivation level could not escape his blazing sun golden eyes. In terms of cultivation level alone, the old man was likely the highest here. At that moment, a peculiar spatial fluctuation spread, and the secret realm entrance stabilized completely. Whoosh. A figure turned into a blur and dashed toward the spatial gate. Swish, swish, swish. But just as that cultivator moved, dozens of attacks converged on him with uncanny coordination. Sword, chi blade, chi fist, shadows, giant spiritual hands. Various attacks rained down on the man. He could dodge 1 or 2 attacks, even 3 or 4. But with too many assailants, when a fist shadow struck him, his speed plummeted and the remaining attacks instantly converged and engulfed him. When the energy dissipated, the man was a mangled corpse. Figures charged toward the body. Their target was the storage ring, or rather the token within it. Boom, boom, boom. Attacks clashed, spiritual energy ran rampant, and battle erupted. Anyone bold enough to charge directly at the spatial gate must have been carrying a token, thus drawing attacks from many cultivators. That leading cultivator had clearly never suffered such a beating and met his end there. Get lost. You seek death. The token is mine. Die. Angry shouts rang out. Chaos ensued, with some seizing the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. However, a few powerful cultivators managed to break through the chaotic zone and successfully enter the secret realm. Let's go. The old man from before grabbed the young man's shoulder and traversed the chaotic battlefield. No one dared to block him, and he stepped through the spatial gate into the secret realm. Whoosh. A male cultivator arm around a female cultivator's slender waist dashed through the chaotic zone and entered the spatial gate. Brotherly, give me your hand. Su Miaojin extended her delicate jade hand toward Li Xuanfeng. A single token could allow at most 2 people to enter, and the method required physical contact between the two. Li Xuanfeng silently lamented the missed opportunity. He had also wanted to emulate the Dao couple from earlier and embrace Su Miaojin's waist as they charged through. But since she had taken the initiative to extend her hand, how could he not take it? Li Xuanfeng reached out and grasped Su Miaojin's small hand. It was warm and soft as jade, delicate and smooth, a very pleasant sensation. Li Xuanfeng commented inwardly. The sudden touch made Su Miaojin's body stiffen. Her intention had been to grab Li Xuanfeng's wrist, but he had misunderstood. Having grown up, this was the first time Su Miaojin had held hands with a member of the opposite sex, and it felt strange. Yet it was also quite novel. She did not pull away. There was no need to dwell on such details now. Whoosh. The two hand in hand stepped into the air simultaneously. Whoosh. Whoosh. But on their path, several figures attacked Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaojin. Anyone who dared to charge directly at the spatial gate was presumed to have a token, making them targets. Get lost. A silver spear materialized in Su Miaojin's hand. Holding Li Xuanfeng with one hand, she swept the spear with the other, sending several reckless spiritual C-stage cultivators flying. Even a cultivator at the first layer of condensing core was struck by her spear, his fate unknown. Su Miaojin's expression was cold, her aura formidable, causing other cultivators who had been about to attack her to immediately halt. Su Miaojin gripped her long spear, her ponytail flowing in the wind, as she pulled Li Xuanfeng through the chaotic battlefield. Spiritual energy raged around them, with residual shockwaves scattering and deafening booms filling the air. This scene felt somewhat novel to Li Xuanfeng, as if he were a warrior being rescued by a heroine breaking through the encirclement. The two passed through the turmoil and approached the spatial gate. Su Miaojin put away her spear, and a jade slip engraved with a purple moon appeared in her palm. This item was the token to enter the Purple Moon secret realm. An invisible energy emanated, enveloping Su Miaojin and Li Xuanfeng. The next moment, they stepped toward the entrance simultaneously. Ripples spread across the gate, and their figures vanished. The battle outside continued. Some reckless cultivators, refusing to believe the token was necessary, charged directly at the spatial gate. Yet a terrifying force surged forth, and those who forced their way in were annihilated by spatial power, leaving not even ashes behind. This stunned many, and those who had intended to follow suit quickly abandoned the thought. Swish! The surrounding environment twisted and shattered. With a blur before their eyes, Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaojin found themselves in an entirely new space. Beneath their feet lay a plain lush with verdant flora. In the distance, the outlines of sprawling mountains stretched across the horizon. The air shimmered with spiritual energy, several times denser than the outside world. Cultivating here for a day would yield results equivalent to several days elsewhere. Yet no one would waste time doing so, as the secret realm would only remain open for about 7 days. After 7 days, everyone would be forcibly teleported out. Spending those days in cultivation offered little advantage, squandering the opportunity to seek rare treasures. Cough. As Li Xuanfeng surveyed his surroundings, a soft cough reached his ears. He turned his head and caught sight of Su Miaojin's elegant profile. Brotherly, we're in. Su Miaojin said. Indeed. The spiritual energy here is quite rich, Li Xuanfeng nodded. Su Miaojin. Now the spatial force won't forcibly separate us, she couldn't help but add. When cultivators pass through the entrance, they are randomly teleported to different locations within the realm. However, 2 individuals sharing the same token would not be separated. Oh, Li Xuanfeng finally grasped Su Miaojin's implication. He had been unconsciously holding her hand and forgetting to let go. He promptly withdrew his hand. As Li Xianfeng pulled away, Su Miaojin quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Holding hands with a member of the opposite sex was the most intimate act she had ever experienced. During their escape, through the chaos, her attention had been elsewhere. Now in the stillness, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awkwardness. To suppress the thoughts stirring within her, Su Miaojin flipped her delicate hand, and a compass-like device appeared in her palm. A suspended needle floated above it. Brotherly, this is the tool I mentioned, the treasure-seeking compass. By infusing it with spiritual energy, it can sense the direction of rare treasures. It may not be extremely precise, but it's far better than searching aimlessly. Su Miaojin held the compass before Li Xianfeng. The treasure-seeking compass was crafted by an artificer, a type of spiritual tool classified as an auxiliary device. After Li Xianfeng had a clear look, Su Miaojin quickly retrieved it. As we agreed earlier, we rely on our own abilities to see who finds more treasures. Until I find what I need, I can't lend you the compass, brotherly. Su Miaojin smiled. Li Xianfeng noticed a hint of smugness on her pretty face, clearly confident in her compass. Su Miaojin was indeed confident, having used the compass before and knowing its effectiveness. It seems you're quite sure of yourself. In that case, let's begin. Li Xianfeng chuckled. Su Miaojin nodded. They both rose into the air, ascending to gain a broader view and survey their surroundings. Su Miaojin activated the compass and the needle began to tremble. It seemed erratic, swaying left and right, but she remained patient, continuing to channel her energy. Li Xuanfeng's pupils turned gold. The distribution and flow of spiritual energy in the world became vividly clear. All manner of invisible special energies lay bare before his eyes. Each flower and blade of grass seemed to embody different forms of energy. This sensation reminded him of using the system to observe others' fate colors. Ordinary plants held negligible energy and could be ignored, but spiritual plants mixed among them stood out conspicuously. Spiritual plants were those that absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, drawing energy from heaven and earth to grow, possessing various special properties. For instance, they could detoxify, enhance cultivation, temper flesh, or heal injuries. The 9-star sword grass that had awakened Wei Qingjian's supreme sword body was also a type of spiritual plant. 99% of spiritual plants were raw materials for alchemy. However, Li Xianfeng had no interest in the plants he saw, as they were too common, suitable only for low-grade pills, and of little value. Even if used to trigger the system's returns, they were beneath his notice. Flying leisurely through the air, Li Xianfeng employed his blazing sun golden pupils to scan the area. Su Miaojin also manipulated her compass, constantly changing directions. First-grade dew grass, first-grade skin-tempering grass, second-grade spirit-condensing flower. Li Xianfeng observed and mentally noted each plant. With his blazing sun golden pupils, he could precisely locate spiritual plants, all of which he recognized. After all, over the past half-month, Li had imparted a vast amount of alchemical knowledge to him, making him a genuine alchemist. And the most basic requirement for an alchemist was to recognize various spiritual plants. Whoosh, whoosh. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, neither Li Xianfeng nor Su Miaojin had found any satisfactory treasures. Moi. Under his blazing sun golden pupils, Li Xianfeng suddenly spotted an exceptionally dense cluster of special energy in the distance. He immediately accelerated toward it. This sudden burst of speed naturally caught Su Miaojin's attention. After flying to Li Xianfeng descended from the sky. Amidst the lush vegetation, a 7-leaf herb shimmered like jade, its leaves gently swaying in the breeze. From afar it seemed unremarkable, but up close it inexplicably brought a sense of peace and refreshment, dispelling all fatigue. It's a heart-calming herb. Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. The heart-calming herb was a mutated spiritual plant evolved from the 7-leaf herb after absorbing Bodhi in Lightning Spring. Its value was astonishing. The herb had a unique property: it could, with a certain probability, enhance a cultivator's comprehension. Though not guaranteed, it was a treasure coveted by countless cultivators. Li Xianfeng reached out, and the herb was uprooted by an invisible force. Whoosh! Su Miaojin landed beside him at that moment. A heart-calming herb. Brotherly, you're quite lucky. Su Miaojin's eyes brightened at the sight. How about I give it to you? Li Xianfeng flicked his finger, and the herb floated before Su Miaojin. If she accepted, he would be able to obtain even better treasures. Brotherly, no need. We agreed to rely on our own skills. You found it first, so it's yours. Su Miaojin waved her hand with a smile. The heart-calming herb was indeed valuable, but Su Miaojin remained confident. Li Xianfeng was only temporarily ahead, she would soon find something similar. Li Xianfeng didn't insist, and stored the herb in his spatial ring. Su Miaojin's refusal was expected. She wasn't in a hurry, and neither was he. Thus they continued their search. Li Xuanfeng's blazing sun golden pupils proved far more effective than Su Miaojin's compass. The former was a powerful secret art, while the latter was merely an auxiliary tool. Su Miaojin had to expend spiritual energy to activate the compass and observe the needle's changes, which only indicated a general direction. Li Xuanfeng, however, could pinpoint locations with precision. The disparity was clear. So shortly after, Li Xianfeng discovered a second heart-calming herb. Impressive, brotherly. Su Miaojin couldn't help but exclaim. In truth, the compass had also detected the herb's location, but Li Xianfeng had pinpointed it directly. By the time she was sure of the exact spot, he was already flying toward it. Want it? It's yours, Li Xianfeng said casually. Thank you for the offer, brotherly, but it's still early. No rush. Su Miaojin shook her head with a smile. Li Xianfeng didn't press and stored the herb. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he once again found a third heart-calming herb before Su Miaojin. Brotherly, you are truly remarkable. Su Miaojin looked from the third herb to Li Xuanfeng, pausing before speaking. Want it? It's yours, Li Xianfeng repeated. No, next time I'll find it first. Su Miaojin refused again, but this time she wasn't smiling and her earlier confidence had waned. After another moment. Want it? It's yours. Li Xianfeng held the fourth heart-calming herb, offering it to Su Miaojin. No thank you. Su Miaojin gritted her teeth, a hint of reluctance in her voice. This time with the compass, she had come close to finding it before Li Xianfeng. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Want it? It's yours. Li Xianfeng dangled the fifth heart-calming herb before Su Miaojin. Brotherly, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Su Miaojin said with a hint of melancholy. Su Miaojin gazed at Li Xuanfeng's calm face, then at the stillness grass he casually twirled in his hand, her delicate features etched with frustration. Thanks to her treasure-seeking compass, she had always outpaced other cultivators in finding treasures, amassing a wealth of artifacts. While other cultivators were still painstakingly tracking down traces of treasures, Su Miaojin had often already reaped a bountiful harvest. That was why she had appeared so confident before Li Xianfeng. But now her confidence was beginning to waver. Li Xianfeng had found stillness grass 5 times in a row, each time a step ahead of her. This left Su Miaojin with a stifled breath, a mix of frustration and helplessness. Stillness grass only had a certain chance of enhancing a cultivator's enlightenment. Though valuable, it wasn't indispensable to Su Miaojin. This secret realm surely held better, more suitable treasures for her. Yet no matter how slim the chance, it couldn't be ignored when there was an abundance. If the quantity of stillness grass was sufficient, the significance would be entirely different. The greater the quantity, the higher the probability of enhancing enlightenment. Su Miaojin couldn't overlook this. So when Li Xianfeng found stillness grass ahead of her time and again, and dangled it before her, asking if she wanted it, Su Miaojin could only gaze at him wistfully. Her repeated refusals didn't mean she truly didn't desire the stillness grass. Su Miaojin didn't want to miss any treasure that could potentially enhance enlightenment, but she disliked accepting favors from others casually. Given her nature, accepting a favor meant she would have to find a way to repay it doubly. She hated being indebted. Coupled with her confidence in the treasure-seeking compass, she repeatedly declined. But now it seemed Li Xuanfeng's treasure-seeking methods were indeed superior to her compass. If this continued, she would not only fail to outdo him, but might also end up empty-handed. If this trip to the secret realm couldn't heal her wounds and restore her enlightenment, finding another wonder that could enhance enlightenment might take an eternity. I'm not showing off in front of you, nor am I trying to provoke you on purpose. It's just that this stillness grass is useless to me. If you needed it, wouldn't be wasted on you. Li Xianfeng said calmly, his expression as if he truly looked down on the stillness grass. Su Miaojin was taken aback. Indeed, given Li Xuanfeng's talent, he had no need for stillness grass to enhance enlightenment. Stillness grass only had a certain chance of enhancing enlightenment, and the improvement was minimal. For a prodigy like Li Xuanfeng, this grass probably couldn't even be considered a mere embellishment, could it? In other words, he genuinely disdained it, and simply wanted to hand it to her. Realizing this, Su Miaojin knew she had misunderstood Li Xuanfeng, and her wistful gaze softened. A smile returned to her face. I overthought and misconstrued your goodwill, brotherly. But we agreed to seek treasures by our own skills. Please keep the stillness grass for yourself. We've only just entered the secret realm, and there's a vast area to explore. I believe I will find the treasures I need. Su Miaojin flashed a smile that could stir the heart of most men. Still, she declined Li Xuanfeng's offer. Li Xianfeng smiled faintly at her and put away the stillness grass. It seems the time isn't ripe yet. I need to find better treasures quickly, Li Xianfeng thought to himself. He had carefully considered this journey to the secret realm. If he could harvest enough enlightenment-enhancing treasures and give them to Su Miaojin, his gains would be astonishing. First, if Su Miaojin accepted the treasures, the system would naturally return them 100-fold. Second, if she used his gifts to enhance her enlightenment, he would receive another enlightenment boost in return. With this dual benefit, Li Xianfeng could completely shed his mediocre enlightenment and become a true prodigy. The two didn't linger and continued their treasure hunt. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Li Xianfeng found 4 more stillness grass plants. Su Miaojin was always a step behind. Even with her treasure-seeking compass at full power, she couldn't match Li Xuanfeng's blazing sun golden eyes. The blazing sun golden eyes saw farther and pinpointed locations more accurately. Crucially, Li Xuanfeng's cultivation was higher and he was faster. Su Miaojin was utterly outclassed, and her composure was starting to crack. Brotherly, I think we should search separately. Su Miaojin finally couldn't hold back. She felt that continuing like this would only let Li Xuanfeng reap the rewards while she gained nothing. Watching Li Xuanfeng always be a step ahead filled Su Miaojin with both helplessness and powerlessness. All right, Li Xuanfeng nodded after a moment's thought. He couldn't force Su Miaojin to stay with him. The plains area had already been mostly searched. A total of 9 stillness grass plants had all ended up in his pocket. Whoosh, whoosh. The two flew thousands of meters into the air to survey the terrain. We'll meet at the foot of the tallest peak before dark. Li Xuanfeng pointed at a distant blurry mountain silhouette. Agreed. Su Miaojin nodded, joy flickering in her eyes. Without Li Xuanfeng's freakish treasure-hunting skills competing with her chances of finding what she needed would be much higher. The two split into 2 streaks of rainbow light, one left and one right. It seems he'll have to strip this entire area of its treasures. Li Xuanfeng's pupils blazed with dazzling golden light, leaving trails of radiance in the air as he flew. Though not at full power, his blazing sun golden eyes were nearly there. The distribution of spiritual energy in heaven and earth became clearer in his vision. The energy within various spirit plants appeared more layered. With a single glance, Li Xuanfeng saw dense clusters of rich energy hidden in the rising mountain range ahead. Whoosh! He streaked through the sky straight toward it. The mountain range was lush with vegetation, jagged rocks, and even lurking demon beasts. But these beasts were weak, and Li Xuanfeng paid them no mind. In the mountain stream, water murmured. Ape-like demon beasts leaped through the forest. Li Xuanfeng landed before a jade white orchid. A 4th-grade spirit herb white jade orchid. He was familiar with this rare plant, an excellent ingredient for alchemy. However, it couldn't enhance enlightenment. In the Purple Moon secret realm, spirit plants were abundant, but not all could boost enlightenment. Only those mutated after absorbing the Bodhi Clarity Spring could, and they were a tiny minority. The plains earlier were vast with a huge number of 7-leaf grass. From that massive base, only 9 stillness grass plants had emerged. Thus, finding more enlightenment-enhancing spiritual plants wouldn't be easy for either Li Xuanfeng or Su Miaojin. This white jade orchid is quite rare. Many pills require it. I can keep it for future alchemy, or give it to senior sister Luo Li, Li Xuanfeng said, digging up the orchid along with the surrounding soil and storing it in his ring. He then continued searching the mountain range. A few reckless low-level demon beasts attacked him, but Li Xuanfeng casually crushed them into dust. Half an hour passed. Li Xuanfeng found only 5 decent spirit herbs. All were good alchemy materials, but none could enhance enlightenment. After a while longer, having just harvested a spirit herb, Li Xuanfeng stood on a cliff edge, gazing into the distance. His golden pupils pierced through layers of dense forest, reflecting 2 extremely dense clusters of energy. Also reflected were several human figures and the shadow of a lurking demon beast. Whoosh! Li Xuanfeng stepped off the cliff and vanished from the spot. In a mountain hollow, verdant grass carpeted the ground, with dozens of large trees scattered sparsely. Among them, a particularly unsightly crooked-neck tree stood at the center of the hollow. Its leaves had withered away almost entirely, giving it the appearance of an impending demise. Yet oddly enough, 2 bright red fruits hung from its branches. The fruits exuded an exotic fragrance, luring countless demon beasts to leap and scurry nearby. However, none dared to approach, for near the crooked-neck tree lay a massive lion over 10 meters in length. The lion bore a single purple horn atop its head. It crouched nearby, eyes closed, nostrils fluttering, whether truly asleep or merely feigning slumber. An intangible aura of dominance emanated from it, deterring even the most covetous demon beasts from drawing near. They could only pace restlessly in the distance. Hidden within a dense thicket halfway up the mountain were 3 figures. They suppressed their auras, not daring to let a wisp leak out, their eyes fixed on the red fruits on the crooked-neck tree, saliva nearly dripping. It's the crimson heart fruit. I never thought we'd encounter such a treasure. A wonder that has a 50% chance of enhancing one's comprehension. Even if it fails to boost comprehension, consuming it benefits the soul. Damn it, why does there have to be a 5th-tier initial stage violet crystal unicorn lion here? The 3 hid in the bushes, secretly communicating through sound transmission. Their gazes at the crimson heart fruit were filled with longing and greed, aching to rush forward and take a bite. Yet upon seeing the colossal lion, they felt as if ants were crawling over their skin. They were all Spirit Ocean Realm 9th-layer cultivators, while the 5th-tier demon beast, the violet crystal unicorn lion, was equivalent to a core condensation realm cultivator. It was far beyond their ability to contend with. Even if they all attacked together, it wouldn't even be a mouthful for the beast. What do we do? The crimson heart fruit should ripen within an hour. It's too much of a loss to just leave. Take the risk. The higher the danger, the greater the reward. My phantom shadow divine movement art has reached perfection. If it's just about escaping, this violet crystal unicorn lion might not catch me, but I need cover. No problem, we can draw its attention and hold it off for 3 breaths. We must plan this carefully, considering all contingencies before we act. The 3 secretly plotted how to seize the treasure. A wonder that could enhance comprehension held immense allure for any cultivator. Even though the crimson heart fruit only had a 50% chance of boosting comprehension, it was enough to drive many cultivators to risk their lives for it. These 3 Spirit Ocean Realm 9th layer cultivators knew they were no match for a 5th-tier initial stage demon beast, but facing the violet crystal unicorn lion wasn't necessarily a death sentence. With proper coordination, snatching the prize from the tiger's jaws was possible. A wonder like the crimson heart fruit was well worth the gamble. Whoosh. Yet just as they were discussing their plan, a figure streaked across the sky, flying in. He made no effort to conceal his aura, standing blatantly in midair, gazing down at the violet crystal unicorn lion and the crimson heart fruit, and casually glancing toward the bush where the 3 were hiding. We've been discovered. It's the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord. The 3 tensed up, drenched in cold sweat, staring at the middle-aged man hovering in the air. They recognized him. He was the leader of a faction called the Heavenly Spear Cave within Yun State. While the Heavenly Spear Cave might be insignificant in the great Yin dynasty, barely a third-rate power, but the Cave Lord was still a core condensation realm 7th layer cultivator capable of crushing them with a single slap. Didn't expect to encounter a crimson heart fruit. Lucky me. The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord hovered in midair, muttering to himself. Roar. The violet crystal unicorn lion, which had been lying prone, opened its eyes and stood up, staring at the middle-aged man in the sky, lifting its head to issue a warning roar. Familiar beast. The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord produced a long spear from thin air. This object I claim. I'll give you 3 breaths to leave this place, and you may live. The Cave Lord's voice was indifferent. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. The 3 hidden in the bush felt as if they had received a pardon. They knew of the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord's infamy. Due to his cultivation technique, he was exceptionally irritable and prone to anger. And he was even more fond of killing. At the slightest displeasure, he would slaughter entire families. He had made countless enemies, often hunted by rivals, and had long become a desperado. The Heavenly Spear Cave had long been a hollow shell. Encountering him, one could only pray he was in a good mood, otherwise they would likely die under his spear. Perhaps because of the crimson heart fruit, he willingly let the 3 leave, causing them to heave a huge sigh of relief, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death. But just as they prepared to depart, a youthful figure strode forward. With each step, he effortlessly covered 100 zhang. Swish. After a few strides, the youthful figure had already reached the mountain hollow. The newcomer was none other than Xuanfeng. I want this object. You and them have 3 breaths to leave this place, and you may live. The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord pointed his long spear downward at Xuanfeng. The sharp spear tip glinted menacingly. A core condensation realm 7th layer dares to call himself Lord. Xuanfeng glanced at him in surprise. How I've decided. I sentence you all to death. The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord sneered, anger surfacing on his face. It's over. The 3 Spirit Ocean Realm 9th layer cultivators were horrified. Why did you provoke him? They shot Xuanfeng reproachful glances. Anyone who knew the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord understood that he was a walking powder keg ready to explode at the slightest irritation. A classic case of extreme irritability. But now was not the time to blame Xuanfeng. Escape was paramount. Since you dared to provoke him, you could stay behind to hold him off. Whoosh. The 3 transformed into streaks of light, then suddenly came to a halt, barely able to fly. The oppressive aura of a core condensation realm 7th layer descended, vast and overwhelming. We're truly doomed. Damn it, why didn't you just keep quiet and leave? Don't you know who he is? He's the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord with a temper that explodes at the slightest spark. How did we run into you, you cursed star? The 3 glared at Xuanfeng in fury. At the same time, despair filled their faces. Once the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord decided to strike, he would never leave any survivors. A quick death would be considered good luck. All they could hope for was not to be tortured to death. Such a fiery temper. Xuanfeng felt the overwhelming pressure. As light as a feather. Though his opponent was 2 minor realms higher, he felt nothing. An ordinary physique, even 2 minor realms higher, trying to suppress his chaos sword body. Impossible. His aura burst forth. The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord's pressure was shattered and rolled back entirely. Heck, core condensation realm 5th layer, You've got some skill, but you're still going to die. The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord sneered, releasing his surging aura as he appeared before Xuanfeng in an instant. The sharp spear aimed straight for his brow. Bang. Just as it seemed Xuanfeng would be pierced, he caught the spear firmly, halting it completely. Even the spiritual energy infused in the spear was forcibly suppressed, unable to move. The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord was startled. Bang. Li Xianfeng kicked upward from below, striking his abdomen. The compressed spiritual energy exploded at the tip of his foot. The heavenly spear cave lord doubled over like a shrimp shooting into the sky like a cannonball. His spear remained tightly gripped in Li Xuanfeng's hand. Li Xianfeng casually flung the spear, which shot out at incredible speed, instantly catching up to the heavenly spear cave lord and piercing through his abdomen. Blood splattered across the sky. Li Xianfeng moved, launching himself into the air, quickly overtaking the heavenly spear cave lord and cutting off his retreat. Spreading his 5 fingers, he pressed his palm against the back of the cave lord's head, grabbing him and descending from the sky. He slammed his head viciously into the ground. Boom. Spiritual energy rippled and thick smoke billowed. The heavenly spear cave lord was driven headfirst into the earth by Li Xuanfeng, creating a crater over 100 meters in diameter. All of this happened in an instant. The 3 Spirit Ocean Realm 9th layer cultivators were utterly stunned. As the smoke cleared, they saw Li Xianfeng in the crater grabbing the heavenly spear cave lord by the hair, lifting his dirt and blood-smeared face from the ground. I heard your temper explodes at the slightest spark. Li Xuanfeng's indifferent voice rang out, plunging the entire mountain hollow into absolute silence. The cave master of Tianmao Cave was overwhelmed. A condensation pill stage 7 cultivator was crushed by a condensation pill stage 5 cultivator. He was as helpless as a chick facing an adult. A tempest of shock surged through the hearts of the 3 spiritual ocean stage cultivators. What kind of monstrous prodigy was this, so terrifyingly formidable? They silently swallowed their saliva, exchanged glances, and dared not move. They yearned to flee, yet their feet seemed rooted to the ground. It was not Li Xuanfeng's oppressive aura that restrained them, but rather their own lack of courage to seize the chance to escape. They could not escape from the cave master of Tianmao Cave, let alone from Li Xuanfeng, who had utterly crushed him. Uncertain of Li Xuanfeng's nature, they feared that any attempt to sneak away might provoke his wrath, leading to their doom. Thus they could only stand in anxious suspense awaiting judgment. In their hearts, they fervently prayed that Li Xianfeng was not like the hot-tempered, bloodthirsty cave master of Tianmao Cave. Within the deep pit, the cave master of Tianmao Cave was drenched in blood and caked with mud. Li Xianfeng grabbed him by the hair and lifted his face from the ground, a picture of utter humiliation. One must admit that cultivators at the condensation pill stage possessed extraordinary vitality. Despite such grievous injuries, the cave master of Tianmao Cave did not die, nor did his aura weaken significantly. Humiliated as Li Xianfeng held him by the hair, the cave master clenched his teeth, feeling an endless blaze of fury surging and burning within his heart. Though utterly crushed, he felt no fear or dread, only rage. The surging inferno threatened to consume him and shatter his sanity. He would kill Li Xianfeng, slay those 3 cultivators, annihilate the purple crystal unicorn lion, wipe out every beast here, destroy everything, obliterate all. The cultivation art he had honed for years rapidly cycled. His body instantly turned as red as a scorching iron ingot. Coupled with his face twisted in fury, the scene was as if his inner rage had manifested into tangible searing heat. He had red heated. You bastard, die. Violent spiritual energy erupted from the cave master of Tianmao Cave, its surging power far exceeding that of a normal condensation pill stage 7 cultivator. Oomph. Li Xianfeng sneered, seized his head, and smashed it fiercely into the ground. Boom. Spiderweb-like cracks spread from the pit's bottom. The red-heated cave master of Tianmao Cave had the power he had gathered instantly extinguished. With the chaotic sword physique and the blazing sun golden bone, he had no room to resist before Li Xianfeng. You bastard. The cave master bellowed, his body flushing red again as power surged forth. Boom. Li Xianfeng showed no mercy, slamming his head down once more. Spiritual energy emanated from his palm, dispersing the power the cave master had gathered through his unique technique. You? The cave master began. Boom. He had barely uttered a word before Li Xianfeng smashed his head into the earth again. I will kill. Boom. You must die. Boom. Each time Li Xianfeng allowed him a few words, but never let him finish, then slammed his head into the ground. It seemed a deliberate provocation to stoke his fury further. The pit deepened with each blow, cracks multiplied, and the cave master's technique cycle slowed. The cave master of Tianmao Cave, is it? Boom. Quite the temper, are we? Boom. Explosive rage, right? Boom. Quick to ignite, aren't you? Boom. Red heating, are we? Boom. Want to kill me, do you? Boom. With each phrase, Li Xianfeng grabbed the cave master's head and smashed it. This scene grated on the nerves of the 3 spiritual ocean stage cultivators. Their eyelids twitched and fear deepened in their hearts. In Yunzhou, the cave master of Tianmao Cave was known more for his fearsome reputation. Rumor had it he practiced a powerful cultivation art. However, a severe side effect rendered him utterly unable to control his emotions, making him prone to rage. Moreover, the greater his fury, the more potent the art's power became. With this technique, he could even defeat a condensation pill stage 8 cultivator. Because of this art, he had committed many killings and made numerous enemies. Those who had witnessed his combat remembered that once enraged and berserk, his strength multiplied. Those who once matched him were thus slain by his hand. Yet today, Li Xuanfeng's actions shattered the three cultivators' understanding. The cave master was clearly furious to the extreme. His signature red heat state was plain to see. But he simply could not gather his power. Each time before he could complete the gathering, Li Xuanfeng grabbed his head and dispersed it, again and again, until the cave master of Tianmao Cave breathed his last. In his dying moments, the three in the distance saw fear and terror on his face for the first time. His rage had been shattered, and he seemed to regain some clarity, wanting to beg for mercy. But it was all too late. With Li Xuanfeng's final blow, the cave master's aura was extinguished. A condensation pill stage powerhouse driven almost solely by rage was beaten by Li Xuanfeng into feeling fear, terror, and even regret. The three felt parched, swallowing hard. The young cultivator in their eyes was even more terrifying than the cave master of Tianmao Cave. Li Xuanfeng rose and dusted off his hands. With a gesture, the spear flew back from afar into his storage ring. Inspecting the cave master's belongings, he found his wealth unremarkable. Neither poor nor rich. However, he had collected quite a few herbs. These items were still useful to Li Xuanfeng. If he wanted to refine pills, he could use them. Even if he didn't bundling them as a gift for Luo, Li would be hard for an alchemist to refuse. After tallying the spoils, Li Xuanfeng finally looked toward the gnarled tree. 2 crimson red heart fruits still hung from it. The purple crystal unicorn lion had long fled in fright, watching from a distance. Its massive frame, half hidden behind a hill with one head peeking out, was rather comical. It hadn't left because it coveted the red heart fruits, but it was ready to bolt at any moment. As for the other beasts, they had already vanished. Li Xuanfeng paid the great lion no mind. It was a pity this was a secret realm, making it impossible to bring beasts out. Otherwise, taming a majestic purple crystal unicorn lion as a mount would be quite prestigious. The red heart fruits remained unscathed. Li Xuanfeng had controlled his power during the fight, keeping his spiritual sense on them to prevent any shockwaves. In battle, when opponents were evenly matched, shockwaves were hard to control and could cause severe destruction. Neither dared to hold back lest they leave a fatal opening. But with a vast disparity in strength, it was different. The cave master was suppressed throughout, never able to clash head-on with Li Xuanfeng. Even attempts to cause damage were thwarted. Otherwise, these mountains would have been leveled. It seems they still need a while to ripen. Li Xuanfeng approached the fruits without picking them. Red heart fruits had a unique trait: only when they were perfectly ripe on the verge of falling was their effect at its peak. The method to judge was simple. When all the withered leaves on the tree fell, at once it meant the fruit was fully mature. Moreover, once fully ripe, it had to be consumed immediately, for its effect peaked at that moment and then rapidly declined. Then he'll wait. Let me see what it feels like to enhance my comprehension. Li Xuanfeng thought to himself. Senior. The 3 spiritual ocean stage cultivators stood nearby, forcing smiles as they cautiously greeted Li Xuanfeng. Only then did he deign to cast his gaze upon them. But he remained silent, nor did he correct their address. We failed to recognize your eminence earlier and offended you. Please, Senior, be magnanimous and spare our lives. The 3 repeatedly clasped their hands at Li Xuanfeng, their faces fixed in ingratiating smiles. The offense they referred to was their earlier complaints when Li Xuanfeng had angered the cave master. They knew the fearsome reputation of the cave master of Tianmao Cave. But this seemingly young cultivator was no saint either. The image of him grabbing the cave master by the head and smashing him to death would likely haunt them for a long time. Li Xuanfeng watched them in silence. Their hair stood on end. The leader stepped forward. We are willing to offer any resources you deem worthy. Without hesitation, they tossed their storage rings to Li Xuanfeng. Li Xuanfeng swept his gaze over them and took all the spiritual herbs he fancied. We also have a piece of news for you, Senior. This news concerns the greatest opportunity in the Purple Moon secret realm. Senior might be interested. Seeing Li Xuanfeng accept their offerings, the 3 sighed in relief. Speak. Li Xuanfeng finally uttered. Senior, do you know the withered mystery sect? Before revealing this matter to Li Xuanfeng, the leader of the 3 asked cautiously. I've heard of it. If it's related to them, speak freely. Li Xuanfeng said indifferently. The withered mystery sect was a sect within the Dian dynasty. Though not as powerful as the 100-sword mountain, it possessed considerable strength, far surpassing the heavenly spear cave. The withered mystery sect was subservient to a top-tier sect, the Bloodfiend Gate. The Bloodfiend Gate and the 100-sword mountain were hostile. Thus, the withered mystery sect and the 100-sword mountain were also adversaries. Seeing Li Xuanfeng's expression and tone, the man inwardly sighed with relief. Senior must surely know that the Purple Moon secret realm was once an ordinary secret realm. It was the existence of the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring that made it renowned. Within this secret realm, all manner of strange items that enhance enlightenment are mutated by absorbing the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. However, the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring is controlled by a formation flowing through the secret realm to nourish spiritual plants. Even if coveted, no one can break the formation. The leader among the three spoke humbly, explaining to Li Xianfeng. In the decades since the last opening of the secret realm, a certain sect has never forgotten it, secretly buying or seizing many jade token keys to enter the Purple Moon secret realm. That sect is the Withered Mystery Sect. Of the 8 entrances to the secret realm, they have occupied the jade tokens of 3 or 4. They have brought in multiple formation masters this time, aiming to break the formation and take the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. The leader finished in one breath, then looked at Li Xianfeng. His information was not particularly valuable, but as long as Li Xianfeng was unaware, telling him created an information gap and might earn some goodwill. I understand. Li Xianfeng nodded. Then, the leader put on a fawning smile, cautiously glancing at Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng casually waved his hand. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. The three relieved smiled obsequiously as they retreated into the distance. Only after disappearing from Li Xuanfeng's sight did they accelerate their retreat. Once far enough away, they soared into the air and fled swiftly. Phew. That was close. Only when certain that Li Xianfeng had not suddenly changed his mind and pursued them did the stone in their hearts truly settle. Fortunately, that young cultivator was not a bloodthirsty killer, otherwise they would have been utterly doomed today. Recalling the scene of Li Xianfeng grabbing the Heavenly Spear Cave Master by the head and dashing him to death, they still shuddered. This young prodigy was no saint. I wonder which sex monster he is. To crush a condensation core realm 7th stage Heavenly Spear Cave Master at the 5th stage of condensation core, he must be a top-tier genius. The main thing is he didn't even use his own spirit weapon with one hand. He pinned the Cave Master down without resistance. Honestly, even now I find that scene somewhat unreal. In all these years, this is the first time I've known that the Heavenly Spear Cave Master's unique technique could be forcibly interrupted. This is also the first time I've seen the Heavenly Spear Cave Master feel fear and terror. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought he only knew how to rage. I wonder what expressions those cultivators who have hunted the Cave Master for years without success would make. This person is either a disciple nurtured by a reclusive powerhouse or not a native cultivator of the Dian dynasty, otherwise such a prodigy could not be unknown. Regardless, such a genius must absolutely not be provoked. Indeed, such a monster possesses immense personal strength, surely has powerful backers, and likely many life-saving measures. The three discussed as they accelerated their escape. They had thoroughly remembered Li Xianfeng and mentally listed him as someone never to be provoked. Li Xianfeng appeared very young, yet he could achieve absolute suppression while fighting across 2 realms. It was obvious even to a fool that he was a peerless prodigy. There were many cultivators who looked young despite living for centuries. But if one had lived for centuries and remained at the 5th stage of condensation core, they were far from a genius and could never suppress an opponent 2 stages higher. Though they addressed Li Xianfeng as senior, they knew in their hearts that this cultivator was certainly much younger than them. Let's continue to seek treasures discreetly, first find some herbs to secure our gains, then head to the core formation to see if we can snatch some benefits. To avoid meeting him again, let's head in another direction. The three discussed and quickly broke through the air into the distance. After the three left, Li Xianfeng dragged back the purple crystal unicorn lion that had tried to flee, making it guard him. The massive lion was as docile as a kitten. Helpless, this human could easily overpower it with sheer physical strength. Withered leaves fell one by one from the crooked tree. Finally, after more than half an hour, the last withered leaf fell. 2 crimson fruits exuded an intoxicating fragrance. The beasts that had fled were lured back by the scent. Hidden behind the forest, they gazed eagerly, drooling. The purple crystal unicorn lion swept its gaze over them, and all the beasts fell silent in fear. Li Xianfeng reached out, and an invisible force plucked the 2 crimson heart fruits. Amid the envious gazes of the purple crystal unicorn lion and the other beasts, he devoured them in a few bites. Crisp and sweet, leaving a lingering fragrance. Not bad, Li Xianfeng remarked. Then he sat cross-legged to begin refining. The crimson heart fruit had only a 50% chance of enhancing a cultivator's enlightenment. Among enlightenment-enhancing treasures, this probability was already quite high. Even if it failed to enhance enlightenment, it would still benefit the soul. With his current constitution, Li Xianfeng could refine and absorb various energies with remarkable speed. In a short while, the energy from the 2 crimson heart fruits was fully refined and absorbed. Li Xianfeng felt a cool clarity in his head, as if his soul had become weightless, with countless insights seemingly striving to burst forth in his mind. Success! A smile spread across Li Xuanfeng's face. He was lucky. Refining both fruits simultaneously greatly enhanced his enlightenment, at least doubling it. Let me try comprehending sword intent. With a thought, Li Xianfeng took out several sword intent pills. These were returned to him by the system after Luo Li had refined them. Sword intent pills were special auxiliary elixirs that did not enhance cultivation, aid in breaking through realms, or heal injuries. They had only one function: to erase the harm of sword intent and infuse it into the pill. When a cultivator consumed it, the sword intent within the pill would spread and envelop their entire body. It was akin to contacting sword intent at zero distance, comprehending it. This was one of the best ways to grasp sword intent. If I can successfully comprehend 1/10 of sword intent, my strength will surge significantly, perhaps enough to face core, shattering realm cultivators. Li Xuanfeng thought to himself, swallowing several sword intent pills in succession and sitting down cross-legged. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. Cultivators with special physiques were far stronger than ordinary ones. But physiques also varied in strength. Wei Qingjian's supreme sword body and Su Miaozhen's desolate war body were both top-tier physiques. Crossing realms in battle was effortless for them. For condensation core cultivators, the gap in strength between each minor stage was very pronounced. Yet Su Miaozhen could cross 3 or 4, even 5 minor stages to engage enemies. Let alone Li Xuanfeng with his chaotic sword body. Even using only physical strength and spiritual energy, he could utterly crush condensation core realm 9-stage cultivators across 4 stages. If he added the Blazing Sun Golden Eyes, Blazing Sun Golden Bones spirit weapons, and the rudimentary form of sword intent, his strength would be even more exaggerated. There were likely no cultivators within the condensation core realm who could match him. As for the core-shattering realm cultivators at this level were very special. Even if Li Xuanfeng was confident in crossing the major realm barrier to fight them, he had no confidence in killing them. Because core-shattering realm experts possessed extremely tenacious vitality, even piercing the heart or severing the head might not kill them. Sword intent. Only powerful sword intent can harm core-shattering realm cultivators. Li Xuanfeng was well aware of this. So he needed to comprehend sword intent as soon as possible. Unfortunately, his enlightenment had been too poor before, and he had comprehended nothing. It was only after the system's return that he grasped the rudimentary form of sword intent. Now that his enlightenment had doubled, and he had sword intent pills in hand, Li Xuanfeng felt there was hope for comprehending true sword intent. As time passed, a layer of profound artistic conception gradually enveloped Li Xuanfeng. The purple crystal unicorn lion guarding him from a distance widened its bell-like eyes and kept retreating its massive body. Li Xuanfeng's aura made it feel extremely dangerous. An hour later, an indescribably profound aura surged from Li Xuanfeng, spreading in all directions. All the beasts that sensed this aura whimpered and prostrated themselves, filled with terror. Those too weak even lost control of their bowels. Even the purple crystal unicorn lion, which had retreated far away, lay prostrate with limp limbs. From that aura, it seemed to feel the primordial chaotic power of the world's inception. So that's it. Sitting in meditation, Li Xuanfeng opened his eyes, a flash of chaotic light passing through his gaze. He completely withdrew the aura that had swept across the surroundings. Chaos sword intent. I have comprehended the supreme sword intent. Chaos sword intent. Li Xuanfeng clenched his fists, unable to suppress his elation. Sword intent manifests in myriad forms. Frost sword intent, blazing sword intent, aloof sword intent, slaughter sword intent, and countless others. Among them, the most supreme is undoubtedly the chaotic sword intent. Li Xuanfeng's mastery of this ultimate sword intent stems entirely from his chaotic sword physique. Without it, his cultivated sword intent would likely resemble Luo Li's, neither deeper nor more profound. As he meditated upon sword intent, his chaotic sword physique spontaneously guided him into the boundless primordial realm of chaos, and drastically lowered the threshold of comprehension. Sword intent is graded on a scale from 1 to 10 levels of attainment. With the aid of the sword intent pill, and leveraging the innate supremacy of his chaotic sword physique, Li Xuanfeng successfully grasped the first level of chaotic sword intent. Even at merely 1 level, it surpasses ordinary sword intents by several folds. With my current strength, slaying a typical foundation establishment cultivator should pose no challenge. Qi Shao's sword materialized in his palm. Chaotic sword intent coiled around its blade, a terrifying force thrumming within, evoking in Li Xuanfeng the dizzying illusion that he could cleave the world itself asunder with a single stroke. So much time has passed. The sky grows dim, and our rendezvous draws near. I wonder whether Su Miaozhen has found a treasure capable of enhancing spiritual insight. Li Xuanfeng murmured softly to himself, gently stroking the soft mane along the neck of his purple crystal unicorn lion before stepping forward and vanishing without trace. After his departure, the beasts in that region collapsed en masse, staggering and rolling helplessly upon the ground. To them, the lingering chaotic sword intent exerted a soul-deep, paralyzing pressure. At the very moment Li Xuanfeng departed the mountain hollow, Su Miaozhen soared low above a range 100 li distant. Her treasure-seeking compass held steady, its needle unwaveringly pointing her way. Truly rare is any artifact that enhances spiritual insight. Su Miaojin sighed inwardly. Since parting ways with Li Xuanfeng, she had indeed discovered numerous rare herbs and treasures, guided solely by her compass. Yet none possessed the power to refine or elevate spiritual insight. She now hovered near the great mountain where she and Li Xuanfeng had agreed to meet. Should she fail to locate such an artifact before then, she would have no choice but to descend to the mountain's foot and await Li Xuanfeng, resuming the search at dawn. Truly brotherly possesses extraordinary talent. Su Miaojin could not suppress her admiration. Li Xuanfeng's prodigious talent, formidable cultivation, and uncanny aptitude for treasure hunting left her utterly awestruck and deeply respectful. It was precisely for this reason that she had proposed they split up. She knew full well walking beside Li Xuanfeng, she would always lag behind, never truly discovering treasures through her own ability. After all this time apart, she had indeed gathered several spirit herbs, but not a single artifact capable of elevating spiritual insight had appeared, not even a shadow of one. Gazing at the direction indicated by her compass needle, she suspected, yet again, it would be just another common spirit herb. Still she clung to a slender thread of hope and sped swiftly toward it. Near the great mountain lay a secluded valley, quiet, serene, and veiled in mist. Upon a hilltop 300 meters from the valley, three figures crouched motionless within the dense canopy of an ancient tree, concealing their breath and presence. Had Li Xuanfeng witnessed them, he would surely have been astonished. For these three were none other than the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators they had encountered earlier. Hiding among the branches, their eyes remained locked upon a snow-white flower blooming like a lotus deep within the valley. Its fragrance diffused across the air, so potent that a single inhalation suffused the mind with serenity and lifted the spirit into ethereal rapture. It's the soul-nourishing flower, truly the soul-nourishing flower. Damn our luck. Why must there be a beast guarding it here too? The trio exchanged silent telepathic words. Their discovery filled them with exhilaration, yet despair followed swiftly. For coiled beside the flower, like a living mountain of obsidian, lay a colossal black serpent. This was the black profound serpent, a fifth-rank mid-tier demonic beast. Even more powerful than the purple crystal unicorn lion they'd faced before. Ah, how cruel it is to see, but never taste. Why place such a treasure before us, only to deny it? Their frustration mounted, bordering on madness. Against a fifth-rank low-tier beast like the purple crystal unicorn lion, they still dared risk speed and fortune. But before the black profound serpent, a fifth-rank mid-tier terror, they lacked even the courage to attempt. It seems we have no choice but to withdraw. Someone approaches. Again, what uncanny timing. The trio froze mid-retreat, hearts pounding. Whoosh. A woman clad in white robes, her jet-black hair drawn high into a bold ponytail, pierced the sky, her bearing sharp, radiant, and fiercely elegant. It was Su Miaojin. This is the soul-nourishing flower. Her eyes flared wide, astonishment blossoming into unrestrained delight. At last, after endless searching, she had found the legendary artifact capable of refining spiritual insight. The soul-nourishing flower was worth many times more than the mind-cleansing grass. Yet the moment her gaze fell upon the black profound serpent beside it, her smile vanished like mist before wind. The serpent sensed the intruder, its massive head the size of a cottage rearing upright. Cold serpentine eyes fixed upon Su Miaojin. A faint frown crossed her brow while her gaze flickered, just once, toward the treetop where the trio concealed themselves. Then with a graceful shift of her form, she darted straight toward the flower. A fifth-rank mid-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a golden core cultivator at the 4th through 6th layers, was formidable, yet not enough to make Su Miaojin retreat. Yet in the next instant her body jolted to a halt. Whoosh! A terrifying torrent of spiritual energy descended, carving a deep smoking chasm between her and the flower. That soul-nourishing flower belongs to me. A calm, detached voice echoed from above. A young man in azure robes appeared high in the sky, gripping a long sword, his aura radiating unreservedly palpable and overwhelming. What layer of golden core is he? 7th, or 8th? His aura rivals even the Spear Cave sect master. He looks familiar. Isn't he a disciple of the Xuanfeng sect? Doomed, we're doomed. Why must we cross paths with such power wherever we go? The three Spirit Sea Realm 9th layer cultivators hidden in the canopy felt tears welling, not from sorrow, but sheer helpless despair. Su Miaojin gazed upward at the young man, her brow tightening slightly. His cultivation far surpassed hers. True, she possessed the rare ability to battle beyond her rank, but she stood only at the 1st layer of golden core. Facing a 7th layer golden core cultivator, victory was impossible, unless Li Xuanfeng intervened. Li Xuanfeng's strength would likely subdue this man effortlessly, yet she could not rely on that. And yet, to abandon the soul-nourishing flower now. Her heart recoiled at the thought. This was the first such artifact she had encountered since separating from Li Xuanfeng. Though I cannot best him, Hedon, perhaps opportunity still remains to seize the flower and flee. Such was her inner resolve. She possessed hidden trump cards. This seventh-layer opponent unsettled her, yet did not instill fear so absolute as to compel surrender. Were this a fight to the death, she would certainly evade. But this was merely a contest for treasure. With a subtle shift of her form, she surged forward once more, toward the flower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several blazing torrents of spiritual energy descended, sealing every path she might take. I said, the soul-nourishing flower belongs to me. The azure-robed youth's voice rang out cold and dispassionate. But if the lady truly desires it, I may grant it. All you need do is become mine. His gaze swept over Su Miaojin, and a faint self-satisfied smile curved his lips. He had taken a liking to her. The flawless beauty of her face stirred even his jaded heart. Yet Su Miaojin ignored him completely, dodging each strike with consummate grace, pressing ever closer to the flower. Haha! The youth let out a mocking chuckle and stepped forth into the void, blocking her path. In response, Su Miaojin brandished her spear, her aura surging, her speed exploding as she slipped past him in an instant. Heh! He smiled faintly and accelerated in turn. Boom! Sword met spear in a cataclysmic clash, the shockwave rippling outward violently. In that single exchange, Su Miaojin was decisively overpowered. Though she had invoked a secret art to briefly amplify her strength, the gulf in cultivation was simply too vast. That she endured the blow at all was miraculous. Most first-layer golden core cultivators would have perished or been crippled outright. Most telling of all, the youth fought with effortless ease, clearly holding back. Boom. Another collision. Su Miaojin again overwhelmed, battered by violent surges of spiritual energy. Just as the flower neared destruction, an elderly man appeared. White-haired, hunched, his face etched with deep lines of age. With a gentle open palm gesture, he stilled the chaotic reverberations, erasing them as if they had never existed. Young ones, do not act rashly and destroy such a precious treasure. Allow this old man to safeguard it for you, for now. His expression was benign, even jovial, but neither Su Miaojin nor the azure-robed youth dared underestimate him. Su Miaojin recognized him instantly, the ninth-layer peaked golden core cultivator they had met at the entrance. Even as he spoke, the elder reached out, his hand extending toward the soul-nourishing flower. Su Miaojin's expression hardened. Hope dissolved. Yet the azure-robed youth remained unperturbed, confident, almost amused, as if unconcerned by the elder's imminent grasp. Vroom. Just as the elder's fingers neared the bloom, an oppressive, crushing aura descended. A tribulation transcendence cultivator. The ninth-layer peaked golden core elder recoiled like a startled bird, snatching back his hand and retreating a full kilometer in an instant. Only then did he cast a wary, uncertain glance toward the source, every nerve primed for flight. He had intended to seize the flower by force, yet the primal instinct for survival awakened by that overwhelming aura had driven him to flee without hesitation. You fled quite swiftly. A rasping voice emerged. An aged crone, bent with years, leaning heavily on a gnarled cane, stepped calmly across the void. She glanced once at the elder, now frozen a kilometer away, then turned her attention elsewhere. Thud! Behind her, the headless corpse of the black, profound serpent crashed onto the earth. Shit! It's Elder Ren of the Xuanfeng sect. The three spirit sea realm cultivators felt their scalps prickle. First a seventh-layer golden core cultivator, then a ninth-layer peak elder, now a tribulation transcendence elder. They had sensed something familiar about the azure-robed youth, yet only upon the crone's arrival did their memories crystallize, revealing both identities. The crone was Elder Ren of the Xuanfeng sect, a first-layer tribulation transcendence cultivator. The azure-robed youth was her disciple and grandson, Wu Minghua. The three spirit sea realm cultivators knew they had been discovered. Yet in this perilous moment, they dared not move, neither to hide further nor to reveal themselves. Their lives hung suspended, entirely at the mercy of others' whims, good or ill. That young lady is doomed. They knew Wu Minghua's reputation, prodigiously gifted, backed by Elder Ren's authority, and notorious for bullying the weak and preying upon the innocent. His earlier words made his intentions clear. He coveted the young lady. Before a tribulation transcendence cultivator, resistance was meaningless, submission inevitable. Against such a being, even the most gifted golden core cultivator stood no chance, no matter how extraordinary. Even Xuanfeng, who had crushed the Spear Cave sect master, would in their estimation possess only one option: flight. Shall I intervene myself, or will you comply willingly? The crone's clouded eyes settled upon Su Miaojin. Her knuckles whitened as she gripped her spear. Comply? Comply with what? Submit to that azure-robed youth. She would rather die. Whoosh. Invoking her secret art once more, she shot away, toward the horizon. What an ungrateful little thing. The crone shook her head, then extended her hand across the distance. Instantly, Su Miaojin's soaring form froze, suspended midair, rigid as stone. Crack. Something within her shattered, a protective artifact activating. releasing a surge of potent energy that shattered the crone's restraint. Oh, how intriguing. But that is all you are capable of. Since you refuse obedience, I shall first break your legs. Her voice remained chillingly calm. With a single tap of her cane against the void, visible waves of force radiated outward, striking Su Miaojin like a physical blow. Su Miaojin choked, a thin line of blood tracing her lip. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, she plummeted from the sky. A casual strike from a tribulation transcendence cultivator, enough to wound her gravely. Her eyes fixed upon the crone, and Wu Minghua burned with hatred, but no despair. She had relinquished the soul-nourishing flower, but clearly they intended to claim far more than that. A jade slip slid into her palm. Crushing it would trigger instantaneous teleportation, beyond even a tribulation transcendence cultivator's reach. She had entered this secret realm prepared, armed with irreplaceable safeguards. Yet such safeguards were exceedingly precious, meant to be preserved unless absolutely necessary. Now with danger escalating, delay meant forfeiting all chance of escape. Her body plummeted, wind roaring past her ears. I must find Brother Li as quickly as possible and flee this place. Tribulation transcendence cultivators are far too perilous. Such was her urgent thought. Their rendezvous point lay nearby, and she feared Li Xuanfeng might soon encounter this crone. She intended to use the Jade Slip's power to locate him swiftly and whisk him away with her. Her descent quickened, when suddenly something surged toward her at blinding speed. Her delicate fingers tightened around the Jade Slip, ready to crush it. Fear not, it is I. A familiar voice broke through the wind, causing her to instinctively relax her grip. Thud! Her back struck a firm, broad chest, falling into an embrace steeped in unshakable safety. A large hand gently covered hers, preventing her from shattering the Jade Slip. Brotherly, the scent of him, warm, steady, unmistakable, filled her senses. Su Miaojin remembered Li Xuanfeng's scent. She lifted her head with difficulty and saw his expressionless face. It seems your treasure hunt hasn't gone smoothly. Li Xuanfeng looked down at the girl in his arms. The blood at the corner of her mouth and her pale complexion lent Su Miaojin a touch of fragile, poignant beauty. This was a stark contrast to her previous calm, resolute, and spirited demeanor. Su Miaojin's beautiful eyelashes trembled, and a helpless smile tugged at her lips. The smile flickered and vanished as she looked at Li Xuanfeng with a serious expression. Brotherly, we must leave this place. That man is at the core-shattering realm. We cannot fight him. Shattering this Jade Slip will unleash a powerful escape. Art, it'll take you away. As she spoke, Su Miaojin moved to crush the Jade Slip. But Li Xuanfeng's large hand held hers, preventing her from applying force. It's fine. A mere first-stage core-shattering realm cultivator, it'll just slay him. Li Xuanfeng's tone was calm, and the confidence in his demeanor made Su Miaojin pause for a moment, finding this version of him strangely captivating. Su Miaojin had never denied Li Xuanfeng's talent. She knew he was monstrously gifted and immensely powerful. She wouldn't even be surprised if he killed a 9th-stage core condensation realm cultivator with a single sword strike. But the gap between the core condensation realm and the core shattering realm was simply too vast. The core shattering realm was also known as the ninefold body transformation. This meant the body underwent 9 sublimations and transformations. The method was to voluntarily shatter one's inner core, pouring all the hard-earned power of the core into every limb, bone, muscle, and sinew. This brought about a complete rebirth of the physical body. Thus, cultivators at the core-shattering realm possessed extremely formidable physiques and tenacious vitality. An ordinary core condensation cultivator couldn't even breach their physical defenses with a full-powered strike. Even if one could break through, killing a core-shattering cultivator was not guaranteed. They could regrow severed limbs and even reattach a severed head. Even a eunuch who cultivated to this realm could regenerate that part. Therefore, core-shattering cultivators were not only powerful, but possessed astonishing life force, making them absolutely unassailable by core condensation cultivators. Even if Li Xuanfeng had the power to injure a core-shattering cultivator, there was no possibility of killing one. If he exhausted his strength, he would be at their mercy. That was why Su Miaojin believed fleeing was the only option. Remembering their faces, she could seek revenge later when she was strong enough. But Li Xuanfeng stopped her from crushing the Jade Slip. Heal yourself first. Just watch closely. He wiped a trace of blood from her lip, then patted her delicate shoulder, signaling her to wait. Looking at his handsome face, so close, feeling the lingering warmth from his fingertips, Su Miaojin's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Brotherly. Su Miaojin grabbed his wrist and pressed the Jade Slip into his hand. You take it. If things go wrong, crush it. Su Miaojin said. Be good, just stand here and don't move. Li Xuanfeng pried open her delicate fingers, placed the Jade Slip back in her palm, then turned to face the old woman and the blue-robed youth. It's him. So he knows that woman. Didn't we go a different way? How did we run into him here? But it looks like he's not planning to leave. Wu Mingguo's strength isn't much less than the Heavenly Spear Cave Master, and there's also Elder Ren at the core-shattering realm. I bet he'll reveal his background next. If his origins are impressive enough, Elder Ren might be wary and back off. Probably. The three spiritual ocean realm cultivators hid in the canopy, not daring to move, communicating only through sound transmission. After witnessing the Heavenly Spear Cave Master incident, they held Li Xuanfeng in high regard. But Elder Ren was a core-shattering cultivator. They believed Li Xuanfeng had no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. So you have an old flame here. Seems quite confident in his own strength. In that case, leave your life here. A beauty like you should be enjoyed by this young master. Wu Minghua watched Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaozhen coldly. Their intimate gestures fueled his jealousy. He had only two hobbies: cultivation and bullying women. Countless female cultivators had fallen prey to his claws. Relying on Elder Ren's indulgence, his status as a genius disciple of the withered Outer Sect, and his own considerable strength, he easily smoothed over any trouble he caused. This experience had gradually emboldened his arrogance. Among the female cultivators he had toyed with, none possessed the combined beauty and aura of Su Miaozhen. Thus, the moment he saw her, he was greatly tempted and desired to possess her. Wu Minghua already considered Su Miaozhen his property. Once Elder Ren injured her, he could do as he pleased. Besides, even without Elder Ren's help, he could easily overpower Su Miaozhen. A surge of powerful energy erupted from Li Xuanfeng, and the crimson cloud sword materialized in his hand. Sensing this aura, Wu Minghua was startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha! I thought you were someone formidable, but you're only at the 5th stage of core condensation. I wonder where you get the courage to even draw your sword. Ha ha. You're not seriously thinking of fighting us, are you? Ha ha ha. Wu Minghua's laughter echoed without restraint. Power gathered beneath his feet as Li Xuanfeng calmly walked through the air. As if stepping on invisible stairs, he rose higher. Head truly seeking death. Wu Minghua sneered. He couldn't believe a 5th stage core condensation cultivator was ready to fight him, a 7th stage one. Was this man brain damaged? Or did he have some offensive trump card? Even if he was a genius, he couldn't possibly win. Because Wu Minghua was also a genius of the withered Outer Sect. Alas, young cultivators are too impulsive. Either this man is insane, or he has some backing. In the distance, the old man at the peak of the 9th stage core condensation realm was also watching intently. The three in the canopy refrained from commenting this time. They knew Li Xuanfeng's strength. Wu Minghua was no match for him. That was assuming Elder Ren didn't intervene. And Elder Ren did not intervene. She didn't think Li Xuanfeng posed a threat, but she was wary that he might possess an offensive trump card. But even if he did, Wu Minghua also had defensive ones. Therefore, when Li Xuanfeng rose into the air, she showed no intention of acting. Eager to die. I'll grant your wish. Wu Minghua sneered coldly. Whoosh. His figure shot forward, actively charging at Li Xuanfeng. He disliked Li Xuanfeng's showy step ascent. As he rushed towards Li Xuanfeng, Wu Minghua remained vigilant, ready to use his defensive trump card at any moment. A 5th stage core condensation cultivator daring to fight him must have some trick. Golden light flickered in Li Xuanfeng's pupils. Wu Minghua's movements seemed full of flaws and incredibly slow to him. Swish! Li Xuanfeng vanished from his spot. He didn't attack Wu Minghua, but appeared before the old woman. How dare you? The old woman shouted, raising her staff. She had never expected Li Xuanfeng's target to be her. Wu Minghua, having missed his target, was shocked. Li Xuanfeng's speed far surpassed his own. Whirling around, he saw Li Xuanfeng standing before Elder Ren, sword in hand. An ancient, indescribable aura erupted from Li Xuanfeng, rapidly coiling around the crimson cloud sword. Everyone, Elder Ren, the old man watching from afar, felt their hairs stand on end. What is this? Sword intent. No. How can sword intent be so terrifying? Awe filled everyone's hearts. The old woman's face was also stricken with fear. What radiated from Li Xuanfeng was like the majestic might of heaven. It felt as if it belonged to a different plane, a different world. The supreme authority from the dawn of creation, the power of chaos. Minghua, run. This is chaos, sword intent. The old woman shouted in terror. A horrifying realization dawned on her. This was chaos, sword intent. Only such supreme sword intent could evoke instinctive fear from the very depths of the soul. The old woman mobilized all her vast power, filling every cell, making her appear much younger. A thick energy shield coalesced before her. She raised her staff. Whoosh! The crimson cloud sword was drawn, slashing towards the old woman. Invisible to the eye, but perceptible to the soul, the chaos sword intent tore through the void. Its speed was unimaginable. The old woman felt her soul locked onto by the sword intent with no chance to dodge. Boom! The energy shield shattered. Crack! The staff was severed in two. The next moment, her head flew from her shoulders. A single sword strike, instant annihilation. Elder Ren, caught unprepared, summoned every ounce of power at his command. His defensive energy barrier shattered like parchment. His treasured spirit artifact, a cane refined over decades, splintered like dry, brittle wood. Even the body of a Shatterdan realm cultivator, renowned for its peerless physical might, yielded like tofu beneath a steel blade severed in a single stroke. The sword carved a lingering scar across empty space. Heaven and earth fell into utter silence. Though some had suspected Li Xuanfeng might harbor hidden trump cards, none foresaw the emergence of the chaotic sword intent. This was no external force. It was his own power born from his very being. In other words, he had not relied upon any external aid. Rather, with terrifying transcendent insight, he had mastered this supreme realm of martial intent, even while still at his current cultivation stage. To every observer present, the chaotic sword intent existed solely in legend. Yet today they bore witness to it with their own eyes. Chaotic sword intent. Chaotic sword intent. Truly, the vitality of a Shatterdan realm cultivator was astonishingly tenacious. Even decapitated Elder Ren did not perish immediately. She murmured incessantly, utterly unable to accept this reality. The supreme sword intent, known only in myth, had not only manifested before her, but would now claim her life. At that moment, she realized the intent had not locked onto her. Had she reacted swiftly, she could have evaded it. Yet the chaotic sword intent carried an innate, overwhelming supremacy, instilling in her a primal certainty that evasion was impossible, futile. Thus she braced herself against the blow, and was beheaded by Li Xuanfeng's single sword strike. Her body and severed head tumbled through the air, straining desperately to rejoin. Yet residual chaotic sword intent continued to corrode her wounds, eroding her strength. Her death was now inevitable. Whoosh! The sword tip pierced the air like frozen starlight, swirling with chaotic sword intent, as it pierced Elder Ren's skull. Her breath finally faded into absolute stillness. Boom! The sword trembled. Her head hurtled through the air and landed before Wu Minghua. Nigh! Wu Minghua's eyes widened in disbelief, pupils flooded with terror. In the next instant, a chilling coldness bloomed across his chest. The sword, charged with chaotic sword intent, pierced straight through his torso. Laugh now, otherwise you'll never get the chance. Li Xuanfeng gazed upon him calm and detached. Fear, fury, despair, and regret crashed over Wu Minghua like a tidal wave. I am of the Outer Sect. Wu Minghua attempted to invoke his sect's authority, but Li Xuanfeng held no interest in hearing it. Chaotic sword intent surged outward, extinguishing Wu Minghua's life force completely. An elder cultivator, rank 9 at the peak of the condensation Dan realm, fled. From the moment the chaotic sword intent manifested, and Elder Ren's head flew from her shoulders, he knew her fate was sealed. He lacked even the courage to observe from afar, vanishing instantly. Li Xuanfeng had no time to pursue him. With practiced ease, he flicked his fingers, an invisible force lifted the storage ring and delivered it into his palm. His divine sense swept across its contents. Both rings held considerable treasures. This haul is quite satisfactory. Surveying the abundant spirit stones and rare spirit herbs within, Li Xuanfeng nodded in quiet approval. Within the elderly woman's storage ring, he also discovered 3 specimens of calm-mind grass. In a flash, he appeared beside the spirit-nourishing flower, uprooting it whole and sealing it within his storage ring. Only then did he glance upward toward the treetops crowning the mountain peak. Senior, what extraordinary fortune! We are truly honored to meet you again here of all places. 3 figures tumbled out from the canopy. They scrambled down the mountainside on hands and knees, careful never to stand at a higher elevation than Li Xuanfeng. They bowed repeatedly, faces twisted into ingratiating smiles. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, within their hearts a tempest raged. Li Xuanfeng's strength defied all prior understanding. At merely the 5th rank of the condensation Dan realm, he had grasped the chaotic sword intent, a legendary mastery whispered only in myth, and annihilated a Shatterdan realm cultivator in a single stroke. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would have dismissed it as pure fantasy. We swear absolute secrecy. No trace of your identity shall ever leave our lips. We vow upon our Tao hearts. No word of you shall ever be spoken. The 3 bowed again and again. Li Xuanfeng waved dismissively, exasperated. He cared not whether they spoke of him or not. Given the pace of his ascension, exposure posed no threat. Moreover, he now stood under the protection of a master, making the Outer Sect entirely irrelevant. Our deepest gratitude, Senior. May boundless fortune attend you, Senior. They bowed yet again, bending deeply at the waist, nearly prostrating themselves fully. Only when they sensed Li Xuanfeng's growing impatience did they hastily take their leave. They feared Li Xuanfeng, not only his terrifying strength, but also his prodigious, almost unnatural talent. These gestures were born solely of dread, of provoking his wrath. To them, survival outweighed all else. Amidst their shock, however, lingered quiet relief that Li Xuanfeng, not Wu Minghua, had emerged victorious. Had Wu Minghua won, they would have suffered far worse. Prostrating themselves before such a peerless genius stirred no sense of humiliation, only awe. Li Xianfeng had already become in their minds the foremost prodigy of their generation. His future achievements promised to be nothing short of staggering. Perhaps even this very encounter would one day become a cherished anecdote, a mark of honor among fellow cultivators. Li Xianfeng approached Su Miaozhen. A breathtaking maiden clad in white stood upright, leaning upon her spear, her face pale and her expression dazed. The lingering aura of chaotic sword intent enveloped her. Still vivid in her mind was that celestial ascent, that single decisive strike, severing a Shatterdan realm cultivator's head. Su Miaozhen stared blankly as Li Xianfeng drew near. Stunned into numbness, she remained motionless. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting delicate strands of hair from her temple. Let us go, the sky grows dark. We should find a quiet place first. Li Xianfeng stopped before her. Su Miaozhen nodded silently, sheathing her spear, then winced faintly as she took her first step, her brows knitting slightly. Your injuries appear grave. Shall I assist you? Li Xianfeng asked. Her teeth gently bit her lower lip. After a pause she nodded. I am indebted to you, brotherly. To her, a Shatterdan realm cultivator was overwhelmingly powerful. Even a casual strike had inflicted grievous harm. Li Xianfeng stepped forward. Before Su Miaozhen could cry out in surprise, he swept her into a graceful bridal carry. Instinctively, Su Miaozhen wrapped her arms around his neck. With a light push off the ground, Li Xianfeng soared skyward, carrying her aloft. Su Miaozhen had intended only to ask him to channel a measure of spiritual energy into her, to aid her recovery. Instead, Li Xianfeng assumed she could not walk, and simply lifted her without hesitation. Whether he misread her intention, or she misread his, remained unclear. Wind roared past their ears. Su Miaozhen's slender arms rested around Li Xuanfeng's neck as she gazed quietly at his profile, gradually falling into a soft, dreamlike reverie. Unaware, she gently rested her cheek against the curve of his shoulder and neck, and unknowingly a faint, tender smile touched her lips. Meanwhile, at the heart of the ZU secret realm, a sprawling complex of buildings stretched across the land, palaces extending endlessly. Yet most lay in ruins, shattered, dust-choked, and long abandoned. Only one basin, 2 li in diameter, remained intact. Viewed from above, the scattered dwellings formed a precise, deliberate pattern. The entire basin resembled a colossal bagua formation. At the formation's center bubbled a clear spring, its waters flowing steadily. This was the ZU secret realm's most treasured treasure, the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. An invisible formation enshrouded the entire basin, barring all entry. At that moment, dozens of figures stood atop surrounding hills, each performing hand seals and channeling spiritual energy into the array, striving to unravel its mysteries. Suddenly, a torrential surge of overwhelming energy erupted, uncontrolled, unbidden, scattering sand and stone, bowing trees and grass flat beneath its force. Who dares? Who dares lay hands upon Elder Run and Wu Minghua? Fury thundered across the heavens. An elder in azure robes stood tall, his beard and hair bristling, his robes billowing with raw spiritual energy though no wind stirred. What is it, Elder Wu? Have Elder Ren and Wu Minghua met with misfortune? All eyes turned toward him. Their soul seal tokens have vanished. Elder Wu, the azure-robed cultivator, spoke grimly, his face ashen. What a... Elder Run is a Shatterdan realm cultivator. How many such masters exist even within the ZU secret realm? What exactly transpired? Who struck them down? Cultivators could imprint a sliver of their divine sense onto specially crafted jade slips. Should the owner perish, the imprint would vanish instantly. I will find the perpetrator. Elder Wu's rage burned like wildfire. Elder Ren was his wife, Wu Minghua his grandson. With both dead, his fury knew no bounds. For now, avoid unnecessary complications. Just as Elder Wu prepared to launch himself skyward, a calm voice intervened. It belonged to a young man seated cross-legged upon a massive boulder. Clad in a crimson robe, he stood out starkly. Though Elder Wu seethed with wrath, the red-robed youth's words compelled him to suppress his fury by force. Most present hailed from the Outer Sect. Yet this crimson-robed youth came from the Bloodslaughter Sect, a sect to which Outer was subservient. Within the Bloodslaughter Sect, he held a uniquely elevated status. He was also the strongest cultivator present, leaving Elder Wu no choice but to obey. First, break the formation and seize control of its core node. Then half the secret realm will fall under our dominion. Only then may we pursue the killer. Should the culprit remain elusive, I shall name one and you shall execute him. His voice remained cool, detached. He needed their cooperation to dismantle the formation, so calming Elder Wu's fury was essential. Many thanks, Disciple Jing. With the crimson-robed youth's vow, Elder Wu's incandescent rage subsided. Just enough. Disciple Jing gave a slight, indifferent nod, his expression unchanged. Elder Wu's fury, however profound, would not be permitted to disrupt his plans. Su Miaozhen did not know how much time had passed. It seemed both long and fleeting. Li Xianfeng brought her down into a secluded valley. We have arrived. Beneath her feet flowers bloomed in clusters, ahead a stream murmured. Stepping away from Li Xuanfeng's embrace, Su Miaojin felt an unexpected reluctance and longing. How could I? Becoming aware of her own thoughts, her heartbeat quickened and her cheeks flushed slightly. The surroundings are quite pleasant. Let us rest here for the night. Li Xuanfeng had just swept the area with his divine sense, finding no formidable beasts, only small animals frolicking. The nights of the Purple Moon secret realm were unsuitable for treasure hunting, as cultivators' spiritual senses were suppressed. Looking up, a purple moon had already hung in the sky. It seemed to be the influence of this purple moon that suppressed cultivators' senses, so it was best to stay in a quiet place during the night. With a flick of his finger, spirit stones flew out, landing in specific positions to form a simple barrier array that enveloped the area. This was the isolation array Li Xuanfeng had learned after receiving Su Miaojin's recompense, though he had greatly expanded its range. All right, now it's time to divide the spoils. After finishing this, Li Xuanfeng looked at Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin was full of confusion. Divide the spoils? What right did she have to share the spoils? She had been gravely wounded by a core-shattering cultivator and nearly captured alive. Though she could have escaped without Li Xuanfeng's intervention, it would have cost a precious trump card. By all reason, she should thank Li Xuanfeng and offer him treasures in gratitude. Brother Li slew the enemies, all spoils rightfully belong to you. On the contrary, I should reward Brother Li for saving my life. Su Miaojin spoke earnestly. She had always repaid kindness. Earlier, when Li Xuanfeng killed Yuan Shao to avenge her cousin, she had given him a slot to enter the Purple Moon secret realm as recompense. Now she was considering what reward to give him. Su Miaojin had her own fortunes, having inherited from a supreme powerhouse, and possessed many precious resources. However, many were sealed, and would only be unlocked as her cultivation advanced. Moreover, Li Xuanfeng was a sword cultivator, while she was a spear cultivator. Techniques and martial arts would be of little use to him. In her view, only the jade slip containing a escape art seemed suitable as a reward. As they say, finders share. If you hadn't held them off, how could I have arrived to kill them? Without slaying them, there would be no spoils. Li Xuanfeng looked at Su Miaojin. Earlier, when they parted, he had forgotten to use the system to check her destiny color. This kind of heaven-favored maiden blessed with fortune might face danger and setbacks, but would never die easily. The reason he arrived in time to save Su Miaojin was simply that he was not far from that place. Moreover, system prompts had rung out repeatedly, granting him the insights from Su Miaojin's battle and her use of secret arts. He realized she was fighting a powerful enemy. With a sweep of his blazing sun-golden eyes, he located the battlefield and rushed over immediately, leading to the scene where he killed Elder Rin and Wu Minghua. Su Miaojin was taken aback. What Li Xuanfeng said was not without reason, yet it felt like sophistry. Brotherly, do not jest. I have no right to share the spoils. Su Miaojin shook her head stubbornly. Li Xuanfeng sighed inwardly. Why was she so obstinate? If only she were a greedy girl. Do you know why I entered the Purple Moon secret realm with you? Li Xuanfeng decided to try persuading her again. Why? Su Miaojin asked instinctively. Because I have high hopes for you. Entering the realm was just to pass the time, but mainly I intended to help you. Li Xuanfeng said leisurely. High hopes? Help me. Su Miaojin savored the meaning of his words. Back when you withstood Yuan Shao at the Spirit Sea realm, while he was at the core condensation stage, I knew you were a peerless prodigy. Now you have endured a blow from a core-shattering cultivator without lasting harm, proving my judgment correct. If I am not mistaken, you possess some top-tier constitution. Li Xuanfeng said. Su Miaojin nodded and replied directly. I have the desolate war physique. She knew Li Xuanfeng also possessed a top-tier constitution, likely far stronger than hers. There was no harm in revealing her physique. I consider myself talented, destined to reach great heights. Yet the path of cultivation is long. Would it not be too lonely to stand at the peak alone? Thus I wish to befriend other geniuses to discuss the Tao and walk the path without solitude. It is better than facing the long years alone with the Tao, looking back to find no old friends in the desolation. Li Xuanfeng stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of melancholy on his face, as if he already saw the scene of reaching the pinnacle overlooking the universe, unmatched and lonely. Su Miaojin's body trembled. Reaching the pinnacle, walking the Tao alone. What confidence, or rather what arrogance to speak such words. The world was filled with geniuses like fish crossing a river. Countless spirited cultivators, after failing to break through to higher realms, became dejected and despairing. Faced with unattainable heights, they faded into sorrow until they fell and turned to dust, never touching those greater realms. Yet Li Xuanfeng believed he would reach the peak, even walk the Tao alone. Su Miaojin did not deny Li Xuanfeng's monstrous talent, but this claim seemed too exaggerated. However, seeing his expression as if he foresaw a melancholy future and recalling the awe-inspiring scene of his chaos sword intent, she wondered, could his words one day become reality? So when I see prodigies, I wish to invest in them. The spoils I have gained, including the heart-calming grass, are of no use to me. They just take up space in my storage ring. Since they only gather dust, why not use them to aid a peerless genius like you? Li Xuanfeng turned to look at Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin was stunned by his words. Thinking it over, it did make sense. Could a monstrous genius who comprehended chaos sword intent lack insight? At least she felt that even after healing her wounds and restoring her comprehension, she might not be able to grasp it. With such high insight, wooden items like heart-calming grass and spirit-nourishing flower be useless to him. These wonders were more effective for those with lower insight. For those already gifted, they might not even add a touch of brilliance. Brotherly means to invest in me. The resources you deem trivial are precious to me. What do you wish in return? With Li Xuanfeng speaking so plainly, Su Miaojin was indeed tempted. Cultivators trained with a clear goal to reach higher realms gain greater strength and extend their lifespan to explore vaster worlds. Thus, facing truly needed treasures, few could refuse. Yet Su Miaojin always adhered to her principles, unwilling to accept gifts easily, and if she did, she sought to repay them. For her now, items that enhanced insight were urgently needed. There is no rush for repayment. Once you become powerful, repaying me will be effortless, will it not? Li Xuanfeng smiled. Su Miaojin fell into contemplation. The stronger she grew, the more likely she could help him. Thus, raising her strength swiftly was the best choice. Though Li Xuanfeng's talent was astonishing, hers might not be so far behind as to be irreparable. Especially after healing her wounds and restoring her insight, her true talent would emerge. With effort, she could keep pace and narrow the gap. Repaying him in the future would be much easier. After a flurry of thoughts, Su Miaojin nodded. Li Xuanfeng rejoiced inwardly. Su Miaojin had finally accepted. With a thought, resources flew out from his storage ring. Li Xuanfeng did not shower Su Miaojin with all the resources at once. Doing so might startle her and prompt her to refuse again. Thus, he selected only a portion: spirit stones, cleansing spring, heart-calming grass, and soul-nourishing flower. Brotherly this. Su Miaojin had anticipated the heart-calming grass and the soul-nourishing flower. Yet the moment the spirit stones and cleansing spring appeared, she was momentarily stunned. The spirit stones were piled into a small mountain, and the 20 cubic meters of cleansing spring surged forth magnificently. Since I said I would invest in you, I certainly wouldn't be stingy, Li Xuanfeng remarked. These spirit stones were a greeting gift from senior sister Luo Li on behalf of their master Lian Yuzu. The cleansing spring was also a gift from Luo Li in her capacity as senior sister. Previously, Li Xuanfeng had used some cleansing spring for cultivation, but those were all system returns. He had not touched what Luo Li gave him. This is too much. Su Miaojin was awestruck and somewhat hesitant. The more Li Xuanfeng gave, the greater the pressure she felt. I have even better resources. Keeping these in the storage ring is useless to me. Giving them to you is perfect to avoid waste, Li Xuanfeng said casually. Su Miaojin cast him a suspicious glance. Was brotherly truly so wealthy? Yet under his urging gaze, she eventually accepted the items. Since she had already made her decision, Su Miaojin would not continue to decline. I must quickly improve my strength, shorten the gap as much as possible, so I can repay brotherly in the future. Su Miaojin thought to herself. Ding. Su Miaojin received 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. 100-fold return. You received 50 million mid-grade spirit stones and 5 million high-grade spirit stones. As the system notification sounded, Li Xuanfeng saw a massive mountain of spirit stones suddenly appear in his system space. So many spirit stones, I can't use them all, absolutely can't. Ding. Su Miaojin received 20 cubic meters of cleansing spring. 100-fold return. You received 2 cubic meters of primordial chaos liquid. What is this? Li Xuanfeng was puzzled as he gazed at the chaotic special liquid that appeared in his system space. 20 cubic meters reduced to 2 after a 100-fold return. He didn't need to guess how precious it was. By sensing the returned item with his mind, he could learn its function. With a thought from Li Xuanfeng, information about the primordial chaos liquid flooded his mind. It was a legendary treasure, the most compatible cultivation resource for the chaos sword body at the core condensation stage. It was practically tailor-made for the chaos sword body, achieving 100% absorption and eliminating bottlenecks, greatly shortening Li Xuanfeng's cultivation time, maximizing his cultivation speed. Excellent. Li Xuanfeng rejoiced inwardly. With the primordial chaos liquid, his strength could skyrocket in a short time. After absorbing it all, he might even reach the 9th level of core condensation. Ding. Su Miaojin received 12 stalks of heart-calming grass. 100-fold return. You received 1 drop of Bodhi liquid. Ding. Su Miaojin received 1 soul-nourishing flower. 100-fold return. You received 1 drop of Bodhi liquid. The system notifications rang out in succession. Li Xuanfeng saw 2 special droplets. Sensing them with his mind, he understood their purpose. Bodhi liquid essence extracted from the Bodhi tree trunk had a remarkable effect on enhancing enlightenment. Very good. Li Xuanfeng was quite satisfied with this harvest. I won't disturb you now. Focus on healing. The 5th level of core condensation is still somewhat lacking. I plan to cultivate and break through. Li Xuanfeng said to Su Miaojin. She was somewhat surprised. In half a month, he had advanced 2 levels, and now he was preparing to break through to the 6th level of core condensation. Such talent was truly terrifying. Su Miaojin found a clean stone slab, took out a cushion, and sat down. After swallowing a few pills, she began to sit cross-legged and meditate to heal. Although the vitality of core condensation cultivators wasn't as formidable as that of core-shattering cultivators, their recovery was still robust. Su Miaojin's injuries were not critical, and with her desolate war physique, she would be fully healed in one night. Meanwhile, Li Xuanfeng set up a small isolation array. Then he took a bathtub from his storage ring. Filling it with primordial chaos liquid, he stripped off his clothes and entered to cultivate. Activating the Great Sage Sword Art, the primordial chaos liquid was absorbed into his body, flowing through every corner, strengthening his flesh and tempering his inner core. Time passed imperceptibly. The next morning, Su Miaojin, who had been meditating, opened her eyes. Her injuries were fully healed. She looked toward Li Xuanfeng's location, but the small isolation array blocked her sight and spiritual sense, preventing her from seeing what he was doing. Ill-refined, the heart-calming grass and soul-nourishing flower. Su Miaojin focused her mind. With her desolate war physique, her absorption efficiency was also high. By evening, Su Miaojin had fully refined and absorbed all the heart-calming grass and soul-nourishing flower. Her mind felt cool and clear, her spiritual sense ethereal, as if she were floating in bliss. Indeed, it takes such wonders to enhance enlightenment. My soul wounds have healed considerably. Su Miaojin clenched her small fists and murmured with excitement. At the same time, a system notification echoed in Li Xuanfeng's mind. Ding! Su Miaojin's soul wounds partially healed, enlightenment greatly enhanced. 50-fold return. Your enlightenment has been significantly improved. While cultivating, Li Xuanfeng felt his head turn cool and ethereal, his soul seemingly about to ascend to immortality. That exquisite sensation was beyond words. So her soul was injured. Li Xuanfeng realized at that moment why Su Miaojin had come to the secret realm, seeking enlightenment-enhancing treasures. It seems her wounds haven't fully healed. They'll help her after my breakthrough, Li Xuanfeng thought. He intended to absorb all the primordial chaos liquid in one go. That morning, he had already broken through to the 6th level of core condensation. However, the isolation array had concealed the energy fluctuations from his breakthrough, so Su Miaojin was unaware. It seems Brotherly won't break through to the 6th level anytime soon. He'll seize the time to cultivate as well. Unable to sense any movement from Li Xuanfeng, Su Miaojin began to cultivate on her own. 2 more days passed. Li Xuanfeng successfully absorbed all the primordial chaos liquid, reaching the peak of the 9th level of core condensation. Thus 4 days had elapsed since they entered the Purple Moon secret realm. Indeed, the most suitable cultivation resource for the chaos sword body at this stage. Feeling the surging power within him, Li Xuanfeng couldn't help but marvel. With the chaos sword body and primordial chaos liquid combined, everything flowed naturally, without even a bottleneck. In 3 days, he had advanced from the 5th level to the peak of the 9th level of core condensation. I can't break through to core shattering for now, so I'll comprehend the sword intent, Li Xuanfeng decided. He took out the 2 drops of Bodhi liquid absorbed and refined them, further enhancing his enlightenment. He then consumed all the sword intent pills at once. He wanted to see if, with his current enlightenment, he could advance the chaos sword intent by another level. Leveraging the natural advantage of the chaos sword body, comprehending chaos sword intent was as easy as possible. A day later, boom, a vast wave of sword intent surged forth, rendering even the isolation array ineffective. This is... Su Miaojin, who had been meditating, was jolted awake. The vast chaos sword intent was immeasurably stronger than what Li Xuanfeng had displayed before. Su Miaojin felt the sword intent was like a raging, turbulent ocean, and she was but a fragile leaf adrift on the verge of being engulfed by the monstrous waves. Feelings of insignificance, terror, and helplessness sprouted within her heart. She couldn't even muster the courage to resist. How terrifying. Su Miaojin's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Whoosh. The isolation array was withdrawn. Li Xuanfeng walked out slowly. This seclusion had lasted 3 days. His realm had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of core condensation, and his chaos sword intent had advanced continuously, reaching 30%. Brotherly, what realm are you at now? Watching him walk out of the isolation array with his aura restrained, Su Miaojin couldn't help but ask. She felt that Li Xuanfeng's improvement in sword intent was not as simple as it seemed. His cultivation realm must have advanced as well. Only 1 step away from the Broken Dan realm. Li Xuanfeng smiled. With the chaos sword body matched with the primordial liquid, the speed of cultivation will exceed everyone's imagination. There won't even be a bottleneck. Wah! What? Su Miaojin was shocked, her mouth slightly agape as she stared at Li Xuanfeng. Just one step away, and he would reach the 9th layer of the Dan Formation realm. She had thought Li Xuanfeng was merely breaking through from the 5th to the 6th layer of the Dan Formation realm. To her surprise, he had directly reached the 9th layer, just one step away from the Broken Dan realm. What kind of monstrous talent was this? She knew Li Xuanfeng was a genius, but she didn't expect his abilities to be so exaggerated, so abnormal, and so hard to comprehend. Then, what about your sword intent? Su Miaojin couldn't help but ask with curiosity. She felt that the sword intent just now was immensely vast, far stronger than what he had shown when he killed a first-layer Broken Dan cultivator. But how much stronger Su Miaojin could not discern. Each increase in sword intent's effectiveness was not simply a doubling of power, but an increase by several times. 30%. Li Xuanfeng did not hide it. Boom. Su Miaojin felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in her mind, temporarily robbing her of her ability to think. With the 9th layer of the Dan Formation realm, and an additional 30% Chaos Sword intent, how powerful had Li Xuanfeng become? One must remember he already had the ability to kill a first-layer Broken Dan cultivator. Now how many layers of Broken Dan cultivators could he kill? Su Miaojin opened her mouth, but ultimately could not speak. Previously, she had been thinking about recovering from her injuries and improving her comprehension to narrow the gap with Li Xuanfeng. Now it seemed that the gap had widened to an unbridgeable extent. Though she had also been in seclusion, she hadn't even managed to break through a single layer. Remembering what Li Xuanfeng had said 3 days ago about reaching the pinnacle and accompanying the Tao, Su Miaojin felt more convinced. Ding! Su Miaojin's cultivation has improved, reaching the mid-stage of the 1st layer of the Dan Formation realm. With a 50-fold return, her cultivation received a slight boost. Although Su Miaojin hadn't broken through to the 2nd layer of the Dan Formation realm, it didn't mean her cultivation progress over the past few days was non-existent. Li Xuanfeng's aura vibrated as the inner Dan with 9 perfect patterns trembled, releasing strands of energy that reinforced his muscles and blood. His realm still remained at the 9th layer of the Dan Formation realm. Su Miaojin's return had not allowed him to break through to the Broken Dan realm. After all, the gap between the two was too vast. Even a 50-fold return wasn't particularly significant for Li Xuanfeng. However, the inner Dan was already showing signs of shattering and nourishing his entire body, meaning Li Xuanfeng was half a foot into the threshold of the Broken Dan realm. Calculating the time, there are still 2 days before the ZUS secret realm closes. The resources might have been mostly scavenged. Next, let's see how lucky we are, and if we can find some more treasures that can enhance our comprehension. Li Xuanfeng looked at Su Miaojin, whose face still bore a trace of shock, and said, they had delayed here for a few days, and most areas of the secret realm had probably already been searched by other cultivators. The chances of finding treasures that could enhance comprehension were certainly not as high as before. However, with Li Xuanfeng's blazing golden eyes, he had a significant advantage in treasure hunting, and finding similar items to the tranquil heartgrass and spirit-nourishing flower within 2 days was not impossible. It's a pity that the most precious Bodhi enlightenment spring in the secret realm is covered by a formation, making it impossible to break through. Su Miaojin said with some regret. When she mentioned the Bodhi enlightenment spring, her face was filled with yearning. The treasures that could enhance comprehension within the ZUS secret realm were all mutated from spirit plants that absorbed the Bodhi enlightenment spring. One can imagine how powerful the Bodhi enlightenment spring itself was. If she could obtain it, her soul injuries would surely heal. Not only would her original comprehension be restored, but it was also very likely to increase significantly. It's a pity that the formation was too strong to break through with brute force. Let's head towards the center of the secret realm and see that so-called Bodhi enlightenment spring. Li Xuanfeng made the decision. Su Miaojin nodded, and the two soared into the sky towards the direction where the Bodhi enlightenment spring was located. One used the secret technique of the blazing golden eyes, while the other took out a treasure-seeking compass. They flew for hundreds of miles without finding anything. Somewhere in the direction Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaojin were heading, in a tranquil valley, a beautiful flower resembling a snow lotus bloomed. It was indeed the spirit-nourishing flower. Next to the spirit-nourishing flower coiled an enormous python of impressive size. It was a 5th-tier intermediate demon beast, the Black Shin Python. A young man hid in the dense treetops nearby, holding his breath and quietly observing. No mistake, that is definitely the spirit-nourishing flower. It's a pity there's a 5th-tier demon beast in the way. The young man was coveting the spirit-nourishing flower. Unfortunately, he was only at the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm, and that Black Shin Python could kill him dozens of times with a single tail swipe. Let alone confronting the Black Shin Python hidden, he didn't even dare to attract its attention. Should I ask him for help? A thought sprang up in the young man's mind, followed by extreme hesitation. If Li Xuanfeng were here, he would definitely recognize this young man. This person was the same youth who had promised to bring the 9th layer Dan Formation Elder into the secret realm at the entrance. The elder had promised that as long as someone was willing to take him into the secret realm, he would reward them with a 4th-tier superior spirit weapon. However, after the youth brought him in, the elder did not fulfill his promise, saying he would give it to him after leaving the secret realm. He also left him a communication stone instructing that if he encountered any treasures that could enhance comprehension, he should contact him. He would come to help. The youth had previously encountered a tranquil heart grass, but also found that a 6th-layer spiritual sea cultivator had discovered it. He could not compete with the other, so he contacted the elder via the communication stone. The elder arrived and successfully seized the tranquil heart grass. However, the elder did not give the tranquil heart grass to the youth, saying he would keep it for him first and give it along with the 4th-tier superior spirit weapon after leaving the secret realm. The youth understood by now that he had been deceived by the elder. The claim of keeping the tranquil heart grass might mean the elder had already secretly refined it somewhere. As for the 4th-tier superior spirit weapon, it was likely just an empty promise. Forget it, I won't contact him. I can't get it, and he shouldn't expect to get it either. The youth gritted his teeth. Whoosh. Just then 2 streaks of light flew over. They were 2 4th-layer Dan formation cultivators. Upon discovering the spirit-nourishing flower, the 2 engaged in battle with the black Xian python. Perhaps neither side wanted to harm the spirit-nourishing flower, and the 2 cultivators and the python soared into the sky to fight. An opportunity has come. The youth's eyes lit up. He was relatively far from the spirit-nourishing flower, and he had a small item that shielded his perception, so he was well hidden. Those 2 cultivators should not have noticed him. Thus, he stealthily approached the spirit-nourishing flower. Boom, boom. Intense fluctuations came from the high altitude. The 2 cultivators and the python were locked in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Good, keep it up like this. The youth was excited. However, just as he was gradually getting closer to the spirit-nourishing flower, whoosh, whoosh, a man and a woman flew low, slowly approaching the area. It was Xuanfeng and Xuanfeng. Damn it, more people are coming again. The youth's face was filled with anger. A glow of runes lit up in his eyes. He had a small technique to sense the realm of other cultivators. Xuanfeng and Xuanfeng both had means to shield themselves, so he couldn't discern their exact realms, but he could be certain that both were definitely at the Dan formation realm. In short, he could not afford to provoke them. I don't know their exact power level, but regardless of whether they are overwhelmingly strong or in a stalemate, I have no chance. Damn it, since I can't get it, then I'll destroy it and make them fight. The youth had had bad luck these past few days, and his harvest was average. The only tranquil heart grass he had encountered had been taken by the elder, and the promised 4th-tier superior spirit weapon had also not materialized, causing a bit of anger to brew in his heart. Just when he finally saw hope of obtaining the spirit-nourishing flower, he didn't expect 2 Dan formation realm cultivators to appear out of nowhere. As a spiritual sea realm cultivator, he had no chance. In that case, let's call the elder. Let them fight. So the youth took out the communication stone. Old senior, come quickly, I have discovered a spirit-nourishing flower. The 5th-tier demon beast guarding it is currently battling other cultivators. Hurry. Within the communication stone was the divine sense imprint of an old man, allowing him to perceive the youth's approximate location. Boom. The 2 individuals and the python continued their fierce battle. However, with the appearance of Xuanfeng and Xuanfeng, the battle subsided. Both sides tacitly lowered their altitude and moved closer to Xuanfeng and Xuanfeng, intending to join forces against them first. Neither the 2 cultivators nor the black profound python wished to let others reap the benefits. Xuanfeng and Xuanfeng glanced at the battling duo and python in the sky, completely unconcerned. The hidden youth did not escape their divine sense either. A mere minor cultivator at the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm, trying to fish in troubled waters, was perhaps wishful thinking. Ha ha, little one, you are truly my lucky star. Where is the spirit-nourishing flower? This old man is coming. In just a moment, spiritual energy carried an excited voice from the horizon. A streak of light shot across the sky at an astonishing speed. It was the old man at the 9th-layer peak of the condensing core realm. The old man was about 20 li away, a distance that was nothing for a 9th-layer condensing core cultivator who could cover it in a few breaths. He had set up a concealing array in a cave to meditate and refine the heart-calming grass. Upon hearing the youth's message through the communication stone, he came. His aura surged unabashedly, as if telling others not to covet his spirit-nourishing flower. 2 4th-layer condensing core cultivators and a 5th-rank mid-grade black profound python. Not bad, not bad. This old man has his eyes set on that spirit-nourishing flower. Stop your squabbling. His voice arrived before his person. Vast spiritual energy swept like dark clouds, overshadowing the sun and inspiring awe. This, the 9th-layer peak of the condensing core realm. The 2 4th-layer condensing core cultivators fighting the black, profound python changed color and immediately halted their battle, pulling back. These 2 plus the black profound python were nothing more than a slap away for a 9th-layer peak condensing core cultivator. There was no need to vie for the spirit-nourishing flower anymore. Being oblivious to the situation would likely cost them their lives. The old man's speeding form in the sky abruptly halted. Damn, you've misled me, boy. The old man's eyes bulged with shock and fury, but more than that with fear. For he saw two familiar faces, Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaozhen. Su Miaozhen was nothing special. Beautiful indeed, but her strength posed no threat to him. The key was Li Xuanfeng, that terrifying prodigy, who had comprehended the chaotic sword intent and slain a shattering core realm cultivator with a single strike. That dreadful scene was still fresh in his memory. He had just received the youth's message and was overjoyed, compounded by the intense battle fluctuations between the two cultivators and the python. Distracted, he hadn't noticed Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaozhen mistaking them for ordinary condensing core cultivators. Upon recognizing them now, every hair on his body stood on end, his gray hair bristling like a startled cat's fur. The vast spiritual energy in the sky rolled back, losing all its former momentum. Without a word, the old man turned and fled. Compete for treasures with someone who could annihilate a shattering core cultivator in an instant. Not even 100-fold courage would dare. The youth below was utterly stunned. The old senior had fled. The other two condensing core cultivators and the black profound python were equally bewildered. What could terrify a 9th-layer peak condensing core cultivator so? The next moment they understood. Since you're here, why not take a rest? Li Xuanfeng's calm voice rang out. His aura was serene. He neither actively released his 9th-layer peak condensing core aura nor his sword intent. Just a plain indifferent sentence made the fleeing old man halt mid-flight, too afraid to continue. The old man turned stiffly, forcing a smile on his aged face. Moss, young master, what are your orders? Trembling with fear, he nevertheless had to fly back toward Li Xuanfeng. Li Xuanfeng did not forcibly detain him. A single light remark made him stop voluntarily. Because the old man dared not gamble. He feared that if he continued to flee, the chaotic sword intent would strike him. An attack that even a shattering core cultivator couldn't withstand. If it hit him, would he die 1,000 times over? Trembling, the old man landed. His face contorted into a fawning smile. Already slightly stooped, he now seemed even more bent. You said you were determined to have this spirit-nourishing flower. Li Xuanfeng looked at the old man. I dare not, I dare not. This old man was momentarily blind and did not know you were here, young master. Had I known, not even 10,000 boldness would have allowed me to covet this spirit-nourishing flower in the slightest. The old man wore a sycophantic smile, bowing deeply, his demeanor utterly submissive. But a few days ago I saw you were quite interested in another spirit-nourishing flower. Li Xuanfeng looked at him with a half-smile. When he had slain Elder Run and Wu Minghua back, then this old man had watched from afar, only to be so terrified by his chaotic sword intent that he fled in a flash. Thump! The old man's face turned ashen with terror, cold sweat pouring down as he fell to his knees with a thud. Forgive me, young master. Forgive me. This old man was awed by your divine might, scared out of his wits, and could not bear the pressure, so he chose to leave. Had I known this young lady was connected to you, I would never have dared entertain any thoughts about that spirit-nourishing flower. The old man's gray beard trembled, his body drenched in cold sweat. Back then, when Su Miaozhen and Wu Minghua fought over the spirit-nourishing flower, he happened to be nearby, hoping to snatch an easy gain. But he was frightened away by the shattering core Elder Ren and failed to get the prize. His mind raced, desperately recalling if he had ever spoken harshly to Li Xuanfeng or Su Miaozhen. Realizing he had neither attacked them nor said anything offensive, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. This old man's entire fortune is in this storage ring, and I wish to offer it all to you, young master. The old man decisively tossed his storage ring. Though he seemed not to have offended them, he still feared Li Xuanfeng's unpredictable temperament. He dreaded that Li Xuanfeng might be bloodthirsty and now grasped at any straw for survival. He only hoped Li Xuanfeng would not harbor murderous intent toward him. Other cultivators feared him, but he feared Li Xuanfeng. The weak were often so humble before the strong, their lives hanging by a thread at the other's whim. We are also willing to offer our entire fortunes. 3 more storage rings flew toward Li Xuanfeng. Seeing even the 9th-layer peak condensing core old man so terrified, they finally understood the young man's dreadfulness. A shattering core cultivator, surely only that could frighten a 9th-layer peak condensing core cultivator so. The 3 thought to themselves. Though a mere step separated the 9th-layer peak condensing core from the shattering core realm, that single step had held back countless brilliant cultivators. Many could never cross it in their lifetime. The disparity in strength was vast except for those extraordinary prodigies who could defy levels. An ordinary 9th-layer peak condensing core cultivator was nothing but fodder before a shattering core cultivator. The youth at the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm was now shaking like a leaf. After tossing over his storage ring, he kept kowtowing, begging for mercy. The black profound python also docilely prostrated itself, sending Li Xuanfeng thoughts of willingly becoming his mount. Witnessing this, Li Xianfeng was momentarily speechless. However, his divine sense swept through the storage rings, finding nothing of interest. With a casual wave, the rings flew back to their owners. Their so-called fortunes were beneath his notice, reminding Li Xianfeng of the days before he had bound the system. Seeing Li Xianfeng take nothing, the group grew even more anxious, trembling with fear. "You may go." Li Xianfeng waved his hand. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Lord." The cultivators rejoiced, inwardly expressing their gratitude repeatedly. Li Xianfeng said no more. Such was the cultivation world, where no rigid laws could bind cultivators. What restrained them were only stronger cultivators. The lives of many weaklings hung on a whim of the powerful. To have confidence and not grovel before stronger beings, one must either be powerful oneself or come from an extraordinary background with backing. Clearly, these individuals were far weaker than Li Xianfeng and lacked sufficient backing, hence their extreme humility. Just as they were about to leave after thanking Li Xianfeng for sparing their lives, the spiritual energy in the realm suddenly surged. Though the secret realm was still in daylight, a purple moon appeared out of nowhere in the sky. In an instant, everyone felt their divine sense suppressed. What is this? Hasn't night fallen yet? Why has the violet moon suddenly appeared? What's happening? Several cultivators were startled. The same reaction rippled through other cultivators across the secret realm. Li Xianfeng silently gazed at the violet moon. His divine sense was indeed suppressed to a certain extent. Yet now, with his strength surging and being merely a step away from the core-shattering realm, his divine sense was immensely powerful. The violet moon's influence on him was nearly negligible. The formation, someone must have affected the formation, Su Miaozhen declared. Though she had not specialized in the Tao of formations, she possessed a fair degree of mastery in it. Coupled with her extensive knowledge of the violet moon's secret realm, she managed to deduce certain things. Is it the formation controlling the Bodhi enlightenment spring? A cultivator at the fourth layer of the condensation core realm asked instinctively. But no sooner had he spoken than he regretted it, fearing his unnecessary question might displease the other party. Su Miaozhen, however, paid it no mind. She nodded and said, "There is only one grand formation within the violet moon's secret realm, the core formation that governs the Bodhi enlightenment spring. Legend has it that this formation boasts formidable defenses, likely only breakable by a cultivator at the divine transformation realm. This might be why the secret realm restricts entry to those at or above that level. Though cultivators below the divine transformation realm cannot breach it by brute force, those well-versed in formations might yet find an opportunity to open a gap. However, this is an exceedingly difficult task, requiring the combined efforts of several formation masters to stand a chance." As Su Miaozhen spoke, Li Xianfeng recalled the intelligence given to him by the three spiritual sea realm cultivators before he slew the cave master of the heavenly spear cave. They had said that for decades the withered profound sect had been collecting tokens to enter the violet moon's secret realm. With the realm now open, they had brought in numerous formation masters to crack the formation. The current anomaly of the violet moon was likely linked to them. Since someone can affect the formation, there might indeed be a chance to obtain the Bodhi enlightenment spring. In that case, I must go and see. Li Xianfeng mused to himself. Whether it was the tranquility herb, the crimson heart fruit, or the spirit-nourishing flower, none could rival the preciousness of the Bodhi enlightenment spring. Given the opportunity, Li Xianfeng naturally would not let it slip away. Just as his thoughts settled, the violet moon in the sky suddenly emitted a peculiar ripple. Immediately after, a strand of divine thought emanated from the violet moon, spreading across every corner of the secret realm. "Fellow Taoists, the core formation of the realm has been partially cracked by us. Now only the final few array patterns separate us from the Bodhi enlightenment spring. Our strength alone is insufficient to break through in the remaining 2 days. We require the aid of all fellow cultivators to attack together. When we obtain the Bodhi enlightenment spring, every contributor shall have a share. Interested Taoists, hasten to the center of the realm and lend us your aid." The divine thought, amplified by the violet moon, spread across most of the secret realm. Many cultivators, whether searching for treasures or meditating, were taken aback. After a brief moment of consideration, streaks of light soared into the sky, rushing toward the realm's center. The ability to transmit divine thoughts across the secret realm via the violet moon indicated that the sender had indeed partially deciphered the formation. As for the promise of a share for every contributor, its truthfulness was temporarily set aside by the crowd. To many cultivators, the Bodhi enlightenment spring held an almost fatal allure. Previously, knowing the formation was unbreakable, their sights had been set on heavenly treasures that enhanced enlightenment. Now, with the prospect of obtaining the Bodhi enlightenment spring, they felt compelled to investigate. Even a glimmer of hope was enough for many to risk the venture. The cultivators before Li Xianfeng were also tempted. Yet, given the circumstances, with Li Xianfeng unmoved, they dared not leave. Li Xianfeng understood their thoughts and casually waved his hand. After another round of profuse thanks, they departed. Li Xuanfeng, however, was in no hurry to leave. The The spirit-nourishing flower was still about a quarter of an hour from full bloom. Only at its peak would its effects be most potent. Leaving aside whether the message conveyed by the divine thought was true, even if it were, the formation would likely not be broken anytime soon. What connection does this violet moon have with the formation? Li Xuanfeng turned to Su Miaozhen. He knew that before entering the secret realm, she had gathered considerable intelligence and certainly understood formations far better than he did. The formation is linked to the realm's entire vein of earth energy, facilitating the distribution of the Bodhi enlightenment spring to various locations. The violet moon is part of the formation, or rather a projection of its core array. The violet moon can suppress cultivators' divine sense. However, if one enters the formation center and communicates with the core array, they can also use the violet moon to amplify their own divine sense. Su Miaozhen explained. Li Xuanfeng nodded inwardly. It seemed the violet moon was a divine sense amplifier. Much like a horn amplifies sound, it magnified divine thoughts and transmitted them across the secret realm. I've heard the violet moon also serves to monitor most of the secret realm. Those who control the core array can observe other cultivators through the violet moon and project what they see. In essence, it allows them to oversee nearly every movement within the realm. Su Miaozhen added. So the person who transmitted the divine thought through the violet moon can see us. Li Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow. If they have already taken control of the core array and are currently observing this area, then yes, they can see us. Su Miaozhen nodded. However, whether the violet moon has other functions remains unknown. She added that the information about the formation came from formation masters who had entered the realm decades ago, piecing together what they could. But those individuals had never truly unlocked the formation or successfully taken control of it. Thus, any additional functions of the violet moon were still a mystery. Li Xuanfeng nodded. Using his system, he checked the color of his own fate. It remained a chaotic hue, indicating that regardless of any unknown functions the violet moon might possess, he would not encounter danger. Or rather, even if danger existed, it posed no real threat to him. He then checked Su Miaozhen's fate. A golden radiance emanated from her, signifying that she too would face no peril. Once the spirit-nourishing flower is in full bloom, we shall head to the realm's center to see what is happening. Sensing the flower's energy growing increasingly dense, Li Xuanfeng spoke. Su Miaozhen nodded, equally intrigued by the Bodhi enlightenment spring. At the center of the secret realm, an invisible formation shrouded the basin. Formation masters one after another chanted incantations and channeled spiritual energy into the formation. Unlike before, the formation now bore a gap large enough for a single person to pass through. A young man clad in a red robe stepped through the gap and entered the formation. At its very heart stood an ancient well within which a clear spring bubbled gently. Within the spring lay a violet stone round like the full moon. The void around the well shimmered with intricate and profound formation patterns, barring outsiders from approaching the Bodhi enlightenment spring. The red-robed young man pressed his hand against the formation patterns. Array lines flowed from his palm, successfully establishing a connection with the violet round stone in the spring. The violet moon in the sky above the secret realm was the projection of that very violet stone. Just moments ago, he had successfully communicated with the stone and transmitted his divine thought through the violet moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of light flew in from all directions as cultivators landed on the mountain peaks surrounding the basin. When they saw the red-robed young man already within the grand formation, merely a step away from the Bodhi enlightenment spring, everyone was seized with excitement. The core formation has truly been breached. Indeed, only the final array patterns remain to be unraveled before we can claim the Bodhi enlightenment spring. We are but a single step from the supreme treasure. Excellent, excellent. As time passed, more cultivators arrived. So it is the elders of the withered profound sect and true disciple Jing of the blood fiend sect who possess such skill to crack the formation. No wonder, with true disciple Jing of the blood fiend sect taking action, it is hardly surprising that the formation has been broken. Among the crowd, many were well informed and recognized the identities of the red-robed young man and the formation masters. True disciple Jing Wui, a true disciple of the blood fiend sect. It was said that in merely 250 years, he had cultivated to the fourth layer of the core-shattering realm. Not only was his cultivation talent astonishing, but he also possessed remarkable skill in the Tao of formations. Fellow Taoists, are any of you versed in formations? Join me in breaking these final array patterns. When the time comes, the Bodhi enlightenment spring will be distributed according to each person's contribution. At the center of the formation, beside the ancient well, Jing Wui, clad in a red robe, addressed the throng of cultivators gathered on the surrounding peaks. Elder Wu, who had been chanting incantations to crack the formation, could barely contain his excitement upon hearing this. The moment Jing Wui had promised him had finally arrived. Beyond gathering the cultivators to assist in breaking the formation, there was another purpose to avenge him. to find the true culprit behind the deaths of Elder Ren and Wu Minghua. Elder Wu had been suppressing his rage for days. His wife Elder Ren and his grandson Wu Minghua had been slain, yet he remained clueless about the killer's identity. Had it not been for the authority of Jing Wui, he would have launched an investigation long ago. However, Jing Wui promised to uncover the true culprit, so Elder Wu forcibly quelled his fury and devoted himself to breaking the formation. Now the moment to seek the truth was drawing near. How could he not be stirred? The other cultivators, unaware of Elder Wu's inner turmoil, felt enticed by Jing Wui's invitation. But the requirement was for formation masters, which meant a certain group would inevitably be barred from the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. Though I have toiled in cultivation, I have never neglected the path of formations. Perhaps I can assist true disciple Jing. I have delved deeply into formations and can help true disciple Jing unravel the final array patterns. One after another, cultivators who also practiced formations stepped forward. Regardless of their actual skill in formations, they all wished to try. A treasure like the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. Even a mere portion would be worth the effort. Observing the eager crowd, Jing Wui merely nodded slightly. He was the commander and main force in dismantling the formation, and he could perceive how much effort each person contributed. None could coast by unnoticed. Moreover, once the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring was obtained, the final say on how much to distribute to others rested entirely with him. True disciple Jing, though we are ignorant of formations, we possess brute strength. If there is any need, just command us, declared a cultivator at the first layer of the Shattered Core realm. Gazing at the gurgling Bodhi Enlightenment Spring, his heart stirred with desire, yet he knew nothing of formations. Indeed, true disciple Jing, if you require brute force to break the formation, simply speak, and we shall not refuse. If spiritual energy support is needed, true disciple Jing may call upon us at any time. A chorus of cultivators voiced their offers. Everyone, do not be hasty. Once I obtain the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring, I will set aside a portion as a reward for your assistance in a certain matter. Jing Wui remarked calmly. He then ignored the crowd, focusing entirely on breaking the formation. His words, however, plunged many into speculation. A task for him. What could it be? Could it be dangerous? Regardless, well, no, once true disciple Jing shatters the formation. Since he said that we too have a chance to obtain the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. The cultivators buzzed with discussion, all guessing what the task Jing Wui mentioned might entail. Whoosh, whoosh. As time passed, more cultivators continued to arrive. With the aid of the formation masters, the array patterns obstructing Jing Wui were gradually eroded away. Elsewhere, the soul-nourishing flower that Li Xuanfeng had been patiently waiting for finally fully bloomed. It's ready. He plucked the flower, and with a gentle wave of his hand sent it drifting towards Su Miaojin. Refine it now while its effects are at their peak, Li Xuanfeng urged. As a desolate war physique, Su Miaojin's absorption efficiency was high, and refining this flower would not take long. Brotherly. Su Miaojin's beautiful eyes fixed on Li Xuanfeng as if to speak, but he cut her off. Spare the unnecessary words. This thing is useless to me. Refining it would only waste my time. Li Xuanfeng formed a sword gesture with 2 fingers, wisps of chaotic sword intent coiling around them. All right. Su Miaojin gave Li Xuanfeng a deep look before accepting the soul-nourishing flower. The chaotic sword intent spoke for itself. In her view, Li Xuanfeng's comprehension truly did not require such an aid. Ding. Su Miaojin has obtained a soul-nourishing flower. 100-fold return, you have received a drop of Bodhi liquid. The system notification echoed in his mind. Wait, I have another fine treasure here. Refine it along with the flower. Li Xuanfeng called out to Su Miaojin, who was about to sit cross-legged and begin refining. Under her puzzled gaze, he produced a drop of liquid that emanated a wondrous ripple, as if capable of elevating one's soul. This? What is this? Su Miaojin's breath quickened slightly, her clear, beautiful eyes fixed intently on the Bodhi liquid. This is Bodhi liquid, a marvel that can enhance enlightenment. Refine it together with the soul-nourishing flower. Li Xuanfeng explained. Items returned by the system, if given to Su Miaojin, would not yield another return for him. However, if her enlightenment improved through the Bodhi liquid, he would still receive a return. Bodhi liquid. Su Miaojin's face was etched with astonishment. Though she had never seen such a wonder, she had heard of its renown. Say nothing more. Refine and absorb it immediately. Fearing she might deem the treasure too precious and refuse, Li Xuanfeng preemptively bolstered her resolve. Su Miaojin took a deep breath, steadying her shock. Her eyes brimming with inexpressible emotion, she gave Li Xuanfeng one last look before solemnly accepting it. Brother Li's talent is so monstrous that narrowing the gap between us seems daunting. How can I ever repay him? When he reaches the pinnacle of power, even if I become a formidable expert, can I truly repay this debt of gratitude? Oi. Could it be that only offering myself will suffice? But would Brother Li even find me worthy? What am I even thinking? Su Miaojin's thoughts churned, her heart unsettled, her cheeks flushing. Finally, she forced the notions aside and began to refine the soul-nourishing flower and Bodhi liquid. Meanwhile, Li Xuanfeng bored toyed with the black profound serpent. The massive python which had stood upright like a wall suddenly shrank to a few inches. It voluntarily coiled around Li Xuanfeng's finger, nuzzling affectionately, utterly devoid of the dignity expected of a fifth-tier beast. Oh, a female serpent. Li Xuanfeng only then noticed that the black profound serpent was female. But I don't share that certain someone's peculiar tastes, he mused inwardly. A white serpent could transform into Lady White, but could a black one become a Lady Black? The mere thought made Li Xuanfeng shiver. In truth, the main issue was that he couldn't take creatures from the secret realm out with him. Otherwise, keeping it as a mount wouldn't be bad. He waited in silence. Before even an incense stick's time had passed, Su Miaojin had finished refining both items. With the aid of the two wonders, her injuries mended further, and her enlightenment was elevated to a degree. She was now close to full recovery. Ding. Su Maya's hen's soul wound is partially healed, and her enlightenment has been greatly enhanced. 50-fold return. Your enlightenment has been vastly improved. As the system notification chimed, the familiar ethereal sensation descended upon his mind, his soul seeming to float aloft. With his current enlightenment, Li Xuanfeng was now on par with true prodigies. Coupled with his astonishing bone structure, few peerless geniuses in this world could rival him. Let's go. Let's check out the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. Seeing Su Miaojin finish refining, Li Xuanfeng turned to her. The black serpent hissed twice on his fingertip, then voluntarily expanded back to its massive form, ready to carry him. Li Xuanfeng did not refuse and beckoned Su Miaojin to join him atop the serpent's enormous head. The black profound serpent shot into the air with a whoosh, speeding toward the heart of the secret realm. Meanwhile, Jing Wui and the others were nearing the end of their formation-breaking efforts. Almost there. Gazing at the nearly dissolved array patterns before him, Jing Wui maintained a composed facade, but was elated inside. Finally, with the last array pattern dissolved, the obstacle blocking Jing Wui vanished completely. The gurgling spring water released a refreshing, soul-soothing aura. Success. The formation is broken. Excellent. The cultivators rejoiced. Had it not been for their fear of Jing Wui's strength and the powerful formation masters of the withered profound sect, many would have charged in to seize the spring. Everyone remain calm. I will distribute the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. Jing Wui's indifferent voice spread in all directions, accompanied by the pressure of his fourth layer shattered core realm. Instantly, the entire crowd fell silent. Despite their excitement, few dared to act recklessly in the face of such overwhelming power. Jing Wui was not alone. Many elders of the withered profound sect followed his commands. Thus no one dared to be impulsive. Seeing the situation firmly under control, Jing Wui allowed a faint smile to appear. Under countless gazes, Jing Wui waved his hand, and the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring in the ancient well was lifted entirely by an invisible force suspended in the air. It roiled and undulated majestically. Countless cultivators watched with burning envy. This formation is connected to the earth's veins, and beneath the well lies an underground river. Most of the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring has been diluted and dispersed across the secret realm. Thus, the pure Bodhi Enlightenment Spring amounts to 36 cubic measures. Jing Wui waved his arm, and the suspended spring flowed like a river. Many cultivators' mouths went dry, yearning to store it all in their rings. Before distributing the spring, I must ask you all to assist me with a task. Jing Wui's gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke calmly. Hearing this, Elder Wu clenched his fists. The moment had finally arrived. Previously, Elder Ren, wife of Elder Wu Hosheng of the withered profound sect, and his grandson Wu Minghua were murdered. Does anyone know who the killer is? Jing Wui's voice was not loud, but carried by spiritual energy. It reached the ears of every cultivator present. What? Elder Ren has been murdered. This. I remember she was at the first level of the broken core realm. Who could have killed her? Cultivators who knew something about Elder Ren were all deeply shocked. The vitality of cultivators in the broken core realm was extremely tenacious. Defeating them, let alone killing them, was no easy feat for ordinary people. The Violet Moon secret realm had restrictions. If only cultivators below the divine molting realm could enter. Thus, the highest realm here was the broken core realm. Of course, even among those in the broken core realm, strength varied. Since someone could kill Elder Ren who was at the first level of the broken core realm, the killer's strength must have been at least on par with hers. More likely it was even higher. This narrowed down the scope considerably. Perhaps some of you do not recognize Elder Ren and Wu Minghua. Allow me to show you their appearances. As he spoke, Jing Wui looked at Wu Hosheng. Wu Hosheng understood immediately. With a wave of his hand, the silhouettes of Elder Ren and Wu Minghua condensed in midair, visible to all. If anyone present can identify the murderer, I will reward you with half a square of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. Jing Wui declared coolly. This half a square of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring was not actually from him, but willingly offered by Elder Wu from his own share. Half a square of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. Many cultivators felt their hearts pound wildly, swallowing secretly as their breaths grew ragged. It is not only cultivators in the Broken Core realm who can kill those of the same realm. I believe everyone here has some trump cards. Some cultivators with extraordinary origins might be able to threaten those in the Broken Core realm using their hidden cards. But rest assured, if you can identify the murderer, you need not fear any background they might have. I, as a true disciple, will personally protect you. Jing Huai's calm voice was filled with absolute confidence. He himself was at the 4th level of the Broken Core realm. If no one present was concealing their cultivation level, he was the highest realm cultivator here. Added to that were the numerous formation masters of the Withered Profound Sect, among whom there were 7 at the Elder level. All 7 were in the Broken Core realm. The remaining 17 formation masters were all in the Condensed Core realm. Such a formidable force was unparalleled within the entire secret realm. Therefore, when Jing Wui said he would protect someone, it was absolutely without question. This was also why, despite the intense desire to seize the treasure, when they saw Jing Wui take out 36 squares of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring, no one dared to act. Who exactly killed Elder Ren? If it wasn't someone of a higher realm, then it must be someone with a strong background who used some trump card to kill her. A trump card capable of killing someone in the Broken Core realm. How terrifying must that be? A cultivator with such a card must have an extraordinary origin. Whether it's personal strength or a powerful background, neither is something ordinary people can mess with. The cultivators either whispered through telepathy or pondered silently. Half a square of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring was indeed tempting, but the problem was that they truly did not know who had killed Elder Rin and Wu Minghua. If they fabricated a lie to deceive Jing Wui and were discovered, they would be doomed. For a time, cultivators who knew each other exchanged whispers, trying to find out if anyone knew who the murderer was. Within the crowd, 3 people were constantly communicating through telepathy. These 3 were the spiritual Sea Realm cultivators who had witnessed Li Xuanfeng kill the cave master of the Heavenly Spear Cave, and then witnessed him kill Elder Rin and Wu Minghua. What must come comes. I didn't expect Jing Wui to take this opportunity to find the murderer. That's half a square of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. What should we do? Should we speak? Jing Wui said he would protect us. Have you been possessed or something? Speak. Would you dare to say such a thing? Half a square of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring is precious, but you might have the life to take it, but not the life to use it. With that freak's terrifying talent, do you think he has no backing? To be such a monstrous talent, he must have an extremely terrifying powerhouse behind him. Have you forgotten the fear from before? Bury this matter deep in your stomach and don't tell a soul. Don't forget how we've survived all these years. The 3 exchanged messages with each other. It must be said that the allure of the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring was immense. When Jing Wui announced the reward, their hearts pounded and their breathing quickened uncontrollably. But recalling Li Xuanfeng's strength and talent, as well as the possible powerhouse behind him, the 3 could only bury the truth they knew deep in their stomachs. Once they spoke out, even if Jing Wui gave them the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring, they would not be able to enjoy it. Not to mention that obtaining a treasure under the watchful eyes of so many cultivators would invite envy. Even if Jing Wui protected them for a time, he could not protect them forever. If the powerhouse behind Li Xuanfeng learned of this, they would certainly not escape retribution. The 3 had survived all these years by trying not to get involved in the affairs of those great figures. When faced with danger, they immediately backed down. Otherwise, they would have died 1,000 times over. It is said that the life and death of the weak lie in the thoughts of the strong. But often the life and death of the weak also lie in their own thoughts. On the other side, the old man at the 9th level peak of the Condensed Core realm, who also knew the truth, had a shifting expression. Half a square of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring was extremely tempting to him. Tempting enough for him to pay a heavy price. However, when that price could be his life, he had to hesitate. Only those who had witnessed Li Xuanfeng's actions knew just how monstrous he was. When Li Xuanfeng killed Elder Ren, who was at the 1st level of the Broken Core realm, he was only at the 5th level of the Condensed Core realm. But he had comprehended the legendary Chaos Sword intent. He had crossed several minor realms and a major realm to defy the heavens, no, to instantly kill a cultivator in the Broken Core realm. The old man would never have believed such a level of monstrousness if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Whether it was Jing Wui, who had reached the 4th level of the Broken Core realm in 250 years, or the top talents of other sects, in the old man's eyes they were far from being comparable to Li Xuanfeng. He did not believe that such a monstrous talent had no one behind him. Even if he exposed him now and obtained the half a square of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring, he might not live to enjoy it afterward. Forget it. My old bones cannot withstand such a shock. The old man sighed inwardly. He buried the matter deep in his heart. Jing Huai's gaze swept over the crowd of cultivators. After waiting for a long while, no one came forward to name the murderer. Elder was face darkened. He refused to believe that Elder Rin and Wu Minghua had died without being seen. Were these people truly unaware, or did they know but were too afraid to speak? If any of you are wary of the murderer, you may tell me through telepathy. Jing Wei's calm voice rang out again. There was another stir in the crowd, but no one sent him a telepathic message. Since none of you know who the murderer is, I will have to find them myself. Jing Wei's expression was indifferent. The violet moon in the sky emitted waves of fluctuations. After breaking the formation, Jing Wui could control the violet moon to a greater extent. Thus, scenes from within the secret realm were projected before everyone as images of spiritual power. In the images, some were hidden in the mountains, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Some were flying swiftly, fleeing from their pursuers. Others were fighting with demon beasts for heavenly treasures. There were also corpses lying desolately in deep pits. These scenes startled many cultivators. They had not expected the violet moon to be able to monitor the movements of various places within the secret realm. Not all cultivators had rushed to the center of the secret realm after receiving the divine thought transmitted by Jing Wui through the violet moon. Some cultivators knew their chances of obtaining the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring were very low and did not want to waste time, preferring to take the opportunity to search for more heavenly treasures. Thus, they were still active in various parts of the secret realm. Now, nothing these people were doing could escape the surveillance of the violet moon. Among the many images, a handsome man and a beautiful woman stood atop a massive black, profound python flying against the wind toward the center of the secret realm. He's here too. The three spiritual sea realm cultivators and the old man at the 9th level peak of the condensed core realm in the crowd were all startled. They knew that the one who killed Elder Run and Wu Minghua was Li Xuanfeng. A sense of tension inexplicably rose in their hearts, wondering what would happen if Li Xuanfeng and Jing Wui confronted each other. In the sky, scenes flashed through the spiritual projections. Soon the image of Elder Ren's decapitated corpse and Wu Minghuo's corpse with unclosed eyes appeared before everyone. Seeing this, Elder Wu nearly lost control of his aura. The pressure of the broken core realm rippled out, causing countless cultivators to fall silent in fear. Perhaps you do not know, but the violet moon also has the ability to replay scenes. That is to say, it records events that happened days ago. Since no one told me who the murderer was earlier, I assume you all truly do not know. However, it is also possible that someone is shielding them, and that is the kind of person I despise the most. Jing Wei's voice was very light and soft, yet everyone could hear the intense killing intent. The three spiritual sea realm cultivators and the old man at the 9th level peak of the condensed core realm were especially startled, feeling a chill rise from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. After hesitating for a moment, they ultimately did not speak. It seems everyone truly is unaware. Then let us begin the replay. Jing Wei's voice was cold. With a wave of his hand, the image of Elder Ren and Wu Minghua seemed to reverse time, and the scene began to change rapidly. What do we do? What do we do? The four who knew the truth were already sweating from their hands and feet, their hearts filled with extreme panic. Ziyu had recorded everything that transpired within the secret realm. There was no way Jing Wui could remain unaware of the murderer who slew Elder Ren and Wu Minghua. Judging by his tone just now, not only would the killer face death, but even those who shielded him would be spared no mercy. In the scene, the two corpses still lay where they had fallen. Light and shadow shifted with the passage of time. Grasses and trees swayed gently in the breeze, each moment unfolding in quiet, ceaseless transformation. How much time had elapsed, no one could tell. Then two cultivators appeared in the frame. Clearly having discovered the bodies of Elder Ren and Wu Minghua, they paused to examine them closely before searching their remains. They were evidently scouring the corpses for treasures, yet their efforts were doomed to failure. Damn it! Elder Wu roared in fury. This sight ignited his wrath. Though these two cultivators were not the true assassins of Elder Ren and Wu Minghua, in his eyes their desecration, rummaging through sacred remains, was an unforgivable sin. His gaze flashed like lightning across the crowd. His divine sense surged outward, swiftly pinpointing the two offenders. With a subtle lift of his hand, two sea spirit cultivators at the 3rd rank were seized by invisible force and hurled helplessly before him. Spare our lives. Elder Wu, spare us. Spare us. Overwhelmed by the chasm of power between them, they could not resist, only stared in wide-eyed terror, begging desperately. Die. Elder Wu offered no reprieve, not even a flicker of hesitation. Before the entire assembly, he crushed them both into crimson mist. The horror of that moment seared deep into every onlooker's soul. The four who knew the truth broke out in cold sweat. What do we do? What do we do? We never imagined Ziyu truly possessed temporal replay capabilities. This is disastrous. How could this happen? How could this happen? The three sea spirit cultivators who knew the truth trembled uncontrollably with fear. They had remained silent about the killer before, and even if they spoke now, Elder Wu's rage was so consuming that survival seemed impossible. Yet if they stayed silent once the replay reached the day Li Xuanfeng slew Elder Ren, their doom would be sealed all the same. No matter which path they chose, death loomed inevitable. Stay calm, stay calm. It is indeed unexpected that Ziyu can replay scenes, but why did Jing Wui not deploy it immediately? Instead, he offered half a basin of Bodhi Clarity Spring as reward for identification. This implies Ziyu's temporal reach is severely limited. It likely cannot rewind far enough. 5 days have passed since Elder Run and Wu Minghua perished. Ziyu may well be unable to retrieve events from that distant time. Even if it could, the cost would surely be enormous, one exceeding the value of half a basin of Bodhi Clarity Spring. That is precisely why Jing Wui withheld this measure until now. He is merely shattering our psychological defenses. If we break under pressure and step forward now, we will meet only Elder Wu's wrath and certain death. Steady your minds. We still hold hope. This is not yet a fatal deadlock. As panic peaked, the leader among the three regained icy composure. His voice, transmitted silently through spiritual resonance, remained steady, even as his palm trembled faintly beneath his sleeve. Hearing his reasoning, the other two slowly eased their terror. Meanwhile, the elder cultivator at the 9th rank of core condensation stood torn in silent turmoil. He had never imagined Ziyu possessed such temporal replay functionality. Clearly Ziyu, suspended high in the sky, had been silently recording every event within the secret realm. Once someone deciphered the formation and seized control of its nexus, Ziyu's stored images could be replayed in full. Thusly, Xuanfeng's slaying of Elder Ren and Wu Minghua could no longer be concealed. Ziyu's recorded imagery would stand as irrefutable evidence. Then not only Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaojin would perish, but he himself, as the one who sheltered the true culprit, would also face execution. Is this calamity truly inescapable? A long sigh echoed inwardly. He knew even confessing Li Xuanfeng now would likely earn him no clemency from Jing Wui. An elder Wu Ho Sheng, already consumed by fury, would show no mercy. Despair crept into the elder's heart after the first wave of fear receded. Perhaps entering this secret realm had been a grave miscalculation. Shoo! Just as despair began to settle over the elder, two figures shot swiftly toward the horizon. Fleeing. Elder Wu's expression darkened, and in the next instant he vanished from sight. He reappeared directly before the fleeing cultivators, both Sea Spirit cultivators at the 7th rank. Against Wu Ho Sheng, a cultivator of Shatterdan at the 2nd rank. Their cultivation level meant nothing. Resistance was utterly futile. Elder Wu, spare our lives. We did not desecrate, they screamed in terror. With a single downward press of his palm, Wu Ho Sheng simultaneously immobilized them and sealed their mouths shut. Then he dragged them back to the original site. Silence fell upon the entire assembly. The playback continued, until new footage emerged revealing precisely why the two had fled. Because they too had rifled through the corpses of Elder Ren and Wu Minghua. Enraged beyond restraint, Wu Ho Sheng crushed them both into bloody mist with a thunderous detonation. An eerie silence blanketed the realm. Not a single voice dared rise. Many cultivators had never even laid eyes on Elder Ren or Wu Minghua, yet none dared relax, not even for a breath. Some even entertained flight, but recalling the fate of the two earlier escapees, they froze in place, paralyzed by dread of provoking Elder Wu. Even the other Shatterdan cultivators present remained mute. Here Jing Wui and the Outer Sect held absolute authority. Though 4 cultivators had already been slain in cold fury, no one dared protest. These 4 clearly lacked powerful backing. Mere nameless souls whose deaths would stir no ripple in the wider world. Time flowed onward. The playback continued, yet ultimately failed to reach the fateful day when Li Xuanfeng murdered Elder Ren and Wu Minghua. So, still no one wishes to speak. Truly no one knows who slew Elder Ren and Wu Minghua. Jing Wui's voice rang out again, cold, detached, and laced with mounting impatience. A chilling aura of slaughter permeated the air, raising gooseflesh across every cultivator's skin. Yet this very spectacle brought quiet relief to the 4 who knew the truth. Apparently Jing Wui truly could not rewind Ziyu's record to 5 days past. But just as their tension eased, Jing Wui's next words sent ice through their veins, then let Elder Wu vent his fury and cool his wrath. His frigid gaze swept the assembly. Senior disciple Jing, what is the meaning of this? A collective chill gripped the cultivators' hearts. What did Jing Wui intend? Was he truly prepared to execute innocents at random simply to vent his frustration? Shoo! Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive, an ill-timed streak of sonic rupture pierced the sky. A colossal black serpent soared in from the distance, bearing a striking young man and woman, Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaojin. He has arrived. The 3 Sea Spirit cultivators and the 9th rank core condensation elder all felt their hearts lurch violently. Li Xuanfeng had chosen the worst possible moment to appear. Every cultivator turned their gaze upon him, while Wu Ho Sheng's countenance darkened to an abyssal black. Already enraged by his failure to uncover the killer, the sight of a black serpent carrying 2 figures brazenly descending into his presence ignited his fury to explosive heights. Get down! Elder Wu bellowed. and with a sweeping gesture thrust his palm downward toward Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaojin. A titanic hand of condensed spiritual energy coalesced midair and descended upon them like a mountain. No core condensation cultivator could afford to ignore such a strike. Li Xuanfeng's expression hardened. He raised his hand casually. Boom. The spiritual energy hand shattered instantly into a cascade of shimmering motes. Wu Hosheng was not surprised. Li Xuanfeng had expended only a fraction of his strength. Yet Li Xuanfeng's defiance, the sheer audacity of resisting, ignited Wu Hosheng's smoldering wrath into an inferno. The crushing pressure of a second-rank Shattered Dan cultivator erupted outward, suffocating countless cultivators beneath its weight. Wu Hosheng's aura surged violently, his hair and beard bristling as his eyes blazed with fury. Under the terrifying pressure of his shattered core second-layer cultivation, countless cultivators stumbled backward, widening the distance. Those of lesser strength were pinned in place, unable to move. Old fool, who are you raging at? Li Xuanfeng stood atop the black, profound python, looking down upon Wu Hosheng with contempt. He released his own aura, enveloping Su Miaojin and the black, profound python, rendering Wu Hosheng's pressure utterly ineffective. A cultivator at the shattered core second layer could not restrain a peak condensed core ninth layer cultivator with mere pressure alone, especially one with the chaos sword body at peak condensed core ninth layer. A faint golden glimmer lit up in his pupils, and the cultivation levels of every cultivator present became clear as day. The highest cultivation among them was the crimson-robed youth at shattered core fourth layer. Next were the old man who had attacked him and another elder, both at shattered core second layer. There were also 5 cultivators at shattered core first layer and 17 at condensed core, all radiating clear hostility toward him. Clearly they were allies, likely the array masters of the withered profound sect. For Li Xuanfeng, as he was now, none of these posed a real threat. Peak condensed core ninth layer. When Li Xuanfeng released his aura, different people had different reactions. Those who didn't know Li Xuanfeng thought he was overreaching, daring to clash head-on with Wu Hosheng at shattered core second layer. But the 3 spiritual sea cultivators and the old man at condensed core ninth layer who knew him felt their hearts race. What cultivation level was Li Xuanfeng at when he killed Elder Ren? That was condensed core 5th layer. Just a few days had passed, and he had somehow risen to peak condensed core 9th layer. What terrifying cultivation speed was this? It defied all reason. They even suspected Li Xuanfeng might be a reincarnated great power. Otherwise, how could his cultivation speed be so astonishingly fast? But that wasn't their concern now. All they wanted to know was how formidable Li Xuanfeng's combat prowess had become. Could he slay a shattered core second layer cultivator instantly? Or could he fight against a shattered core third layer or even fourth layer cultivator? After all, at the shattered core realm, each layer was a separate world. For cultivators at this level, every advancement allowed them to crush their former selves with a stark difference in strength. The higher the realm, the harder it was to break through, and the greater the difficulty of crossing layers. Many geniuses who could leap several tiers in the cyclone or spiritual sea realms found it impossible to do so once they reached the condensed core realm. At the shattered core realm, they even risked defeat by those of the same level, for every cultivator who reached such heights was a genius themselves. I told you to get down here. Did you not hear? Wu Hosheng's voice rang out again, filled with rage. He wasn't surprised that a peak condensed core 9th layer cultivator could withstand his pressure. But that didn't mean the opponent had the right to clash with him head-on. Condensed core was condensed core, shattered core was shattered core. One word apart, yet poles apart like clouds and mud. Whoosh. Wu Hosheng's figure vanished from sight, moving so fast that most cultivators couldn't track him. As if crossing space, he appeared before Li Xuanfeng and struck a palm toward the black profound python. The terrifying energy compressed in his palm made hearts pound with dread. Youngsters are too arrogant, daring to go head-on with a shattered core cultivator. He must have some trump card. What use is a trump card? He might withstand Elder Wu once or twice, but 3 or 4 times. This is Jing's territory and the withered profound sect's home ground. Surrendering early is best. If he dies, it's too late to say anything. Exactly, he should have come down and given in just now. As Wu Hosheng's palm descended, many cultivators couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Some at peak condensed core 9th layer admitted they couldn't withstand that strike. If they took it head-on, they'd be severely injured, if not dead. Indeed, a shattered core cultivator was not to be trifled with, especially one in a rage. Boom. But in the next instant, Wu Hosheng, who had struck down in fury, flew back even faster than he had attacked. The mountain peak shattered and the earth cracked. The entire ground trembled violently, billowing with thick smoke. Terrifying energy dispersed, and cracks several zhang wide spread like a spiderweb from the spot where Wu Hosheng crashed, racing outward in all directions. Large swaths of ground collapsed one after another, barely dissipating the residual waves. Li Xuanfeng, standing in midair, slowly withdrew his kicking stance. The black profound python had already carried Su Miaojin to a distance. Such a battle was beyond their involvement. With her trump card in hand, Su Miaojin wasn't afraid of sneak attacks. The cultivators who had just been shaking their heads at Li Xuanfeng's arrogance now stood frozen, like clay statues, their faces filled with disbelief. With a wave of his sleeve, the smoke cleared. A deep pitch-black pit appeared before everyone's eyes. Cough. Wu Hoxing staggered up from the pit, coughing up 2 pools of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His body was tattered, bones cracked, and tendons snapped, blood dripping, and white bones exposed. His internal organs were completely crushed by Li Xuanfeng's kick. Yet the terrifying vitality of a shattered core cultivator was visibly repairing his injuries. Who are you? Wu Haoxing's rage was largely dispelled by Li Xuanfeng's kick, and he looked at him with disbelief. He never imagined a condensed core cultivator could kick him into such a state. While that kick couldn't kill him, it was enough to prove Li Xuanfeng's strength. To achieve such a feat by crossing realms was utterly incredible. Old fool, you should have asked that before you attacked. Li Xuanfeng continued to look down on him. He hadn't used his sword just now mainly because he wanted to see how much damage he could inflict without employing the Chaos Sword intent. It turned out that even a shattered core second-layer cultivator couldn't withstand his kick. However, the vitality of cultivators at this realm was too monstrous. Without the Chaos Sword intent, he couldn't slay them outright. After all, a shattered core cultivator could quickly recover even if their limbs were severed or their head removed. You killed Elder Run and Wu Minghua, didn't you? Jing Wui, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. From the moment Li Xuanfeng displayed his strength, this thought had crossed Jing Wui's mind. Hearing this, Wu Haoxing's eyes shot wide open, and the others also focused their gazes on Li Xuanfeng. Who are you talking about? Never heard of them, Li Xuanfeng said calmly. Jing Wui waved his hand, and phantom images of Elder Run and Wu Minghua rapidly formed and enlarged. Ah, that old hag and that grinning fool. Yes, I killed them. Li Xuanfeng nodded. Boom. Wu Haoxing's aura surged again, and the anger that had been kicked down flared up anew. There was no need to ask for reasons, no need to understand the process, and no need to know who was right or wrong. No matter why Li Xuanfeng had killed Elder Run and Wu Minghua, he deserved to die. Then you can die. Jing Wui gazed at Li Xuanfeng with a cold expression. He admitted that Li Xuanfeng was astonishingly monstrous, able to crush Wu Hoxing at Shattered Core 2nd layer with peak Condensed Core 9th layer. But wasn't he, Jing Wui, also a genius? At the Shattered Core realm, each layer was a separate world. He, Jing Wui, could also defeat a Shattered Core 5th layer cultivator by crossing realms. He possessed a powerful spiritual body, the blood-burning body, and wielded 2 layers of blade intent. Now, with control over the erased core, he could unleash strength comparable to Shattered Core 6th layer. Li Xuanfeng wasn't worthy to be his opponent. Wu Haoxing's revenge would be handled by the elders together. Everyone help me avenge this, Wu Hoxing said angrily. After that kick, he knew he couldn't defeat Li Xuanfeng, but he had plenty of allies. Thanks to his formidable vitality, his gruesome injuries had mostly healed. Whoosh. Figures rose one after another, standing in midair on either side of Wu Hoxing. 7 shattered core cultivators. Their terrifying pressure surged mightily as if to shatter the very heavens. On some still intact peaks, the 17 condensed core cultivators simultaneously formed hand seals to set up an array. At once, the other cultivators widened the distance again to avoid being caught in the battle. Even so, the astonishing momentum left many gasping for breath. Su Miaojin also looked worried. Li Xuanfeng's strength and talent defied logic, but the enemy had numbers and were all formidable. And with Jing Wui at Shattered Core 4th layer backing them, the situation was grim for Li Xuanfeng. Boom. Terrifying energy enveloped the surroundings, even warping space. They intended to trap Li Xuanfeng and catch him like a turtle in a jar. Li Xuanfeng took a step forward into the void, and his figure vanished. The terrifying energy surrounding him was torn apart by a dazzling sword light. He reappeared directly before Jing Wui. Kill him. Wu Hoxing roared, and the 7 withered profound sect elders struck simultaneously, unleashing a storm of attacks. Swords, blades, spears, halberds, all hurtling toward Li Xuanfeng. The 17 condensed core cultivators array converged into a colossal greatsword, slashing down at Li Xuanfeng. Hey, interesting. You've chosen the fastest path to death. Seeing Li Xuanfeng dare to charge at him, Jing Wui's indifferent face showed a hint of intrigue. A blood-red greatsword materialized in Jing Wui's hand. The Crimson Dawn sword was already in Li Xuanfeng's grasp, entwined with Chaos Sword intent. When that ancient, desolate aura rippled across the heavens, everyone, including Jing Wui, felt their hair stand on end. What is this thing? Sensing the ancient and boundless sword intent, the cultivators cried out in shock. What a terrifying aura! What kind of sword intent is this? Why is it so vast and grand, making one unable to resist, even wanting to submit? I can't. My hands and feet are trembling as if they want to obey me. Despite being far from the battlefield, many cultivators couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. The sword intent displayed by Li Xuanfeng directly intimidated their very souls. His divine might was like the ocean. His divine might was like a prison. How is this possible? Jing Wui, facing the chaotic sword intent directly, could no longer maintain his previous composure. An expression of disbelief crept onto his face, and in his wide-open pupils, there was an inconceivable terror. Burn blood. Jing Wui fully activated his powerful spiritual physique, the burning blood body. Instantly, the blood in his veins boiled and ignited, and his aura surged dramatically. The blood-colored long blade trembled, and a 2% blade intent coiled around it. The blade intent he had comprehended was the most common one among Blood Fiend sect cultivators, the Blood Fiend blade intent. An astonishing willpower radiated outwards, the air thick with blood energy. But in an instant, it was utterly suppressed by the chaotic sword intent. The disparity was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Li Xuanfeng's entire aura was surging like an ocean. Since acquiring the chaotic sword body, he had never specifically used the power of this physique, because the opponents he encountered had never forced him to that point. Now facing Jing Wui, a fourth-layer core-shattering realm cultivator empowered by the burning blood body and a 2% blade intent, it was time to reveal the true power of the chaotic sword body. The dormant origin of his physique within awakened, and an ancient, boundless aura swept through his body. His bones, flesh, blood, spiritual energy, and divine sense were all enhanced in that moment. Behind Li Xuanfeng, vast chaotic mist rose and fell, and he stood within it like an ancient god or demon from the chaos. In the next instant, the chaotic mist converged, condensing onto the red firmament sword. The long sword trembled as if it would shatter under the strain, but Li Xuanfeng managed to combine it with his sword intent, achieving a delicate balance. Swish! A single slash of the sword. The void twisted. Jing Wui's expression was one of terror. Before the chaotic sword intent, he instinctively wanted to abandon all resistance. Fortunately, his divine sense was strong enough to quickly shake off this influence. He swung his long blade infused with surging spiritual power and a 2% blood fiend blade intent towards Li Xuanfeng. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided. However, the situation was overwhelmingly in Li Xuanfeng's favor. Jing Wui's attack was shattered, and the remaining force of the chaotic sword intent howled towards him. Damn it! Jing Wui's eyes were wide with rage. A small dagger-like knife materialized before him, and the next moment the knife directly shattered. It formed an energy shield that protected Jing Wui completely. Boom! The sword strike landed on the energy shield, sending Jing Wui flying. He finally crashed against the barrier of the core formation before stopping. Jing Wui spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs churning. Protected by the energy shield, he didn't die, but he was severely injured and looked disheveled. Chaotic sword intent. This is the chaotic sword intent. Jing Wui ignored the blood filling his mouth and shouted loudly. His voice was filled with undisguised fear. Having felt that terrifying sword intent up close just moments ago, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, finally allowing him to understand what it was. What? Chaotic sword intent. It's actually the chaotic sword intent. No wonder. That's right. Only such a terrifying supreme sword intent could evoke such instinctive fear. I never thought someone could actually comprehend the legendary supreme sword intent. A storm of shock raged in the hearts of countless cultivators. The chaotic sword intent, a sword intent of the highest caliber. Regardless of its level, its quality surpassed any other sword intent. Thus, the moment its aura was released, it could instill fear and panic in people on a soul-deep level. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of attacks rained down on Li Xuanfeng's back. Though it seemed slow in description, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. The attacks from the 7-core shattering realm cultivators, led by Wu Hosheng, arrived. The colossal blade formed by the 17-core condensation realm cultivators through their formation also descended upon his head. A pity. Li Xuanfeng had expected not to kill Jing Wui with a single blow. After all, such cultivators often had hidden aces up their sleeves. The energy shield that had just protected him would likely require an attack at the spirit metamorphosis realm to break. Li Xuanfeng turned gracefully, and the red firmament sword traced a semicircular arc of sword light. The various attacks, seemingly capable of crushing everything, melted away under the sword light, imbued with the power of the chaotic sword body and chaotic sword intent. Like snow encountering the blazing sun, the remaining force of the sword light, undiminished, slashed towards the group with unimaginable speed. Run! Wu Hosheng and the others were scared out of their wits. In truth, they had been terrified to the extreme when Jing Wui was nearly killed with a single sword strike. But their attacks had already been launched, and there was no time to pull back. And then this scene unfolded. The 7-core shattering realm cultivators fled with all their might, wishing they could sprout wings to tear through the void. Plop, 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 plop. Yet the sword light was too fast. 4 of them failed to dodge and were cleaved in two. Help! I don't want to die. The 4 first-layer core shattering realm cultivators screamed in terror desperately, trying to pull their severed bodies together to reconnect and heal. But even 1% chaotic sword intent could erode Elder Ren's vitality, let alone 3%. In an instant, the remaining chaotic sword intent extinguished their life force, and their corpses crashed heavily to the ground from the heights. True disciple Jing. Wait. Wu Hosheng, horrified, and another second-layer core shattering realm elder pushed their trump cards to the limit, their speed skyrocketing. They charged toward the core formation, enveloping the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. The core formation had been breached earlier by the group, creating a massive gap. Now Jing Wui had taken control of the formation's core and could manipulate it. After nearly being killed by Li Xuanfeng's sword, fear had taken root in his heart, and he knew he was no match for Li Xuanfeng. He had already used one of his trump cards, and Li Xuanfeng surely had his own. The best course of action now was to hide within the formation and use its power to block Li Xuanfeng. Under Jing Wui's control, the gap in the formation was closing rapidly. Even as Wu Hosheng and the other second-layer core shattering realm elder accelerated their charge, the speed of the closing did not slow in the slightest. Jing Wui had no mind to care for them, focusing all his energy on driving the grand formation. Swish! Swish! In the final moment before the gap closed, Wu Hosheng finally managed to get inside the formation. But the second-layer core shattering realm elder, who was a step behind him, was not so lucky. The red firmament sword pierced his heart. Panic and terror flooded his body, and his life was forever halted outside the formation. Separated from Jing Wui and Wu Hosheng by only a single energy shield, it seemed like the distance of a world away. A chasm he would never cross. He desperately tried to channel his vigorous life force to heal his wounds and expel the red firmament sword. But the chaotic sword intent spread through his body in an instant, and his life force fell silent. In his final moments, he couldn't comprehend how things had changed so quickly. From the group's assault on Li Xuanfeng to Jing Wui nearly being killed in one strike, to Li Xuanfeng turning around and instantly slaying 4 first-layer core shattering realm cultivators. The situation had changed with a speed that defied reaction. Remember, this man was only at the 9th-layer core condensation realm peak. A cultivator he wouldn't normally dare to speak loudly to. Yet now he was powerful enough to kill him with ease. Who are you? This was the elder's final thought before his life faded. The next moment, his soul was also ground to dust by the chaotic sword intent. Li Xuanfeng glanced at Jing Wui and Wu Hosheng within the formation, then vanished. Whoosh! The sword energy like a rainbow streaked across the sky, piercing through the body of the last first-layer core shattering realm cultivator. The 17 core condensation realm cultivators were already scattering in different directions. But if even core shattering realm cultivators couldn't escape, how could core condensation realm ones? In less than 10 breaths, the remaining 17 core condensation realm cultivators were all slain. Li Xuanfeng swept away all the spoils of war. Heaven and earth fell silent. Holding the red firmament sword, Li Xuanfeng stood in the void, his aura as deep and vast as an abyss, like a god. The cultivators stared at this scene, their minds blank, paralyzed in a daze. His divine might was unparalleled. He bore the aspect of an invincible being. This was the unified thought in the hearts of the cultivators. With every sword strike, a mighty sword intent surged. With every sword strike, a cultivator's head was claimed. None could withstand. None could block. Even the blood fiend sex prodigy, the renowned true disciple Jing Wui, owner of the burning blood body and a 4th-layer core shattering realm cultivator, could not block a single strike from Li Xuanfeng. If not for his trump card, he would have fallen to that sword. Li Xuanfeng's strength was terrifying beyond belief. Remember, he wasn't even a core shattering realm cultivator. Shock, fear, reverence. Gazes filled with a complex mix of emotions were fixed upon Li Xuanfeng. Su Miaojin stood atop the black profound serpent's head, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with infatuation. That figure with robes fluttering, an aura as deep as an abyss, and a divine posture that overshadowed the world was deeply etched into her memory. The words "ascend to the pinnacle, walk alone with the Tao" seemed to echo in her ears once more. No one spoke and no one dared to. Li Xuanfeng trod on the void, step by step approaching the core formation. Every move he made captured all eyes. Tell me which path I choose leads to the fastest death. Li Xuanfeng stood before the grand formation, looking calmly at Jing Wui. Jing Wui's face was dark, and he said nothing. He had underestimated Li Xuanfeng, and greatly so. However, any 4th-layer core shattering realm cultivator in his position would likely have made the same mistake. After all, who could imagine a 9th-layer core condensation realm peak cultivator being this powerful? It was simply unheard of, unseen. Li Xuanfeng's strength defied all reason. Who are you? After a long silence, Jing Wui finally couldn't help but ask. A prodigy so monstrous, yet he had never heard of him before, which made him ponder Li Xuanfeng's origins. A man about to die doesn't need to know my name. Li Xuanfeng's expression was indifferent. Hey, you are indeed terrifyingly monstrous, but do you truly think you can break this for? Jing Wui froze mid-sentence, because a terrifying question suddenly occurred to him. Li Xuanfeng might not be able to break the formation, but what if he possesses an offensive trump card? Some cultivators can refine a single strike into a jade slip. Crushing it releases the attack. Li Xuanfeng did possess a similar trump card, but it was not a single strike. It directly summoned the avatar of his master Lian Yuezhou. However, using such a precious card against a mere 4th-layer golden core cultivator would be overkill. A faint golden glimmer flickered in his pupils as Li Xuanfeng perceived the array patterns flowing within the grand formation and identified its weakest point. An awe-inspiring power coalesced once more as Li Xuanfeng unleashed his full might upon the sole flaw in the formation. Boom! The surging energy raged violently, but upon striking the array, it was weakened and dissipated by the formation's force, until it vanished entirely, leaving the grand formation utterly unaffected. It seems my current strength is indeed insufficient to break it, Li Xuanfeng mused inwardly. Witnessing this, Jing Wui and Wu Hoxing both breathed a silent sigh of relief. As long as Li Xuanfeng could not shatter the formation, they would not die. Once the time limit of the Purple Moon Secret Realm expired, they would be forcibly teleported out. They would be sent back to the same entrance they had used to enter. Once outside the secret realm, it would not be so easy for Li Xuanfeng to kill them. Yet their hearts remained unsettled, for Li Xuanfeng had not yet used his trump card. Both speculated about Li Xuanfeng's origins. A prodigy of such magnitude was unlikely to be a rogue cultivator. However, among the major top-tier powers, they knew no one like Li Xuanfeng existed. They had never even heard a whisper of his name or appearance. Could he be a cultivator from another realm? The two were filled with unease. Knowing Li Xuanfeng's background would allow them to devise a countermeasure, but the real fear lay in total ignorance of his identity. Judging by his demeanor, he would not waste words explaining his origins. A silent stalemate seemed to settle between the two sides. The other cultivators remained at an extreme distance, none daring to approach. Even Wu Hoxing and Jing Wui inspired fear, let alone Li Xuanfeng. This formation is indeed formidable. Even he cannot break it. Rumor has it that only cultivators at the divine transformation level can shatter such arrays with sheer force. The divine transformation realm. Mortals like us may never witness it in a lifetime. In all my years of cultivation, I have never seen a divine transformation cultivator. I only encountered golden core experts after entering this secret realm. Shouldn't such a peerless prodigy have a trump card? Does he not intend to use a trump card to break the formation? Perhaps he lacks an offensive trump card. I wonder which faction such a terrifying genius hails from. Seeing the battle reach a deadlock, the cultivators in the distance dared to communicate covertly via divine sense. After failing to break the formation with a single strike, Li Xuanfeng ceased his attacks. Observing his demeanor, Jing Wui and Wu Hoxing finally relaxed completely. It seemed he likely possessed no offensive trump card. Whoosh! The black profound serpent carried Su Miaojin from afar. Among those present, only they dared approach Li Xuanfeng. The serpent's cold, venomous gaze was filled with awe and reverence for the human figure before it. If its earlier fear and willingness to submit were born of intimidation, now it was wholehearted admiration after witnessing Li Xuanfeng's prowess. Su Miaojin landed and remained silent, her beautiful eyes shining as she gazed upon that figure. Li Xuanfeng's strength had once again exceeded her expectations. The image of him sweeping all before him, sending enemies fleeing in terror, was etched indelibly into her mind. She found his confident, invincible demeanor irresistibly captivating. You cannot break this formation. Why not seek a truce? Seeing Li Xuanfeng cease his attacks, Jing Wui spoke. He could not fathom Li Xuanfeng's origins, and the latter would not reveal them willingly. He planned to placate Li Xuanfeng for now, investigate his background after leaving the secret realm, and if he proved untouchable, find a way to make amends. If his background was ordinary, then Li Xuanfeng must die. Otherwise, every day this anomaly lived would be a day of dread. A truce. Li Xuanfeng glanced at him coldly. Fearing his power and realizing defeat, he now sought peace. Why had he not considered the consequences before attacking? Had he not been strong enough, he would have already perished under Wu Haoxing's palm. Now terrified of annihilation, Jing Wui hid behind the formation and begged for peace. Such a bargain was far too cheap. The Witherwood sect had lost so many condensation core array masters and golden core elders that its very foundation was shaken. With the conflict escalated to this point, reconciliation was nearly impossible. I can offer you 5 portions of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring, Jing Wui said. All of it. Li Xuanfeng replied flatly, leaving no room for negotiation. Do not go too far. Jing Wui's anger surged. Protected by the grand formation, he felt emboldened. His offer of 5 portions was merely to stabilize Li Xuanfeng temporarily. But Li Xuanfeng demanded everything, something Jing Wui could never tolerate. Then there is nothing to discuss. Once I kill you, the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring will still be mine. Li Xuanfeng said lightly as if he had already mastered the situation. Shall I call you confident or arrogant? Jing Wui sneered coldly. Wu Haoxing's eyes also held a trace of mockery. Though Li Xuanfeng's strength made him tremble with fear, his hatred for him had not diminished. If he possessed the power to slay Li Xuanfeng, he would use it without hesitation to eliminate the threat. Unfortunately, he lacked such strength. By now they realized Li Xuanfeng could not break the formation. Given his decisive no-nonsense style, if he truly could, why would he waste words? Since I cannot break the formation now, I will simply break through. A faint smile appeared on Li Xuanfeng's face. Yet that smile sent chills down Jing Wui's and Wu Haoxing's spines. Even Su Miaojin shot him a startled glance. Is Brother Li's cultivation path so different from mine? Does he face no bottlenecks at all? Breaking through on a whim. What good is a breakthrough? I admit you are monstrously talented, but even advancing to Golden Core, you could never match the power of divine transformation. After the initial shock, Jing Wui forced himself to calm down. If Li Xuanfeng broke through to Golden Core, his strength would undoubtedly surge again. But even so, he could not rival a divine transformation cultivator. The gap between higher realms grew ever wider and was not easily crossed. Li Xuanfeng said no more. Instead, he found a relatively flat spot nearby, set up a barrier array, and began to meditate. The black profound serpent and Su Miaojin stood guard in tacit understanding. Li Xuanfeng had just used the system to examine the fate colors of Jing Wui and Wu Haoxing. Both were shrouded in dense black light, an omen of imminent death. He had no intention of summoning his master's avatar, so they would not die at Lian Yuez's hands. No other cultivator present possessed the power to break the formation and slay them. Once the secret realm's time limit expired, Jing Wui and Wu Haoxing would be teleported to a different entrance than Li Xuanfeng, and they would flee immediately. The entrances were far apart. Li Xuanfeng would likely be unable to catch them, and thus unable to kill them. Yet the dense black fate light enveloping them indicated they would fall within a short time. But who could break the formation and kill them so soon? There was essentially only one possibility: Li Xuanfeng would suddenly gain the power to shatter the formation. He currently possessed no heavenly treasures that could boost his strength in a short time. Thus he deduced that one of the destined women bound to him would soon grant him a massive power return. Wei Qingjian's cultivation was too low, making it unlikely. Su Miaojin was not in seclusion, so it was impossible. That left only his senior sister Luo Li. Luo Li was a divine transformation cultivator. If she broke through, even the minimum tenfold return would greatly benefit Li Xuanfeng. In fact, after refining the sword intent pill and learning Li Xuanfeng had descended the mountain, she had chosen to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. She already possessed the conditions for advancement, and refining the sword intent pill had granted her new insights into sword intent. Thus this breakthrough would likely encompass both realm and sword intent. Li Xuanfeng would naturally receive a dual return of realm and sword intent. Li Xuanfeng was enveloped by the isolation formation, and heaven and earth fell into silence once more. Watching his solemn demeanor, Jing Wui and Wu Haoxing felt the stones that had settled in their hearts rise again. Senior disciple Jing, what should we do? Wu Haoxing felt an inexplicable panic and involuntarily sought Jing Wui's opinion. It's nothing but a bluff, a trick to deceive. Even if he truly breaks through to the core-shattering realm, he can never shatter this formation. Jing Wui let out a cold snort. On the surface he appeared composed, but inwardly he was equally perturbed. Having seized control of the formations, he could better appreciate its formidable power. Only a force at the divine molting realm could forcibly shatter this formation. They had managed to open it only through cunning, employing numerous formation masters who tirelessly worked for days to tear open a single breach. Relying on sheer force to break through would only be more difficult. Li Xuanfeng was indeed an unprecedented prodigy. One could even say that possessing such strength at his cultivation level defied all logic. Yet no matter how illogical, he was still far from the true divine molting realm. Even if a breakthrough to the core-shattering realm granted him a surge in power, it could never touch the divine molting realm. As long as his power did not reach the divine molting realm, Jing Wui had no fear. Wu Haoxing's expression darkened. Jing Wui's words did little to soothe his restless heart. He stared intently at the location of the isolation formation. As time passed, his inner turmoil grew. The cultivators, still observing from afar, exchanged bewildered glances. Li Xuanfeng's strength had astounded them, but his current actions left them even more perplexed. Unable to break the formation, he chose to break through. But was breaking through in cultivation truly so simple? Moreover, as Jing Wui had said, even if he reached the core-shattering realm, Li Xuanfeng would not possess the power of the divine molting realm, would he? From the 9th layer of the core condensation realm to the core-shattering realm, a cultivator undergoes a radical transformation and gains immense power. But even so, can he rival the divine molting realm? It seems impossible. I wonder if he's deliberately applying psychological pressure or truly confident. I believe he can break through, but I doubt he can shatter the formation. That said, strangely enough, I find myself hoping he can do it. The cultivators buzzed with discussion. Deep down, few truly believed that Li Xianfeng could break through and then shatter the formation. Having witnessed his terrifying strength time and again, Su Miaojin was unwavering in her belief. The three Spirit Sea Realm cultivators and the old man at the peak of the core condensation realm's 9th layer also believed. Because just days ago Li Xianfeng was at the 5th layer of the core condensation realm. Now he was at the peak of the 9th layer. As a prodigy beyond all norms, wouldn't it be normal for him to break through several realms in a brief seclusion? With successive breakthroughs and continuous surges in power, would shattering the formation still be an issue? The three Spirit Sea Realm cultivators and the old man felt they had uncovered the truth. They couldn't suppress their excitement. From fear, dread, and awe of Li Xuanfeng, they had now added reverence and adoration. Time slowly passed. Since Li Xianfeng set up the isolation formation, this stretch of heaven and earth had fallen into absolute silence. The cultivators communicated only through telepathy, daring not to speak aloud. Night was about to fall in the secret realm. Only one day remained before everyone was forcibly teleported out. Jing Wui and Wu Hosheng had gradually shifted from their initial anxiety and unease to calmness and relaxation. For so long, Li Xianfeng had shown no sign of movement. Perhaps his talk of a breakthrough was merely a bluff to intimidate them. Even the distant onlookers began to suspect that his claim was empty. Within the isolation formation, Li Xianfeng sat in quiet meditation, unhurried and serene. His destiny, Hugh, could not be mistaken. At dusk, just as Jing Wui and Wu Haosheng's moods lightened, and the cultivators thought Li Xianfeng might be bluffing, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Luo Li's cultivation has advanced, breaking through to the 2nd layer of the divine molting realm. Tenfold return granted. Your cultivation has surged dramatically, reaching the 4th layer of the core shattering realm. A vast and overwhelming power descended. The inner core within his dantian began to spin rapidly. Crack! Tendons, bones, skin, flesh, blood. Every cell of his body underwent a rapid transformation and elevation under the nourishment of this power. The chaotic sword body, already immensely powerful, became even more formidable under the baptism of this force. Li Xianfeng could sense that every cell brimmed with exuberant vitality, each one containing vast and majestic power. As if an eternity had passed, yet merely an instant, the energy of the inner core was exhausted. Li Xianfeng underwent a radical transformation, successfully breaking through to the 1st level of the shattered core realm. Yet this was not the end. Torrential energy converged, coalescing into a new inner core within Li Xuanfeng's dantian. Immediately after, this core shattered again, and Li Xianfeng began his 2nd metamorphosis. In the shattered core realm, each level up required condensing a new inner core, then shattering it to baptize the entire body. Although experience in core condensation accelerated the process, it was still not something that could be completed in a short time. Hence, many prodigious cultivators advanced swiftly before the shattered core realm, but their speed plummeted upon reaching it. However, Li Xuanfeng, blessed with fortune, was clearly an exception. The 2nd inner core, from condensation to fragmentation and the subsequent bodily baptism, did not take long. Then the 3rd inner core formed, repeating the process. Li Xianfeng successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the shattered core realm. Yet this still was not the end. The 4th inner core coalesced again, repeating the process to complete the physical baptism. Thus, Li Xianfeng reached the 4th level of the shattered core realm. Such formidable power! Li Xianfeng clenched his fist, experiencing the illusion that he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. Given the current abundance of his strength, the energy contained in a single drop of blood could probably overwhelm and obliterate lesser cultivators. Besides the enhancement of his physical body and spiritual energy, his soul had also become exceptionally powerful, far beyond that of his peers. Because cultivators at the divine transformation realm undergo a transformation of their divine sense with each breakthrough. The evolution of divine sense also signifies the strengthening of the soul. Luo Li's breakthrough and soul enhancement after being returned by the system caused Li Xuanfeng's soul to undergo earth-shaking changes. The violet moon, which could suppress a cultivator's divine sense, became utterly insignificant to him. My current strength is indeed formidable, and my soul intensity rivals that of the divine transformation realm. Coupled with 30% chaotic sword intent, my destructive power has multiplied by an unknown factor. Yet there remains a distance from true divine transformation realm cultivators. Li Xianfeng mused. But soon a new system notification chimed. Ding! Luo Li's comprehension of sword intent failed to break the final shackles, but upon her realm breakthrough, a sudden flash of inspiration struck, granting her an extremely brief epiphany. Tenfold return, you receive a prolonged period of enlightenment. Ding! After her epiphany, Luo Li successfully comprehended sword intent, reaching the perfect 10th level. Tenfold return, you comprehend 50% chaotic sword intent. As the notification faded, Li Xuanfeng's chaotic sword intent surged, dramatically breaking through from 30% to 40%, then from 40% to 50%. Yet this was not the end. Because Li Xuanfeng had entered an exceedingly mystical state, countless inspirations burst forth and collided within his mind. Since Luo Li's epiphany was related to sword intent, the returned enlightenment was also tied to it. Upon entering this state, comprehending sword intent seemed to lose all difficulty. The power of artistic conception, previously hard to grasp and shrouded in obscurity, now appeared exceedingly simple. Li Xuanfeng's chaotic sword intent began a new round of ascension. From 50% to the peak of 50%. From the peak of 50% to 60%. The peak of 60%. 70%. The peak of 70%. 80%. The peak of 80%. It was not until 90% that Li Xuanfeng finally exited the state of enlightenment. The power of artistic conception, like cultivation realms, becomes increasingly difficult to break through at higher levels. Simultaneously, breakthroughs at higher levels yield greater enhancements. At the fourth level of the Shattered Core realm, with a soul comparable to the Divine Transformation realm and 90% chaotic sword intent, Li Xuanfeng now fully possessed combat power at the Divine Transformation level. Outside the isolation array, as Li Xuanfeng remained motionless for an extended period, the cultivators watching from afar believed his chances of a breakthrough were slim. Even if he could break through, it would likely be the next day. Meanwhile, Jing Wui and Wu Haoxing's anxious hearts gradually calmed. Merely a bluff, Wu Haoxing muttered. This man is extraordinarily monstrous. With only one day left before the secret realm closes, his claimed breakthrough is not impossible. Jing Wui said in a deep voice. Li Xuanfeng's near-fatal sword strike at the peak of the 9th level of the core condensation realm was ample proof of his monstrous talent. Jing Wui believed it was not impossible for Li Xuanfeng to break through before the secret realm closed. Wu Haoxing's expression shifted. He secretly concurred. But even if he does break through, breaking this formation is a pipe dream. Jing Wui regained his former composure. During this time, he had repeatedly calculated, even irrationally overestimating Li Xuanfeng with extreme caution. The results showed that no matter what, Li Xuanfeng could not gain power equivalent to the Divine Transformation realm right after his breakthrough. Thus, his inner unease had dissipated. With the formation blocking him, Li Xuanfeng was doomed to fail in killing them. Time to safely refine the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. Jing Wui chuckled. The Bodhi Enlightenment Spring was his greatest harvest and the most precious treasure within the secret realm. Previously, fear of Li Xuanfeng had left him no mood to refine it. Now, having come to terms, he felt ready to refine it. Conveniently, the cultivators who had helped break the formation were all watching from afar, lacking the courage to demand their share. Wu Haoxing nodded. With one day remaining, they would not idle away. They would use it to refine the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. But just as they made this decision, a soul-shaking aura surged into the sky, shattering the clouds and sweeping across the four directions. Countless cultivators felt their knees weaken, overcome by an urge to kneel in worship. Impossible! Jing Wui cried out in terror. His body trembled with fear. When this aura emerged, only one thought occupied his mind. It was over. He was going to die. The isolation array was torn apart by this force. An indescribably terrifying aura blanketed everything. Li Xuanfeng opened his eyes from meditation, and within his pupils it seemed a sword light rent the chaos, creating heaven and earth. The 90% chaotic sword intent swept across heaven and earth. All cultivators were struck with terror. Even those who had retreated to the horizon could not resist the soul-deep shudder induced by the supreme sword intent. Those with weaker souls and less resolve found their legs giving way, unable to resist the urge to kneel. If Li Xuanfeng's previous sword intent was like a vast deep lake, then his current sword intent was an endless boundless ocean. The black, profound python coiled close to Li Xuanfeng prostrated itself on the ground, hissing softly, overwhelmed by the immense terror of this aura. Su Miaojin maintained a calm exterior, but her soul struggled to break free from the invisible pressure of the sword intent. A large hand gently rested upon her delicate shoulder, and the influence of the sword intent vanished instantly. Li Xuanfeng gazed silently at Jing Wui and Wu Haoxing, who were paralyzed with terror within the grand formation. The aura of the Shattered Core Stage 4th level and the might of the 90% chaotic sword intent were completely withdrawn, as if everything had been an illusion, as if nothing had ever happened. Heaven and earth returned to a state of gentle breezes and light clouds, but the hearts of the onlookers were a churning sea. Brotherly. Turning her head to see Li Xuanfeng's profile, Su Miaojin's heart raced, and a flush of crimson bloomed on her fair, pretty cheeks. She knew that Li Xuanfeng would surely succeed this time. The vast aura of the Shattered Core Stage 4th level and the unfathomable sword intent were certain to tear the grand formation apart. Come break the formation with me. Li Xianfeng lightly patted Su Maya's shoulder, a confident smile on his face. All right. Su Maya's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light. This version of Li Xianfeng made her heart uncontrollable. Whoosh. The massive black profound python shrunk back into a tiny snake, just a few inches long, coiling around Li Xuanfeng's fingertip, rubbing against his hand in an affectionate, ingratiating manner. Li Xuanfeng, accompanied by the girl, and the snake stepped steadily toward the grand formation. Each step was unhurried and soundless. But to Jing Wui and Wu Hoxing, each footfall felt like a hammer striking their hearts. How could this be? It's over. Jing Wui and Wu Hoxing stared at Li Xianfeng in terror. Regardless of their previous speculations or their unwillingness to believe, the terrifyingly boundless sword intent spoke for itself. Li Xianfeng had likely already attained strength on par with the divine transformation stage, possessing the power to shatter the formation. But how could this be? How could he break through realms repeatedly in such a short time? Not only had his cultivation realm advanced, but his sword intent had also undergone a tremendous enhancement. When did breakthroughs become so simple, so exaggerated? Jing Wui and Wu Hoxing found it unbelievable and could not accept this reality. Even though they had already tried to gauge Li Xianfeng by the most unreasonable standards, they still ended up with such a colossal miscalculation. As Li Xianfeng approached the grand formation, their fear reached its peak. Hold your hand. Jing Wui swallowed hard. But Li Xianfeng remained silent. If you let us go, all grievances are wiped clean. Wu Hoxing's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng glanced at him, but still said nothing, slowly raising his right hand. Wipe clean all grievances. What right did he have to wipe them clean? Spiritual energy surged, coalescing before Li Xianfeng into a massive sword of spiritual power upon which the chaotic sword intent shimmered. I am willing to offer 20 portions, no 30, no all of the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. Sensing the terrifying might of the giant spiritual sword, Jing Wui could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. But Li Xianfeng still could not be bothered to speak with him. If he killed him, wouldn't the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring be his anyway? Previously lacking the strength to break the formation, he had bothered to exchange a few words. Now that the formation could no longer stop him, why waste words on the dead? The giant spiritual sword vibrated, sword intent rippled the void, twisted, and even a sliver of spatial fissure appeared. All cultivators who witnessed this scene were utterly horrified. The void had been torn open by the sword intent. Li Xuanfeng's strike had undoubtedly reached the level of the divine transformation stage. You cannot kill me. I am a true disciple of the Blood Fiend sect. If you kill me, the sect will surely avenge me. Are you certain you wish to provoke the entire Blood Fiend sect? Are you certain you wish to make an enemy of the Blood Fiend sect? Seeing that Li Xuanfeng's killing intent was resolute, Jing Wui could only shout in fear, invoking his backing in the hope of making Li Xianfeng hesitate and stop. Whoosh. However, his answer was the whistling giant spiritual sword. Bang. The formation barrier blocked the sword. But it did not last even a single breath before it shattered into countless fragments with a crack. Jing Wui's eyes bulged as another dagger-shaped blade appeared before him. He actually possessed 2 copies of the same trump card. Unfortunately, this strike from Li Xianfeng was different from the previous one. The energy shield could not hold for even an instant before being pierced by the giant spiritual sword. The next moment it passed through Jing Wui's abdomen, slicing him apart. The surging chaotic sword intent erupted directly, pulverizing his body into dust, not even allowing him time to scream. As for Wu Hoxing, the overflowing chaotic sword intent left him riddled with holes. He struggled desperately to flee, his eyes filled with immense terror, utter despair, and profound hatred, as the giant spiritual sword shattered into countless smaller swords that whistled toward him. Energy surged, sword intent raged, and Wu Hoxing died without leaving a single trace. Yet 2 storage rings flew intact into Li Xuanfeng's hands. The entire world seemed to have been muted. The assembly of cultivators stood frozen, like clay statues, unable to utter a word for a long time. The grand formation was shattered in an instant. Jing Wui and Wu Hoxing, who had used their trump cards again, did not even leave behind their corpses. To be precise, they left no trace at all. Not a single drop of blood, not a shred of torn clothing could be seen. Throughout the entire process, Li Xianfeng had merely raised his hand. This scene inflicted a violent shock upon the minds of all cultivators, an unforgettable memory for their entire lives. Gulp. It was unclear who swallowed hard, breaking the silence of heaven and earth. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Invincible. Too invincible. The 3 Spirit Sea stage cultivators and the old man at the 9th level peak of the condensing core stage trembled with excitement. They had guessed correctly. Li Xianfeng had indeed broken through several realms in a single seclusion, attaining strength on par with the divine transformation stage. But they realized their earlier guesses had still been too conservative. Not only had Li Xuanfeng's cultivation directly reached the shattered core stage 4th level, but his chaotic sword intent had also reached a level they could not fathom. Monster. A truly monstrous talent. No, he should be called an anomaly, an aberration defying all reason, as if he were a freak of heaven and earth. After this incident, the cultivation world will surely be shaken. The cultivators' minds were profoundly shaken, forever imprinting this figure. Li Xuanfeng paid no attention to the psychological changes of the other cultivators. His divine sense swept through the storage rings. The harvest this time satisfied him. 17 condensing core stage formation masters, 7 shattered core stage elders, and Jing Wui, who was at the shattered core stage 4th level. Even if each person's daily consumption of resources was enormous, the combined total was by no means a small amount. Adding the 36 portions of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring, this was the most bountiful haul of spoils Li Xuanfeng had ever obtained. Come, it's time to distribute the spoils. Li Xuanfeng looked at Su Miaozhen. Su Miaozhen's delicate lips parted slightly as if to say something, but facing Li Xuanfeng's gaze, she found herself unable to speak. In the battle, she had been unable to provide any help, and had even been careful not to affect Li Xuanfeng or become a burden. In Su Miaozhen's view, she was not qualified to receive any spoils. However, judging by the look in Li Xuanfeng's eyes just now, if she dared to utter any words of refusal, he might just silence her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Spirit stones flew out, landing in specific positions to construct a large isolation formation enveloping the two of them, and the python blocking the sight and divine sense probes of outsiders. Witnessing this scene, the crowd knew that matters here had come to a temporary close. The cultivators who had previously helped decipher the formation and had been promised Bodhi Enlightenment Spring by Jing Wui could only shake their heads and sigh. They lacked the courage to demand anything from Li Xuanfeng. They could only curse Jing Wui inwardly for not distributing the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring to them earlier. A dead man they cursed for generations. There is still one day left before the secret realm forcibly closes and everyone is teleported out. Take advantage of the remaining time to search for treasures. I feel the real crisis begins once we leave the secret realm. Nonsense, the Withered Void Sect has lost so many formation masters and elders, and Jing Wui has died without a trace. The Withered Void Sect and Blood Fiend Sect must have sensed it by now. They might already be waiting at the various entrances. Alas, when gods clash, mortals suffer. Let's hope we don't get caught in the crossfire. The cultivators dispersed, discussing among themselves. The shock Li Xuanfeng had inflicted upon them gradually turned into worry. For everyone knew that the true crisis lay after leaving the secret realm. They had no idea how Li Xuanfeng would handle it, nor whether they would be unfortunate enough to be caught in the blaze of wrath. As the cultivators had speculated, outside the secret realm in the Purple Moon Mountain range, several figures radiating astonishing auras had already descended. 6 days had passed since the opening of the Purple Moon secret realm. Initially, many cultivators had gathered at the various entrances, and those holding the tokens had successfully entered. Most cultivators who failed to enter the secret realm had chosen to leave. However, some still lingered near the entrances. The intentions of these people were not hard to guess. They were likely waiting to seize the opportunities of those who emerged from the secret realm. Only with the arrival of several cultivators bearing terrifying auras did many of these opportunists retreat in alarm. What realm are these experts? How terrifying. Even the overflowing pressure makes one's heart quake. Could they be at the shattered core stage? Numerous cultivators withdrew to a great distance, their expressions filled with shock and uncertainty. What happened inside the secret realm? How did all the members of the formation hall and the elders die? The secret realm itself does not pose such a threat. Who did this? I just received a transmission from the Blood Fiend Sect. The true disciple Jing has also met with an accident. Several divine thoughts surged through the void, conversing with one another. The formation masters of the Withered Void Sect's formation hall had been completely annihilated. The several shattered core stage elders who had entered had also all fallen. This matter had far-reaching implications, shaking the very foundations of the sect, and turmoil had already begun within the Withered Void Sect. These old monsters who had been in secluded cultivation for years had been awakened by the incident. The secret realm restricts entry to those at the divine transformation stage, and above, the perpetrator cannot be at the divine transformation stage. Not to mention the true disciple Jing, who possessed a trump card. Even if our formation masters and elders joined forces, cultivators below the shattered core stage 5th level would only have the option to flee. The attacker should be a cultivator above the shattered core stage 5th level and also in possession of a divine transformation stage level offensive trump card. That must be it. This shows that the attacker must have some background. Can we stop him? Since the true disciple Jing has already fallen, it means the opponent has likely used their trump card. Trapping him should be no problem for us. The divine thoughts of several old monsters surged in the void. They were all supreme elders of the Withered Void Sect. Their cultivation levels range from the lowest at the shattered core stage 7th level to the highest at the 9th level peak. They had long ceased to concern themselves with sect affairs. But this time the matter was too significant, forcing them to emerge from seclusion. No matter, I have received word. The Blood Fiend sect takes this very seriously, and an elder is enraged. They have already petitioned Home Master Pei, who is in seclusion. Perhaps Home Master Pei will come in person. A divine thought rang out. That's good. With Home Master Pei's personal arrival, whoever it is will be brought to justice. Excellent, excellent. I would like to see who is so bold as to lay a hand on the true disciple Jing. A web of divine thoughts intertwined. At the mention of Home Master Pei, everyone's confidence swelled. Both the 100-Sword Mountain and the Blood Fiend sect were top-tier major sects. Beneath the sect master of 100-Sword Mountain were 7 powerful peak masters, and below them were the various elders. The Blood Fiend sect was structured similarly, with 7 hall masters beneath the sect master equivalent to the peak masters of 100-Sword Mountain. Any hall master was an extremely formidable existence, each possessing strength far surpassing that of divine transformation stage cultivators. And Hall Master Pei was precisely Jing Wise Master. Li Xuanfeng was unaware that new dangers awaited him beyond the secret realm. Even if he had known, he would not have cared, for his fate remained cloaked in the hue of chaos. In other words, even if threats lurked outside the secret realm, they could do little to affect him. Should he prove unable to overcome them, he could always summon his master Lien Yuezhu. This time, having slain 17 condensed core cultivators and 8 shattered core cultivators, he had amassed the greatest bounty of spoils in his history. Li Xuanfeng meticulously categorized them all. Spirit stones, elixirs, spiritual artifacts, medicinal herbs, formation plates. Every kind of treasure was present. Of course, the most precious among them were the 36 vials of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. Well, these are all yours now. With a casual wave of his hand, the dense array of treasures floated before Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin gazed at Li Xuanfeng with a complex look in her beautiful eyes, her lips parting slightly as she struggled to articulate her feelings. After what had transpired, she had anticipated he would do this. Even with some mental preparation, facing such an abundance of resources still left her awestruck. If these resources were taken outside, countless cultivators would willingly lay down their lives for Li Xuanfeng. Yet he gave them all away, so casually, keeping nothing for himself. Brotherly. Su Miaohen's eyes were like autumn waters, brimming with tender affection. For so many years, she had relied solely on herself in cultivation, with no one to help her. Her family even depended on her. Had she not once received the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, she could never have reached her current realm. Su Miaojin knew well the hardships of acquiring resources. Yet ever since Li Xuanfeng declared his intention to invest in her, she experienced for the first time how wonderful it was to have someone to lean on. Peerless talent, elegant demeanor, divine bearing, and such extraordinary generosity. How could any woman resist such a Li Xuanfeng? As for Su Miaojin, she felt she could no longer hold out. Don't speak. Li Xuanfeng, expecting her to refuse again, interrupted directly. Aren't you keeping any of the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring? Yet Su Miaojin did not obediently remain silent. Her red lips parted gently, her eyes shimmering as she looked at Li Xuanfeng. Do I need it? Li Xuanfeng replied indifferently. Do I? Su Miaojin shook her head. With Li Xuanfeng's comprehension, he truly had no need for it. Still, the sheer quantity of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring was so vast and precious that Su Miaojin felt uneasy taking it all. Then why say more? Just accept it. Li Xuanfeng said casually. The cumulative value of these resources was astonishing. Many items like blade and sword artifacts were things Su Miaojin could not use. But even if they were useless now, she could later exchange them at treasure pavilions for other resources. Brotherly, most people invest to gain much with little, but this doesn't even feel like investment. Even if I sold myself to you, it wouldn't be worth this much. As Su Miaojin spoke, her gaze wavered, unable to meet his eyes, and her jade-like ears burned. Oh, that's not necessarily true. A future war goddess is worth far more than this. Li Xuanfeng looked at her with a half-smile. Blessed by fate, possessing the desolate war physique and graced with exquisite beauty and a lithe figure, Su Miaohen's value indeed far exceeded these mere objects. Given her potential, becoming a supreme being of the world was only a matter of time. If she were truly to sell herself, how could such paltry things measure her worth? A flush of crimson spread from Su Miaohen's jade-like neck, suffusing her lovely face and adding a touch of endearing charm. Su Miaohen's heart pounded wildly. What did Brotherly mean by that? Was he truly asking her to sell herself to him? She would never, out of greed for resources, betray her principles and heart. But if it were Li Xuanfeng, even if he wanted it now, it wouldn't be impossible. Yet she had never experienced such things. Her closest physical contact with a man was holding hands with him while entering the secret realm, and being carried by him while flying when she was injured. Su Miaojin had spoken those words on a whim. Now that Li Xuanfeng had responded, she was tense to the extreme. Su Miaojin had her principles. She would not easily accept gifts from others, much less sell herself for resources. But if the man was one she admired and cherished, that was another matter. Principles could be bent. Yet, given the current situation, Deep in the secret realm under the purple moon, and with the black profound python present, it hardly seemed the time for anything. Enough, no more words. Accept these resources, there will be ample time for repayment later. Seeing her face flush, so hot it seemed to burn, Li Xianfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Su Miaozhen nodded softly, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. After calming her emotions, Su Miaozhen raised her hand, and the resources flew one by one into her storage ring. Ding! Su Miaozhen has acquired 3,600,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 660,000 high-grade spirit stones. 100-fold return triggered. You receive 360 million mid-grade spirit stones and 66 million high-grade spirit stones. The familiar system chime echoed. Within the system space, a veritable mountain of spirit stones materialized. Sigh. I have so many spirit stones I don't know where to spend them. Li Xianfeng felt a hint of worry. If other cultivators knew this thought, they would likely be speechless or even want to hit him. In truth, Li Xianfeng rarely spent spirit stones. Spirit stones had myriad uses, the most basic being that cultivators could absorb and refine the spiritual energy within to enhance their cultivation. Many cultivators would stockpile a large number of spirit stones before long seclusions. But Li Xianfeng either had cultivation directly returned to him by the system or received better, more suitable resources. He mainly used spirit stones to set up isolation formations, consuming very few. Ding! Su Miaozhen has obtained multiple 6th rank formation plates. 100-fold return triggered. You receive 2 top-tier 7th rank formation plates, the Black Tortoise Black Armor Array and the Dragon Breath Annihilation Array. When the system prompt sounded again, Li Xianfeng knew exactly how to use his vast hoard of spirit stones. Formation plates were miniature versions of formations with formation eyes, bases, and patterns prearranged. They only required spiritual energy to activate. However, formation plates had limited energy and needed spirit stones to supply power. Only with sufficient spirit stones could the formations unleash their full might. Both formation plates were 7th rank high grade, corresponding to the divine molting realm in terms of cultivation. The Black Tortoise Black Armor Array specialized in defense, while the Dragon Breath Annihilation Array focused on offense. With these 2 arrays, Li Xianfeng could fear any cultivator in the divine molting realm. Yet such high-level formations consumed an enormous amount of spirit stones. Li Xuanfeng, who had been troubled by his surplus, finally found a purpose. He promptly deactivated the isolation formation and brought out the Black Tortoise Black Armor Array plate. Countless spirit stones flew toward the plate, which spun rapidly, expanded, and landed, enveloping both Li Xianfeng and Su Miaozhen. Subtly, the energy shield transformed into the phantom of a black tortoise. Now even a peak 9th layer divine molting realm cultivator might not be able to break through. Li Xianfeng discovered that this formation also possessed isolation capabilities. He could allow others to see inside if he wished, or completely block the sight and divine sense of even divine molting realm cultivators. It was an excellent formation for seclusion, defense, and covert activities. With a thought, he communicated with the formation, and the black tortoise phantom completely sealed off all external gazes and spiritual senses. Yet from within the formation, they could still clearly see outside. Su Miaozhen, who was still storing treasures into her ring, was startled. Brotherly possessed such a formidable formation. No wonder he had shown no interest in the formation plates she had collected. The plates she had gathered were probably not even a 10th as valuable as this one. Could Brotherly be deploying this formation because he truly intends to do something? As a thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed once more. Although Su Miaozhen had not specialized in the study of formations, she was not unfamiliar with them. Moreover, Li Xianfeng had not set up any defenses against her. By extending her divine sense, she could discern the general function of the formation. Beyond its basic formidable defense, it also possessed all the functions of a barrier formation. At the same time, it could perfectly blend with the surrounding environment, making the formation undetectable. It was just like the mystic concealment formation Li Xianfeng had once used. Such a perfect formation. Why had he not brought it out before, only to produce it now? This inevitably led Su Miaozhen to speculate. However, seeing the black mystic python, which had been shrinking its body and putting on a cute act before Li Xuanfeng, she felt that he would not do anything inappropriate in its presence. Thus her panic eased considerably. Though Su Miaozhen had never explicitly stated it, she had already clarified her own heart. She harbored admiration, gratitude, and affection for Li Xianfeng. If Li Xianfeng truly intended to do something to her, she would likely find it difficult to refuse. But having never experienced such matters, she could not help but feel anxious and uncertain. This made her more prone to overthinking and imagining things from his ordinary actions. Unfortunately, Li Xianfeng was immersed in the joy of his gains and the exploration of formations. He did not notice the change in Su Miaozhen's expression, and even if he had, he could not have known what she was thinking. This formation is indeed remarkable. Gazing at the enormous black tortoise phantom, Li Xianfeng mused inwardly. The strength of the black tortoise armor formation far surpassed the core formation that shrouded the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. Li Xuanfeng could easily shatter the core formation, yet he could not budge the black tortoise armor formation in the slightest. Ding! Su Miaojin has obtained a large quantity of pills. Hundredfold return, you have obtained 1/6 revolution golden bone pill. The system notification chimed again. Within the system space appeared a pale golden pill swirling with mysterious energy. With a slight sweep of his consciousness, Li Xuanfeng understood the effects of the 6 revolution golden bone pill. This pill was a supreme elixir for strengthening the physical body, enabling a cultivator to forge the strongest golden bones and embark on the path to physical sanctity. The stronger one's physique, the greater the benefits from consuming this pill. Li Xuanfeng possessed the chaotic sword physique, so his physical constitution needed no elaboration. Moreover, he had the blazing sun golden bone secret art. If he could refine the 6 revolution golden bone pill, there was a high chance he would birth chaotic golden bones. At that time, relying solely on his physical strength, without using spiritual energy, spiritual tools, sword intent, or even martial techniques, Li Xuanfeng could slay cultivators at the divine cocoon stage in a single strike. In fact, even if he stood motionless, many divine cocoon stage cultivators would be unable to break through his defense. With the addition of other powers, his strength would be terrifying beyond imagination. Ding! Su Miaojin has obtained mystic bone grass, dragon yang grass, purple spirit flower, blue lotus flower. Hundredfold return, you have obtained golden bone grass, crimson flame grass, purple chin flower, jade lotus flower. With another chime, Li Xuanfeng received a large quantity of precious alchemical herbs. These herbs are excellent. I can refine many valuable pills with them. Li Xuanfeng thought with satisfaction. Though he had never personally refined pills thanks to the returns from Luo Li, he was now a genuine alchemist. Ding! Su Miaojin has obtained a large quantity of 5th and 6th grade spiritual tools. Hundredfold return, you have obtained an 8th grade low-grade spiritual tool, the Xintian sword. A brand new azure long sword appeared in the system space, its blade gleaming with a cold light that seemed capable of cutting through one's gaze. It's a good thing the Qishao sword can no longer withstand my full power. This 8th grade low-grade spiritual tool should serve me until the unity stage, Li Xuanfeng thought to himself. After the core condensation stage comes the core shattering stage, followed by the divine cocoon stage, and then the unity stage. 8th grade spiritual tools are the most suitable for unity stage cultivators. A cultivator can unleash their full power through such a tool, and it can bear their entire strength. A perfect synergy. With Li Xuanfeng's current prowess, he could pick up a withered branch and wield it like a sharp sword. However, to unleash his full potential, he still needed a powerful spiritual tool capable of withstanding his complete strength. It took the return of a large quantity of 5th and 6th grade spiritual tools from Su Miaojin to yield this single 8th grade long sword. Even for an anomaly like Li Xuanfeng, it would be more than sufficient until he broke through to the unity stage. Ding! Su Miaojin has obtained 36 square measures of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. Hundredfold return, you have obtained 1 drop of Bodhi creation liquid. At last, the notification Li Xuanfeng had been eagerly awaiting rang out. A single drop of liquid resembling concentrated chaos floated silently in the system space, exuding an aura of mystery. 36 square measures of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring multiplied 100-fold ultimately yielded but this tiny droplet. Such was the preciousness of this item. With a mere thought, Li Xuanfeng sank his consciousness into the system space to perceive the Bodhi creation liquid. At last he understood what kind of treasure this truly was. The so-called Bodhi creation liquid was produced by a great power, using heaven-defying methods to refine and purify a mature Bodhi tree over the course of 81 years. Then through other means, the essence of various enlightenment-enhancing marvels was integrated into it, followed by another 49 years of refinement. Only then was this single drop of Bodhi creation liquid obtained. True to its name, the Bodhi creation liquid could bestow immense fortune upon a cultivator, absolutely enhancing their comprehension. Moreover, the improvement was substantial, effective even for geniuses with naturally high comprehension. Such a rare treasure must not be wasted, its effect must be maximized. Li Xuanfeng could barely contain his excitement. By maximizing its effect, he naturally did not mean refining it himself. Instead, he would give the Bodhi creation liquid to the bound destined maidens, allowing them to enhance their comprehension and trigger another round of returns. With that thought, Li Xuanfeng turned a burning gaze towards Su Miaojin. She had just stored all the resources into her storage ring and happened to meet his eyes, causing her delicate frame to tremble. She actually caught a hint of fervor in Li Xuanfeng's eyes. Ellie, brother Li. Her heart skipped a beat, her breath caught, and she grew tense once more. Could it be? Could brother Li want? Right now? Panic flickered in her eyes. If Li Xuanfeng truly wished it, she would not refuse, but the extreme nervousness in her heart was not something she could simply suppress. I've just been thinking. Since there's still a day left before the secret realm ends, it would be too slow for you to refine the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring on your own. So I intend to assist you to refine it as quickly as possible. Besides, I have an even better treasure here that is perfect for you. Li Xuanfeng suppressed his inner excitement and spoke. Off. Su Miaojin stood frozen. She had thought he was thinking of something else, but it turned out he was helping her refine the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring and even mentioned a better treasure. Had she been overthinking all along? In an instant her tension dissipated, yet she inexplicably felt a pang of disappointment. Let's not waste time on idle talk. Take out the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring and let's begin. Li Xuanfeng said. Compared to other enlightenment-enhancing marvels in the secret realm, the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring was extremely precious. But compared to the Bodhi creation liquid, it fell far short. The Bodhi Enlightenment Spring was effective at improving comprehension, but with repeated use its effects diminished until it became completely ineffective. However, the Bodhi creation liquid remained remarkably effective even for geniuses with exceptionally high comprehension. Thus, Li Xuanfeng planned to first help Su Miaojin refine the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring and then use the Bodhi creation liquid. All right. Su Miaojin nodded slightly. The thought that Li Xuanfeng would soon guide her personally in the refinement made her heartbeat quicken a few more beats. With a rushing sound, the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring roared forth from the storage ring, like a river, suspending before the two of them. Let us begin, Li Xuanfeng said, looking at Su Miaojin. The latter nodded gently. Her divine sense enveloped the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring, and vast spiritual energy surged from both their palms, beginning the refinement process. Refining the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring involved two steps. The first was to purify and concentrate it. The so-called Bodhi Enlightenment Spring was in essence the Bodhi Enlightenment liquid diluted by a clear spring. For a cultivator to maximize absorption efficiency, the clear spring needed to be removed, leaving only the active components. Simply separating the Bodhi Enlightenment liquid from the clear spring was not a difficult task. However, achieving 100% purity without any impurities required considerable effort. The stronger a cultivator's divine sense, the faster they could purify it. Li Xuanfeng's soul had reached the spirit transformation level, and his speed was many times faster than Su Miaojin's. After 1 hour, the 36 cubic meters of Bodhi Enlightenment Spring were completely purified and refined, yielding 3.6 cubic meters of Bodhi Enlightenment liquid, a tenfold reduction. Next came the second step, inhaling the Bodhi Enlightenment liquid and refining it within the body. Its essence would nourish and strengthen the soul, enhancing enlightenment. 2 meditation mats flew out. Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaojin sat facing each other. It begins, Li Xuanfeng said, looking at Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin nodded. Opening her rosy lips, she drew a large amount of Bodhi Enlightenment liquid into her mouth. Simultaneously, both extended their hands, pressing their palms tightly together. Su Miaojin took a deep breath, suppressing her inner tension. Do not resist. I am entering. A vast surging tide of spiritual energy flowed from Li Xuanfeng's palm into Su Miaojin's body, spreading through her limbs and bones. To help Su Miaojin refine the liquid, Li Xuanfeng had to channel his power into her body, taking primary control of the refinement. This was a rather dangerous act. At least for Su Miaojin, it was perilous. The influx of another's power could severely threaten her own safety. Without absolute trust, no cultivator would choose to do this. Fortunately, Su Miaojin now trusted Li Xuanfeng completely, so she allowed his power to enter. Li Xuanfeng's strength far surpassed hers, and with his assistance the refinement speed increased manifold. A wealth of essence nourished her soul, healing Su Miaojin's injuries and restoring her innate enlightenment. After 3 hours, the trauma to Su Miaojin's soul was finally fully healed. Yet the refinement did not cease. The Bodhi Enlightenment liquid continued to enhance her enlightenment. Su Miaojin closed her eyes, silently sensing Li Xuanfeng's power surging within her. From initial nervousness and anxiety, she had now become completely calm. The enhancement effect of the Bodhi Enlightenment liquid gradually diminished during this process. Finally, when only the last cubic meter of Bodhi Enlightenment liquid remained, Su Miaojin's enlightenment ceased to improve. Further refinement would yield no additional effect. Ding! Su Miaojin's soul trauma has been completely healed, restoring her original enlightenment. 100-fold return granted. Your enlightenment has received a remarkable boost. Ding! After restoring her original enlightenment, Su Miaojin has achieved a substantial improvement. 100-fold return granted. Your enlightenment has received a remarkable boost. 2 consecutive system prompts sounded. Because Li Xuanfeng had personally guided Su Miaojin through the entire refinement process, the system granted the highest 100-fold return. Li Xuanfeng's mind felt ethereal, his soul soaring as if ascending to immortality. His enlightenment had reached an astonishing level. Thus, in terms of enlightenment, he no longer had any weaknesses, becoming a true peerless prodigy. Both his bone structure and enlightenment now far surpassed the destined maiden he had bound. Yet the enhancement of enlightenment was not the end. Li Xianfeng still had a single drop of Bodhi creation liquid. Brotherly. Su Miaojin opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering like autumn waves. Her soul trauma was finally fully healed and her enlightenment had surged significantly beyond its original level. All of this was thanks to Li Xuanfeng, and Su Miaojin was overwhelmed with emotion. I told you I have an even better treasure perfect for you, Li Xianfeng said with a smile. A drop of liquid resembling concentrated chaos energy flew out and hovered before Su Miaojin. This? What is this? Su Miaojin's excitement gave way to awe. She did not recognize the liquid before her, but merely sensing its aura made her soul feel joyful and light. Su Miaojin was well aware of that familiar sensation. This item was surely related to enhancing enlightenment, and its value undoubtedly surpassed that of the Bodhi enlightenment liquid. Was this the treasure Brother Li spoke of? Where did he get so many treasures one after another? What exactly was Brother Li's background? And why did he treat her so well? Was it truly just an investment? What had she done to deserve this? Su Miaojin stared blankly at Li Xianfeng. She realized she could see through this man less and less. The questions in her heart grew. I know you want to ask, but do not ask now. Consume it. I will help you refine it. Li Xianfeng looked calmly at Su Miaojin. With a flick of his finger, the Bodhi creation liquid stopped directly before her rosy lips. Yet Su Miaojin remained silent, still staring at Li Xianfeng. The next moment, she leaned forward, bypassing the Bodhi creation liquid. Under Li Xuanfeng's resigned gaze, she fell into his arms and held him tightly. Brotherly, I am not worthy of such treatment from you. Su Miaojin's delicate frame trembled slightly, a thin mist of tears rising in her beautiful eyes. Remembering the hardships of her cultivation journey and the pressure of bearing her family's expectations, she could not help but choke with emotion. How fortunate she was to have met Li Xianfeng. Whatever his intentions, the resources he gave her brought tangible benefits. What is there to be unworthy of? Do not overthink it. I am merely investing in a future female war goddess. A future war goddess would not be a crybaby, would she? Li Xianfeng gently patted her back, a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. Su Miaojin said nothing, holding him and unwilling to let go. The secret realm is about to close. Absorb and refine it quickly. The blood fiend sect's true disciple died by my hand, and threats likely await outside the realm. Calculating the time, only a few hours remained before the secret realm ended. It should be enough to refine the Bodhi creation liquid. Li Xianfeng now only wished for another surge in enlightenment. Su Miaojin finally released her hands and left his embrace. But before doing so, her gaze met Li Xuanfeng's, and she made an unprecedented bold move. She quickly pecked him on the lips, then blushed and retreated to her meditation mat. The warm, soft kiss was fleeting, leaving only a faint fragrance. Without waiting for Li Xianfeng to speak, Su Miaojin opened her mouth and drew the Bodhi creation liquid in. Brotherly, help me refine it. This time Su Miaojin proactively made the request. Li Xuanfeng's words had reminded her the death of the blood fiend sect's true disciple in the secret realm would surely bring the sect's experts personally. She wondered what status Jing Wui held within the sect and what level of experts would descend. A sense of crisis stirred within Su Miaojin. She calmed her surging emotions and let Li Xianfeng assist her in the refinement. Very well. You start a fire then retreat, do you? Li Xianfeng narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger in his gaze. Su Miaojin's heart fluttered like a startled fawn, panic flashing in her eyes. However, Li Xianfeng did not act further. Once the Bodhi creation liquid was inhaled, it had to be refined quickly or its effects would gradually dissipate. Spending too much time on other matters would be a loss. If Su Miaojin dared to do this again, Li Xianfeng would certainly not let her off. The two sat facing each other, palms pressed together. Li Xianfeng used the same method to assist her refinement. Time flowed unceasingly, and the closing of the secret realm drew nearer. Finally, at some unknown moment, the Bodhi creation liquid was fully refined. The system prompt sounded once more. Su Miaojin absorbed the Bodhi creation elixir and her spiritual insight leaped by bounds. Its effects returned 100-fold, a vast enhancement of comprehension surged forth, a sublime metamorphosis taking place. When Li Xianfeng received the restoration, it felt as if the purest, most refined energy nourished his soul, prompting a qualitative transformation of his spirit. A sensation of lightness and transcendence came upon him again. Li Xianfeng felt his body slip away, leaving only an ethereal soul. Countless flashes of cultivation inspiration erupted in his mind. The body techniques and sword forms he had once practiced, even the array comprehension restored by Su Miaojin, and the alchemical knowledge returned by Luo Li collided and intertwined within his thoughts. He could discern and remedy their weaknesses, innovating upon the old. Cultivation, he realized, could be astonishingly simple. Li Xianfeng opened his eyes, a smile playing at his lips. Rising beneath Su Miaojin's gaze, an 8th-rank spirit artifact, the Xuanfeng sword, appeared in his hand. Names of techniques and forms flowed through his mind. 3-foot sword array, dripping water, piercing void, Gungjin 9, swords 99 returned to 1. These martial arts, long useless to him, were once more called forth. With each execution his comprehension deepened a little more. With the long sword he thrust, cleaved, shattered, blocked, and intercepted, demonstrating the most elemental of moves. There was not the faintest trace of spiritual energy nor any sword intent. Plain and ordinary, as if wielded by a mortal without cultivation. Yet Su Miaojin watched rapt and silent. Li Xuanfeng's sword dance was like that of a graceful jade-like young gentleman suffused with a strange, captivating beauty. Time slipped away as he continued. Suddenly Li Xuanfeng swept his long sword through the air in an arc. Though the movement bore no discernible aura, a slender filament of force cleaved the void. That filament was a terrifyingly dense condensation of power. Wherever it passed it tore rifts in space. A thunderous boom echoed afterwards. The strike landed upon the Xuanwu black armor array, yet it failed to disrupt the grand formation. After all, that array could withstand attacks even from cultivators at the 9th peak of the Xuntue realm. Li Xuanfeng was certain this blow far exceeded the attack that had once broken the formation and slain Jingwei. It was a martial art of his own making, born from the sudden radiance of his transformed insight. He stared at the sword in his hand. Its tip gleamed like a piercing star as it drew a filament through the void, a line that seemed capable of slicing through all things. After a moment's thought, he named the technique Xinghua Yixian, the star/line. As for its grade, Li Xuanfeng judged it at minimum an earth grade supreme. With further refinement, it could ascend to heavenly grade. Martial techniques are ranked human, earth, and heavenly, each subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme. Normally, cultivators of the Sui Dan realm practice, at most, earth grade upper techniques. Earth grade supreme techniques are generally only fully potent in the hands of those at the Xuntue realm. But now Li Xuanfeng had not merely learned another's art. He had created an earth grade supreme technique. In his hands, Xinghua Yixian could unleash its greatest might. Moreover, only he could draw forth its fullest power, for he had fused chaotic sword intent into it. That very threshold barred countless cultivators from mastering it. Li Xuanfeng thought inwardly that Xinghua Yixian still had room for perfection. Reaching heavenly rank was only a matter of time. With his present insight, gradually evolving the technique to higher levels would not be difficult. Yet the challenge of deriving a technique is infinitely greater than merely learning one. Even Li Xuanfeng could not perfect a martial art in an instant unless he could sustain a prolonged state of sudden enlightenment. Time was nearly up. He sheathed the Xiantian sword and looked up at the secret realm sky. Li Xuanfeng could feel the entire realm shifting. Spatial forces rippled faintly throughout the place. They were soon to be forcibly transported out. The miniaturized form of the He Xuanmong sensed it as well. Hissing, it flew to Li Xuanfeng's hand. It nuzzled him, affectionately reluctant to part. Seeing the little creature's endearing antics, Li Xuanfeng smiled and left some surplus resources for the He Xuanmong. Outside the secret realm, when several grand elders of the Outer Sect descended, the cultivators who had lingered near the various exits gradually withdrew. Amid so many cultivators, there were naturally those in the know who recognized the identities of those elder figures. 5 grand elders of the Outer Sect have arrived. Something major must have happened inside the secret realm. I remember Jingwei of the Outer Sect entered the secret realm with Kushuan elders and an array master. This likely concerns them. Perhaps they fear the Putai Enlightenment Spring will be seized and have come to protect it. It is surely more complicated. Most likely Jingwei and the Kushuan elders ran into trouble. They were arguably the largest force to enter the secret realm. How could they be in trouble? Indeed, setting aside their power, Jingwei's status alone would make few dare oppose them. You never know. Though the Outer Sect is among the top sects within the Dian dynasty, it is not the only one. The Grand Elders of Kushuan have coordinated to deploy an array sealing that terrain any cultivator transmitted out cannot escape. There is never a shortage of onlookers, and cultivators are no exception. Lacking the nerve to approach, they hovered high above and observed from afar. Not to mention a cultivator's spiritual sense that perceives myriad things. Even by sight alone, they can discern distant scenes. Many well-informed figures are simply cultivators who delight in spectacle. While the crowd watched from a distance, the Grand Elders of Kushuan had already harmonized heaven and earth might and erected an immensely vast array that completely covered the Zhua mountain range. No matter which exit cultivators from the secret realm were sent to, they fell within the great array's coverage. Without the power of the Xuntue realm, escape was impossible. As cultivators monitored the changes in the Zhua range, an elder whose white beard hung to his chest appeared silently. No one saw how or from where he had arrived. By the time people reacted, he was already there. Who is that? If I am not mistaken, he must be an ancestor of the Kushuan sect, the previous sect master, rumored to have reached the 3rd tier of the Xuntue realm. You even know that? I said I guessed. Elder Gong. Elder Gong. When the white-bearded elder descended, the 5 grand elders of Xuan greeted him with solemn respect. He truly was an ancestor of the sect reverently called Elder Gong. His strength had reached the 3rd tier of the Shun Tue realm. This matter carries great consequences. I have already informed the Xuesha sect truthfully. The Xuesha elders are furious. Hall Master Pei has decided to come personally. He will emerge from seclusion at once. I have come to capture the murderer alive. Elder Gong said, his cloudy eyes fixed on the void. With Elder Gong intervening, the culprit will surely be seized with ease. This sealing array seems excessive. The Grand Elders flattered. Not at all. Its purpose is to prevent anyone from fleeing, giving me time to root out the murderer and snare them like fish in a barrel. Elder Gong stroked his graying beard. Before arriving, he had learned the full situation and inferred that the murderer was likely a cultivator of the Sui Dan realm who possessed a Shun Tue realm-level trump card. Otherwise, Jing Wui would not have died. Such a cultivator could be captured alive by his personal intervention without difficulty, especially with Hall Master Pei of the Xuesha sect present. It was, one might say, foolproof. No matter the opponent's identity, they would pay the price today. Within the ZUS secret realm, spatial forces rippled. Li Xuanfeng retracted the Xuanwu black armor array disc as spatial forces enveloped him and Su Miaojin. Time to go, he said, smiling at the Hei Xuanmong in his hand. The little serpent nuzzled his palm, unwilling to part. In the next moment, a vast surge of spatial force descended and instantly transported Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaojin away. Their figures vanished as if from nowhere. Staring at the suddenly empty space, the little serpent hovered dazed. It had coiled tightly around Li Xuanfeng's finger, hoping to go with him, but failed. Unable to sense Li Xuanfeng any longer, the little serpent suddenly revealed its enormous true form, rearing its massive head and emitting a long howl tinged with melancholy and grievance. It had wished to be Li Xuanfeng's mount, but that hope went unfulfilled. Whether this parting allowed them to meet again in this life remained unknown. The space rippled, and before their eyes, blurred Li Xuanfeng and Su Miaojin reappeared at the entrance to the secret realm. However, the spatial portal at the entrance had long since vanished. Figures were ejected alongside Li Xuanfeng. Upon seeing him, all the cultivators instinctively tensed up. Forcing a smile, they clasped their hands in a cultivator's salute before swiftly flying away to put distance between them. There was no help for it. Having witnessed Li Xuanfeng slaying several core-shattering realm elders of the withered profound sect with a single sword strike, they were still haunted by the memory. He was a monstrous prodigy who could break through at will and shatter formations at a moment's notice. A peerless genius wielding the chaos sword, intent with combat prowess rivaling the divine transformation realm. Although Li Xuanfeng did not appear bloodthirsty, his overwhelming strength was ultimately what instilled fear in the cultivators. As cultivators were teleported out one by one, preparing to leave the Purple Moon Mountain range, they noticed the atmosphere had grown tense, as if something was amiss. This stretch of heaven and earth seemed to be sealed by some kind of formation. So it has come. Is the grand formation sealing this realm to prevent anyone from leaving? Are they going to interrogate the culprit? What do we do? We can't afford to offend either side. The cultivators panicked, some on the verge of tears. Whether it was Li Xuanfeng, the withered profound sect, or the bloodfiend sect, none were forces they could provoke. But if questioned, refusing to answer might mean death. Answering might also mean death. They could not offend either side. A cultivator without strength or backing was utterly powerless. Hum, 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 hum. 5 astonishing auras swept across heaven and earth at that moment, enveloping the entire Purple Moon Mountain range. An immense, awe-inspiring formation sealed the realm. 5 figures shook the heavens and earth as if holding up the sky itself. Even from afar, their terrifying might was palpable. So this is the pressure of the core-shattering realm. How terrifying. These old monsters are truly fearsome. It seems those people are in for trouble. Although the withered profound sect has a bad reputation, they wouldn't dare kill so many in broad daylight, would they? It looks like they suffered heavy losses in the secret realm and are now deliberately flaunting their might to intimidate everyone. Cultivators watching from afar in the sky exchanged remarks. Yet soon they noticed a strange phenomenon. Those cultivators trapped within the formation did not seem particularly flustered. Or perhaps they had indeed been somewhat panicked at first, but when the withered profound sect's grand elders unleashed their dreadful might, the panic on their faces actually vanished. Many even seemed to secretly let out a sigh of relief. What was going on? The distant onlookers were utterly baffled. The withered profound sect's grand elders were at least at the 7th level of the core-shattering realm, and any one of them could effortlessly crush these cultivators from the secret realm, let alone 5. Under such earth-shaking pressure, did they feel no fear? In truth, it wasn't that they felt no fear, but rather they had confidence in their hearts, especially after the grand elders deliberately displayed the pressure of high-level core-shattering cultivation. Many actually felt relieved. They were well aware of Li Xuanfeng's strength. Did the core-shattering realm think it could stop him? Without divine transformation level power, they had made such a grand display. Weren't they dreaming? However, the next moment, an even more immense pressure enveloped the heavens and earth, causing many cultivators' hearts to tighten. At the same time, an aged voice resonated from all directions. I am Grand Elder Gong of the withered profound sect. This place is sealed with the heaven-sealing, earth-locking formation. All of you do not rush to leave. When that voice rang out, many cultivators' expressions shifted. They had heard of Grand Elder Gong's reputation. This man was immensely powerful, rumored to have broken through to the third level of the divine transformation realm many years ago. Crucially, he was not easy to deal with, and was ruthless in action. If he set his sights on someone, they were likely doomed. I have detained you all here only because I have a question. Our sect's elders and several formation masters from the formation hall entered the secret realm. Why did all their soul tablets shatter? Can someone tell this old man who made the move? Grand Elder Gong's voice betrayed no anger. But everyone knew that once he identified the culprit, he would strike like thunder. With his cultivation at the third level of the divine transformation realm, no one present could match him. Yet Li Xuanfeng was also terrifying. In many cultivators' eyes, Li Xuanfeng's potential threat far outweighed Grand Elder Gong's. First, his talent was an undeniable crushing blow. Second, such a peerless prodigy surely had formidable backing that the withered profound sect might not dare to provoke. Lastly, although Li Xuanfeng's cultivation was at the core-shattering realm, his actual strength reached the divine transformation realm. The only question was how he compared to Grand Elder Gong at the third level of divine transformation. Thus, after Grand Elder Gong posed his question, no one answered him immediately. However, Grand Elder Gong was clearly a man with no patience. His figure eerily appeared near an entrance. With a casual sweep of his gaze, he fixed on a cultivator at the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Which sect do you belong to? Asked Grand Elder Gong, his white beard reaching his chest. Senior, I am but a wandering cultivator. The man stammered in reply. But before he could finish, an irresistible force yanked him before Grand Elder Gong. A wandering cultivator, perfect. Grand Elder Gong formed his 5 fingers into a claw and placed them on the cultivator's crown. A wandering cultivator had no background, so killing him was entirely without concern. Son. The cultivator screamed in terror, but as he opened his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he died on the spot. His soul was forcibly extracted by Grand Elder Gong to view his memories. This was an extremely brutal secret art, forcibly viewing memories through the soul, but the targeted cultivator would die instantly. Of course, the prerequisite for its use was that the opponent's soul must be far weaker than one's own, otherwise there was a risk of backlash. Moreover, this secret art had side effects, as it could be influenced by the soul's memories. For instance, if the soul's owner feared something after extracting and viewing those memories, one might subconsciously develop a similar fear toward the same thing. Scenes flashed through Grand Elder Gong's mind. The more he saw, the more shocked he became. What had happened in the secret realm was vastly different from their assumptions. It was a terrifying prodigy who had comprehended the chaos sword intent. He alone had slain all of the withered profound sect's formation masters and elders, broken through his cultivation on the spot, shattered the formation, and instantly killed Jing Wui. How is this possible? Grand Elder Gong gasped. In all his life, he had never seen such a monstrous freak. Not only had he never seen one, he had never even heard of such a thing. Had he not used the secret art to view the soul's memories, he would never have believed it. Where is he? Grand Elder Gong's divine sense spread like an ocean, seeking out Li Xuanfeng. But the next moment, he heard a voice that sent chills down his spine. Old man, are you looking for me? Li Xuanfeng's figure strode through the air. It's you. Grand Elder Gong turned toward the voice, his expression dark. Had he not viewed the soul's memories, sensing Li Xuanfeng's aura at the 4th level of the core-shattering realm would have prompted him to strike without hesitation. But now he hesitated. Or rather, he lacked confidence. Each level in the core-shattering realm was a world apart, and the gaps in the divine transformation realm were even wider and more pronounced. Based on the soul's memories, Li Xuanfeng's strength indeed reached the divine transformation level. But it seemed only close to the 2nd level, still a considerable distance from the 3rd. Could he defeat him? Grand Elder Gong was not entirely sure. In the memories he had viewed, Li Xuanfeng had not used any spirit artifact when breaking the formation, merely condensing a sword of spiritual energy. Moreover, the soul's memories had also affected him, causing Grand Elder Gong to subconsciously feel a trace of fear toward Li Xuanfeng. Gong Taishang, known for his decisive actions, appeared unusually hesitant when facing Li Xuanfeng, who was at the 4th level of the broken core realm. The cultivators watching from afar in the sky were all startled. What was happening? What had Gong Taishang seen in that cultivator's soul memory just now? And who was this broken core realm cultivator daring enough to proactively seek out Gong Taishang? You almost fooled me. Gong Taishang suddenly let out a cold snort. He forcibly suppressed his negative emotions, realizing that his fear of Li Xuanfeng was entirely influenced by the soul memory of that previous cultivator. He, the grand ancestor of the withered mystery sect, a powerful cultivator at the third level of the divine transformation realm, was actually feeling fear towards a mere broken core realm cultivator. If word got out, he would surely be ridiculed by his peers. Li Xuanfeng was indeed a prodigy, but being a prodigy did not mean invincibility. No matter how astonishing a genius was, as long as they hadn't fully grown, they could still be suppressed with a mere gesture by a truly powerful figure. Gong Taishang was shocked by Li Xuanfeng's talent, but believed he was still no match for him. In the divine transformation realm, even a single level difference meant a vast disparity in strength. Judging from Li Xuanfeng's performance in breaking the formation, his strength should lie between the first and second levels of the divine transformation realm. Even with the aid of a spiritual artifact, it would likely only match the second level. He was certain he had the power to suppress Li Xuanfeng, at least for now. This might be my last chance to suppress a prodigy like him. A thought flashed through Gong Taisheng's mind. A prodigy like Li Xuanfeng, given even a little more time to grow, would become untouchable. So he had to be suppressed early. As for his origins, there was no time to worry about that now. Palace Master Pei of the Blood Fiend sect would arrive soon. With Pei's Unity Realm cultivation, no matter how heaven-defying Li Xuanfeng was, he couldn't possibly stir up any trouble. The man before me is the culprit. Lock the formation. Gong Taisheng's voice boomed like thunder rolling across the sky. Lock the formation. The auras of the 5 broken core realm grand elders of the withered mystery sect shook heaven and earth. The heaven-sealing, earth-locking grand formation began to contract. The strength of this formation was inversely related to its range. The wider the coverage, the weaker it became. The smaller the coverage, the stronger it became. The formation converged on Li Xuanfeng at an astonishing speed, its intensity skyrocketing, seemingly intent on trapping him completely. But no matter how strong it grew, it was still just a formation jointly formed by 5 broken core realm cultivators. Li Xuanfeng casually raised his hand, and a giant sword of spiritual energy condensed out of thin air. The colossal sword swept across the sky, tearing the firmament apart. The rapidly shrinking formation was also torn asunder. Bang! The formation was shattered by brute force. The 5 grand elders suffered backlash, their internal organs churning, and their heaven-shaking auras dissipated instantly. This? The 5 grand elders were all shaken to the core. They had never imagined that the heaven-sealing, earth-locking grand formation could be broken so effortlessly. Was this man truly this powerful? Could a cultivator at the 4th level of the broken core realm be this strong? They wouldn't have been surprised if Li Xuanfeng had used a trump card to break the formation. But that was clearly just a casual strike from him. What heaven-sealing, earth-locking grand formation? The name sounds quite intimidating, Li Xuanfeng said indifferently. His expression was calm, but the cultivators watching from afar were speechless with shock. What kind of power was this? Wasn't the aura he emitted that of a 4th-level broken core realm cultivator? How could he break the formation so easily? The so-called heaven-sealing, earth-locking grand formation was as fragile as paper. These cultivators hadn't entered the secret realm and didn't know what had happened inside. They felt their minds shaken and their understanding overturned. But those who had come out of the secret realm together found it perfectly normal and took advantage of the formation's destruction to quickly distance themselves from the battlefield. Gong Taishang narrowed his turbid, aged eyes. Li Xuanfeng's combat power had indeed reached the divine transformation realm. Swish! A large blade appeared and slashed down fiercely at Li Xuanfeng. Terrifying blade intent coiled around it, slicing black spatial rifts in the air. Gong Taishang had comprehended 60% of the withering blade intent. This blade intent was relatively rare, but immensely powerful. Whether in the broken core realm or the divine transformation realm, anyone struck would have their flesh, blood, and power withered away by the blade intent. They would eventually die like withered wood. Clang! However, his strike was blocked by the Xintian sword. At the point where blade and sword clashed, spatial cracks spread like a spider web. A powerful suction force emanated from the cracks, as if trying to devour them. But both Li Xuanfeng and Gong Taishang could resist the pull of the spatial rifts with their formidable strength. The power of spatial cracks was immense. If they were actually caught, neither of them could withstand it. Fortunately, space had the ability to self-repair. The cracks appeared only for an instant before healing completely. It truly is the chaos sword intent. Gong Taishang's pupils contracted. Only by facing this legendary sword intent directly could one fully grasp its vastness and terror. Clang! 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 The figures of Li Xuanfeng and Gong Taishang vanished simultaneously. The sounds of blade and sword clashing rang out repeatedly, with spatial cracks appearing and healing at every location where their powerful energies collided. The two fought at an incredible speed, their movements impossible for many cultivators to track. Only when the surging waves of energy spread and space cracked did they realize where the two had clashed. The cultivators who had already retreated to the sky's edge moved back, even further, fearing they might be caught in the aftermath. They saw that the residual energy from their battle had struck several great mountains. Those mountains instantly turned to dust. The power of a divine transformation realm cultivator was truly terrifying. Su Miaojin, not wanting to hold Li Xianfeng back, had also retreated to a distant place. Am I seeing things? Can a broken core realm cultivator be this strong? What sword intent has he comprehended? Even from this distance, why does my soul feel an uncontrollable fear? I have never seen such vast and terrifying sword intent. The only conceptual power I know that can instill such fear at the soul level is the legendary supreme sword intent, chaos sword intent. Is this really the chaos sword intent? It's worth it. It's all worth it to witness the chaos sword intent with my own eyes. Countless cultivators were stunned beyond words, and some were even exhilarated to have witnessed the chaos sword intent. The 5 grand elders of the withered mystery sect also watched in disbelief, their minds in turmoil. They had been wrong all along. It wasn't someone using a trump card to kill Jing Wui. It was Li Xuanfeng, with his 4th level broken core realm cultivation, possessing combat power comparable to a 3rd level divine transformation realm cultivator. With such strength, he didn't need any trump card to kill Jing Wui. How can there be a monster so prodigious in this world? The Grand Elders could hardly believe it. They felt that everything they knew about geniuses and prodigies had been completely overturned. Old Gong can't suppress him. Palace Master Pei hasn't arrived yet. This can't go on. There was a woman beside him earlier. I wonder what her relationship is with him. Let's capture her first. The Grand Elders communicated through divine sense. They planned to see Su Miaojin to make Li Xianfeng hesitate. But the moment they teleported towards her, they sensed a deadly threat. An indescribably terrifying thread stretched for dozens of miles, tearing through space as it struck at them. It arrived in the blink of an eye. Retreat. The Grand Elders were horrified. However, the speed of the star-spanning line was astonishingly fast, and it seemed to have a locking function. In truth, the so-called locking was merely Li Xianfeng attaching a portion of his divine sense to adjust its direction and accuracy. The attack would pursue its target as they fled. Once a cultivator's divine sense reached a certain level, achieving this was not difficult. And Li Xuanfeng's divine sense was now comparable to that of a divine transformation realm cultivator. Except for one Grand Elder who narrowly escaped by using a trump card to withstand the attack, the other 4 failed to flee and were cut in half by the thread. The next moment, their mutilated bodies were eroded by the chaos sword intent, gradually crumbling to ashes. Old Gong, save us. The 4 screamed in terror. But it was futile. The chaos sword intent was not something they could resist. Damn it! Gong Taishang roared in anger. He couldn't suppress Li Xuanfeng, which both shocked and infuriated him. He was utterly unable to save those 4 Grand Elders. The fact that Li Xianfeng could divert his attention to strike at distant Grand Elders while fighting him already spoke volumes. Old fool, what are you shouting about? I was just testing my sword on you. They'll send you to join them soon, Li Xianfeng said coldly. Facing Gong Taishang of the 3rd level divine transformation realm had given him some ideas. He wanted to use the battle to verify some of his conjectures and further refine the martial technique, star-spanning line. He aimed to elevate it to the heaven grade as soon as possible. Refining martial techniques in the midst of battle was often far more effective than meditating in isolation. With Li Xuanfeng's current comprehension, he had already gained a great deal from the fight, acquiring many new insights. Without activating the power of the 8th grade spiritual artifact Xintian sword, unleashing his full sword intent, activating the blazing yang golden bones, or the chaos sword body, Gong Taishang of the 3rd level divine transformation realm could barely match him. But once Li Xianfeng got a little serious, he could easily kill Gong Taishang. Moreover, after the fight and the execution of the star-spanning line, inspiration struck Li Xianfeng. He now knew how to improve the technique. So Gong Taishang had outlived his usefulness. It was time to send him off. Gong Taishang was startled. What did Li Xianfeng mean by that? Could it be that he hadn't even used his full strength? Considering how he could spare attention to strike that sword during their fight, it was highly likely he hadn't. As the ancestor of a sect, the younger generations relied on Gong Taishang to bestow life-saving trump cards. But he had no stronger cultivator to rely on. Faced with Li Xuanfeng's attack, he could only barely claim to have the confidence to block it. But if that wasn't Li Xuanfeng's full power, Gong Taishang was starting to feel apprehensive. With that thought, Gong Taishang decisively retreated. Can you escape? Li Xuanfeng's expression was calm. He had already improved some of the flaws and shortcomings of the star-spanning line, bringing its power close to the heaven grade. If he went all out, his strength would probably be equivalent to the 5th level of the divine transformation realm. But just as Li Xianfeng was about to pursue and unleash his strongest strike on Gong Taishang, his body suddenly halted, as if trapped in a quagmire. An abyssal ocean-like aura enveloped heaven and earth, making the entire space seem to freeze. A mere broken core realm cultivator dares to be so arrogant. Along with the oppressive aura came a cold voice like the decree of heaven. A middle-aged man in a crimson robe, broad-shouldered and imposing even in stillness, stepped across the void with deliberate grace, each stride seeming to transcend space itself. With every step the heavens trembled. With every step the pressure bearing down upon Li Xianfeng intensified. The celestial meridians pulsed in unison with his movement, vast torrents of spiritual energy flowed in his wake. He appeared the sovereign lord of this very realm. What realm of cultivation has this master attained? A storm of awe surged through the hearts of countless cultivators. They suddenly realized the spiritual energy permeating heaven and earth synchronized perfectly with the crimson-robed man's footsteps and breath pulsing in a precise, resonant rhythm. It seemed that with but a single thought, every mode of spiritual energy in this world would bend to his will. Could it be the legendary Unity Realm? Every gesture commands the might of heaven and earth. With a mere flick of the finger, mountains crumble and space shatters. The celestial chi flows in harmony with his rhythm. This must surely be a master of the Unity Realm. Never imagined I'd live to witness a Unity Realm master in action. Cultivators stood stunned in reverence. Greetings, Lord Peihong Master. Gong the Elder Supreme bowed, deeply overjoyed. Humph. The crimson-robed man nodded faintly, a terse acknowledgement. He was Peihong Hall, Master of the Finshue Hall, one of the 7 great halls of the Bloodslaughter sect. A true Unity Realm master. Was it he who slew my disciple? A voice rich with sovereign authority rang out as Peihong Yen cast a slanted, disdainful glance toward Li Xianfeng. Though he had arrived from an immense distance, his perception blurred by remoteness, he had nonetheless glimpsed, however faintly, Li Xianfeng cleaving down 4 elder supremes of the Xuanfeng sect in a single sword stroke. That strike had been astonishingly potent, far beyond what a mere 4th-rank Shattered Dan cultivator ought to wield. Yet how could it be acceptable for Gong, a 3rd-rank divine transformation master, to flee in terror? Even if the youth were monstrously gifted, what did it matter? Could a 3rd-rank divine transformation master truly fear a mere 4th-rank Shattered Dan cultivator? Indeed, it was he. Gong the Elder Supreme nodded solemnly, then concisely recounted the incident. His talent is commendable, but alas, he remains only a lowly 4th-rank Shattered Dan cultivator. Peihong Yen spoke indifferently. To cleave down 4 elder supremes, ranked 7th to 9th in the Shattered Dan realm, with a single sword stroke, earned only this lukewarm appraisal from him. Since he slew my disciple, he shall repay that life with his own. Peihong Yen's face was cold as frost. From Gong's account, Li Xianfeng was undeniably a peerless prodigy, and Gong's flight had stemmed from sensing that the youth had not yet unleashed his full strength. Yet how much of Gong's tale was embellished for pride's sake? And even if Li Xianfeng were truly that formidable, what difference did it make? Before absolute power there remained only one fate: annihilation. To personally erase such a transcendent genius would be a thrill beyond measure. Thus Peihong Yen extended his palm toward Li Xianfeng from afar. All present recoiled inwardly. Was this prodigy about to fall here and now? Surely he possessed some hidden trump card, but would it withstand the crushing force of a Unity Realm master? If it failed, and he perished untimely, the loss would be grievous indeed. Peihong Yen could overwhelm Li Xianfeng effortlessly thanks to the chasmic gulf between their realms. Yet many believed, if they fought on equal footing or with only a narrow disparity in cultivation, Peihong Yen might well lose. Alas, there was no such if. Some already mourned him in silence. A low resonant hum vibrated through the air. As Peihong Yen raised his hand, invisible pressure converged from all directions. Space itself warped, threatening to compress Li Xianfeng into pulp. Yet a soft golden radiance shimmered across his body. His chaotic sword body and blazing sun gold bones absorbed the brunt of the force. Calm and unruffled, Li Xianfeng held a jade slip delicately in his palm. Brotherly. Su Miaozhen, watching from the distant horizon, burned with desperate anguish. With a Unity Realm master now present, even a peerless genius like Li Xianfeng held no hope of reversal. Even if death awaits, I shall die beside Brotherly. In her panic, Su Miaozhen spared no thought for consequence. She had never feared losing anyone as fiercely as she feared losing him now. At that instant she lunged forward, only to witness spiritual energy erupting violently across the heavens. A colossal vortex of chi coalesced with breathtaking speed around Li Xianfeng. The overwhelming aura Peihong Yen had unleashed began receding inch by inch. Emerge, Master. The jade slip shattered in Li Xuanfeng's grasp. The Unity Realm was formidable, beyond Li Xuanfeng's current capacity to overcome. Thus he had no choice but to deploy the ultimate safeguard left by his master Lien Yuezhou. Through the system's insight, his own fate seal glowed steadfastly in chaotic gray, proof that this trump card would indeed resolve the crisis. Meanwhile, Peihong Yen's aura blazed with dense black light, ominous portent of his imminent end. Peihong Yen's gaze sharpened instantly. Before the eyes of countless cultivators, a vision of sublime elegance and sovereign majesty slowly coalesced beside Li Xianfeng, a phantom of breathtaking beauty. She stood with regal poise, her features flawless beyond mortal reckoning. A resplendent violet imperial gown draped her form, an exquisitely carved phoenix crown adorned her brow, its delicate jade pendants swaying with quiet grace. She was aloof, inviolable, her serene phoenix eyes sweeping downward with detached sovereignty like a celestial empress seated upon her throne. Countless male cultivators stared entranced, countless female cultivators bowed in awed reverence before her presence. Gong the Elder Supreme's eyes widened gradually. Pei Hongyan's pupils contracted sharply. They both recognized that peerless visage, the sect master of Baijian Mountain, Lien Yuezhou. How can this be? Pei Hongyan's heart lurched violently. He had never imagined Li Xianfeng stood under her protection. The woman whose beauty was unmatched, whose strength was terrifying, and whose devotion to her disciples knew no bounds. That Li Xianfeng could summon her avatar revealed their bond without need of words. Dear disciple, so soon you've missed your master. Oh, your cultivation has advanced remarkably. Very well, very well. I shall give you a thorough examination later. The moment the majestic, serene, and impeccably dignified avatar solidified, an utterly irreverent voice echoed directly within Li Xuanfeng's mind. Li Xianfeng fell speechless. His master was a study in contradiction, outwardly noble and stately, yet her very first words betrayed no trace of orthodox gravitas. Speak. What trouble have you encountered? Lien Yuezhou's divine sense whispered once more into his consciousness. Li Xianfeng relayed the events succinctly via mental transmission. Ah, the blood slaughter sect again. Excellent. Dear disciple, how shall they die today? Your wish is my command. Lien Yuezhou's voice boomed with imperious charm. Can you suppress his cultivation realm? Li Xianfeng glanced at Pei Hongyan. Ha ha ha, I understand perfectly. This is simple. Rest assured, I shall grant your wish immediately. Her mental voice chimed with a teasing lilt. Li Xianfeng fell silent again. Something about his master's tone felt distinctly unorthodox, to say the least. This avatar was vastly more potent than her previous manifestation. After all, it had been forged expressly as a protective safeguard for her disciple. Her earlier appearance, by contrast, had served only to meet Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan within the sect, to formally accept them as disciples, requiring no great expenditure of power or refinement. Their silent communion lasted but a few fleeting breaths. Yet throughout, Lien Yuezhou maintained her image of unassailable dignity and solemn grandeur. To outsiders, she remained an untouchable empress, majestic sovereign and utterly beyond reproach, the revered sect master of a paramount cultivation power. Was it you who sought to harm my disciple? Lien Yuezhou's phoenix eyes remained impassive, her lips parted softly, uttering words that carried the weight of celestial decree. Emotionless, unyielding, freezing Pei Hongyan where he stood. Though she exerted no deliberate pressure, her very presence commanded submission. Her voice alone, like the utterance of heaven itself, and those cool, detached phoenix eyes compelled every observer to lower their gaze, unable to meet her stare. Sect Master Lien, your disciple murdered my disciple Jingwei. Blood demands blood. That is the immutable law of heaven. Pei Hongyan's earlier arrogance had vanished. His voice now held a hollow timbre, his confidence visibly fraying. Well spoken. You seek to harm my disciple. Then your death too is ordained by heaven's law. Lien Yuezhou swept him with a single dispassionate glance. Pei Hongyan's brow furrowed. He slaughtered 8 elder supremes and 17 formation masters of the Outer Sect and murdered my disciple Jingwei. Justice demands his execution. Even as sect master of Baijian Mountain, you cannot shield him thus. If you insist on protecting him, I shall concede. Let him live, but his entire cultivation must be stripped away. Pei Hongyan spoke coldly. All knew the Outer Sect was a vassal sect of the Bloodslaughter Sect, and that the Bloodslaughter Sect and Baijian Mountain had long been sworn enemies. A great sect war had erupted decades prior. Though Lien Yuezhou had not yet assumed leadership, the enmity between the two sects had only deepened with time, never faded. Were Lien Yuezhou's true body present, Pei Hongyan would have fled without hesitation, not daring even to draw breath. But this was merely an avatar. Perhaps he still held a chance. You possess no right to bargain with me. Lien Yuezhou lifted her jade hand. Countless currents of spiritual energy surged in response. A resonant hum filled the air. Pei Hongyan in turn unleashed his full aura, every gesture now capable of shaking mountains and rending the void. Sect Master Lien, if your true body stood before me, I might hesitate. But this is only an avatar. You cannot stop me. His inner sea of spiritual energy roared, merging seamlessly with the vast cosmic forces, lending his voice newfound conviction. Now he could level mountains with a fingertip, shatter space with a clenched fist. Negotiation had failed. Battle was inevitable. Is that so? Lien Yuezhou's upraised right hand descended, pressing gently downward upon the world itself. In the next instant, all sensation inverted. Sky and earth spun wildly, reality dissolving into a new alien domain. Even Li Xuanfeng felt astonishment. This sensation mirrored precisely that of entering a secret realm. A domain. Impossible. You are but an avatar. How could you possibly manifest a domain? Pei Hongyan's voice cracked with raw disbelief echoing across the heavens. The moment the domain descended, the aura Pei Hongyan had gathered collapsed, and the confidence within him was extinguished in an instant, leaving only terror and dread. A domain was a skill only supreme powerhouses could master. To reach such a level, one not only needed an exceedingly high cultivation realm, but also had to comprehend the complete 10% essence force, forging one's own martial momentum. Only by merging the essence force with martial momentum could one have the chance to birth a personal domain. A domain could amplify one's own power while weakening the enemy's. Within one's domain, the cultivator reigned supreme. Had Lien Yuezhou unleashed her domain with her true body, Pei Hongyan would not have been shocked. Yet he never imagined that even an incarnation could manifest a domain. Just how formidable was Lien Yuezhou's true strength? Could she have surpassed the Blood Fiend sect's leader? The more Pei Hongyan pondered, the more his heart trembled, and the deeper his fear grew. Lien Yuezhou's domain was a vast world, blue skies, white clouds, and rolling mountains, seeming no different from the real world. Yet only cultivators with keen perception would notice that every mountain, river, blade of grass, and tree within the domain subtly bore an aura that could tear the heavens apart. If Lien Yuezhou willed it, anything within the domain could become her blade. With a boom, a long saber materialized in Pei Hongyan's hand, and he slashed fiercely at the void. Outside, this strike could easily cleave a massive rift in space. But here it could not even stir the domain. The unleashed attack was swiftly dissolved and neutralized by the domain's power, leaving barely a ripple. How is this possible? Pei Hongyan's heart was shrouded in fear, the hand gripping his saber, trembling slightly. If he could not even break the domain of an incarnation, just how terrifying was Lien Yuezhou's true body? Had everyone always underestimated her monstrous talent? Sect leader Lien Pei was merely momentarily foolish. I forego vengeance for the withered profound sect and my disciple. Please spare my life. Realizing the insurmountable gap, Pei Hongyan, drenched in cold sweat, swiftly capitulated. Lien Yuezhou said nothing, but her jade hand slowly raised toward him made her stance clear. Do you truly intend to show no mercy? I am one of the 7 Hall Masters of the Blood Fiend sect. Killing me means war between 100 Swords Mountain and the Blood Fiend sect. Are you certain 100 Swords Mountain can bear such a cost? Pei Hongyan's expression darkened. He knew Lien Yuezhou would not easily let him go, so he spoke again, using the threat of intersect war to make her hesitate. War? You are not worthy. Lien Yuezhou's slender jade hand gently clenched toward Pei Hongyan, and an irresistible oppressive force enveloped him. His soul, his spiritual energy, and even his physical body were suppressed to an extreme degree. From his original Unity Realm cultivation, his realm plummeted rapidly, soon settling at the peak of the first level of the Divine Molting Realm. His overall power was reduced to less than 1%. An incarnation's power is limited, your master can suppress him only to this extent. Though his realm is at the peak of the first level of Divine Molting, the saber intent and martial skills he has comprehended cannot be overly restricted. If you wish to act yourself, go ahead. Lien Yuezhou's voice echoed in Li Xuanfeng's mind. He had previously asked if she could lower Pei Hongyan's realm, and she knew he wanted to take personal action. With the power of her domain, Lien Yuezhou could easily annihilate Pei Hongyan in an instant. But since her disciple had made a request, she naturally indulged him. Even if Li Xuanfeng proved outmatched within the domain, Lien Yuezhou could intervene at any moment. With a clang, the Xintian sword in Li Xuanfeng's hand let out a crisp ring. Pei Hongyan, forcibly suppressed to the peak of the first level of the Divine Molting Realm, was unlike any opponent Li Xuanfeng had faced before. The majority of the essence, force, and martial skills this man had comprehended could not be overly restricted. In other words, he would be the strongest peak first-level Divine Molting Realm cultivator Li Xuanfeng had ever encountered. It was akin to a seasoned spiritual sea realm cultivator lowering their realm to the spirit aperture realm to battle other spirit aperture cultivators. Though his cultivation was suppressed, his battle experience, mastered martial skills, and other comprehension remained intact. Even prodigies among the spirit aperture realm would be crushed before such a cultivator. Such was roughly the situation between Li Xuanfeng and Pei Hongyan now. Thus, when Pei Hongyan saw Li Xuanfeng striding through the air toward him with sword in hand, a sneer crept into his heart. He saw it as an insult. Lien Yuezhou would not act against him personally, but instead suppressed his realm to serve as a whetstone for her disciple. Very well. Since she dared to use him as a whetstone, she had better not regret it if Li Xuanfeng's blade proved too brittle only to be shattered by the stone. Perhaps he could even seize this chance to control Li Xuanfeng, making Lien Yuezhou hesitate and granting him a chance to escape. Pei Hongyan did not believe he would lose. He had not plundered memories through soul search, so he did not know the full extent of Li Xuanfeng's monstrousness. He had only seen from a great distance how Li Xuanfeng slew the 4 Grand Elders of the withered profound sect with a single sword stroke, then heard a brief description from Grand Elder Gong. He had not witnessed Li Xuanfeng unleashing his full power. The combat prowess Li Xuanfeng displayed was already astonishing. Pei Hongyan would not believe it was still not his all. Thus he did not think Li Xuanfeng could contend with him. If Li Xuanfeng was a peerless prodigy, then Pei Hongyan was a dimensional crushing force. Even now suppressed, he could still unleash 90% of his blood fiend saber intent. Moreover, he shared the same physique as Jing Wui, the bloodburn body. Coupled with the heaven-grade martial skills he had mastered, even if limited by his cultivation realm from unleashing their full might, it was more than enough to slay or capture Li Xuanfeng. A cultivator like Grand Elder Gong at the 3rd level of the core-shattering realm was merely a victim beneath his blade. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, restoring Pei Hongyan's lost confidence and filling him with self-assurance. Bloodburn. Pei Hongyan roared inwardly. The 8th-grade spirit weapon long saber in his hand slanted toward the ground, his aura surging forth as 90% blood fiend saber intent soared skyward. It was as if the momentum of a Unity Realm powerhouse had returned. Yet with a hum, an even more terrifying aura swept out. Chaos sword body, blazing sun gold bones, blazing sun gold eyes, 90% chaos sword intent, and the 8th-grade spirit weapon Xintian sword. Li Xuanfeng pushed his aura to its peak. Any cultivator could sense that Li Xuanfeng's overall presence held an overwhelming advantage. This is impossible. Pei Hongyan's pupils contracted, and the confidence he had just reclaimed vanished without a trace. With a whoosh, Li Xuanfeng vanished from his spot. Blood sea without end. Pei Hongyan bellowed in his heart, slashing out with his saber, as if cleaving a vast ocean of blood. The blood sea surged, flooding toward Li Xuanfeng. This strike was immensely powerful. If it struck a cultivator, their skin, flesh, blood, and bones would be destroyed and dissolved. Yet a terrifying thread streaked across the sky, surging forth with an indescribable might. It tore the surging blood sea Pei Hongyan had unleashed into two, have slowly devouring it, until nothing remained. The power of the bloodburn body was suppressed by the chaos sword body. 90% blood fiend saber intent was suppressed by 90% chaos sword intent. Their spirit weapons were on par, and after suppression their souls were also comparable. The martial skills Pei Hongyan knew could not exert their maximum power, far inferior to the heaven-grade martial skills Li Xuanfeng had created and refined himself. His only advantage was that even after suppression his realm was still several levels above Li Xuanfeng's. Yet this slight gap was already compensated by the blazing sun gold bones chaos sword body and sword intent. Li Xuanfeng instead held an overwhelming advantage. Thus Pei Hongyan was no match for Li Xuanfeng. How can anyone be this monstrous? Pei Hongyan's face was a mask of shock and terror. Previously his impression of Li Xuanfeng came only from Grand Elder Gong's brief description, superficial and lacking depth. Only now in real combat did he clearly experience Li Xuanfeng's might. Other cultivators suppressed their realm for battle specifically to humiliate opponents. Yet he was the one being humiliated instead. With a hum, a star-like line tore through the blood sea. Pei Hongyan had exhausted every effort to block and dodge, but ultimately he could not escape Li Xuanfeng's peak strike. The next moment his head flew and Pei Hongyan was decapitated. It seems your peak first-level divine molting realm cultivation isn't much, unable even to withstand my mere 4th-level core-shattering realm. Li Xuanfeng said calmly to Pei Hongyan's flying head. Li Xuanfeng's words left Pei Hongyan furious and humiliated, yet with his head severed, he couldn't even spit blood. This was a blatant insult. Previously, when he descended with an imposing aura, he had dismissed Li Xuanfeng as merely a mere shattered core cultivator. Now, with his cultivation suppressed to the first peak of the divine molting realm, where he should have dominated in every aspect, he was slain with a single sword stroke. This disparity was beyond belief. If he were at the same realm and cultivation level as Li Xuanfeng, would he even qualify to provoke Li Xuanfeng to act? Pei Hongyan finally understood why Elder Gong had fled earlier. Li Xuanfeng's strength was so overwhelming that it defied logic. How can such a monster exist in this world? Unable to accept his instant death, Pei Hongyan felt the chaotic sword intent eroding his flesh from the wound, slowing, but not stopping the decay of his life force. Though his cultivation was suppressed, he was still at the Unity realm, and the chaotic sword intent could not utterly annihilate him in an instant. Pei Hongyan had previously thought Lin Yuezhou, who could manifest a domain as an avatar, was already freakish. Yet now Li Xuanfeng, with his shattered core 4th-level cultivation and such battle prowess, was even more terrifying. He wondered just how formidable Li Xuanfeng would become in the future. Was he another Lin Yuezhou, or would he far surpass her? Thoughts raced through Pei Hongyan's mind. Though separated from his body, he could still speak, fly, and even muster the strength to fight again. Even with suppressed cultivation, a Unity Realm cultivator was not comparable to an ordinary divine molten cultivator. Seeing Pei Hongyan's tenacious vitality, Li Xianfeng unleashed several more sword strikes, and the surging chaotic sword intent finally consumed his body entirely. Yet he still clung to life. An ethereal soul identical to Pei Hongyan emerged from his nearly vanished head and drifted into the air. "Wait, I am willing to submit." Pei Hongyan's soul trembled with terror, its spiritual sense frantically conveying a plea for surrender. As long as his soul remained intact, he could seize another body and start anew. Yet Lien Yuezhou remained unmoved. She had no need for such a slave. Li Xianfeng was equally indifferent. He had no desire to keep a ticking time bomb by his side. Amid Pei Hongyan's soul's utter despair and bitter resentment, a line of starlight split the air once more. "You will regret this. The power behind the Blood Fiend sect far exceeds your imagination. Lien Yuezhou, you will pay a price you cannot bear for what you've done today. The 100-sword mountain will fall." Knowing there was no hope of survival, Pei Hongyan's soul howled hysterically. The chaotic sword intent surged, shredding it into nothingness. Li Xianfeng did not pause. 2 more sword strikes flashed. Elder Gong and the 5th Supreme Elder of the Withered Profound Sect perished, filled with resentment, despair, and regret. The storage rings naturally floated into Li Xuanfeng's hand. The world fell into silence. All cultivators stood frozen, stunned. Had a Hall Master of the Blood Fiend sect just died? A Unity Realm Supreme Powerhouse had fallen, and at the hands of a shattered core cultivator. Though Pei Hongyan was suppressed by the domain, he was still at the Unity Realm. He was a figure most cultivators would never encounter in a lifetime. Many present lacked even the right to speak to him. Now he had fallen to a shattered core cultivator's sword. Not long ago, he had descended with overwhelming might like a sovereign of the world, shaking the hearts of countless cultivators. Now he had met an end of utter annihilation, leaving no trace behind. It was a poignant sight. Many cultivators had suppressed their cultivation to fight lower realm opponents. Invariably, it ended in domination. Yet today the roles were reversed. Li Xianfeng was still 5 minor realms and 1 major realm below the suppressed Pei Hongyan. To achieve instant death under such circumstances left everyone bewildered at his freakishness. Li Xuanfeng's appearance had shattered their preconceptions and upended their understanding. Amid their shock, they finally understood Li Xuanfeng's identity, the disciple of Lien Yuezhou, the sect master of 100-Sword Mountain. Lien Yuezhou was renowned throughout the Dain dynasty, not only for being the head of a top-tier sect, but also for her noble bearing and unmatched beauty. Countless male cultivators had been captivated after a single glimpse of her face. Yet Lien Yuezhou always wore an aloof expression, her phoenix eyes that stirred hearts perpetually cold and distant. Coupled with her formidable strength, few dared to approach her. As the crowd remained stunned, the world shifted once more. The domain vanished, and all returned to reality. Li Xianfeng is my personal disciple. As for conflicts among peers, I will not interfere. If any force dares to bully the weak or oppress the strong, I shall visit their sect, raze it, and sever their legacy. As the cultivators hesitated, uncertain whether to stay or leave, Lien Yuezhou's indifferent voice echoed everywhere. All fell silent, daring not to speak. Yet they felt helpless. Peers. Which peer could contend with a freak like Li Xianfeng? Even many of the older generation's forebears were instantly slain before him. Only those who were once prodigies themselves from older generations might have a chance to compete with Li Xianfeng. The cultivators knew Lien Yuezhou's words were not meant for them, but for the major powers of the world. They were merely messengers. Having a master so fiercely protective was truly enviable. With Lien Yuezhou's declaration, it was clear they could leave. The matter was concluded, and there was no reason to linger. Today's events would spread through the Dain dynasty's cultivation world, and Li Xuanfeng's name would be etched into memory. Some cultivators also sensed an impending storm. A great war between 100-Sword Mountain and the Blood Fiend sect seemed inevitable. After the cultivators departed, Su Miaojin flew forward. "Greetings, senior." She clasped her hands in salute to Lien Yuezhou's avatar. Lien Yuezhou nodded slightly, but her mischievous voice echoed in Li Xuanfeng's mind. "My dear disciple, is this your lover? She's quite impressive. Look at that exquisite figure, flawless face, calm, yet resolute eyes, and that spirited air. Tisk, even your master is a bit tempted. So how far have you two gone?" Li Xianfeng was speechless. His master, usually so aloof, was now a gossip. If the world knew of this stark contrast, they would be astounded. Yet back in the secret realm, if Su Miaojin hadn't swallowed the Bodhi creation liquid after playing with fire, perhaps something more would have happened. Unaware of their mental exchange, Su Miaojin marveled at Lien Yuezhou's beauty and power. She was still captivated by the avatar's presence. The commanding aura of instantly manifesting a domain and toying with a Unity Realm cultivator was inspiring. In the presence of such a figure, she felt somewhat constrained. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she looked at Li Xuanfeng. Are you returning to 100-Sword Mountain? Knowing they would part, she found herself at a loss for words. When Pei Hongyan descended earlier, she had felt a terrifying fear of losing Li Xuanfeng. In that moment, she understood his weight in her heart. She longed to spend more time with him, even if just a little. Yet he had to return to his sect, and she to her family, where many matters awaited her attention. Seeing the affection in Su Maya's eyes, Li Xuanfeng nodded. His purpose in the Purple Moon secret realm was fulfilled, his root bone and comprehension had reached their peak. Even without the system, he could grow to formidable heights. Too many cultivators from the withered profound sect had fallen by his hand, and Pei Hongyan of the Blood Fiend sect was also slain by him. The enmity between them could not end here. Moreover, 100-Sword Mountain and the Blood Fiend sect were ancient foes, only the complete annihilation of one side could end this hatred. Thus Li Xuanfeng planned to return to 100-Sword Mountain, first to learn more about the Blood Fiend sect. Then, brotherly, shall we exchange communication imprints? Su Miaojin produced a communication stone and looked at Li Xuanfeng. Communication stones were special tools in the cultivation world for sending messages. The prerequisite was to leave each other's spiritual imprint on the stone. The range depended on the cultivator's spiritual sense. The stronger it was, the farther messages could travel. Of course, certain formations and special spaces could block communication. For instance, outsiders couldn't reach cultivators inside the Purple Moon secret realm and vice versa. Thus, when the withered profound sect members and Jing Wui died in the secret realm, the outside world only learned of their deaths through shattered soul tablets, not through communication. Li Xuanfeng took out his communication stone and exchanged spiritual imprints with Su Miaojin. This stone had been sent by the Inner Affairs Hall after he became Lian Yuez's disciple. I see your lover is reluctant to part from you. Why not just take her back to 100-Sword Mountain? Your master can help. Lian Yuez's voice echoed in his mind again after they exchanged imprints. Li Xuanfeng was speechless again. What was his master saying? Still, if Su Miaojin were willing, he might reluctantly carry her through the skies once more. Time is short. Let's go. My avatar's energy is nearly depleted. Before it fades, I must examine you. Lian Yuezhou added her earlier jest about taking Su Miaojin was just a joke. Li Xuanfeng nodded and bid farewell to Su Miaojin. Farewell, until we meet again. In Su Maya's eyes, the ever-aloof Lian Yuezhou placed her perfect slender jade hand lightly on Li Xuanfeng's shoulder. In the next instant, space trembled, and the two vanished like teleportation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Staring at the empty sky, Su Miaojin felt an inexplicable emptiness within. When will we meet again? She gazed blankly in the direction Li Xuanfeng had gone. Family matters awaited her return, and the days ahead might not be peaceful. So many experts of the withered profound sect had fallen to Li Xuanfeng and Jing Wui, and Pei Hongyan of the Blood Fiend sect were also slain by him. She wondered if the two top sects of the Dian dynasty would erupt in fierce conflict. Su Miaojin felt acutely aware of her own weakness. At the condensed core realm, she could do nothing in the face of such sect conflicts. Though she longed to help Li Xuanfeng, she knew even sacrificing her life might only hold him back. I must become stronger. Su Miaojin clenched her fists, resolute. Whether to fulfill her family's expectations or to repay Li Xuanfeng, she had to do everything possible to enhance her strength. She possessed a powerful legacy. With relentless effort, she could unlock layers of sealed inheritance and grow swiftly. After steadying her resolve, she tore through the air and departed. The mountains and rivers beneath his feet receded into the distance at a dizzying speed. The landscape stretched and distorted by the sheer velocity. Though Lian Yuezhou was merely an incarnation, she carried Li Xuanfeng through the air with astonishing swiftness. Before long, the pair alighted upon a scenic mountaintop. Lian Yuez's incarnation had grown somewhat ethereal. This place will do. Her crimson lips parted softly. The jade-like hand resting on Li Xuanfeng's shoulder gently turned him around to face her. Phoenix eyes and ruby lips. The aloof, peerlessly beautiful master stood before him. It had to be said, even as an incarnation, Lian Yuezhou possessed a beauty beyond compare, enough to stir the heart of any ordinary man. Yet Li Xuanfeng would not be easily deceived by her outward appearance. Beneath that cold, flawless exterior lay a soul far from proper. True to form in this secluded place, Lian Yuezhou, who always maintained an air of dignity and aloofness, finally dropped her facade. A faint, meaningful smile curled at the corners of her lips. My good disciple, you truly astonish me. Freed from the need to feign solemnity and coldness, Lian Yuezhou instead radiated a different kind of charm. How much time has passed, and yet your strength has surged to this level. Her phoenix eyes swept over Li Xuanfeng from head to toe and back again. Not only had Li Xuanfeng's cultivation realm soared, but he had also comprehended the legendary chaos sword intent. Even Lian Yuezhou had been taken aback at the time, though she had concealed her surprise behind a calm exterior. Just a stroke of luck, stumbling upon some favorable opportunities, Li Xuanfeng said casually. He found her gaze somewhat unbearable, as if she had already seen through him completely. The jade token Luo Li had given him to block perception seemed utterly useless against Lien Yuezhou. On second thought, it made sense. The token was likely refined by her own hands. It would be strange if it could actually hinder her. But wouldn't it be a loss if he didn't find a chance to return the favor? It seems you may have inherited the legacy of some powerful cultivator. What you gained is your secret, and I want pry. But I must warn you, accepting a legacy also means forging a karmic bond with the cultivator who left it. You must tread carefully. Lien Yuezhou's scrutinizing gaze finally ceased as she looked into Li Xuanfeng's eyes. He nodded. It was convenient that she had concocted the idea of a legacy, sparing him the need to fabricate excuses. Before their passing, some supreme cultivators would leave behind techniques, martial skills, spiritual tools, elixirs, and spirit stones awaiting a destined heir. Thus, the excuse of a legacy served well to explain the mysterious resources Li Xuanfeng possessed. That said, your talent far exceeds my expectations. So allow me to thoroughly examine what constitution you truly have. A gleam of anticipation flickered in Lien Yuezhou's phoenix eyes. Back at 100 Sword Mountain, her incarnation had only sensed roughly and already discerned Wei Qingjian's constitution. But Li Xuanfeng's constitution was evidently far superior, and she had found it elusive. Now she intended to thoroughly assess her disciple's bones. Without giving Li Xuanfeng a chance to refuse, Lien Yuezhou began to feel him all over. As she examined and sensed, soft exclamations of surprise escaped her lips. Her incarnation was too formidable. Li Xuanfeng could not resist and could only let her explore. Thus, every inch of his body was touched by her hands. When I'm strong enough, I'll have to get even, Li Xuanfeng resolved inwardly. So that's it. No wonder. I never expected you to possess the legendary Chaos Sword body. Given your comprehension of Chaos Sword intent, I should have guessed. A rare flicker of shock passed through Lien Yuezhou's phoenix eyes. After her meticulous exploration, she had finally identified Li Xuanfeng's constitution. No wonder that day at the sect she had sensed Wei Qingjian's supreme sword body, yet found it vastly inferior to Li Xuanfeng's, like a mere moon beside a blazing sun. With such a foundation and ample resources, Li Xuanfeng's unnaturally rapid cultivation progress seemed far more plausible. Lien Yuezhou sensed Li Xuanfeng harbored other secrets. But who among cultivators had none? Her own origins were a secret, so she would not delve into her disciples. Excellent. Your master is in high spirits. He'll grant you a reward. Lien Yuezhou smiled. Taking on a disciple with a Chaos Sword body was a true treasure, and she was genuinely pleased. Huh. Li Xuanfeng was taken aback. A reward? What for? Don't tell me your mind's wandering. Ungrateful disciple, don't twist your master's words. I meant he'll reward you with another incarnation summoning Jade Slip. Come to my cave dwelling when we return to the mountain. Lien Yuezhou's phoenix eyes narrowed, but the smile at the corners of her lips was barely contained, clearly deliberate. Fine. Li Xuanfeng gritted his teeth. A moment ago he was a good disciple, now an ungrateful one. He now had a clear goal. To rapidly increase his strength and surpass Lien Yuezhou. Then he'd see if she dared tease him like this. Master, since you started this game, don't blame me for what comes later. Li Xuanfeng mused silently. This divine sense imprint is about to dissipate. I must tell you about the Blood Fiend sect. Lien Yuezhou set aside her playful demeanor, her incarnation growing even more ethereal. 100 Sword Mountain and the Blood Fiend sect are sworn enemies. A sect war once erupted, leaving both sides severely weakened. After a long time, they gradually recovered. But a sect war is destined to erupt again. The hatred accumulated over ages is irreconcilable, ending only with one side's utter annihilation. That day is not far off. Your incident may well become a new catalyst. Speaking of the Blood Fiend sect, Lien Yuezhou's expression turned grave. The Blood Fiend sect, like our 100 Sword Mountain, is a top-tier sect within the Great Yin dynasty. Their strongest on the surface is the sect leader, but the true threat is not him. It's the unknown entity lurking in the shadows. I've gathered intelligence over the years, and the Blood Fiend sect may be connected to a Holy Land-level force. As she spoke, a hint of gravity flashed in Lien Yuezhou's phoenix eyes. Holy Land. Li Xuanfeng pondered the term. Forces worthy of being called Holy Lands were the true behemoths of this world. 100 Sword Mountain was only a top power within the Great Yin dynasty. In the broader realm, it amounted to little. The Great Yin dynasty's vast territory lay in a region called the Land of 100 Dynasties. The Land of 100 Dynasties was immense, spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers in all directions. Hundreds of dynastic kingdoms dotted this land, with 5 being the most prosperous and powerful, the Great Yin dynasty among them. Yet even all the kingdoms, sects, and cultivation families of the Land of 100 Dynasties combined could not rival a single Holy Land. If the Blood Fiend sect truly had ties to a Holy Land, it boded ill for 100 Sword Mountain. I'm only telling you about the potential situation our sect may face. Don't worry too much. Even if the Blood Fiend sect is linked to a holy land, they can't muster overwhelming force. They'll shield you from danger. Lien Yuezhou smiled. Li Xianfeng nodded, though a slight pressure settled on him. He wondered whether the sect war would erupt faster than his strength could grow. To accelerate his power, he needed to continue binding with the heaven's favored daughters. Gazing at Lien Yuez's exquisite form, Li Xianfeng felt a stirring. If only he could meet her true body and successfully bind her. Master, who is the strongest in the great Yin dynasty? A sudden thought struck Li Xuanfeng, and he couldn't help but ask. Who is the strongest in the great Yin dynasty? Upon hearing this question, Lien Yuezhou was somewhat surprised. On the surface, the strongest is the current sovereign of the great Yin dynasty. Though she found the question unexpected, she still answered Li Xianfeng without hesitation. The reigning monarch. Li Xianfeng pondered for a moment. This answer was both surprising and reasonable. In this world, cultivators were everywhere, and the court could not rely solely on laws to restrain so many people. It required formidable martial power. Thus, every city lord, every general, and the reigning monarch all possessed cultivation. Even ordinary soldiers were not mortals. They required at least the body-tempering stage. In most cases, the strongest individual in a nation is the reigning monarch. This does not mean the strongest becomes the monarch, but rather that only after becoming the monarch can one have the potential to become the strongest. Every monarch can harness a special power to accelerate cultivation and greatly enhance their own strength. That special power is the national destiny. As the ruler of a nation, one is inevitably blessed by the national destiny. With the national destiny, a nation protecting spiritual artifact, and a certain level of cultivation, the monarch can unleash terrifying power. Especially in a prosperous and powerful dynasty with flourishing national destiny, the blessing upon the monarch enables him to achieve incredible feats of cross-realm combat. Just like you. Lien Yuez's phoenix eyes held a faint smile as she looked at Li Xianfeng. Whether it was the astonishing speed of his cultivation or his extraordinary ability to challenge those above his level, Li Xianfeng was the most outrageous Lien Yuezhou had ever seen. She was deeply amazed by this disciple and felt as if she had found a treasure. In short, she was highly satisfied with Li Xianfeng. However, none of the monarchs from the hundreds of kingdoms in the 100 Kingdoms region can compare to you. With the aid of national destiny, they indeed cultivate rapidly and possess remarkable cross-realm abilities, but they pay a heavy price. That is being trapped by the national destiny. Their lifespans are much shorter compared to cultivators of the same level. If they leave their territory, the blessing of national destiny quickly weakens, and the farther they go, the more pronounced the reduction. Lien Yuezhou spoke while watching her disciple, who listened in silence. The monarch benefits from the national destiny, but is also constrained by it. Compared to ordinary cultivators, their cultivation speed and cross-realm abilities are unmatched, almost comparable to the extraordinary Li Xianfeng. However, all of this comes at the cost of greatly shortened lifespans and lost freedom. Li Xuanfeng, on the other hand, does not have to pay such a price. The more she compared Li Xianfeng with monarchs blessed by national destiny, the more his monstrous talent became apparent, and the more Lien Yuezhou admired him. She looked forward to Li Xuanfeng's future, eager to see how far he could grow. As a heavenly mandate master, Lien Yuezhou took great pleasure in watching her disciples advance rapidly. The more monstrous they were, the more satisfied she felt. The stronger they became, the happier she was. Whether it was Luo Li Wei Qingyan or Li Xuanfeng, they all held the same place in her heart. Since the strongest on the surface is the reigning monarch, who is the true strongest? Seeing his master looking at him with a satisfied gaze, Li Xianfeng did not avoid her eyes and asked directly, "Who do you think it is, eh?" Lien Yuezhou suddenly leaned and smiling brightly at Li Xianfeng. "I think it must be you, master," Li Xianfeng said with a serious expression. "Haha, my clever disciple has good judgment." Lien Yuez's smile blossomed, shedding all the dignity and aloofness of a sect leader, resembling instead an approachable senior sister. "Master is truly the number one in the great Yin dynasty, yet as your disciple, I have never witnessed your true form." Li Xianfeng sighed with feigned regret. He had been waiting for this moment. He needed an excuse to see his master's true form in order to bind her through the system. "I am currently in seclusion, and it is inconvenient. Let us talk when I emerge," Lien Yuezhou said. "You promised me a clone jade slip as a reward. Can I not see you when I go to your cave to collect it?" Li Xianfeng persisted. If he could bind his master, the strongest in the great Yin dynasty, it would certainly be a tremendous gain. "Are you so eager to see me?" Lien Yuezhou looked at Li Xianfeng with a knowing smile. "My dear disciple, I am a proper person. Do not have any inappropriate thoughts, and do not become a rebellious disciple." "Master, what are you saying? Even your clone is breathtakingly beautiful, with a charm that surpasses the ages and a grace that outshines the world. I can only imagine how peerlessly elegant your true form must be. My desire to see you is purely out of reverence and admiration," Li Xianfeng said earnestly. "Haha, you do have a way with words, my clever disciple. I like you more and more." The peerless master's phoenix eyes sparkled like stars, her genuine smile, radiating a captivating brilliance that brightened the entire world. Whether Li Xianfeng spoke truth or flattery, Lien Yuez's joy at that moment was real. She always presented herself as dignified and aloof with a coldness that kept others at a distance. Even when she was less formal and private, it was only with Luo Li. Now with Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan, she no longer treated her disciples as outsiders. Ordinary people never saw this side of her. No one dared speak to her so boldly. Given Luo Li's personality, she was always respectful and never addressed her master like Li Xianfeng did. As a disciple, she was extremely satisfied with, and who was exceptionally monstrously Xuanfeng's words naturally pleased Lien Yuezhou. If another cultivator offered the same praise, Lien Yuezhou would remain unmoved. It is indeed inconvenient for me to show my true form now, or rather you will not be able to see me for some time. Lien Yuezhou looked at her disciple. Master, could it be that you are not on 100 Swords Mountain? Li Xianfeng looked at his beautiful master in surprise. Oh, time is almost up. Lien Yuezhou abruptly changed the subject as her clone began to flicker, as if about to dissipate. Li Xuanfeng. He was now almost certain that Lien Yuez's talk of seclusion was all a lie. She had probably already gone far away and wouldn't be back anytime soon. It seemed he would not be able to bind Lien Yuezhou anytime soon. He could only hope to encounter another heavenly mandate maiden, preferably one with a very high cultivation level. So far he had only bound 3 people: Wei Qingyan, Su Miaojin, and Luo Li. Wei Qingyan's strength could no longer keep up, and even if she broke through, the returns for Li Xianfeng would not be significant. Unless there was a massive improvement combined with the maximum 100-fold return. Otherwise, at least Xuanfeng's current cultivation level, a normal return from Wei Qingyan would not be enough to break through a minor realm. Su Miaojin's cultivation was much higher than Wei Qingyan's, but the returns for Li Xianfeng would not be as pronounced as before. Only Luo Li, whose realm was still above Li Xuanfeng's, could bring him substantial benefits with any return in cultivation. The power of this divine sense imprint is truly about to be exhausted. Lien Yuez's clone had become as ethereal as a spirit body and was highly unstable. My dear disciple, remember, when you encounter members of the Blood Fiend sect, show no mercy and hold back nothing. This is an irreconcilable blood feud. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Before the sect war erupts, I will surely come to see you in my true form. Lien Yuezhou smiled, and the next moment her clone shattered into countless particles of light. First, return to 100 Swords Mountain to gather detailed intelligence on the Blood Fiend sect, and also refine the 6-fold Golden Bone Pill. The sect war likely won't start immediately. I hope to become stronger before it begins, ideally powerful enough to annihilate the Blood Fiend sect outright. That would solve everything. Li Xianfeng thought to himself. With his current talent and comprehension, even without returns, he could still achieve a rapid surge in strength. Li Xianfeng soared into the air and flew back toward 100 Swords Mountain. Just then the system's notification chimed in. Ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation has greatly increased, breaking through to the first level of the spiritual sea realm. With a 10-fold return, your cultivation has risen to the late 4th level of the core-shattering realm. As the system notification faded, a ripple of aura passed through Li Xianfeng. His power had indeed grown stronger, but there was still some distance to go before a breakthrough. As expected of the Supreme Sword Body, his cultivation speed is quite impressive. Li Xianfeng murmured to himself as he flew through the air. After becoming a disciple of Lien Yuezhou and receiving cultivation resources distributed by Luo Li, Wei Qingyan had entered seclusion to train. Half a month ago, she had already reached the 9th level peak of the Qi Vortex realm. After another 7 or 8 days in seclusion, she had finally succeeded in stepping into the spiritual sea realm at this very moment. With the Supreme Sword Body, as long as resources were sufficient, her cultivation speed would be astonishing. Across the cultivation world, her talent could overwhelm 99% of cultivators. She was worthy of being nurtured by any superpower. However, she paled in comparison to Li Xuanfeng, who had cheated his way to power. Previously, Li Xianfeng was an ordinary person with a cheat. Now he had become a peerless genius with one. Thus, even Wei Qingyan, whose brilliance could overshadow her peers, would be eclipsed by Li Xianfeng. This created the illusion that Wei Qingyan was not an extraordinary genius. 100 Sword Mountain, Little Cheong Peak. Inside the cultivation hall. A surging aura swept in all directions. Wei Qingyan, who had been meditating, opened her eyes, a smile flickering across her face. I've finally broken through to the spiritual sea realm, she exclaimed joyfully. I told you, once the Supreme Sword Body awakens, your cultivation speed becomes incomparable. Now that you're a personal disciple of the sect leader, you won't have to worry about resources, and your realm will soar. And there's a place here specifically for honing combat skills. You can cultivate all the way to a higher realm before coming out. The voice of the sword spirit echoed in Wei Qingyan's mind. Resources are so crucial on the path of cultivation. If I were a rogue cultivator, my physique might not have awakened, and my cultivation would likely still be stuck at the spirit aperture realm. Wei Qingyan sighed. Fortunately, I met senior brother. The image of Li Xuanfeng appeared in her mind. Since meeting him, she had become fortunate. Not only had he given her many resources and helped awaken her supreme sword body, but they had also become disciples of the sect leader together. Even now it all felt like a dream. It's been over 20 days. I wonder what realm senior brother has reached now. Wei Qingyan couldn't help but ask. Both she and the sword spirit had been constantly astonished by Li Xuanfeng. Li Xuanfeng's breakthrough speed could only be described as exaggerated, bizarre, and unbelievable. The sword spirit, once confident in Wei Qingyan's supreme sword body, had long been won over by Li Xuanfeng. With your senior brother's breakthrough speed, the rule that breakthroughs get harder at higher realms likely doesn't apply to him. You've made rapid progress during your seclusion, but your senior brother must be even fiercer. The sword spirit said. Sword spirit sister, do you think I might have narrowed the gap with senior brother even just a little? Wei Qingyan extended her index finger and thumb, bringing them close together cautiously. Impossible, give up. Your senior brother is a freak. You'll never close the gap in this lifetime. The sword spirit stated firmly. Sai senior brother might have already reached the 7th or 8th level of the condensation core realm, right? Wei Qingyan sighed. Li Xuanfeng's talent inspired a sense of helplessness and despair. Why not be bold? With your senior brother's monstrous nature, reaching the 9th level peak of the condensation core realm isn't impossible. The sword spirit no longer dared to underestimate Li Xuanfeng. 9th level peak of the condensation core realm. Wei Qingyan pondered, feeling it was indeed possible, given Li Xuanfeng's talent. Let's just go ask senior brother directly. Wei Qingyan couldn't help but say. The thought of seeing him soon filled her with a flutter of excitement. I think you're just missing your senior brother, the sword spirit mercilessly exposed. Not at all. Though she didn't admit it, Wei Qingyan's feet had already moved toward the hall door. Whoosh. She left the hall, soared into the air, and flew toward Little Xian Peak. Upon arriving, she found Li Xuanfeng absent. After inquiring, she learned he had descended the mountain 8 days ago. Wei Qingyan could only return in disappointment. Meanwhile, on Medicine Herb Peak, Luo Li stood by a cliff facing the wind. Her crystalline silver hair danced gracefully in the breeze. The mountain wind pressed her clothes against her delicate figure, outlining her graceful curves. I wonder when junior brother will return, Luo Li murmured as she gazed into the distance. She was very interested in Li Xuanfeng. She only knew he had awakened some extremely powerful physique, but its true nature remained a mystery. To uncover this, Luo Li had visited the scripture depository and pored over many ancient texts on physiques, but she still couldn't deduce the answer. Whether it was Li Xuanfeng's casual attitude toward resources readily giving them away, or the scene where he claimed his physique wasn't fully awakened and inexplicably broke through from the 3rd to the 4th level of the condensation core realm right before her eyes, or his sudden enlightenment while refining the essence of the Blazing Sun Golden Bone, mastering the Blazing Sun Golden Eye secret art. All these amazed Luo Li and sparked a profound interest in her junior brother. To test Li Xuanfeng's comprehension, Luo Li had specially refined sword intent pills. However, Li Xuanfeng had already left the mountain. Feeling a breakthrough imminent, she chose to go into seclusion. A day ago, she had successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the divine molting realm and perfected her sword intent to 10-fold completion. Yet Li Xuanfeng had still not returned, and there was no news of him. With his aptitude, his realm should have advanced. I wonder if he has touched upon sword intent, Luo Li mused silently. An hour later, Li Xuanfeng returned to 100 Sword Mountain. He made no effort to conceal his movements. The moment he set foot on Little Xian Peak, he was noticed by Wei Qingyan and Luo Li, who had been waiting. One had just broken through to the spiritual sea realm, ending her seclusion, and yearned to see her senior brother. The other had prepared sword intent pills long ago, hoping to observe his comprehension upon his return. No sooner had Li Xuanfeng landed than the two women eagerly approached. Senior brother, junior brother. Wei Qingyan and Luo Li walked toward him. What business do you have with me, junior sister and senior sister? Li Xuanfeng smiled. Both women were stunning beauties with exceptional grace, who just looking at them lifted his spirits. Wei Qingyan was momentarily at a loss for words. She wanted to see Li Xuanfeng because she missed him, but she couldn't say that, especially with Luo Li present. I refined some sword intent pills earlier, intending to give them to you, junior brother, to aid in comprehending sword intent. Luo Li spoke first. She opened her jade hand, revealing a small bottle containing 3 sword intent pills. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but I may not need these, Li Xuanfeng replied with a smile. He had already grasped 90% of the chaos sword intent. He was just 1% short of reaching 10-fold completion. 3 mere sword intent pills were indeed useless to him. Junior brother, you've already comprehended sword intent. Luo Li was somewhat surprised. Being able to comprehend sword intent on his own showed Li Xuanfeng's excellent insight, so there was no need to test him with the pills. Yet even if he had grasped sword intent, the pills would still be beneficial. unless he had comprehended over 50%, at which point they would lose their effect. But was it possible for him to have comprehended over 50%? Luoli thought it unlikely. As someone who had walked the path, she knew the difficulty of understanding sword intent. Even she considered a peerless genius by other cultivators could not suddenly grasp multiple levels of sword intent without enlightenment. Even if Li Xuanfeng's insight surpassed hers, comprehending 20 or 30% was plausible, but over 50% was nearly impossible. Given senior brother's talent, it's normal for him to have grasped sword intent. I wonder if it's 10 or 20%. Wei Qingyan thought to herself. As a sword cultivator, though she hadn't yet comprehended sword intent, she knew much about this artistic conception and its difficulty. I wonder if he's grasped the rudimentary form of sword intent or the real thing. The sword spirit within the broken sword also pondered. No, I should think bigger. With his monstrous talent, he might have already comprehended 20 or even 30%. Perhaps recalling past experiences, the sword spirit felt it should never underestimate Li Xuanfeng's talent. At times like this, bold guesses were necessary. Li Xuanfeng said nothing, instead releasing a faint trace of his chaos sword intent. As that mysterious and vast aura emanated, Wei Qingyan's face turned pale and her soul felt an overwhelming terror. It was as if a colossal chaos world was crushing down on her soul, leaving her utterly unable to resist. This is a... Luo Li's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Li Xuanfeng. She had never seen such a primordial, profound, mysterious, and grand sword intent. Merely its aura could instill instinctual fear in the soul and strip away the will to resist. It felt as though a chaos world was unfurling before them, bearing down on their souls. All these sensations matched the description of the supreme sword intent in ancient texts. Chaos sword intent. Junior brother, you've comprehended chaos sword intent. Luo Li's heart surged violently with disbelief. With her extensive knowledge, she immediately identified the origin of this fearsome sword intent. Upon hearing the words chaos sword intent, Wei Qingyan stood frozen in shock on the spot. A faint ripple of soul power emanated from the broken sword. Clearly the sword spirit was also greatly astonished. In the hearts of the three women, or rather 2 women and a sword spirit, a storm of shock raged simultaneously. There were few things that could astonish Luo Li, but the chaotic sword intent was undoubtedly one of them. She had never anticipated that Li Xuanfeng would not only comprehend sword intent on his own, but also grasp the chaotic sword intent. Both she and her master Lian Yuezhao had attempted to attain this sword intent, yet ultimately failed to touch it. Now Li Xuanfeng had successfully realized it. Junior brother, to what level have you comprehended it? Luo Li forcibly suppressed her inner shock, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Li Xuanfeng. 90%. Li Xuanfeng uttered these 2 words with a calm demeanor, yet they sent tumultuous waves crashing through the hearts of the 3 women. 90%. Luo Li, who had barely managed to steady her astonishment, caught her breath. Her beautiful eyes widened, her lips slightly parted, her face a portrait of utter surprise. This lent an extra touch of loveliness to the usually serene and aloof fairy Luo. As for Wei Qingyan, beside her, her mind had gone completely blank. The sword spirit within the broken blade rippled with fluctuating soul power, fully exposing its presence. Of course, whether she exposed herself or not made no difference. Lian Yuezhao, Luo Li, and Li Xuanfeng had all long been aware of her existence. But since she wished to remain hidden, they simply refrained from calling it out. The sword spirit realized her own perspective was too narrow, what were mere 20 or 30%. The moment Li Xuanfeng acted, he went straight for 90%. It made the sword spirit seem as if she had never seen the world. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Only the surging tides within the hearts of the 2 women and the sword spirit continued unabated. Li Xuanfeng waited quietly for them to compose themselves. After a long while, Luo Li and Wei Qingyan barely managed to regain their composure. Yet traces of shock still lingered in their eyes. 90% chaotic sword intent. Utterly inconceivable. Luo Li gazed at Li Xuanfeng repeatedly, her shock difficult to dispel. Li Xuanfeng, however, remained utterly calm. Luo Li paused for a moment before speaking. Junior brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but I wish to broaden my horizons. So could you demonstrate it? Luo Li truly did not doubt Li Xuanfeng. She simply wished to experience the chaotic sword intent firsthand and perceive more clearly the might of a 90% mastery. Seeing the sparkling, expectant look in his senior sister's eyes, Li Xuanfeng could only oblige her. The 90% chaotic sword intent surged forth formless and colorless, yet it pressed down like an entire chaotic world descending from the sky. What is this thing? What's happening? Such a terrifying aura. Is this sword intent? What kind of sword intent is so fearsome? I can't take it. I feel like I'm dying. Don't be afraid. This sword intent harbors no hostility. Quickly focus your mind and resist with your divine sense. As the 90% chaotic sword intent swept out without restraint, countless disciples of the 100-sword mountain were roused, their hearts filled with terror. The Inner Sect elders and the peak masters all soared into the air, staring in shock at the little mystic peak. Upon identifying Luo Li and the three on the peak and locking onto Li Xuanfeng as the source of the aura, they roughly understood what was happening. Could this be the legendary supreme sword intent? It's very similar, extremely similar. It must be the chaotic sword intent. Not only the Inner Sect disciples, but even the Inner Sect elders were left speechless. The 7 peak masters also found it hard to conceal their shock. With their power at the Unity realm, the 90% chaotic sword intent, though formidable, could not harm them. But they were fully aware of what comprehending the chaotic sword intent signified. Li Xuanfeng was an unparalleled prodigy of his generation. His talent was even more terrifying than the peak masters had imagined. No wonder the sect leader had rushed to take him as a disciple. Atop the little mystic peak, Luo Li and Wei Qingyan, facing the 90% chaotic sword intent, directly felt like a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean. The 90% chaotic sword intent was like an endless surging sea ready to engulf and devour them at any moment. Seeing Wei Qingyan's face turn pale, Li Xuanfeng stirred inwardly and withdrew the sword intent completely. Whoosh! Wei Qingyan, the weakest among those present, was already sweating on her forehead. Senior brother, what exactly did you experience outside these past few days? Wei Qingyan looked at Li Xuanfeng with a complex expression. The 90% chaotic sword intent. She couldn't even begin to calculate how much further the gap between her and Li Xuanfeng had widened. What the Sword Spirit sister had said was true. She would never be able to close the distance between herself and Li Xuanfeng in this lifetime. I visited a secret realm and killed a few people. Li Xuanfeng stated the facts plainly. Killed a few people, eh? Though Li Xuanfeng spoke casually, Wei Qingyan felt there was more to it. Luo Li also looked over with suspicion, as she too sensed it wasn't that simple. I killed over a dozen formation masters from the Withered Mystic Sect, a few elders, and a few supreme elders. Simply put, most of the Withered Mystic Sect strongholds have fallen by my hand. Oh, and also a true disciple and a hall master from the Bloodfiend sect. Since they were so interested, Li Xuanfeng had no choice but to continue telling the truth. After all, such news would soon spread throughout the entire Great Yin dynasty. When Li Xuanfeng finished speaking, the entire world fell silent. Luo Li and Wei Qingyan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The Inner Sect disciples, Inner Sect elders, and peak masters who had been observing with their divine sense were also utterly stunned. Most of the Withered Mystic Sect strongholds had fallen by Li Xuanfeng's hand. He killed a true disciple of the Bloodfiend sect, and also a hall master. How in the hell was that possible? What kind of figure was a Bloodfiend sect hall master? That was a powerhouse on par with the 7 peak masters of the 100-sword mountain. A true top-tier cultivator of the Great Yin dynasty. By the way, the reason that hall master died by my hand is because the master suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the 1st level of the divine transformation realm. Amid the utter silence, Li Xuanfeng added this remark. Yet the world remained still. Even with suppression, so what? Even suppressed, he was still at the peak of the 1st level of the divine transformation realm. His combat experience, the concepts he had comprehended, the martial skills he had learned, all of it remained intact. That Li Xuanfeng could slay such a hall master was still beyond belief, beyond comprehension. As senior brother, what realm are you at now? Luo Li stammered for the first time in her life. The question had just crossed her mind, prompting her to ask. Li Xuanfeng said nothing. The aura of the 4th level of the core shattering realm surged forth, giving her the clearest answer. See core. Shattering realm 4th level. Luo Li murmured. Sensing the powerful aura and hearing Luo Li utter those words, core shattering realm 4th level. Everyone was collectively numbed. The gazes directed at Li Xuanfeng were as if they were looking at a ghost. Li Xuanfeng was not human. How could anyone be monstrous to such a degree? It defied all reason. It was an anomaly. I must not be awake yet. I might have damaged my mind from cultivation, and everything I just saw is an illusion. No good, getting old makes one prone to divine sense confusion. Maybe I've been leaking too much yang energy lately, and am hallucinating too. After the shock came a cacophony of discussions. Only through talking could everyone ease their emotions. Almost no one doubted Li Xuanfeng's words. As a true disciple of the 100-sword mountain, there was absolutely no need for him to lie in front of so many people. Moreover, the 90% chaotic sword intent and the cultivation base of the core shattering realm's 4th level were genuine. After the initial shock, someone soon realized the problem. Has true disciple Li poked a hole in the sky out there? Has Li Zhenchuan poked a hole in the sky outside? When these words were spoken, many were taken aback. Indeed, in their shock, they had nearly forgotten this matter. As a subsidiary sect of the Bloodfiend sect, the Withered Profound sect would certainly not let the matter of Li Xuanfeng slaying so many of its elders and supreme elders rest. After all, Li Xuanfeng's actions completely disregarded the Blood Fiend sect's authority, effectively slapping their faces. Not to mention that a true disciple and a hall master of the Blood Fiend sect had died by his hand. The Blood Fiend sect and Hundred Swords Mountain had always been at odds, with disciples from both sects glaring at each other with intense hatred, and conflicts leading to bloodshed were frequent. However, these conflicts were usually limited to inner and outer disciples, rarely involving stewards, and inner sect elders seldom intervened. But Li Xuanfeng's actions this time were different. A hall master had died. This was a monumental event. It was akin to a peak master of Hundred Swords Mountain suddenly falling enough to shake the entire sect. Would this incident become a catalyst, sparking a full-scale war between the two sects? For a moment, a sense of foreboding filled everyone's hearts. A sect war would affect the entire body with a single move, inevitably causing massive repercussions and heavy casualties. No disciple could escape its reach. If one side could overwhelm the other, it might be manageable, but the problem was that the Blood Fiend sect and Hundred Swords Mountain were evenly matched in overall strength. In such a scenario, the ensuing battle would be the most brutal. I don't think we need to worry too much. A sect war won't start so easily, and even if it does, it requires a long period of preparation. True, the Blood Fiend sect lost a hall master akin to losing a pillar. Our Hundred Swords Mountain still has 7 peak masters. Having one more powerhouse of this level can sway the tide of battle. There's really no need to worry. Even if a war breaks out, so what? I've long despised those bastards from the Blood Fiend sect. When the time comes, I'll make sure to kill a few more. Damn it, Brother Zhai died at the hands of those beasts from the Blood Fiend sect. If war is inevitable, I will avenge him. The tone of the discussions began to shift. From initial concern about a sect war, they now burned with righteous indignation. Over the years, friction between Hundred Swords Mountain and the Blood Fiend sect had been constant, and too many disciples had personal vendettas. Senior sister, do you have any more questions? How about we discuss this inside? Seeing the commotion attracting more onlookers, Li Xuanfeng transmitted his voice to Wei Qingyan and Luo Li, who still seemed dazed. There is indeed a matter I wish to ask of you, junior brother. Luo Li came to her senses. The three exchanged glances, then headed towards Li Xuanfeng's cultivation hall. The inner disciples, inner sect elders, and peak masters who had been watching from afar also dispersed, returning to their own quarters. The hall was imbued with array patterns, enhancing its defenses and preventing prying eyes. Li Xuanfeng led the two into the hall. He also had a favor to ask of them, to help him sort through his spoils of war. The gains from slaying the withered profound sects, Supreme Elder Gong, and Pei Hongyan were still in his possession. Well, as soon as they entered the hall, Luo Li fixed her gaze on Li Xuanfeng. She parted her crimson lips as if to speak, but then hesitated. Junior brother, I have a request. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Li decided to speak her mind. Li Xuanfeng looked at her calmly, indicating she should continue. Junior brother, could you allow me to examine your bone structure? As she said this, Luo Li's expression was somewhat uneasy. In fact, when Li Xuanfeng had abruptly broken through from the 3rd level of the condensing core realm to the 4th level right in front of her, she had wanted to examine his bone structure, but she had held back. But this time her restraint was becoming painful. The rapid surge in Li Xuanfeng's cultivation level shocked her deeply. She had always been curious about his physique, and now that curiosity had reached its peak. Examine my bone structure. Li Xuanfeng's expression turned strange. Not long ago, Lien Yuezhou had used the pretext of an examination to touch him all over, and now Luo Li wanted to do the same. Was this really a legacy passed down through the master-disciple line? Junior brother, don't misunderstand. I am simply too curious. Luo Li quickly explained. Luo Li was erudite and knowledgeable, with considerable expertise in various cultivation subjects such as physiques, techniques, martial skills, alchemy, artifact forging, and formations. Her ability to achieve this was primarily due to her strong curiosity and thirst for knowledge. She already had some conjectures about Li Xuanfeng's physique and was now eager to verify them with her own hands. Rest assured, junior brother, I will be discreet and won't overstep. Luo Li blinked, her beautiful large eyes a hint of pleading in them. Go ahead then. Li Xuanfeng spread his arms. Overstepping would be fine, he just wondered about Luo Li's technique. Senior brother, could I do it too? Wei Qingyan asked timidly from the side. This was a perfect opportunity to get close to her senior brother. Do you know how to examine bone structure too? Li Xuanfeng asked. Wei Qingyan instinctively shook her head, but then quickly nodded. Go wait over there. Li Xuanfeng glanced at her. Wei Qingyan was immediately vexed. Why had she shaken her head just now? Junior brother, I'm starting. A fragrant scent wafted over as Luo Li approached Li Xuanfeng. Only after receiving his consent did she begin. Examining bone structure required skill, using spiritual energy combined with divine sense to perceive and judge the characteristics of a physique. Different physiques had different characteristics, and only close-range perception could reveal the differences. Compared to Lien Yuez's casual and unrestrained groping, Luo Li's movements were much gentler and her expression was more focused. Her spiritual energy enveloped her jade-like hands, tracing special pathways over Li Xuanfeng's body. They stood very close, and combined with Luo Li's actions, it seemed less like an examination and more like a young wife taking her husband's measurements for a new garment. This scene filled Wei Qingyan with envy, a sour feeling rising in her heart. Why did senior sister and senior brother look so harmonious and perfectly matched standing together? And why was senior sister standing so close? Wasn't this distance usually reserved for either a fight or a kiss? She was just doing a normal examination, right? She didn't have any other intentions towards senior brother, did she? But with senior brother being so outstanding, who knew if senior sister's heart might be moved, if she might be attracted? Damn it. Thoughts raced through Wei Qingyan's mind, putting her on high alert and filling her with a sense of crisis. Even Luo Li's actions began to seem different in her eyes. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the examination was over. Ding. Luo Li has performed a bone structure examination, gaining precious examination experience. 100-fold return. You have gained 100 times the examination experience. As the system notification sounded, a wealth of knowledge about examining bone structure flooded into Li Xuanfeng's mind. Have I become a master of bone examination? Li Xuanfeng felt a sense of novelty. Now with just one touch, he could tell anyone's physique. Junior brother. Luo Li's breathing was slightly rapid as she gazed intently at Li Xuanfeng. You truly possess the chaotic sword physique. Even though she had anticipated and mentally prepared herself, personally verifying it through her own examination still filled Luo Li with excitement and elation. The chaotic sword physique, like the chaotic sword intent, existed only in legends. Many ancient texts contained only fragmented mentions of it. If her Dan God physique, Wei Qingyan's supreme sword physique, and Lian Yuez's nine heavens profound physique were considered peak physiques, then the chaotic sword physique existed above even that peak. No wonder Li Xuanfeng's cultivation speed was so absurdly fast, defying all logic. All right, you've had your turn. Now it's my turn, Li Xuanfeng said. Senior brother you. Junior brother you. Wei Qingyan and Luo Li were both startled. Did Li Xuanfeng intend to examine them in return?